Casper Rorsted is dead. Now, what I've been describing with Kanye and this O.J. Simpson merging I started this back in December. See, back in December, O.J. Simpson was free, and I said, "Look, the juice is loose. The juice." That's what they said, and I pointed this out. And I'm like, "Look, they're probably going to reintroduce this for this generation, some other kind of celebrity atrocity with people that we've grown up with, so it's more traumatic and salacious." And it turns out, the Kardashians are already connected to the whole O.J. Simpson thing. Well, anyway, it turns out that people have started comparing Kanye to OJ because of his treatment towards Kim and Pete Davidson, who are now broken up because Pete's in Australia. Or so he says. Maybe he's just hiding from Kanye because he's been, you could say, ritually killed 4 times. I mean, in the movie Suicide Kings, in a Kanye West video, he gets beheaded in a very gruesome way. Then they put roses on the grave, takes the flowers, puts them in the bed of a truck, and then sends it over to Pete and Kim's house. And the truck says on it, "My vision is crystal clear." Then he dies in the Saturday Night Live episode where Elon Musk is the host, and that's Kanye's friend, by the way. He was actually there at the Dawn Day event. And when Pete Davidson takes his helmet off on Mars, his head explodes. So then you have another instance of Pete dying in the new movie Bodies, Bodies, Bodies that just came out. And I just saw still shots where he's covered in blood. I don't know how or if he dies specifically, but I'm assuming so. But the movie takes place during a hurricane, and that also has some very special significance for Kanye West. His latest album, the Dawn Day 1 release party, was on the anniversary of the Katrina hurricane, and it had a track 5, called Hurricane. So and I've been saying for some time that the Dawn Day 2 or 1, both these events are about the West burning, but also Kanye West's world burning. There's a couple of stories being told. Kanye West actually performed a Burning Man ritual at the first of his record release parties for the Dawn Day thing. And it was on the anniversary of the date that they would routinely have their Burning Man festivals in Black Rock City, Nevada, but they had to cancel because of, COVID, because of the new crown. So anyway, he performed it there before, which is also kind of interesting to me considering that Pete Davidson's dad was in the World Trade Center on 9/11 and burned at the age of 33. Now, again, this is all scripted ritual, so the more I looked into it, the more I'm seeing here, maybe we're being set up for something. There's something to this O.J. Simpson thing. And, fast forward a little bit, more recently, Kendrick Lamar releases an album in which his face is morphing. And it morphs into Will Smith, it morphs into Kanye, it morphs into Nipsey Hussle, and it morphs into O.J. Simpson. I mean, yeah, watch Kendrick Lamar morph into Kanye, O.J., and more. Kendrick Lamar morphs into Will Smith, Kanye. But anyway, Will Smith slaps a comedian. Kanye is going after Pete, not because of Kim, but because he was insulted by Pete's ridiculing of his mental health. So then you bring in the mental health element. But you got Will Smith, who slaps the comedian. You have Nipsey Hussle, who wears a crown of thorns, murdered at 33. Kanye wore a crown of thorns, interestingly enough. Hosted the Coachella thing. So he's done the Jesus thing, the Christ thing. He's done the Phoenix thing. And he presided over the event on 2/22, which was a very CERN-like ritual. You know how they do these opening of the portals? Worth looking at. If you haven't seen the Dawn Day 2 event, the timing of it says it all. But my picture I'm getting here from the OJ, Will Smith, and Kanye, it's looking pretty dark for Pete Davidson. And again, Kanye had put out a similar fake newspaper headline that said Pete Davidson is dead. Now, just given the Kardashians and their proximity to the PSYOP entertainment complex and these reality TV shows, which are just mind control for the government, I don't think there's any reason to think that Pete Davidson's separate from any of this, nor is Kanye. And I've been looking at some fascinating reoccurring themes here that would kind of foreshadow another OJ-like event. And so here he is. Kanye West took a jab at Kid Cudi and Adidas CEO. He's been engaged in separate feuds. Now, on his last birthday, didn't he release a new song talking about Kanye West? Let me bring this up really quick because he just turned 44. And he's been wearing these like masks everywhere. One of the masks he wore kind of reminded me of Michael Myers. Here we go. Kanye West celebrates his 44th birthday by dropping another piece. I'm going to find the name of the track. I thought there was something kind of related in the name of the track. Now he turned 44, which may also play into what's to come. I'm not too big into numerology, but I'm just pointing out the patterns as we discern them. I'm pretty sure the new song had something to do with blood or death or stabbing annoying comedians to death. I'll have to find the name of it later. My point is the O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye West is nearly complete, and he's throwing his entire reputation and credibility out the window here. And I'm getting a little vibe of Manson in here as well, Charles Manson. And maybe it's just the influence of his association with Marilyn Manson. But that connection there, it brings in the mental side, the Hollywood side, and of course the movie stars. It was a movie star who was killed by the Manson cult. It was Sharon Tate, interestingly enough, killed by the witch Susan Atkins, one of the Church of Satan witches. And you have Marilyn Manson, part of that cult or group right there as well. But the Marilyn Manson kind of vibe there is also reaffirmed when you look at how Kim has been wearing the dresses of Marilyn Monroe, which probably drives Marilyn Manson crazy. And she ripped one of them. So that alone probably set him. But my point is, she's idolizing a dead woman, associating herself with a very famous dead celebrity icon who died under mysterious circumstances. So it's just very macabre what's building this vibe. And I am not at all surprised to see that Kanye is continuing to travel down this road. And look, Adidas CEO Casper Rorsted dead at 60. I mean, how is that not a death threat? It's very, very shady territory there. I mean, restraining order at a minimum. Surprised he hasn't lost his Instagram. All right, thanks everyone for joining. Looks like we have 71 people so far. We're on 8 platforms. We're on Rofkin, Odyssey, YouTube, Twitch, DLive, Twitter, and FakeOTube. FakeOTube is from fakeologist.com, and I'm going to start putting my archives there, and I'll keep you all abreast of this. There are a number of platforms that we are actually kind of building our numbers back up at. So YouTube is not going to matter in the very near future. Not that they do anyway. We're just here to annoy them because we like their chat rooms. Wee says, I think Davidson dying is too obvious. Oh yes, absolutely. I think it's so scripted, but I think it ties into a number of agendas here. One, these comedians being killed. Offensive writer Salman Rushdie getting stabbed in the neck for his offensive speech about Islam. And apparently the guy who stabbed him only read like 2 pages. I mean, if I get stabbed by somebody over something I say online, and it's someone who only heard like 5 minutes, I would be pretty offended. But there was a 33-year hit on Salman Rushdie. The fatwa was 33 years ago, and it was up to 3.3 million. I guess someone just decided, okay, that's their Powerball, that's the jackpot. I'll go, and they went and they did it. If you believe it's real. Now I'm in. I don't know. I'm not even on the fence. I'm just saying it's fake. I'm in team fake. It has to be. 33 years, 3.3 million. A totally unbelievable story anyway. Like you're going to kill someone over a book that you didn't even read. Pete Shea mentions Roman Polanski. Oh, yes, Roman Polanski. Another one of these Holly weirdos, but connected very much to the whole Hollywood Satanist theme. And it kind of brings in Johnny Depp into the conversation. And we need to do some examination here with Johnny Depp's relation to Marilyn Manson and Roman Polanski, this Hollywood Satanism thing, and whatever comes next. I think that the Amber Heard Johnny Depp is all theater. I do not believe that it. I think it's just like a movie. They're actors, and they just. It's like what transpired between them. I think was all scripted, is what I'm saying. But he was in Ninth Gate, directed by Polanski, a movie about Satanism. And he's been in several music videos with Marilyn Manson, where it's pretty clear. I think they even performed together live, so it's pretty clear they're in the same club. And then you have his association with River Phoenix's mysterious death, brother of Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. And of course, River Phoenix may in fact be Mark Dice, but I mean, I brought this up to Mark Dice. Now, I don't know why he would pay attention to me, given he's got millions and millions of followers. But I said, Mark Dice, this you? And I sent him a tweet. And it was his face next to River Phoenix. And below it, I had the Joker. Because I thought it would be funny. I said, it's just funny that the Joker is literally the brother of Mark Dice, who used to go by John Connor. Well, anyway, you're blocked. I can't read Mark Dice's tweets just because I asked him if he's River Phoenix. Anyway, there's a River Phoenix Viper Club connection to Johnny Depp, Marilyn Manson, and Roman Polanski, who directed Rosemary's Baby. And of course, his wife was Sharon Tate, the one who was killed by the satanic witch, Susan Atkins. Topless dancer, satanic witch, popping acid in a coffin during rituals so people could go in the coffin with her. Very trippy stuff. But anyway, that was also probably fake and likely directed by Polanski, who was convicted of drugging some girl with Quaaludes at a party, maybe with her mom's permission. Very bad people is what I'm saying. And that is also part of the story of Rosemary's Baby. And in Rosemary's Baby, her husband, Rosemary moves into this or Rosemary and her husband kind of move up, get a new job, more money. It turns out that her husband's joined a cult and didn't tell her. So she wakes up in a drugged state, probably Quaaludes, and she's in a ritual and the devil's having sex with her, and then she gives birth to the devil's baby. And that came out in the 60s. In fact, just coincidentally, I was kind of looking into this because I'm looking into this thing called occult eugenics, which has to do with maybe not actually copulating with the devil, but invoking into an already gestating baby, as in having the spirit of something else replace the human soul. Very dark stuff. But this is just where we go when we follow the research. All right, let me see here. Roxy W says Johnny Depp says he is 33 different people at times. 33 is tattooed on Marilyn Manson's hands. Going through your comments, I missed a few things. G33 says 44 is a kill number. See, I've heard that, but I don't know specifically what that means. But in context, Mr. 44, Son of Sam, 1977, during the blackouts that I often refer to, the Alright, let's go and get started. I know it's early. 6:39 a.m., 10/27/2022. The day before the 5th birthday of Q. So tomorrow is Q's birthday. If you know who that is, you want to get your birthday cards ready. I'm going to be following the QAnon story and also everything going on with the Kool-Aid drinkers. But today I want to really focus on this Kanye West thing, mainly because I pretty much called it. In fact, I specifically called all of what we're seeing right now, as I'll explain. My clue was back in January, and it had to do with this fire in the Bronx, and I was predicting more or less, or reading, as we do here, the meta-scripted storyline. And it was a message about the burning down of the West. And this is all the result of the Antichrist West accepting the values of Hollywood at the hands of Putin, and that this fall would be paralleled by the fall of celebrity Kanye West as some kind of a ritualistic sacrifice, you could say. And this was back in January, like I said. But as this story moves forward, you'll find that the burning of the West has been a theme in all of the major TV shows on Netflix, things on HBO, which has been seeing this recurring theme of, Westeros burning, Westworld. These various shows have the same exact message. And I'm saying here is that they correlate. And in one of my breakdowns of this storyline, I noted how October would be synonymous with the hunt for Red October, and we would see everything kind of coalesce, where you'll have the fall of Kanye, and then of course the nuking of the likely the West Coast. And again, this was all extrapolated from what we would call the bigger script, the subtext, the meta script. And now here we are, October 2022, and as more or less predicted, everything is just falling into place. In fact, I saw a headline just a few moments ago, and it said something along the lines of Kanye West's fall to earth. Here it is. Kanye West, a musical giant who crashed to earth. Now, this is a reoccurring theme, as you'll see. Kanye's School Dawn Day closes as controversy grows. Everybody's dropping him. He's being canceled, majorly canceled, in a very public way, major spectacle. Alex from Peloton swears off Kanye's music for all future classes, and I have a litany of celebrities just dropping him. A basketball team linked to Kanye West kicked from tournament in response to his controversial comments. And I found a lot of interesting connections here I'm going to get into to show you how this is not done yet. And the story that I'm picking up here continues, and it ties in with this Helter Skelter story. Helter Skelter being the scenario dreamed up by Charles Manson, and it's been somewhat refined into this Turner Diaries narrative, which has been recently brought to life after 42 years from the publication of the Turner Diaries. It was like brought to life in 2020, and this actually ties in very neatly with Kanye West, self-identified black skinhead, all part of I would say, a pre-planned, controlled demolition of his life. He's no longer a billionaire. Kanye West showed up uninvited to Skechers headquarters to try and find a new home for his Yeezy shoes, and he was escorted out. So, former billionaire, escorted out. And of course, this started when his bank, JP Morgan, just said you have until November to pull all your money out. Again, we're going to continue. There are so many things along these lines, but like I said, it's getting bad. Even Fortnite. And I believe he had a wax statue somewhere. I'm not sure if they're going to melt it, but they definitely pulled it. Kanye West has been permanently banned from Fortnite. Now I'm just pointing out that this has accelerated greatly in just the last couple of days. And I have other connections I'm going to delve into here, like, for example, he claims that Django Unchained was his idea. And if you aren't familiar with Django Unchained, it's another one of these unwatchable Tarantino films. I didn't watch it. I might have watched part of it, but I don't care for Tarantino. Everything that's good about his work is really stolen from better directors, in my opinion. But that was the basis for the psyop of Christopher Dorner, the cop who was challenging the system that kept him from being promoted because he was black, and then he went on a killing spree. and he was burned to death in a cabin. Nothing remained except for his passport. Pop quiz, and you should be able to answer this even if you aren't familiar with Christopher Dorner. If you're in the chat, post how old was Chris Dorner when he was incinerated? Again, pop quiz, how old was Christopher Dorner when he was incinerated? And you'll see a pattern here. There's a number that goes into, or there's a code, I would say, that attaches itself to so many of these psyops. Travis Cloud says 33. Art of Thinking Out Loud, Common Sense Analytics says 33. Correct. 33. Yes, 33-year-old Christopher Dorner was another one of these Burning Man psyops, and it ties in because at the time of that event, there were people in the media who were comparing that to Django Unchained. Let me play that for context, and we'll make this our starting point. You'll see where I'm getting at with this. Pinard says 33. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, 33, and then, of course, the Burning Man.
I have a...
the name Christopher, yeah, Christ, 33, Burning Man, very consistent stuff. But the connection here I'm making is that there is a connection between Christopher Dorner and Django Unchained, who's based on Nat Turner, which we'll get into. And Nat Turner is, ironically, because it's a black slave rebellion, is the basis or inspiration for the Turner Diaries, which inspires the white nationalists. And this all ties into this black skinhead, white lives matter provocation of Kanye West. All of this tying in to the helter-skelter race war scenario outlined by Charles Manson in his killings, which were to be blamed on the Black Panthers. Then you have Kanye, son of a Black Panther, attaching himself to Django Unchained. Let me play this clip here.
Really, really hard time with people saying that this man is a hero after the people he killed, all the manpower, hours that have been wasted, not to mention the airwaves that have been wasted by this chase. I'm in shock.
Who disagrees with Lauren?
Nothing's waste. There's no waste here, though. I mean, this has been an important public conversation that we've had about police brutality, about police corruption, about state violence. I mean, there were even talks about making him the first domestic drone target. I mean, this is serious business here. I don't think it's...
Now, this is Mark Lamont Hill defending the, mass shooter Christopher Dorner going on a killing spree. This is 9 years ago. Again, Mark Lamont Hill, and what they're describing here is how this guy's going on a killing spree, but they're seeing him as a hero for fighting against systemic racism by going on a killing spree.
It's been a waste of time at all. And as far as Dorner himself goes, he's been like a real-life superhero to many people. Now, don't get me...
A real-life superhero was the term. Again, this is a professor. I believe Mark Lamont Hill is a professor.
He's been like a real-life superhero to many people. Now, don't get me wrong. What he did was awful. Killing innocent people is bad. But when you read his manifesto, when you read the message that he left, he wasn't entirely crazy. He had a plan.
Now, you never hear this after a bowl cut goes off or after some neo-Nazi goes off in a mosque. Oh, if you read his manifesto, you'll see he wasn't entirely crazy. Only when he was butchering all those people. Well, yeah, here's another manifesto-carrying killer.
And a mission here, and many people aren't rooting for him to kill innocent people. They're rooting for somebody who was wronged to get a kind of revenge against the system. It's almost like watching Django Unchained in real life. It's kind of...
There you have it. Revenge against the system. Django Unchained in real life. And this is where we're going to get into the Kanye West tie-in.
Kind of exciting.
But he went about it the wrong way.
Let me jump in and just at least
say... It's kind of exciting, but he went around it the wrong way. Of course, we're talking about going on a killing spree. But now, let's bring that back up to the present. Mr. Dorner, 33, was angry over being fired from the force and went on a week-long shooting spree, never emerging from his cabin hideout near Big Bear Lake until it was engulfed in flames during a standoff with authorities. So this real-life Django Unchained incinerates at 33. Now let's continue. Kanye West claims he got his idea, Django Unchained, was stolen. That Tarantino and Jamie Foxx actually got the idea from him. And this is recent news. Now, this Chris Dorner worship is going to tie into all of this. So here you have Kanye West, and this is just yesterday, claims Quentin Tarantino and Jamie Foxx got the idea from Django Unchained from his own pitch. And he admitted this during the interview with Piers Morgan on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Now, the significance to the Django Unchained, of course, is we're dealing with the Nat Turner story. We're talking about a slave rebellion that was quelled, but the real life Django who rebelled against slavery and no one talks about enough. This is an article from a couple of years ago. Tarantino's Unchained was seen by many critics as unrealistic. However, there are multiple stories of slaves fighting the system and seeking justice. Nat Turner was one of them. Now, I believe at the end of it, Nat Turner and his uprising ended up taking over or taking down 60 homes, killed a lot of people, but it was squashed. They ended up killing 60 white slave owners and their families. Didn't last long. A local militia arrived with better weapons. 56 of the conspirators were arrested and executed within a few days and ended that brief light of hope for slaves throughout the U.S. Now, this Nat Turner, I would contend, is the basis for Turner Diaries, which again is not exactly the same because it's about a future in 2099, but in the future, whites are a minority that's having to defend itself with nukes and by killing everybody else. And the Turner Diaries is the basis for McVeigh's attacks. It really inspired the white nationalists. I think it was written by feds or something, or it's been used by feds, but it's the person who wrote it was probably paid, probably a provocateur. But my point is, all of these manuals are generally questionable, all of these manifestos. Now, here's a clip from Nat Turner. It came together one day. He was working in the fields and he had a vision from God telling him that the evil serpent had been let loose and it was his job to save humanity from sin. He was convinced God wanted him to fight evil, and he started thinking of ways to inspire his people to join him to fight. For Turner, an avid believer that this was a message God was sending him to start the rebellion, he interpreted, and this is in February of 1831, there was a major solar eclipse, highly visible in Virginia, and he took the symbol of the eclipse, the moon covering the sun, as a symbol of a black fist rising to fight their oppressors. Now, I had not seen this before. I had not heard about Nat Turner seeing an eclipse and equating it with a black fist over the sun. But it's very interesting to note just that during 2020, one of the common symbols that was associated with the reset and the corona is the eclipse and has been the eclipse, and it's been associated quite often with this. Not a coincidence. Now, again, the clue here is that Django Unchained was his idea. Many headlines here. Kanye West accuses Quentin Tarantino and Jamie Foxx of stealing Django. Jamie Foxx is an important character here as well because of his significance in advancing this BLM movement, which is really just the Black Panthers reborn. And, he was there when the Trayvon Martin controversy was going on. In fact, he wore Trayvon Martin hoodies, talking about Jamie Foxx, who played Django. Now, we'll continue to go through what I'm showing here is I think the structured breakdown of this Kanye West character, who admits in his own description of his life, he's basically saying Hollywood did it. That we're talking about Holly weird, Western values, the Antichrist West, which is specifically what Putin is targeting in all of his rhetoric. In fact, he has hired their chief exorcist. Now, I don't know if we have an exorcist here. I'm pretty sure we have probably something the opposite. I'm pretty sure we have Marina Abramovich. But I think in Russia they have an exorcist. Here it is, chief exorcist appointed by Putin to de-satanize. Yeah, de-satanization of Ukraine Security Council. Okay, well, they're going to de-satanize us. Putin appointed chief exorcist to whip up satanic panic. Oh, he's been named the chief exorcist. Okay. The head of their Orthodox church has made him the chief exorcist, saying that the goal of his military operation is de-satanization. It sounds like QAnon in a way. getting rid of the evil blood drinkers at the very, in the belly of the deep state. Yes, Putin, when he invaded the neighboring country on 224, used the term denazification, saying it was the goal of a special military op. But now the Security Council is shifting. Desatanization. Insane. All right, well, we are going to experience that, I'm pretty sure, here. Pavlov says he's concerned about the Church of Satan, which is spread across Ukraine and is one of the officially registered religions in the United States. Now, when he's talking about the Church of Satan, I'm pretty sure he's not talking about the guys with the statue with the children. That is basically it's a liberal women's rights group masquerading. They do goth parties, but they're not actually Satanists. They're not a registered religion in that sense, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe they've been recognized. But my point is, what we're looking at here, again, I'm saying, is that they have been characterizing the West as a satanic thing. When Putin in September said he annexed 4 territories, he accused Western nations of, quote, outright Satanism. Like, what does that even mean? The dictatorship of the Western elites is directed against all societies, including the people of the Western countries themselves, Putin said. This is a challenge to all. It's a complete denial of humanity, an overthrow of faith and traditional values, the suppression of freedom, and it's taken on the features of a religion, outright Satanism. Now, if he means scientism dressed up as, this salvation, a path to salvation, I mean, I think they are promising a technological singularity. That is this new concept, transhumanism. And by the way, the individual that coined the term technological singularity is a guy named John von Neumann. His name was Newman. I mean, how obvious is that? It's their new religion. And in that sense, he could be right. On Tuesday, Patriarch Kirill, head of the Russian Orthodox Church, called Putin the fighter against the Antichrist and chief exorcist. Now, I thought he and Trump were friends. Now, when they say Antichrist, I don't think they're referring to an individual. I think they're referring to the West itself. But now, here's the connection that I've been making here. I don't want to focus too much on this, just to say it's about this characterization of the, quote, West as satanic and in need of an exorcism. And then concurrently, you have Kanye West and his personal life burning down as a result of, well, Hollywood values. And he's described it this way. And you could say that he had been living satanically since, and his life is being exorcised. And as you can see, he's falling from grace. Everything about his life is being essentially undermined because he rebelled, and now he's losing everything, lost his billionaire status. And I'm pointing out here that I called this back in January, and I described that we would see in October, Red October, the culmination of this. And let me go ahead and pull up that article as well, and we'll start with that. And I have a couple of things to go over. One, a mind map describing this, and then 2, I have an article that breaks down the connections between Kanye West, the man who fell to earth, and how it ties into this scripted fall. Again, Kanye West, a musical giant who crashed to earth. Before we go too much further, let me see. We have about 20-some people in chat. We're going to have a lot more these live streams in the mornings, and I'm going to try to maintain a consistent schedule. I've been very busy starting the eBay store, but it's one of these things. It takes about a month to get it going. They do a bit of a hold on certain payments. They give you enough to process everything, but everything's held in escrow, and in a few days I'll be caught up, and then it'll just be routine, and I think we'll have our regular schedule again. And I opened up the eBay store because we're now getting into publishing. Everything I'm doing here is going to be transcribed and published. Last week we lost several channels because somebody called in to talk about anti-vax, and they censored us within a few minutes. You can't even talk about it impartially. It's becoming clear to me that the censorship's picking up. It's getting even worse. They're suggesting that not believing in the pandemic is a gateway to racism. They'll say stuff like this. Like, so racism is now a mind virus, or skepticism makes you a hater, a racist, a terrorist. My solution, though, is instead of running up against the wall again and again. I'm thinking, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take all of these banned conversations, transcribe them, and put them into print, and then just sell the books, distribute the books. And of course, we do have a tabloid newspaper that's been in production for a bit. It was on hold just until we get enough subscribers, but it's becoming clear to me that that's not the way to really approach this. We can't wait until we get subscribers and they keep pulling the rug out from beneath us. Therefore, I'm going to be using the publishing wing and the publishing of specifically anti-vax materials to finance our own newspaper here. Now, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I have my own opinions on it, but I just don't think it's fair that we're not able to compare all views, that we don't have some kind of, they don't trust us enough to impartially examine facts. And, I think they want you to be trained into being spoon-fed everything. But, in the spirit of free speech, I'm going to go into physical print. And it's not just print. Yes, they could burn those books, but, they digitally burn books all the time, and it's not really obvious because you can't see the smoke. But another one of the things we do is, and I already started this with the tabloid, is every article, every book, will have QR codes and links to direct downloads and other things. I mean, it's just a way to totally circumvent their attempts to shrink the universe of ideas. All right, thank you for joining, everyone. Again, I'm going to be trying to maintain these early morning schedules, usually 7 to 9 a.m. Mountain Time. Simon says, on the West, being the Antichrist, the Statue of Liberty is Satan summoning his legions. I do have a copy of John Milton's Paradise Lost, and I think it's a painting by, is it William Blake? Let me see if I can find it. And it's that same image, I believe, that Marina Abramovich has. And she's hanging out with someone in front of this painting, and it's, I think it's Satan summoning his legions. And it does, now that you bring it up, it does somewhat remind me of the Statue of Liberty. And I've seen Marina Abramovich with this painting. But the beginning of that story is Satan standing up and he's summoning all of his demons, and I think they're about to go war with heaven or something. And this ties into what we're talking about here, the falling like lightning from the sky. It all fits into this story. The story ultimately is about Starman, and Kanye is somewhat in the role, well, specifically he's in the role of this Starman character. Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, not a coincidence. But Starman is the name of a savior in a David Bowie song that's predicted to be born 5 years from the year the song came out in 1972. And that's what we'll be getting into here next. Let me bring up that article. And I do have an image of Marina Abramovich, a spirit cooker for the elite. And she's hanging out in front of that painting I was referencing with, it looks like one of the, is that Montgomery Burns? Who is that? Oh, it's one of the Rothschilds. Nothing to see here. Let's go hang out in front of a big painting of Satan summoning his legions. It's what she does when she's not smearing her bodily fluids on the wall and calling it art. I mean, these people are strange. I mean, it is strange. The ritual cannibalism, just the macabre stuff. I mean, I understand dark art, but some of the stuff I think is beyond the pale. Especially when it gets into auto-cannibalism. But anyway, to each their own, I guess. Do what thou wilt, is that what they say? That's really when I first started looking at how much influence Aleister Crowley had in these elite circles. It's when I noticed Marina Abramovich hanging out with Jay-Z, and he's wearing that shirt that says, do what thou wilt. And I'm like, he must know what that means. And the more I look into it, yeah, the more I'm certain of it. They know what that means. I was actually looking into the connections between Christopher Nolan, very important figure in the big picture of metascripting. Christopher Nolan, who's considered to be the Stanley Kubrick, or the new Stanley Kubrick is Christopher Nolan. And he's associated with this Nathan Crowley character, a relative of Aleister Crowley. And so you have a pretty direct pipeline between the occult world and Hollywood all the time, but it's pretty obvious there. And I am going to bring that up as well. I've been doing a deep dive into Christopher Nolan's influence in this bigger script. Okay, here we go. More Kanye West connections to David Bowie. And I'm bringing this up because this brings in this story of the man who fell to earth, which I'm saying connects to Kanye West. In fact, the title of the live stream, I said the exorcism of the KWEST. It's a reference to this. 1972, the rise and fall. Now, rise and fall was very important as well. We're looking at Kanye rose, billionaire status, and now we're looking at the fall. All very significant in sun worship, and that's what we're seeing here. You have the rising sun, Christ, often the number 33 is associated with that symbolism. And then you have the falling as it's going into night. And we're looking at the other side of Kanye's life now. Now here you have 1972 album cover, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust. And on the cover there's David Bowie posing beneath a lamp, and there's a sign that says K West. Now, the song on the album 5 Years predicts that in 5 years a starman would arrive. A savior would be born, a starman to redeem humanity and save it from himself. So humanity needs to be saved, and we all know it's global warming. We all know it's everything that affects us, anti-vaxxers, misinformation, but we need a savior, clearly. Now, that would place the savior's birth at 1977. Black Star is David Bowie's final album. So between 1972 and then the release of Black Star, there's this story that's been building up. And the opening track is about a leader dying and have somebody else replacing him. The lyrics say, "Something happened on the day he died. Spirit rose a meter and stepped aside. Somebody else took his place and bravely cried, 'I'm a black star, I'm a black star.'" Now this has been taken to mean that the musical, I guess you could say that the mantle or the position that Bowie occupies is up for grabs, and who would be the one to take the place? Well, Kanye, according to the story. And I'm not the one who originated this. This Kanye West being prophesied in David Bowie's work has been circulating for some time, and I kind of ignored it until recently. And I'm looking at it now very closely because here's where it gets deeper, and I think that this affirms that this is actually part of the bigger script. Again, these aren't random coincidences. This is a composite character and his life story. Now, Kanye West ties into the man who fell to earth, a savior from space. The movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth, is exactly that. If you haven't seen it, the movie is, well, the original one. It's about it's from a 1963 novel, but it's about an extraterrestrial, Thomas Jerome, who falls to Earth seeking a way to ship water to his home planet. And there's your global warming, climate change tie-in. His world is dying. Now, when he arrives here, he creates a corporation called the World Enterprise Corporation, which is like Amazon. He acquires tremendous wealth and he gets enough money to get himself back up. Now, again, you're looking at, I would say here, the Man Who Fell to Earth storyline. Alien savior to save man from himself. And of course, I think there's a strong tie-in with this character and Jeff Bezos, which I may get into later. But this is the original version. There's a new version that just came out, and like Kanye, the main character, Chiwetel, is 44 years old. Well, now 45. They were both born in 1977. In 1977 was the predicted birth year for the Starman, and that's one of the reasons why it's significant. 1977, the year Elvis dies, which is significant in this context, is the year that the new Starman is born. Now, a little bit about Starman and this idea, how it ties into the rock star. Elvis is, one of these prototypical rock stars, these celebrities that they worship. And if you look at the overall symbolism of Elvis, his name L, among other things, you can kind of extrapolate from it how you might arrive at we're worshiping the fallen angel. Angel being light in the sky, a star, and when it falls, it's a rock. They've made these correlations here that the rock star is the physical manifestation of the angel of light that everybody's worshiping. And this Elvis was just the first to carry this mantle, you could say. Now, it's not a coincidence that David Bowie shares a birthday with Elvis Presley. These birthdays and death days are all highly significant. Bowie's final album, Black Star, has a reference to Elvis, which I'll get into here. And I'll show you how this is all it's really succinctly connected here. We're not grasping at straws. There's a story here. That's why it's significant that the actor who's playing in the new Man Who Fell to Earth is Kanye's age. Again, both born in 1977. Bowie's character in 1972 predicts in 5 years the Savior would be born. The album has a KWEST on it. 5 years later, on the day of the album's release, you have this, or 5 years later, on that day, you have Kanye West. And of course, Bowie seemingly designated Kanye as his musical successor, as the most popular rock star icon. Now, whether or not you like Kanye's music or you follow him, he has 40 more #1 hits than Elvis. He has already made these associations. In fact, um, it's pretty much he called himself the king of culture. He's been this tremendous influence, and what I'm saying here is that these are roles that they're put into. Now, here's what we can build on from the above. The Man Who Fell to Earth movie has a series, or the series, this new one, and the movie have a similar succession. In the new version, the Martian Savior is a black star savior for mankind. And in the first episode, he shows the audience a black hexagonal star, like it's like a box, and it's somehow involved with this plan to save man. Now, here's where it ties in again. In the new Man Who Fell to Earth, as he arrives on the planet, he's describing his rebirth, and he compares himself to Lazarus. And I have a clip here from the Showtime movie where this man who came from space is coming out of a hole in the ground, and he looks like he's burning. Now, he's in front of that fire. He's not on fire. But the imagery, he looks like a burning man coming out of a pit. And this is your black star savior. Again, we're looking at a clip from the movie, just a still shot, but he's describing it as being like Lazarus. This is an obvious Bowie connection. On that last Bowie album, Black Star, that came out on Elvis's birthday, Bowie dies a couple days later. Well, quote, dies. There's a song called Lazarus, which has all the hints about the real meaning of this black star. Again, Lazarus is the track which has him ascending after he fell, like the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust. We're looking at this character exiting the world stage. Now, again, Kanye was one of the first stars, and when we use the word star, Hollywood stars, and this, these are characters that I think the word star needs to be kind of focused on here for a moment. We're talking about centers of worship, living idols. That's what we're pretty much looking at. And in the Thelemic cult, Aleister Crowley's cult, they say every man and woman is a star. They use the word star to mean not a big burning ball of gas, but I think it's something else entirely here. We're talking about, I think, idol worship. Now, Kanye was the first one to commemorate Bowie's passing in a tweet. He said, quote, "David Bowie was one of my most important inspirations. He gave us magic for a lifetime." Now, this is the connection. You have the new Man Who Fell to Earth, originally a Bowie role. Now it's played by a black actor. And you'll see here how that initial scene where he comes out of the pit in the ground, seemingly burning, is almost identical to the scene where Kanye West is at his Donda event, which took place on the anniversary of the canceled Burning Man Festival, held in Black Rock City, Nevada. Again, Black Rock City, Nevada, 33 consecutive Burning Man festivals before they were interrupted by COVID. But just look at the terminology here. Again, Black Rock, Burning Man. I think Christopher Dorner, the 33-year-old, had burned. There's quite a lot we could extrapolate from this, but I'm just showing you how both of these individuals are 44 at the time of this production, and they're both, I would say, portraying the same character, the Savior. This man who fell to earth is associated with the burning man. This is symbolism, telling a story. There's more. David Bowie, as the man who fell to earth, represented an alien savior to come. The fulfillment of the prophecy is represented by Kanye West's portrayal of a black Christ. In the symbolism used by the occult elite, the phoenix and the reborn Christ are synonymous. And here you have on Rolling Stone, the Passion of Kanye West. Here he is with a crown of thorns. And he was like, he was hosting the whole Coachella thing. So you have a lot of this Christ stuff. Then you have the Burning Man stuff. And then on the second Dawn Day event, he was there to, I would say, greet Hades, Pluto, the return of Pluto, Hades. He was commemorating it in a very elaborate and symbol-laden event. Very occult. I mean, multiple layers to the whole thing. And this is where you'll see the importance of this character on the world stage. I mean, whether or not I don't know how aware he is. It's hard to say. Are these celebrities all just gate kept, handled like Truman in the Truman Show? But whatever it is, let's continue because I want to show you what this all means. From the bigger metascript perspective, mankind is being prepared for an alien savior. And it seems that the powers that be have chosen rock stars as idols to convey this to us. Elvis Presley, the king, was one of the first, again, one of the prototypes of this. And by the way, Elvis Presley has a black star at the, on Hollywood, where they have the Hollywood stars. His is actually black. He died at 42, August 16th, 1977. After Bowie's fake death in 2016, like Lazarus, he did return from the dead to do a television interview in a barely passable disguise 4 days later, just like Lazarus coming back after 4 days. The album, Black Star, was inspired by this Elvis Presley song called Black Star. Again, released on Elvis's and Bowie's birthday. 2 days before Bowie's own staged death. Quote, "Every man has a black star. When he sees his black star, he knows his time has come." L is in Elvis. L is Saturn, the black star. 42, he dies at 42. This is another one of these things that they've put in front of your faces, and it's just, to me, it's just why I say a cult, but it's a sigil. The number 42, if you combine them, you do get the astrological symbol of Saturn. And 4 is the cross, 2 is the scythe. It's this agrarian god of the cycles of death and rebirth. He's the reaper, Father Time with the scythe. David Bowie, DB, 42. Also, David Bowie's character is a parallel to David Bowman in the Space Odyssey. David Bowie being the Space Oddity. There's a whole other side of the David Bowie story that ties into the space program. But again, we're talking about what kind of savior? A savior from space. It's part of us believing in this alien. And his music has been a big part of it because there's no separation between the entertainment and the news. These things are all connected. We live in an immersive, hyper-mediated world stage. And his music has been consistent since really the Apollo. And Apollo is another one of these god names that ties into this. Symbolically, again, the phoenix, the burning man, the Christ, king, crown of thorns, resurrected savior, all these things are correlated. And the idea of a savior falling to earth is about a heavenly savior, insofar as space is the new heaven. And salvation now is salvation through technology, and this technocratic elite is going to introduce some kind of a space savior. Now, I do not contend that Kanye West is anything other than an actor and musician. However, the role he is in is a role that was held, or yeah, I would say it's a role, but it was a role that was first held by Elvis Presley, and it's probably dispersed throughout various idols. But definitely Bowie, who again shares Elvis's birthday. And you remember Bowie went into space. He went into space, and I'll get into this in just a moment, but look at the succession here. Elvis to Bowie to Kanye West, we're looking at this rock star icon idol worship. It's to me, it's to prepare us for the emergence of a savior from what? Again, climate change, misinformation, viruses, memes. But the man who fell to earth is to prepare us for a post reset world, which will be based on a Martian utopia. Elvis has been strongly associated with the Space Needle, and on Bill Gates's first birthday, the king was on TV getting his polio shot. The Space Needle is a New Age obelisk, a symbol of salvation and ascension into the heavenly realm known as outer space. The capstone, the UFO on top of the Space Needle, is quite literally that. That's what the symbol is. And if you're going to go to space, be saved by your technologically superior saviors, you're going to go in one of those. Now, the Space Needle and the vaccine have been symbolically linked to salvation. And this is why they had Elvis do this. It's part of reinforcing the role. And of course, the needle going into the skin is all symbolic of the rocket going into space. You know, inner space and outer space have been correlated in this hermetic system, as above, so below, in their symbolism. They're constantly making these correlations. And that's why when the space station's, quote, arm was hit by space junk above the elbow and punctured, that's why it was pointed out that, hey, this is a coincidence that on the space station, the astronauts were performing what they called celestial immunity, some project where they were testing out vaccines in space. So astronauts are jabbing their arms, and the space station's arm gets jabbed. Not a coincidence. But to continue, we're talking about a savior. David Bowie's music and persona have been strongly linked to the space age, paralleling NASA's progression as far back as Space Oddity, mirroring Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. Bowie's music accompanied Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster, which was sent into space with a dummy called Starman, representing David Bowie. Again, Starman happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan, which must tie in, I would say, to the falling to earth. Then you have, of course, Starman is the David Bowie song that would relate, one, to the Savior who's going to be born, and two, to the Star Child concept from Space Odyssey. In the movie Space Odyssey, David Bowman becomes a Star Child when he merges with the monolith. Now, the Star Child, I think, is an analogous concept to the every man and woman is a star in the New Age. Starman / Bowie was saved by exiting the world via a space needle, a rocket. When this Tesla Roadster was launched out there, it had on its dashboard a sign that said, "Don't panic." Why don't panic? That's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The world's about to end, but the main character is spared. He can get off on a ship, and there he's told, "Don't panic." Now, this again is a story about the world being annihilated. We have nowhere else to go. We need a savior. Luckily, we have Starman. Now, what happens next? And now this is an article that I wrote, and let me get the exact date. Okay, I published this on May 1st. And that's why I wanted to start here. Back on May 1st, I published this, although I started this narrative extraction from the bigger picture of Kanye's downfall correlating with the nuking of the West, which is still to come. But I put this back in May just to give you an idea. Quote, "My best guess here is that Kanye's world stage role will correlate to Dawn Day 2, the event that took place on 2/22, and welcome the return of Pluto or Hades from the underworld. The event was in a dark and flooded stadium, not unlike the final scene from the new Batman movie. Kanye played the Christ at Coachella, Burning Man at Dawn Day, and then at Pluto's return, aligning with the release of the Kraken, the beast unleashed by Pluto. I suppose we're awaiting this Kraken, the beast from the sea, in Red October, after which the world will cry for a savior." Now, here we are in October, and now we can see the culmination of Kanye's fall. It's pretty evident where it's going. And the next thing we're waiting for, of course, is this Red October reference. And just in time, the Rust movie's gone back into production. And it was the Rust movie that brought the Hunt for Red October into this story, because Alec Baldwin and Helena Hutchins both have connections to that story. And the story is about our present day geopolitical situation. Russia's nukes, undetectable subs, threats to the West, Tom Clancy, and we're living in a Tom Clancy. Again, Putin is the chief exorcist, and as such, what's he going to do? He's probably going to exorcise the West, the satanic West. Let's go through some more of these headlines, because these aren't coincidences. International Space Station had to move to dodge space junk. A piece of what used to be a Russian satellite was coming close to the space station. It's a growing problem. Turns out that the piece of junk that almost hit the space station was Russian. Is that a coincidence? Probably not. All right, let's go through some of these new headlines just to give you an idea of how rapidly his life is apparently burning. Talent agency CAA severs ties with Kanye MRC scraps documentary. Now, he has been embraced by white supremacists, ironically. I don't know if he'll make up the numbers that he had as far as like the support. I mean, this is pretty significant. He dropped by talent agency RT Games and Culture. Johnny Depp's lawyer dropped him. Kim Kardashian speaks out against Kanye West's remarks. Aaron Donald, Jaylen Brown severed ties with Kanye West Donde Sports. Foot Locker drops Yeezy. Here are the companies cutting ties with Kanye West. CNN Business, corporate America is canceling Ye. Ye dives into the anti-Semitic abyss and greenlights a wave of eliminationism from the right. Now, this is the key point here that I want to get into as well. It's not just about Kanye causing controversy and blowing up Parler, which he's buying from his 33-year-old friend's husband, Candace Owens' husband. It's not just that it's about this positioning himself to be some kind of social media mogul now, but it's this green lighting of, quote, eliminationism. This is the helter-skelter story I was bringing up, and the helter-skelter narrative of Charles Manson, refined as the Turner Diaries. Again, Turner Diaries is the story that inspired Timothy McVeigh. Which brings us back to Django Unchained and this black skinhead story. I first started noting that Kanye West was going to play a role in this when he was associating himself with certain characters like Marilyn Manson at that event. And when I looked at that black skinhead song, I was like, wait, that's got a Marilyn Manson sample on there. Probably not a coincidence. And now it's all coming together very neatly. And I want to show you a couple of other things that relate to this. This is Kendrick Lamar as O.J. Simpson. Here's a music video I often reference, and we've been talking about the Black Christ symbolism. Well, Kendrick Lamar has himself with a crown of thorns on his album covers, his recent one, and he did this live performance, Crown of Thorns. Very significant here. Now, in this music video, he transforms into, and get these names, O.J. Simpson, Kanye West, Will Smith. I mean, just those names kind of say it all here. Will Smith slaps the comedian. Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle, another who wore the crown of thorns. Again, Kanye wore the crown of thorns. But what are we looking at here? To me, this is all just about the imagery and the blending of characters like we're constantly seeing. Like this O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye has been ongoing, and they've been merging them in their storylines, just as Kim Kardashian has been merged with Marilyn Monroe through PR stunts. It's all about perception management. They align these characters in your mind. She puts on the dresses, dyes her hair, sleeps with the scalp. Of course, I believe that this is why Kanye's been hanging out with Marilyn Manson. It's about the association with Helter Skelter. It's not necessary. It's not only about Marilyn Manson. I think Marilyn Manson's mostly a prop. I think it's about what Marilyn Manson represents, and he represents the merging of Charles Manson and Marilyn Monroe in this story. Again, Charles Manson came up with the scenario for killing some celebrities in Hollywood and blaming it on the Black Panthers to incite a race war, to incite eliminationism. Eliminationism is what Helter Skelter is ultimately about. It was meant to create an outrage, like a shock to the system that would create some blowback. Charles Manson was running a psyop. And again, that's pretty much what Jussie Smollett was doing. Now again, Kanye West comes out with Candace Owens and a White Lives Matter shirt, and I'm thinking White Lives Matters. Let me show you my mind map. That's got to be a call out to the White Album. We're looking at not black and white as in race so much as black and white as in this Masonic Hegelian dialectic they use to manipulate the masses into warring with itself. Here's a mind map, Helter Skelter 2022, and I've been putting a lot of the key figures and events into a context here to show you how what we're looking at, I would contend, is very much engineered. And I think the next stage is this Django Unchained, which has just been referenced. It's the role he's playing right now. It's the role he played in the Black Skinhead song. Again, I'm pretty sure everything we're seeing right now was planned long in advance. Let me go ahead and go through a few other notes that I picked up over the last few days, and we're going to continue to build onto this. Unannounced without invitation, Kanye West escorted out of Skechers building, says Phase Polarizer. Yeah, you can see how obvious this is. It's very obvious. Take a look at this. Here is one of your Proud Boy leaders. Enrico Tarrio, Proud Boy leader, charged with seditious conspiracy. And I've been discussing the meaning of the significance of names and how these things are all coded. You know, Marilyn Manson has this coded reference. Even Kanye West's name, we're watching the West burn. Well, here you have the Proud Boys, the self-identified Western chauvinists. And it was Western Derek Chauvin that was put on trial. You see, the West has been put on trial for its treatment of George Floyd, or the rich versus the poor. Not only that, but the rich versus the environment and how it affects everybody globally. Western chauvinism, you know, is the thing that's been put on display with that ritual. But here you have the Proud Boy leader, one of the leaders, charged with the seditious conspiracy for 1-6, and his shirt says Western chauvinist in yellow font, except the name Chauvin is highlighted in white. I'm just making the point here that that's an association that they intentionally put into our minds. He's supposed to be the poster child for Western chauvinism. Like, you can understand that if our system is predicated upon property ownership and the presumption is that it's inherently oppressive and it leaves these victims, and of course Floyd and BLM representing the communist left, Marxist, the Marxist take, rich versus poor, it all makes sense. The names are that significant. And that's why it's very significant that we're watching the public immolation of Kanye West, because it's about the West itself being on trial because of what we've done, what we're doing. And when you see Putin being called the chief exorcist because the West needs to be desatanized, well, think about it. Even Kanye, he's desatanizing his life. You know, he specifically points out Hollywood as being the baneful influence that has destroyed his nuclear family, and it is the satanic West that is destroying the world from this perspective. And that's why I'm suggesting here that we're watching the simultaneous downfall of both. Okay, now listen to this. This is from Alan Moore. Alan Moore, of course, The Watchmen, V for Vendetta, a big name meta-scripter. Quote, Aleister Crowley once stated that the most important grimoire, or book of magical instruction that anyone could ever conceivably own, would be an etymological dictionary. And in my opinion, he was exactly right. I keep it right here by my desk, and just 10 minutes ago, it confirmed to me that I had the spelling of proprioception right all along, even though my spell checker raised a crinkly red eyebrow. Alan Moore. Etymology, the origin of words. Derek Chauvin, the name Derek, hangman, actually comes from a hangman who hanged 3,000, a very 9/11-y number. I can't breathe, asphyxiation. That was a public lynching for 846, America's hangman. Of course, America being put on trial, and then you have the 9/11 reference inherent in the timing, 8 minutes 46 seconds. 9/11 starts at 8:46. The sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. These are, again, reasons why I'm pointing out that the names give away the story more than anything. And I've been looking into Christopher Nolan's connection to this bigger story, like Alan Moore, another metascriptor, and both of them are deeply immersed in Crowley. In fact, I would say that Christopher Nolan is, like I said, the Kubrick of our time, and he's someone worth analyzing because of his role in all these Batman films and in the upcoming Oppenheimer about the nuke. Very timely. We have had a number of other events. I don't want to gloss over it too much, but I'm going to address everything here. But I just want to get everything out I can regarding this narrative of the West being nuked, because even now, that's exactly what Putin is drilling for. They're actually doing drills right now for destroying you all. All right, release date, July 2023. Now look, the world's not going to end. Like, I'm not a doomsayer. The world ended in 2020. To me, this is all about mind war. Otherwise, you wouldn't have these release dates. They wouldn't put money into something. They're so greedy. They wouldn't put money into something if it wasn't going to manifest. They haven't stopped producing things. Oppenheimer 2023. Physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer works with a team of scientists during the Manhattan Project, leading to the development of the atomic bomb. Director Christopher Nolan. All right, we have, now I have been keeping up with the Kool-Aid drinkers, and I did mention 107 the other day. 107 is the one that they believe is JFK Jr., and he claims that right now Trump is having his last supper. Now, this is a Christian reference, it's a Christ reference, and this is again another example of the Christification of Donald Trump. They do worship him like he's Christ, like he's Kennedy. They've made him into a god. But 107 is a big influencer among the Q politicians. And he said, the ink has dried, and this is from Friday the 21st. Just got word from multiple sources and from inside the family that the ink has dried and the arrest is going to happen within 7 days. Now, this is interesting because, of course, the first Q drop was 10/5/2017. I mean, it's been around for, well, no, it'll be 5 years as of tomorrow. It was 10/28, excuse me, 10/28/2017. Q is going to be 5 years old. And he put this out there on the 21st, meaning within 7 days, Trump's going to be arrested. Would it coincide with the first Q drop? And do you remember the timing? Q drop 1 to the Queen dropping, Q drop to Queen drop, 1,776 days. I mean, lots of interesting coincidences here, but now this is from 107, quote, much like a Last Supper, Trump is having his dinner at Mar-a-Lago. He knew this is coming, hence the tree's being cut so the world can watch this horrendous last-ditched effort by the satanic cabal. This will be a very dark time for everyone. The world's on a precipice right now. Even though I know we'll come out okay on the other side, I felt this sadness and has drenched my soul. Please pray. So 107 is claiming here that Donald Trump's about to be arrested. And it's going to happen, I guess, tomorrow. So just a heads up, tomorrow. For some reason that video of Kate Perry doing the Furby eye is getting a lot of traction, and all the anti-vaxxers assume that she's got the eye of the Pfizer. What do you all think? You all saw the video of her glitching out? I just figured she's wearing fake lashes and they're sticking together. It was some kind of a wardrobe malfunction. But, people will run to their favorite explanations and, settle on it. Commenter says it was shown to us for a reason. Yeah, it could have just been a way to flash the all-seeing eye. I mean, they do have a sense of humor about this. Thank you, Uncool Ben. We at IPS appreciate the support. We are a listener supported, a listener driven operation, but I'm also expanding into my art business, which I was into before this. And I think that if I augment it, we'll continue to expand into print and other areas pretty rapidly in the coming weeks and months. I'm very optimistic about the future, despite all of the attempts to censor our channel. Like it hasn't phased us. In fact, I think every attempt to squash this channel has just caused us to evolve. And what we have now is bigger than any one platform. It's actually a network of minds who are, philosophically on the same sheet. We don't like being lied to, and we're not obsessed with, but we're greatly amused by deconstructing these lies. And we have a pretty good success rate. And we've taken it to the next level. Not just predictive programming, but concurrent programming, real time entertainment, influencing your thoughts on the real time news. I mean, it's pretty remarkable what they've done, but I think we are pretty much up to speed with what the stage magicians on the world stage can do. Phase Polarizer says stress related nervous reaction. Could have been. I've seen a number of things with that particular actress, which makes me question any of her antics. I'm pretty sure she's John Benet Ramsey. And shout out to Human Vibrations. I'll have to reach out to that channel. I'll put a link in my notes here. Human Vibration had done an anagram search on John Benet Ramsey, and it turns out you can discern from that, enjoy your basement. Rishi Sunak to be crowned UK Prime Minister. Again, crowned. Think about these names. You get crown, king, phoenix, Christ, all these things that are correlated. And the 33, the crown, obviously being correlated here. And here you have British Prime Minister walking between two pillars, each one having a 3 on it. And I don't know if it is a big deal, but I just couldn't help but notice the resemblance to the new Prime Minister, to the main character in The Watcher. And it wasn't that they look so much alike, because then they have the same hair, the same eyebrows, similar expressions, but that both of them are shown in a similar, here we go, photograph. Walking between two pillars, you have this image. When you search The Watcher, you see this man coming out of his door. And that's the significance here. You're talking about the symbolism of architecture when you're looking at Masonic symbolism, stairs, doors, arches, pillars. And here he is. This is the lead actor from The Watcher coming out from between two pillars. And I thought, why does he look exactly like the Prime Minister, the way he's posed in this picture? I thought it was the same. I thought, oh, that guy with the newspaper and the bathrobe? Just a coincidence, I'm sure, but maybe not. Like I said, they blend things together with names. They also do it with images. That's why I was pointing out the correlation between the lead character in The Man Who Fell to Earth and Kanye West. Because if Kanye West is inheriting the musical, I guess he's the successor in this sense, the icon, as far as like the level of an icon, if he's the successor of Bowie, and then if Bowie's in The Man Who Fell to Earth, you can see how the new Man Who Fell to Earth would have to be applied to Kanye, and they did it through this actor who has multiple correlations to Kanye, including their birth age. And they represent, again, the same thing as far as iconography, the black star, this fallen or descended savior. And I have something else to add to that. When I watched the new Elvis movie in the theater, it opened up with a trailer for the movie called Black Adam. And Black Adam is starring The Rock. So there you have another Black Rock. And he wears a lightning bolt around his neck. Again, Mr. Satan falls like lightning, Starman. You have this superhero character, Black Adam, played by The Rock, Black Rock, and then he's wearing the lightning bolt. That's the trailer. Then Elvis starts. When Elvis starts, it's Elvis as a kid, as a child, with a lightning bolt around his neck, like a big pendant. Of course, he's the Black Star. It shows him growing up, working for Crown Electric, big lightning bolt and a crown. Again, king, crown, I mean, these symbols are grouped together and it's so consistent. I just have to point it out. Thank you, Travis Cloud. We at IPS appreciate the support. He says, great work, flat earth people everywhere. You know, the default position is globe earth because that's what you're taught, but you've never seen the curve. You just haven't. Like from the perspective of your physical body, you've never experienced a curve, your eyes have never seen it. It's just this hypothetical. You just got to believe. And this curving is interesting, how they curve everything, how time-space is curved, gravity is just curvature of time-space because of large mass. And they say they curve the horizon with their GoPros, but it's all about the curving, the bending. And I found this interesting etymological breakdown, speaking of etymology, as Alan Moore was referencing. It's important, I think, because the word wicker in one breakdown is the basis for Wicca, you know, like witchcraft. And wicker, you get the wicker basket. It's about bending. And I think there's this connotation here about the bending of reality, that if you can just bend it a little bit at the starting point, you can make anything real. And this brought me back to the idea of newsbenders, which is from 1968. It's from this 30-minute theater. But the newsbenders is about how the news is written decades in advance. And the people who write it are all compromised. You know, they have a job they cannot refuse. They're given a position and they're let in. And I'll play a clip from the newsbenders because I think they bend everything. I think they've bent our reality. And it's all, of course, fundamental to maintaining their mind control, putting us on their world stage. But this is the newsbenders, and it's from the BBC, again, 1968, where this individual is applying at a job at the Classified World News Service. And now the CWNS, the Classified World News Service, operates between government and media companies supplying news footage and stills. And here's where he finds out that, yes, at this place they actually fabricate all of our world events. And here he has shown a mock stage for the Apollo landing, among other things, the faking of the nuke, and he's even told why they're going to be doing these things. Here he's told about the news 5 years to the future.
1973. We've only roughed out the news for 1973. Nothing's been given the go-ahead yet, but this is the kind of thing we have in mind. Come.
He's walking through the stage, and he sees what appears to be the moon landing site, and just a model. And as he walks to the room, he's told why they needed to fake it.
First historic pictures by Radstar of the combined U.S.-Russian landing on the moon. Shown here are Majors Webb and Mikhailovich taking their first steps into the unknown.
He's literally showing him clips of news from the future. I mean, imagine getting a job at CNN or Fox. And I'm pretty sure this happened. You know, like the first day on the job for Sean Hannity was 9/11 in 2001. You know, I can imagine maybe in August of 2001, Sean Hannity has shown, okay, here's what's going to happen in September, and he sees the buildings falling down. I mean, you can tell that many of these insiders have some level of inside knowledge, that there's duper's delight galore. But again, this is news benders and how they bend our reality. And of course, this also would suggest, and this is why I think a lot of this stuff about Russia and Ukraine is just theater. Everybody agrees when it comes to outer space. Everybody participates, as in International Space Station. Sure, they seem to be having some level of space contention. They want to fight over who runs the place, and it seems like China may take over once they take down the ISS. But they all share the same backstage. That's my point. They all share the same special effects department. Or at least they compare notes, and they're on the same sheet as far as we are going to fool the masses. I think China has its own special effects department. They could learn a lot from NASA, to be quite honest. All right, let us continue. David Hogg sent this tweet yesterday. Over 4 years ago, Brian protested with March for Our Lives to demand action on gun violence in our schools and communities. This week, he was shot in both hands, like a stigmata, and through his neck by an AR-15 in St. Louis. He jumped out of a window to save his life. All right, so here you have a March for Our Lives protester. I said they should have named it Run for Our Lives. Didn't get away fast enough. No, anyway, shot him through his hands. Come on. This is Christ. This is Christ. This is another bit of symbolism here. And then jumping from the window. By the way, that shooting in St. Louis was at a performance arts school, not unlike Parkland. A bunch of actors. I have some more notes on that, which we'll get to. Most of you here already know what these things are. It doesn't take us long to deconstruct these psyops. Basketball team linked to Kanye West kicked from tournament in response to the artist's statements. Interesting. I want to get back into the Kanye thing here in just a few moments. There's a couple more things we have to touch on. Okay, I had made the connection between Kanye West and Django Unchained, because there he is taking credit for it. And this is recent. Django Unchained, based on Nat Turner. Nat Turner, the inspiration for Turner Diaries. Turner Diaries was published in 1978, and 42 years later, it came back to life. If you look at the cover of the Turner Diaries, you have a man and a woman guarding their property from the, I guess, the equality police. Now, if you look at the next image I'm showing you, these are the McCloskeys. They showed up in these exact costumes on their front lawn. He's got an assault rifle 15, and she's got a cigarette lighter that looks like a gun. And they are menacing the BLM, Black Lives Matter. Now, if you compare their wardrobe to the man and the woman on the Turner Diaries, you can see it's the same thing. The Turner Diaries couple grown up equals the McCloskeys. Not a coincidence. Now, it wouldn't be right to stand in front of a giant empty mansion on your front lawn pointing guns at marchers on your street. Like, that's a little outside of the scope of what your Second Amendment would actually allow you to get away with. You can't mow down a parade. Now, if they broke into his house, yes. And even then, I mean, even then, you have to have a reasonable cause to kill somebody. And in this case, the BLM protesters weren't exactly burning anything down. They broke a gate, yes. Police should have been called. But this, I think, was an intentional overreach. And what they were trying to convey here is this. When the McCloskeys were out there pointing guns at BLM, they're in a mansion that's empty. And this is what they're trying to convey symbolically. This is about the system has benefited a privileged group, and they have these big empty mansions that they're very insecure about. Meanwhile, they're surrounded by tens of thousands of homeless. This is all part of the Marxist structuring, rich versus poor, poor versus rich. Now they use environmentalism to advance much of the Marxism. But here with BLM, it still has that traditional framework. And they had to show you an example of some privileged rich people. And again, I think they were Democrats, which some said, that's kind of interesting. The Democrats have to deal with what they've created. But no, I think if anything, these are actors playing a role, and they're playing the role of the Turner Diaries couple. And by the way, when they went on tour after, because they still go on tour, they go and they show the support for Kyle Rittenhouse, they go around politicking, they wear the same uniform. Like, I don't know if they pose like that for pictures, but they definitely wear the same thing. She's dressed up like the Hamburglar, and then he's wearing the polo shirt. All right, let us continue. Again, just making this clear that the Turner Diaries is about Helter Skelter, a real-life Helter Skelter. And Helter Skelter comes from Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson is mixed into he's on the Black Skinhead track, he's sampled. And he and Kanye on 222 sang a song together called Jail. about going to jail. Not hard to put the dots together there. All right, let's continue. This is a Q drop thing. Yesterday, Elon Musk, Pope Elon, took over Twitter. He walked into Twitter headquarters carrying a sink. His tweet said, "Entering Twitter headquarters, let that sink in." There you have a very funny dad joke. But it just so happens to be the case that there is a corresponding Q drop that says, "Nobody is sleeping tonight. Let that sink in." Now, this tweet from Q Stradamus says, "For what reason is nobody sleeping tonight? It seems obvious to me that the timing of Elon's Twitter purchase is not a coincidence. By appearance, we have seen a systematic exposure of corruption at Twitter by a man who cannot be bought or deterred, similar to Trump and Kanye. Alongside Elon's exposure, if all our accounts are restored, I see a huge shift in the awakening." That's from Q Stradamus. The Nonners believe that this, tied with Kanye and Parler, Trump and Truth Social, is going to precipitate a great awakening. You have these three right-wing maverick rogue outsiders who happen to be billionaires. Well, Kanye's formerly a billionaire, but maybe Parler can fix that. Also, just a heads up, tomorrow is 10/28, Q's 5th birthday, and 107 107 is highly influential. You might think he's just a fringe kook, but he's well known among all of the Q-friendly GOP, which is pretty much all of them. And 107 says that in 7 days, Trump's going to be arrested. That's tomorrow. Q's 5th birthday, Trump's going to be arrested. So just a heads up. And if he isn't, none of them will lose any of their credibility. Doc, spelled with a Q, D-O-Q, Doc Holliday said, "For those of you who don't know, you're being misled. I'm 99% sure that JFK Jr., if he were on social media, would not promote himself as though he were JFK Jr. What part of thinking logically have you not figured out?" Well, Vincent Kennedy responds. He says, "I imagine Biden's really JFK Jr. in a mask. He's 46 for now," meaning President 46. They call Trump 45, and they're saying that JFK Jr. could be 46. And here's a very poorly constructed meme of Joe Biden ripping his face off and showing JFK Jr. beneath it, which I don't know how that helps. He's still a Democrat. But again, I'm keeping you up with the Kool-Aid drinkers, keeping you up with the crisis actors, and keeping you up with the fall of the West. A friendly environmentalist, nature lover, Jacques Cousteau says, "In order to save the planet, it'd be necessary to kill 350,000 people per day." It's a lot. Again, environmentalism is misanthropy. That's pretty much all that it is. You can send me messages at infiniteplane.media. You can also leave voicemails at 833-311-1984. Someone named Anya sent me this message. Says, "What does U.S. have on Russia? Putin says he's not bluffing on nukes but hasn't used them. He's threatened to blow up a dam in the Ukraine, but he hasn't. Either he is an epic fail or he's scared." I was thinking they were waiting until not just October, but until Scorpio. And we're in Scorpio now. As Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, Hades, and this is the year of Pluto's return, very significant. And here we are in the midterms. So midterms, 2-2, and we're looking at it being right here in the middle of what the right, far right, like Bannon is calling, Steve Bannon, who's supposed to serve 4 months, by the way. You know, he's calling this election the most momentous one since 1862, referring to an election that occurred during the Civil War. I mean, that's how they're framing it. And I would think that Putin's going to strike after the helter-skelter kicks off. I think it's going to be taking advantage of the chaos which they may be helping to instigate. I think that's the story. The nukes will happen, but Helter Skelter has to kick it off. So we're waiting on Kanye. Got another message from my website. He said, worth a listen if bored. Okay, I'll take a look. This is a video someone recommended to me. I will take recommendations, and I always share them on my Minds account. If you want to share something with a lot of people, send it to me at infiniteplane.media, and I'll put it on blast if it's something you want me to go through. I watched a lot of great videos the other day on the connections between David Bowie, Kubrick, and Christopher Nolan. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Well, it's not that it's unbelievable. It's stuff that's worth knowing. You know, this isn't conjecture. We're actually, at this point, I'd say, we are reverse engineering the big script real time. All right, let us continue. Just Stop Oil activist explains why she threw soup at a Van Gogh painting. Again, this is a reoccurring theme here. The Stop Oil is part of this. I'm not sure if it's the same thing as Extinction Rebellion, but it's part of the same religion. And if you didn't know, climate change, environmentalism, all of this hyperbolic fear porning, yeah, it's a religion. It's a doomsday cult. And its members feel justified in committing property crimes. They think it's funny. They think they can decide if it is or isn't a crime. You know, if you throw a tomato soup on a painting, just because the painting isn't damaged, well, you could still be liable for damages. I would still sue her. How many hours was that painting taken out of circulation? Among other things. Like, I'm pretty sure that this hypocrite here should be charged with a crime, but won't be. And the museum's probably complicit. And if this person really believed the scientists that say the world's going to end, you must stop oil painting, you would also wear a mask. You would also be social distance. You wouldn't have left your house. It's the same scientists.
Now, I would like to make one thing perfectly clear. We did no damage to the painting whatsoever. I was in court yesterday, heard that there's been minimal damage done to the frame, which is repairable and replaceable, and absolutely no damage done to the painting. It was behind glass, and we never ever would have considered doing it if we didn't know that it was behind glass and that we wouldn't do any damage. I mean, literally.
Okay, they wouldn't have considered doing it if they had any chance of really damaging the painting, but they do damage. They do damage the economy. They do damage people's lives when they block roads. You don't know how much money is lost, how much work is lost, other things. There was some environmentalists on a bridge caused some 6-hour traffic delays, and there was an accident. Someone got hit by a car. They do have blood on their hands. And I think it would be perfectly acceptable to preemptively arrest all of them, just so they could stop being carbon super spreaders.
We were sat there so glued to the wall. They wiped it off with a bit of kitchen roll. I recognise that it looks like a slightly ridiculous action. I agree, it is ridiculous, but we're not asking the question, should everybody be throwing soup on paintings? What we're doing is getting the conversation going so we can ask the questions that matter. Questions like, is it okay that Liz Truss is licensing over
Okay, here we go. Anyway, I'm done with this. I liked Greta better. I mean, at least Greta was just straight up and honest. I don't want you to drive. I don't want you to fly. We're going to cancel out these previous generations and all of their lifestyles. This person here, it's a little disingenuous. It really is. And again, they're hypocrites. It's hard for me to believe that they're even serious. It's hard for me to believe that they're serious if they're not going to wear masks. Like that individual that spit on Alex Stein at that protest. I mean, liberals in mobs are known to spit. And I always thought that's kind of a contradiction that, on the one hand, they want us to, I don't know, it's like they want us to lock down, social distance. You're a bioterrorist just by breathing, and then they can just spit on people, and they don't really recognize, like, that's a weapon of mass destruction. Salty Siren says that was disgusting. It was. Whatever that was that came out of her mouth, out of her esophagus. It reminded me of that movie called Sputnik. It was August 2020 when Putin released Sputnik 5, the COVID vaccine. There was a movie out of Russia called Sputnik. And Sputnik was about cosmonauts in space coming back down with viral infections that were actually the result of aliens that infect them and create this symbiotic relationship. Here's a short description of it. They seem to have developed a completely symbiotic relationship with the creatures living in the esophagus of the cosmonauts, benefiting from their nutrients. That's definitely the vibe that I got. I was like, does this person know a cosmonaut? Like, what was that thing in her esophagus? But she spit it out onto Alex Stein. I don't know if they called the police or anything like that, or if he's just going to use that as an example. All right, this headline again, Kanye West, a musical giant who crashed to Earth. You can see there's a bigger story there. And by the way, in the new movie, Man Who Fell to Earth, there's only one woman. Again, a woman. One woman who can save the species. Her name? Naomi Harris. A woman named Harris being handpicked by Starman, the man who fell to Earth, our savior. Yeah, he found someone who can save us, and the name is Harris. Nothing alarming about that. I've got a pretty good video here. New York City is just a giant Grand Theft Auto server at this point. It always has been. The entire Earth has always been just that. And this is a video from yesterday in New York. It's like a school bus ramming through traffic, and there were police officers falling all over it. I mean, it's just a big chaotic mess. Not hard to imagine. It's just New York. But I'm saying it's always been this. Like, the world's not getting worse. The chaos isn't accelerating. If anything, it's decelerating. The difference is now we are all witnesses to it. Again, chief exorcist Putin will de-Satanize the West and its Hollywood values as Kanye West's world burns in front of us. I think Kanye West is off script in a way, but he's not off stage. He's in his own Truman Show. I don't know if he knows how deep it is, but I'm pretty sure he's being provoked into this very public downfall. Kanye West has been banned from Fortnite, banned from his own school, losing everything. Meanwhile, and this is on the Daily Cause, Ye's dive into the anti-Semitic abyss greenlights a wave of eliminationism from the far right. Not a coincidence he's buying Parler, again, from the husband of his 33-year-old friend Candace Owens. Parler's CEO is her husband, and Parler was the one that was used for much of the 1/6 insurrection psyop staging. Republicans continue their descent into fascist eliminationism, and the masks of plausible deniability they've been wearing begin to slip. It appears we've reached the point, thanks in no small part to entertainer Ye, whose recent embrace of open anti-Semitism has resulted in few repercussions. Well, this article came out on the 25th. There have been a few more repercussions. But it's going on to say this is a week of far-right fringe figures, pundits, and politicians and eliminationists, going from Donald Trump's tweets calling on Jews to appreciate his support for Israel to Laura Logan on Newsmax describing globalists dining on the blood of children. Then you have Tucker Carlson's vicious attacks on black NBC hosts, claiming she is trying to incite a new race war. None of this is surprising. I mean, we're moving toward the midterms. And the point of midterms is this, in this bigger context. America, born 1776, is experiencing the return of Pluto here in 2022. The significance of that is that from the perspective of fake history, or whatever you want to believe about history, it's just supposedly it's synonymous with the overturning of empires. The idea here, of course, is that Pluto return releases the Kraken, and I've been seeing this term of the crack. And what is a crack but a split, like a crack in a dam, or the schism that divides our nation, the schism in the middle. And right now, the midterms is about this very schism. This is the split. I think this is the breaking point. And my take on it is that everything being unleashed right now is to create some kind of excuse for, well, I guess you could call it the synthesis. You have the Hegelian dialectic. They create these poles. They make sure that they cannot be reconciled without a third party, and then they ram them together. Worldview warfare. And that's what we're about to experience. It's above, it's below. It's not a coincidence that the International Space Station had to dodge Russian space junk. Again, space junk from a satellite test that Russia did that America can't do because they said they wouldn't in the Outer Space Treaty. And I remember when I was watching these anti-satellite ballistic tests, I'm thinking, why would they be doing this unless they wanted some plausible deniability for the space station falling later? Like, could they not calculate it? Let's blow up this one, and then eventually that field of debris is going to hit the space station. And it seems like that is what they're doing. If they take it down, it'll likely be with some level of plausible deniability. Kanye West wax figure removed from public view. London Museum moves the figure of U.S. rapper due to his racist, anti-Semitic, anti-black remarks. Now, I had mentioned the connection between the BLM, Marxist class warfare view, and environmentalism. Well, listen to this from utilitydive.com. The energy system is, quote, inherently racist. How are utilities responding to calls for greater utility? Climate justice is a thing, but this angle here is really what got me started on this Kanye West thing. When that January 9th fire happened in the Bronx, they said it was because of space heaters, and they said the space heaters were necessitated by the poverty created by this unbalanced system of capitalism. They said that space heaters, these were caused by they were necessitated by climate change. Climate change caused by the rich. But that also the space heaters were then symbols of inequity. Deadly Bronx fire puts focus on space heaters, some see as symbols of inequity. Again, 19 stories, 19 victims, 9 Northwest Tower of the Twin Parks. All kinds of 9/11 connections here on this event. But the main thing is this. The space heater as a symbol of inequity. This was blamed on capitalism. Now, space capitalism is the reason for space wars. We cannot let Western, or I'd say manifest destiny, we cannot let that spread into space. The sun has to set on the west. The Great Reset is just that, the sun setting on the west. Now, these symbols of iniquity have also, I think, drawn attention to space wars. We're talking about space heaters. Well, space is heating up. Not just the climate change, which they say is causing space junk to stay up longer, but it's about the political climate heating up. And after that, we had a lot of the contention between America and Russia. Is Russia going to leave the space station? So again, 1/9, I saw this as there's going to be a strike from space from Russia as space wars heat up and the West is going to burn. And of course, Kanye has a kid named North, and I was like, the Northwest Tower burned, and it was all put out by fire truck number 42, by the way. And if you get into the symbolism, you'll find it's all there as well. But it was back in January when these Twin Parks towers were burning that I started realizing, wait, they're using the term West in a very specific way with this celebrity's name, and I'm seeing its correlation to the way the West is being framed by Putin. Climate denial is a gateway drug for racism and anti-LGBTQ plus bigotry. Now, how is that? Again, this is narrative buildup. We got to get rid of conspiracy theorists because it's a slippery slope. Candace Owens has a new book to sell based on attacking BLM, claiming George Floyd was killed by fentanyl. Considering the significance of the George Floyd event, 2020, the George Floyd summer of riots, this stands out to me as important because George Floyd's death is the subject of this documentary by Candace Owens, and I watched it yesterday. She's a 33-year-old Illuminati agitator, obviously. Putting this out at this time, calling into question the very narrative. did George get killed by police oppression? No, she's saying Derek Chauvin did no wrong. That's her basic story. Her basic take on it is that BLM is a scam and Derek Chauvin did no wrong. This is what is being echoed by Kanye West. This is why the George Floyd family threatened to sue Kanye for $250 million. But think about this. Candace and Kanye wearing White Lives Matter, calling out Black Lives Matter as a hoax, as a scam, claiming their martyr isn't a martyr but a criminal. This is instigation. And then the connection to Parler seals it. We're looking at high-level instigation with the self-defined king of culture, one of the most popular figures on the world stage right now, Kanye West, engaging in this helter-skelter Turner Diaries level provocations. And these provocations are meant to cause something. And then you have all of the usual suspects out there like Goyim TV waving flags over freeways in Los Angeles. Kanye West is right about Jews. You can kind of see how this all ties together. Not a coincidence again that Kanye West is the son of a Black Panther. And they couldn't do this with whites. You could not have Tucker Carlson go out there and say these things explicitly. He has to have Kanye come out and say these things. They had to have Candace Owen and Kanye West. Why do they have to have black celebrity political figures advancing the white nationalist Timothy McVeigh helter-skelter narrative? Why is that? I mean, to me, this is all very much consistent with the PSYOP entertainment complex and its Hegelian dialectics, the black versus white. Beyond race, it's really about manipulating the mass mind, where people didn't even really catch it until they never really see it until it's too late. It's way beyond just one celebrity. This is a bigger picture, and her connection to Parler should tell you this is part of the political theater of 2022 and the midterms and the splitting apart of the West. A couple of other things I want to point out, just kind of scouring the related nodes on the mind map here. I think I've made most of the connections. The next thing we're waiting for is this. We're waiting for this Django Unchained thing to pick up. Again, it was just a couple of days ago. Kanye West took credit for the Django Unchained story, which ties into Nat Turner and the Turner Diaries. It's a very interesting story. I mean, what we're looking at here, the burning down of the West, and I don't know what's going to happen as far as how it's executed, other than nuclear winter appears to be a part of the story, which means lockdowns because of fallout. Lockdowns because of nuclear fallout. We've been talking about Putin being appointed the chief exorcist to desatanize and exorcise the West. I've been getting a lot of interesting videos. If you want to follow my Twitter feed, like the CEO of Pfizer, in more videos than one, has that neck thing that kind of inflates and deflates like a frog or a reptoid.
Your medicines, we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective. No.
Now that, again, is unusual, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe it's a nothing. But then I was also sent this one. Kate Perry was showing off how she can inflate and deflate her neck like a frog, like a big iguana, like some kind of a reptoid.
Yeah. Touch it. Here, touch it.
Oh, this is bad. This is...
Again, this is Kate Perry showing how she can inflate her neck.
Oh, God.
It's a tree frog.
Yeah.
Touch it. Here, touch it.
Yeah, tree frog. How many of you would touch Kate Perry's neck? If she inflated her neck in front of you, would you be willing to? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Then you have this, speaking of celebrities and reptoids, you have Nicole Kidman, star of Eyes Wide Shut, a movie about Illuminati, total insider, obviously. Every day more actors and singers and sportsmen join the promotion of eating bugs. And here you have it. It's good enough for Nicole Kidman.
I'm Nicole Kidman, and I am going to eat a full-course meal of bugs.
There you have it. Nicole Kidman eating a full-course meal of bugs. Right. Other big story, we have a protest going on at BlackRock headquarters in New York in a heavy police protest. These symbols are all interconnected. BlackRock's significance in the post-reset is very important. Again, BlackRock City, Nevada, the source of the location of the Burning Man festivals, and the Black Rock is being associated with this Starman savior. It's the savior, the Starman. The Black Rock is the star that falls. It's the light falling like lightning. It's the Mr. Satan, again, the star-born savior. I'm not sure if I'm buying this narrative about Kate Perry having some kind of damage, the winking eye, but I don't know. I'm seeing all these celebrities with these glitches. I'm open-minded. Again, there's so many things to cover right now. We got Elon Musk threatening unrestricted free speech on Twitter. I'm looking forward to see what happens with Kanye and Parler. Here's a short clip where Kanye West talks about how his gangster friends kept him from going through initiations, which is why he can speak freely. This is kind of an interesting little soundbite. And we're looking at the point in Kanye where the point in his story, I think, where it's about to go Django Unchained. He's about to I'm not sure if he's chased off the edge, but they're certainly pulling every rug they can from beneath him.
A Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations.
There we go. They kept him from the initiations. And what does that mean? And he goes on to say that they cannot legally speak or they will go to prison.
They legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak or they will go to prison.
All right. Fascinating. They legally cannot speak or they will go to prison. Considering COVID a hoax is a gateway to belief in conspiracy theories. I guess Infinite Plane Radio, in addition to being mind war inoculation, is a gateway to dis, and misinformation. Here's another interesting clip. Ralph Norman says that the cabal is actually still being led by Obama.
We're going to subpoena as many people as we can. We're going to hopefully have consequences, starting with Mayorkas, Ray with the FBI. I mean, a whole host of things. The whole administration is a rogue administration. And I guess we all know Joe Biden is not running this country. There is a cabal of unelected elitists who are running this country. Probably Barack Obama is involved. Probably Eric Holder. But who knows?
Who knows? It's weekend at Bernie's. Echo says they initiate by murder and gangs, Tim, I've heard. Sure. Look, if street gangs will commit murders and worse in order to get in, it's not hard to believe that at some of these higher up elitist gangs, they do much worse. Like, I don't fault the QAnoners for thinking that the Clintons eat babies. I mean, you really can't. Now, I was following up on that story in St. Louis. Again, it's an acting school, a bunch of actors, performance artists. I'll leave it up to you. But one of the very first reports that I saw from this shooting looked like a student reporter, and she was wearing a lanyard. And I've noticed that lanyards are, usually a giveaway that you're looking at some kind of a staged production. But let me just play this short clip. This is from the St. Louis Performance Arts School where the shooting happened, and the only reason the media cares is because it was an assault rifle or an AR-15-like weapon. They will never cover stories that involve handgun murders in Chicago. Wonder why.
Hey, Sydney and Rennie, just really a heartbreaking story we just heard about 15 minutes ago from a freshman. He told me they actually thought this was one of those, active shooter drills.
Okay. Right. Thought it was a drill.
Active shooter drills, and then they realized it was actually taking place and there was a real active shooter.
Yeah, okay. Very convincing. Very, very convincing. I'll give her a B. All right, this is JT33, The Masquerade featuring Symbia. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back later to take calls. And if you want to send me a message, go to infiniteplane.media. You can also leave voicemails. It's going to be a very, very active weekend. Tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of Q. Maybe Trump's going to get arrested tomorrow. The arrest that will shock the world. It's the one that they have been waiting on. Maybe it wasn't going to be Clinton. Maybe it is going to be Trump. Then we have the chief exorcist right now. That would be Putin, who's going to exorcise the West as Kanye West world gets exorcised of the same Antichrist influences from Hollywood. Thanks for joining. Links are below. And I'm going to send out the newsletter, so you want to subscribe to that. Have a good day. I'm going to turn it back over to the 24/7.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Start a little bit early. This is Space's Fake AF, which is Chief Crow, who has a new track out. And if you want to hear the latest from Chief Crow, just go to your latest copy of the newsletter, and I posted a link there, and I posted it on Minds. Again, it's Chief Crow. Let me see if I can find a link to it if anyone wants to post it in the chat. You are listening on YouTube burner channel number 139. 139. That's how many YouTube channels we have had to leap from one to the next, and then they take this one out. This one's going to go away. Mark my words. Now, I sent out text notifications, and I was immediately hit with a notification from the texting company, and they said, "We have to review your text to make sure it complies with our guidelines. We will let you know within 30 minutes." I'm waiting to find out if the text alerts have gone out. If you are a recipient of Infinite Plane Radio text alerts, please comment below and let me know that the signal has been sent. If they're going to hold on messages until somebody reviews it, then I may not continue with their service. And this may be an indication that our trolls are continuing with their flagging campaign. One of the ways they shut my channel down is they flag it. They do mass flaggings for spam, and they'll spam the chat as bots, or maybe those are real bots, but whatever it is, they use those bots in the chat as an excuse to label it, to falsely label it spam. It says, "Your message is currently under review. We are reviewing it to make sure it complies with carrier regulations." We complete most reviews within 30 minutes during business hours Monday to Friday, and will notify you when your text message is approved. If you believe your account was flagged in error, contact support. And I do. And I would like to know who's flagging it. Okay, no one here has the text alert yet. I want to know who's flagging it, and I'll probably attempt to find out. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, do I care enough to track down who is behind it? Who is interfering? Not really. I mean, I care, but I don't have the time. It's not a priority. There are other things I would rather do. No text signal yet? Okay, well, we'll give it a couple more minutes before we launch headlong into malinformation. If anybody wants to call in, 833-311-1984. Now, I did get out the alerts via Telegram, and that will likely never undergo this type of censorship, and you can get a text alert. I just recommend joining Discord, but if you don't have time for Discord or you don't really care for it, I understand. But it is a very convenient way to get live stream notifications, if nothing else. You can leave voicemails 24/7, and you can also email and contact me at infiniteplane.media. No texts yet, but on a positive note here, we're now on 2 YouTube burners. Odyssey, we're actually live streaming on Telegram, and then we have the audio streams. We have DLive and Twitch. Everything is bounced right back to where it should be. And our audience is now growing, and our ground zero happens to be our own website. Highly unlikely that they're going to create some kind of a situation like before, where we build up on one channel, they pull it, and then it takes months to reconstitute. It'll be slower rebuilding the audience, the live chat audience, but it'll be a far more stable and lasting and permanent change. And if you go through my sites, I've put buttons up to make it very easy for people to find our new Blue Wrench Lodge. And I think right now we have like more than 150 people. And we just opened it barely a month ago. The 24/7 OmniChat, anyone's welcome. You don't have to be a member of the site. That's only to get into the deep research. But if you just want to join in the chats, well, there you go. And also, it's a cross-platform chat. Wherever you are, whatever platform you're on, it gets placed in the same location where it can be searched. We can go back and find links and images that are posted. If anybody shares something that you want to go back and revisit, you could just go scroll up or search. The search function is very useful. In fact, we use the search function. I use it in particular when I'm trying to figure out who's behind a certain moniker. Like I got this troll, and I look to see what adjectives does this person use, and I kind of cross-reference, and I often find out the different masks that belong to the same person. All right, we're joined by AJ206, David Hutchins, Thirst, Subin, Spirit, France is in the house. Flatlander got the email alert. Email alerts are free. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. All right, and at some point I may actually add an audio stream into the Discord as well if anybody wants it. But again, infiniteplanesociety.com, I made a very convenient hub there. Easy to share, easy to remember, and it aptly describes what our mission is. IPS.monster. And by .monster, that domain, IPS.monster really is about metastasizing what we're doing, growing the think tank beyond the bounds of any controlled platform, and making it very easy to reconstitute whenever there's some kind of disruption. Like, we're ready for Armageddon. We are ready for the Kraken, ready for World War III, and we have our field reporters deployed everywhere. There's more than 200 press passes that have been distributed so far, and that's really just since 2020, the empty hospital phenomenon, but lately it's been picking up again. And if you want to get yourself a press pass, just go to infiniteplane.media. I put an ad on the top left, and what that gives you is it gives you the backing of a news agency that actually records, and we document things, whether you write, you want to call in. All right, let's go ahead and continue. Joined by Aku Nukem, OB Ninja. Marcel says finally back to alive. Portal Complex. Yes, we want to keep it live. For some reason, the text message alerts are being reviewed right now. Like, as we speak, somebody's reading my text to a group of people, and they're deciding, can we send this out there? This is why I try to keep my postings very generic, especially on Patreon. If you say, come listen to me talk about the latest variant, you'll get flagged. You have to keep it vague. We could just say, I could just say we're going to have an art discussion. Let's just talk about memes. But even that, even talking about memes is highly suspect. You get flagged by the DHS. They don't care about how many bullets you have or how many MREs you have stored. They want to know what memes you have stored in your head. And memes, by definition, are memorable, easy to transmit. You are all walking meme variant factories and super spreaders. Speaking of meme super spreaders, joined here by JT33, who uses memes and videos and music to do immense harm to the beast matrix concept of reality that we're all supposed to believe in. I'll go ahead and play one of their tracks later. Let me get into this, though. This is big. Well, two things. One, happy hoax anniversary, Vegas. Vegas duped. But this is big. We're talking about field reporters. There's a guy from All Gas No Breaks who goes out and he meets people in person. He meets with the groups. He mingles with all the fringers. This was the guy that went to the Flat Earth Conference, and he didn't make fun of them. They made fun of themselves, and he was just there holding the mic. This was the guy that was talking to Jake Gibson when Jake Gibson was inviting people to cough on his face at the protest.
Do you feel responsible for what happened to the Sandy Hook?
Now here he is. This is Andrew Callaghan. I'll put a link in the chat below. Definitely worth watching the entire presentation. But here he is talking to Alex Jones, who gets sarcastic. And I can understand why. Alex Jones has Sandy Hooker fatigue. He's tired of it. He doesn't want anything else to do with this. It's already old. He was never that committed to it anyway. Like, why is he attached to it? He was never all that married to the topic. And the Sandy Hook thing is being described here as a trap. And I agree with him. I mean, the family made $73 million off Remington. It's all an inside job, if you didn't know. Sandy Hook was an inside job. So is the NRA and its takedown by the Sandy Hookers. They're all a part of it. Do you think that they would part with $70 million if they knew the thing was a hoax? Either they don't know, or they're part of it. And what's more likely? With that kind of money exchanging hands, yeah, it's all just a ruse. My point is, this is all being used to attack the First Amendment, and Alex Jones never really took down the mass shooting hoax industrial complex. He might have focused on this one a little bit, but all the other ones, he treated them as real, even Vegas. In fact, at the time Vegas was happening, he said the media were understating the number of casualties and that it was being done by ISIS and the Taliban. That's what he was saying back when it happened in 2017. My point is, he's never been someone to call things fake as a matter of practice. It was just this one incident. Most are simply described as false flags. But I guess he's just totally tired of this whole thing, and I understand. And his sarcasm here is just top notch. I generally don't really care for sarcasm, but really nobody does it like Bill Hicks. And it really takes Andrew here aback, who doesn't understand, I don't think he understands, that Jones is joking when he takes credit for the Sandy Hook killings. Take a listen.
Hook families.
Yes, I killed the children.
But beyond that,
I went in that school, I pulled a gun out, and I shot every one of them myself. I mean, I'm guilty. It's true.
No, but
no. Let's just. Do I feel responsible that someone that played shoot 'em up video games on a bunch of drugs went and killed a bunch of kids, and then the internet questioned it, and I covered that? They staged Sandy Hook.
So there you have it. He's getting sarcastic, and this is, of course, meant to be a hit piece. And the other guy doesn't break character. He doesn't laugh at Alex's joke. Doesn't really give him credit for the fact that this is some really epic sarcasm. In fact, I think he even takes credit for inventing hemorrhoids and cancer. Let me go ahead and play and hangovers.
Flip it to me.
I invented cancer.
How?
I just did it. Doesn't matter. I created death. People didn't die before I was born. I created heartburn. I created hemorrhoids. I created hangovers. I created gingivitis.
Now, again, this is hilarious. The other guy's not laughing. He doesn't get it. This is some highbrow comedy. And at the end of it, you hear this attorney for the Sandy Hookers, this guy, whining about how he doesn't think Alex Jones should be able to be Alex Jones anymore, that he ought to lose his ability to even speak. It's pretty bad.
Over and over and over again. And I put that on Alex Jones more than anybody else in the country.
So, for those who don't know, can you describe the extent of the harassment that was experienced by the Sandy Hook families?
Now, a lot of this is just stuff that's, I think, myth. I don't think they can prove any of it. But at the end of it, he says Alex Jones needs to be deprived of his platform. And I think that's a pretty horrible thing to say. And then what's more, at the end of it, this guy walks around and videotapes the tombstones of the dead kids. So in other words, this is meant to be a hit piece. I think it was inadvertently funny, and it's being reported on as Alex Jones having a meltdown. Like somehow Alex Jones lost his mind by saying these things. No, it's called sarcasm. All right, let me go ahead and play a short clip here where the attorney for the Sandy Hook families is talking about how Jones needs to be taken away from any kind of a platform.
The question is, will this suit be successful at stopping him from being on the national stage? And my worry is, like we said in the courthouses, it won't be, because the cameras will still follow him. Like, he can lose all of his money. He gets out there again on the bullhorn, and he starts building it right back up.
No, I told you I was going to shut it down.
Now, again, he's saying that Jones should be deprived of a platform, and he even says something kind of ominous, that Jones needs to be taken off the world stage. I think that's what he says.
I was going to hand it off to the people. I know. It's not a labor of love now, it's a labor of war.
I'll put this clip out if you want to watch it. It's a great interview, but I played a couple choice clips there. Yeah, he's just being sarcastic, but he's got serious Sandy Hook fatigue, and I kind of do too. You know, these days, these things are so easy to deconstruct, and there's no reason to crucify yourself and be a martyr for the truth. Like, if you know, you know. You know, I even thought as a joke, we could just start reporting on the news here, pretending like it's real. All the while, we all know what we're really talking about. Just got to point out a few things. It's almost like dog whistles. Oh, look at the water bottle. Oh, I noticed the lanyard. Flatlander says David Hogg played Adam Lanza. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, I would say so. And, at first I thought Adam Lanza was repurposed into David Hogg, but it might have been a Hogg character. Just a bowl cut away, as the One-Eyed Jack and the Shells song goes. And that's all it is. It's a bowl cut. And if you put the two side by side, it fits. And if you look into the disposition of Adam Lanza's remains, well, his father, who is friends with the Joker shooter, the Joker shooter from Aurora, Colorado, yeah, his dad had some kind of connection to Lanza's dad, weirdly enough. But Adam Lanza and David Hogg do have a curious resemblance. I think this is intentional because one is the face of terror and one is the face of the one who's going to save you from the terror. Classic mind control, double bind, cognitive dissonance inducing Stockholm Syndrome material here. Your savior is your terrorist. Trauma bond. And that face is unmistakable. Spirit says millennials have zero sense of humor. The guy looks lost. Yes, he does look lost. I mean, he's there to be offended. He's sitting in front of the devil, and Alex Jones plays into the straw man and then takes it a little further, saying that, yeah, I invented death. Nobody died before me. And he made a really good point. I mean, that was really, I think, some epic ranting and sarcasm right in the guy's face. And he couldn't break character. And there was a point where you could see Alex was trying to get a laugh out of him. And you could see Alex smiling. And then Alex gets up and walks out because he realizes that it's not going to get anywhere. It went over that dude's head. I guess he's paid not to find humor in it. I mean, that was one of the best Bill Hicks performances I've ever seen. Spirit Jordak says Lanza means spear. HIG says happy Infinite Saturn Day, folks. Marcel remarks on Coolio found dead. Seems like he wanted to expose the pedo elite. You know, I do have some clips, and I watched a video about that, about Coolio's death and how 5 months before he had alluded to things that he's actually afraid, he said, afraid to discuss. So we'll get to that, and this 11 Minutes is a documentary series about the deadliest shooting in U.S. history, talking about the Vegas shooting. It's called 11 Minutes, and it's a docu-series. I'd like to know how many parts is in this. I haven't watched it yet, but I plan to. We'll probably watch it in the Discord server. It's a 4-part series entitled 11 Minutes, detailing the deadliest shooting in U.S. history 5 years after the tragedy. And by tragedy, I think they mean like a play. There's far too much predictive programming to believe these things are authentic events. I mean, these events deconstruct themselves. They're full of holes, no pun intended. And this one was easily debunkable. And it marked the point where the media realized they can't compete with independent reporters and observers and commentators. They couldn't compete for views, and they couldn't maintain their stories, the integrity of their stories would just dissipate. And after Vegas, during the shooting, they pulled all live streams, such as this one, and said they were going to rely on more authoritative sources to cover events that are, quote, tragic. And I'm like, okay, this is just evidence that they can't compete. Even though it meant I was demonetized, I realized, okay, well, no need to quit, considering that they're this easy to bowl over. They can't compete with a few YouTubers. And this was about the time that auto hoaxers were really being reviled. Like, how dare you call this fake? We don't know yet. And the QAnoners at the time insisted it was real, and the deep state did it to make Trump look bad. And I was talking to QAnoners saying, no, we already figured out they're hoaxing things. But they chose to go with this new shiny object, the Q, rather than just pure discernment. All right, let's continue. Elon Musk unveils new prototype of humanoid robot Optimus, says it will cost less than a car. I think this is just a bad joke, but he's brought this robot out claiming it will end poverty. But the robot can't even walk without falling forward, pitching onto its face. Like, we are so far away from Terminator 2, it's pathetic. And most people are convinced by what they see from Boston Dynamics, and all of those videos are fake. And that's another area where people cannot tell what's real and what's fake. These Boston Dynamics robot videos constantly go viral, but they have to constantly say, hey, look, fact check, the video you shared is fake. The whole series is fake. These robots aren't dancing. All of these robots are real, but the videos can be misleading. They're taking real robots and then, of course, releasing them, these same clips out of context and adding in, embellishing, and people don't know. But the embarrassing truth is, I think, and I hate to say it, but Musk might just be another naked emperor. The naked Martian Pope, Elon Musk. And these recent tweets that have been leaked between him and the guy from Twitter, yeah, I don't know what's there, but this robot, yeah, it couldn't even make you a taco. Like, what good is it? Rocco says, Elon von Braun is what I call him. Not bad. By the way, von Braun was a Nazi. I mean, NASA has Nazis all over it, which again confuses me as to why Eric Dubay is so against NASA. It's like, you love Nazis, you love Hitler, you think you'd like what they're doing. Someone asks, how long until IPS is on trial? Oh, actually, that was in August. I was on trial for trademark infringement because somebody trademarked some clip art in order to claim that I damaged their brand. Kind of weak. You know, basically suing somebody over an emoji. Like, you don't own that emoji. We'll see how it flies. I mean, we're waiting. Right now, the case is undisposed. But I was sued for $642,000. Now, this was a retaliation. You could consider it to be malicious prosecution. And if he succeeds, and I do get a judgment against me, I'm going to contest it on those grounds. I can actually prove it. One of the reasons why I didn't really go to the trial in Ohio is they didn't allow me to add the co-defendant. It was a timing issue. When I refile, it will be on there. And the co-defendant was the person who bought a whole lot of domains, stole domains from me to direct traffic to the defamation site for 3 years. And, you know, I have records for everything. I'm not worried about it. I'm not even slightly at all concerned about a $600,000 lawsuit. In fact, the bigger it is, the better. I mean, please, hit me up for $1 million. Well, Alex Jones is at 45 million. Like, there's no way I can get there, but I can try. It'll take a while. How would you get that? $45 million. Maybe I can get NASA to sue us, sue me. That's kind of what they're doing, though. They're looking for canaries in the coal mine, and he's playing the role. But you know I would never be targeted or sued, no matter what I say, with regard to these big mainstream media stories, because they simply don't want to deal with people like us. They don't want to talk to people in the know about psyops. They like to censor us, but they don't want these ideas getting out there. The idea of media deconstruction and reverse engineering perception management as it happens, examining media in the context of this meta script where nothing is actually separate, where Hollywood and the news are telling you the same stories at the same time. I don't think they want people to break things down at this level. So clearly they're not going to platform what we're doing, and I'm fine with that. The longer they ignore, the better, because we're consolidating a new network, a new media. If anything, what we're doing is far more philosophical than the fear porn that the masses glut themselves on. And what we're doing has lasting value. We're examining life and the narratives that shape our worldviews. I think it's fascinating. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves says, say hi before I listen while driving. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Today is Infinite Plane Saturn Day for 10/1/2022. Happy Hoaxiversary. Vegas strong. I went out there to where the Mandalay is and I looked to see where Stephen Paddock did the shooting. And, you know, looking at it from there and then comparing what we saw on the video, there's a lot of room for fabrication. It was kind of out of the way, out of sight, out of mind. You could have a bunch of actors flown in from Hollywood, have them put on cowboy boots and flannels and cowboy hats, and get them shot at a country music concert so they can blame the Second Amendment and say, hey, look, it's not just killing kids you never see. The Second Amendment is now killing country music fans, and you guys sing about guns and God and stuff. This was done to punish the right and to make the case that nobody's safe and that no good guy with a gun is going to save you. This is just, again, terrorism. This is why I refuse to adopt the mantle of, like, I'm not the devil, I'm not a bad guy because I question the news, I'm not the dangerous conspiracy theorist, I'm not a malinformationist, I'm not the one terrorizing people. I'm not the one literally terrorizing people psychologically, nor am I coercing people or tricking people into believing that if they don't set themselves on fire and make a public demonstration about it, the world's going to flood or burn, like these environmentalist wackos are. I mean, the mass media is the most toxic misinformation out there. That's all it is. It's a sewage pipe directly into your subconscious. And anyway, my point is, we're not bad for calling out these fake events. And one of the reasons why the Vegas event is so eminently debunkable is they recycled 50 of the victims for another shooting exactly 13 months later. and the media writes it off as, oh, it's just an eerie coincidence that 50 of the same people get shot at again at another country music concert. You think they would have learned the first time. But this was the point. They want to make it seem like it's even possible. They want to make it seem like, oh yeah, it's probable you're going to go through several school shootings and a terror attack in your lifetime. It's highly probable now. That's how they make it look. But it's not really that small of a world. They have a small group of actors, I guess, that they just repurpose. But 13 months later, an identical event. And even stranger, like if you can accept that, what you cannot accept as a mere coincidence is that concurrent with the second shooting at the Thousand Oaks Borderline Bar and Grill, there was a drill being performed down the street. Happened to have 50 crisis actors. And it was a drill mass casualty event to prepare first responders for a mass shooting. And it was based on the Vegas event. Again, a Vegas recreation happening during a shooting involving the actual Vegas victims. I'm sorry, but that's just too many coincidences to call it anything but what it is. An elaborate hoax. I even think Borderline Bar and Grill was chosen because borderline personality was pointed out at when they were discussing the shooter who had PTSD and mental problems. And they said, oh, this guy should have been locked up. And he was a vet. Joined by AAAA says, love the show, listening to every word. Thanks for joining. And if you want to read the transcripts, they're going to start appearing on the infiniteplane.media blog. It's a great way to bring to optimize your search engine. You want to basically make it easy to be found when you talk about something like what we're talking about. I don't want the media to hog every single conversation about hoaxes and psyops. People search and they're going to find mass media explanations for these things. They're going to find Snopes. But by putting the actual transcripts into the body of the blog, I think I tend to get more nuanced searches. People who are looking for very specific details about very specific events to make up their own minds. In other words, what the internet used to do. We just need to make the facts available. Rocco says Elon is probably a cyborg, his team talking in his ear. Well, I would say it's more likely that Elon is an actor. You know, that number 42 thing just follows him around, and that's all part of the science fiction superimposition onto what he does. They've basically merged fiction and reality, specifically science fiction books like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and they merge it into this meta story. Like this, when he sent his car up into space. Well, that told a few stories. One of the stories was, the Earth's about to be destroyed. We need to get out of here, but don't panic. That was the message in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And this is all encoded into that whole stunt. But the number 42 is also weirdly connected to his father, who's 42 years older than his daughter that he married and had babies with. That's Elon Musk's father. And I believe he's putting 42,000 CubeSats or CubeSataloons into space. I mean, what do you believe? Do you believe in CubeSats or CubeSataloons? What's more likely? Orbiting or dangling? We know for a fact the technology for dangling a CubeSat's there. They've been using Sataloons for a long time. That can be observed. You can actually go see it. But can you see an orbiting satellite in low Earth orbit? You can certainly be made to believe so. They do this all the time. They convince people. Oh yeah, those lights in the sky that you're seeing, you're just walking around at night, you see lights in the sky. Yeah, that's a satellite in low Earth orbit. No, it's not. CubeSats are too small to reflect, I think, that brightly anyway, but moreover, at night, they would be in the shadow of the Earth. I mean, think about that. You have this ball, 25,000 miles in circumference. At night, you're on the dark side of the ball. The shadow of it extends out 877,000 miles into space. If a little metal object like a toaster, if a toaster flies above your head and is 200 miles up, it's in the Earth's umbra. It's in the shadow. It's in the dark spot there that it's not going to reflect anything. If you're seeing a light, you're seeing a plane, and they've conditioned you to think you're seeing something magical like a UFO. Little green men floating around just spying on us from above. Angels for the modern mind. You know, the modern mind needed some things updated. Angels, yeah, that's silly. But UFOs, I believe that. Beings of light who may have tampered with humanity in the past. You know, the alien god, or the story of the alien progenitors, or maybe the aliens came down and upgraded the monkeys, whatever. That's one of their, I think, alternative stories to the idea of the angels, and the angels at some point messing with man. But my point is, it's a replacement for the modern mind. Like, the modern mind is trained to believe in the new flood myth, and if you don't recycle, well, we're going to get hit with the flood. And that's getting worse. They're really ramping up the climate change thing, along with a few other agendas. But the climate change thing has been taken to the next level, as we have been covering here. Virtual children to replace real kids by 2050 and help with overpopulation. Metaverse children to replace real children. Not a surprise, that's coming. Same with food. I think they're going to replace all food with one thing. It may not be Soylent Green, but this is the year of Soylent Green. 2022 is when it takes place. I'm thinking roach milk, but whatever it is, you won't know, because you're going to be eating while you're in the metaverse with your virtual children. You and your little virtual family eating, probably, TV dinners. You're in this fake environment, but your real body is just ingesting the paste. But Neuralinked in the metaverse, yeah, it's the best food you've ever had. I think that's what we're heading towards. Now, I have a witness here. Someone messaged me the other day. I have an actual witness to the Timothy McVeigh bombings. I'll get to that in a moment. Okay, here's the climate change thing I wanted to find. This is someone who believes that the climate change is being steered by Democrats, that this is actually a technology that's been hidden from the masses. And many chemtrail believers actually don't believe in chemtrails. They believe in weather modification. And here is an example of someone, well, this is a believer in weather modification and how it might be used hypothetically. What they're saying is now this is, by the way, this is Lauren Witzke and Deanna Lorraine, who ran for Congress. And they're suggesting, too, that Florida was targeted.
Weather manipulation technology. They have DARPA. They know how to manipulate and create big storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, climate change, etc. And these huge hurricanes always seem to target red states, red districts, and always at a convenient time, typically.
Okay, always near elections, hitting red states. And this was done to punish Ron DeSantis. And this is Lauren Witzke, who used to be a flat earther, if you recall. Like, she initially was a flat earther.
Technology does exist. And
Right.
I mean, Deanna, they're literally trying to change people's DNA through vaccination. Of course, they would be willing to do something like this to target red states. I have no doubt. I mean, the technology exists to manipulate weather. And, this whole storm coming, I know that Florida is...
Now, I don't believe in climate change. I just don't. I think that it's a replacement myth for the wrath of God and the flood. But what they've done is they've convinced everyone on the world stage, no, it exists. It's just a question. Is it being done by man? And they both agree it is. But one side says it's being caused by man's use of fossil fuels. Republicans. The other side says, no, it's actually being caused by secret government projects and weather manipulation and chemtrails. So right wing has an alternative explanation for the same fake phenomenon. And then if you go far, far, far right, they'll say it's God doing it to punish the left for their immoral activities. Therefore, they bring back the flood myth. I mean, again, each side believes it's real. My point is, if you are on the world stage, that's kind of your choice. And if you're not, if you're looking at this as we are from an off-world stage perspective, you can actually question whether the thing actually is happening. Now, the weather is happening, yes, but do we need to introduce this alternative factor that there's some kind of conspiracy behind it? Let me play the rest of this.
Prone to hurricanes. However, this developed into a Cat 4 or Cat 5 overnight.
Right.
And it does seem to be hitting the conservative areas of the state.
Now, the hurricane hitting the conservative areas, I'm curious about that. Can that even be validated? Now, I think there's even something else. I believe she even mentions 5G. No, the 5G was mentioned somewhere else today. People are compiling clips of individuals who have seizures, which are, significant medical emergencies, where you see someone having a, potentially a disastrous medical emergency, hitting their head on the floor, who knows, they're thrashing around, but they've compiled a lot of these. And one of the compilations is suggesting that this is being caused by 5G. And I'm thinking this might just be normal seizures with a new explanation. And of course, there's no real way to know for sure. These are just videos taken out of context. I noticed, though, after a few months of COVID, right after the vax came out, this website came up called Sorry Anti-Vaxxers. And it was documenting anti-vaxxers dying. And they were celebrating it. Like, oh, another one. There goes another one. And now I'm seeing the same phenomenon. And it's basically sorry pro-vaxxers, where the other side is now cheering whenever one of those guys die. And they say, oh, it's because you took the pokey. And I'm just like, wait. Each side is pointing at the other side and basically saying, you guys are getting what you deserved. Again, it's too partisan for me to believe in it. I think anti-vax and pro-vax are identical positions to take. I don't think one is necessarily more correct than the other or more virtuous than the other. I think it's just a controlled dialectic. And, you're welcome to prove me wrong. A lot of people are not on board with what I'm saying. They insist that there are death spikes and people are dying in waves and there's a genocide. And I'm just saying, show me. Or how about this? Wake me up, tweet me about it when there's a wave of Democrats dying. Like, when I see something, I'll believe it. But until I do, I won't. And I feel the same way about mass shootings, because the more I listen to a lot of the anti-vaxxers, they remind me of the people who are against AR-15s, like Save the Children. We got to sue the manufacturers. It's just from the other side. And I mentioned this summer, that it's needles versus guns. And I believe the reasons are more than just the fear of guns or the fear of needles. I think it's all political. It has to do with your relationship to state. Like, it's not a coincidence that the worshippers of big state don't like borders, whether it's your front door that you defend with your gun, your national border as in a wall, or your skin, which they think should be open, an open border to the state. I mean, I don't agree with that, but my point is, it's mostly about, I think, one's relationship to the state and attacking your sense of security at a very fundamental level. And where do you feel secure? Under the benign protection of big government, or protecting yourself, your own immune system, or do you need a government injected one? Okay, this was John in OKC referring to the Oklahoma City bombing. He said the entire Murrah bombing was a psyop to cover up FBI evidence, and the camera street footage was all disappeared, but the deaths were real. My comments: looked like fake blood in the coverage. I'll re-examine it, but I think it was a hoax. John in Oklahoma City says, the only reason I'm alive today is my alarm clock was disabled by a brownout. I was supposed to be in the Social Security office to file law. I personally knew people that were maimed in the blast. Clintons are devils and wanted the conservatives destroyed in the second Clinton POTUS run. No way it was a truck bomb. I was many miles away, and the concussion lifted me 2 inches off my bed. So John in Oklahoma literally felt the blast from Timothy McVeigh. He was going to be there, but luckily he wasn't. And he personally knows people who were maimed, and the Clintons didn't. Now, this is from somebody on YouTube. I still think it's a hoax, and I don't take this as evidence. It's just hearsay. AA says, can't a hurricane just be a hurricane? Well, they're very quick to politicize things. Don Lemon, too. And a scientist from NOAA, in fact, said you can't really make these leaps like that. But they will. I mean, they'll blame everything on climate change. Climate change is the second leading cause of death next to misinformation. All right, let's move on. That's John in Oklahoma who felt the blast from Timothy McVeigh. Now, there are crisis actors who go online and make sure that nobody's poking holes in their stories. I would say the person is lying, and it's a tall burden of proof. And I used to call people out on this, and usually they hope that, I mean, this is how psychological manipulation works. It's actually emotional for the most part. They want you to feel guilty for daring to question a victim. And they'll say, I saw this event happen. I know somebody who died there. I know somebody who knows somebody. I'm kind of attached to it. How dare you? That's the implication. And I'll say, first name, last name, who is it? They never answer. Suddenly they want to be anonymous and they want to protect the identity of somebody they knew through a third party. It's like, look, you're 6 degrees of separation from this person. You can say their name so I can cross-reference it. And whenever I call someone out on the spot, they forget the names of the victims, or they give me some initials, and they're usually not there. And we've identified a number of 9/11 victims who aren't on the list, which stands out. And I found the same to be true for the ISS. 9 out of 10 times, if somebody tells me I've seen the space station, okay, well, seeing the space station is a very singular event. Like, I can recall the last 5 shooting stars that I saw, especially on road trips, very spectacular ones, and I could probably narrow it down if I thought about it. But to see the space station requires a bit of coordination, like going to a movie. You know, you have to be there at a certain hour. You can't just show up. Therefore, if you've seen it, you would know time, and more specifically, the place, when you saw this magical sky castle fly above your head. But when I ask, when and where, what was your latitude, what was your longitude, they're always like, oh, I don't really remember. What time of night was it? They're always vague. And when they're vague, I kind of egg them on and I'm like, let me see, was it after midnight? And they'll say, oh, yeah, it was. Impossible, sorry. That's way too far past the Terminator line at sunset to be seen. Debunked, you didn't see the space station. And until I pointed out repeatedly for weeks that the Earth's shadow would preclude any ISS sightings after a certain hour, I would have callers calling me routinely saying, I just saw it, just to contradict. And I wonder why. Like, are you part of NASA's $58 million a day budget? Are they sending you checks for calling in and attempting to plug up the holes in their big sinking ship? Linda Curtis says, jabs, DNA, climate change, asteroid, space, junk, pack it in, we're doomed. One Eye Jack says, nobody died. Talking about the Vegas hoax, agreed. Spirit says, I don't believe in Vegas being a false flag anymore, but I did give you a name. Probably somebody died somewhere else. Sure. I mean, that was a large number of people. They could put a lot in there, but the idea that the operation itself involved actual weapons, no. This was a movie. People will say, well, there's too many people there. Somebody had to have died. Okay, let's take that same logic and apply it to the movie or the series Game of Thrones. You know, Game of Thrones had a lot of actors, and there were so many of these actors, and they had swords. There's no way that nobody died. So therefore, you can't say nobody died at Game of Thrones. Somebody died. And then somebody cried because somebody died. So you can't use the argument that nobody died, nobody cried at 9/11 for that same reason. And I say, no, I don't think so. It's a movie production. Even if somebody died by accident in a movie production, you're not going to say the movie was a false flag or that death was somehow necessary to its production. You don't need to introduce mass murder into what is a psyop. And the reason why is it turns it from a psychological operation, which is legal, into a war crime. And now every person's implicated in something very significant and serious. This is why you don't have whistleblowers. If it was a war crime, somebody might wake up feeling bad about the hundreds of kids that they killed to score some political points to try to get Clinton elected. Because that's what we're talking about, political points. It's meaningless. But if it's merely propaganda, yeah, there's no psychological toll for taking part in that. There's no guilty conscience. And moreover, most of these actors are probably pretty fine with the intended outcome of the psyop. Let's say you don't like guns. I think you'd be feeling pretty good if you were getting paid a lot of money to pretend to be a victim of guns, knowing that you're actually saving kids. Like maybe you're telling a fib, lying about some kids dying, but you're saving millions of kids in the future. Super easy to justify. Not that you would need it. Maybe you're just a narcissist looking to get screen time. Like there was one actress, one of the witnesses from the Vegas shooting, who was on Dr. Phil the week before. Why was she on Dr. Phil? Dr. Phil was doing a show on narcissists. And one of the girls that was on there as a narcissist, or her mother was trying to get her help, happened to show up right after. Are you living with a narcissist? Find out all about it on Dr. Phil's new mental health podcast. But anyway, one of the individuals, here it is. Las Vegas eye shooting witness also appeared on Dr. Phil. Her name is Corrine. Here we go. I mean, what are the odds? You're on Dr. Phil, and then you're on the news. Coincidence? And I have both of the YouTube links. Now, chances are these videos are scrubbed, even though they're innocuous by themselves. But you know how it works. This is an infodemic, and they're trying to stem the flow of information they don't regulate, and they don't want people connecting dots. So here we are. This is dot number 1, and we're looking at Vegas Harvest private video, Vegas survivor, and then here she is on Dr. Phil. As an admitted narcissist.
Didn't think that is something that could happen. I mean, I watch a lot of TV, okay? There's a lot of people that, the specials about, you better be careful. We're close to Mexico.
No, listen,
okay?
well, hey, in point of fact, I think you should be wary all the time. I think little girls
a little neurotic.
should. Well, I think.
Okay, there you have it. Just another TV star getting another gig. Very common. And all you have to do is be a false witness. And a lot of people are de facto crisis actors. Like, for example, there was Alex Stein went to Uvalde to speak to the city council, and I tweeted at him, and I said, hey man, you're basically a crisis actor, because he literally cried in front of the display of all, the memorial. He cried in front of it, and he yelled at city council for not saving the children. Well, we haven't established that any children were actually killed. In fact, the evidence of hoaxery outweighs whatever they presented. Not to mention the concurrent programming in Stranger Things. I mean, the more I looked at it, the more I realized this is obviously a theatrical production. Not to mention the Robbie Parker-esque performance by that Hollywood actor Matthew McConaughey, giggling at the podium about this thing. But anyway, I tweeted at him and I said, you're basically a crisis actor. Nobody died or cried. And I got blocked for it. Now, again, this is like people who lie and they claim they know people that died when they didn't. You have de facto or inadvertent crisis actors. Sometimes people are crisis acting just to virtue signal. G33 says, just got the text. Yes, Infinite Planes Saturn Day. They blocked the text message today until they could review it. I may not continue using text alerts if they continue to block them. But it might be the case that someone has subscribed and flagged my text alerts. I do have a number of people trying to harass the channel. Not a big deal though. As active as I am with this and as active as we are, you would have to be you have to really spend all your time. You'd be very dedicated. You'd be very busy if you spent all your time trying to stop this channel, especially as we move forward. Oh, no text. No text. Okay, well, it's been 43 minutes. They haven't sent one. I could check my messages here and see. I'll do a follow-up later, but chances are we've been banned from mass texting. One of the innovations, I believe, that we've brought into the live streaming world, where you can't be certain which platform you'll be on day to day, so you get a text alert and everyone's on the same sheet. And as you can see, that is already under attack. You can still get alerts. Just go to infiniteplane.media, sign up for Telegram or email. France24.com reports UK teen dies after negative effects of online content. Coroner. We're talking about a suicide, but the suicide is being classified as a homicide because the person was killed by Instagram postings. A new narrative takes shape. Getting back to Coolio, and this is from a Odyssey channel called Forbidden Content. Coolio breaks the oath, exposes disturbing sex acts he was asked to perform. Yeah, 5 months before his death. And look, a couple days before he died, there was an internet hoax that he had died. There was a hoax, and then he really dies. I've read some disturbing things suggestive of maybe he was taken out, but I'm not going to speculate too deep, but this should be considered in context. He's talking about, and even has some lyrics somewhere that cover this, control over the music industry, and that at some level it gets to be pretty evident that if you're not willing to be compromised, you don't get invited into the club. Let me go ahead and play a clip here.
There's a lot of shit I know that I want to tell people. It's a lot of things that I want to teach, but I'm afraid. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm scared because I got 4 grandchildren, and I got children that are in this world. I got people I care about, and I got people that I care about that don't necessarily believe what I believe.
Yeah,
and I'm not. I have no fear of death, and I think that those that would oppose my beliefs, they've probably done enough. If somebody's after me or if somebody's watching me, then they know enough about me to know that I have no fear of death. So killing me don't mean shit. It just confirms that what I said was true. But
yeah, this was 5 months ago, and they went into some interesting areas. Didn't name any names, but he said, I'm at a point in my life where there's a lot I know I want to tell people, but I'm afraid. You heard that? And this is from Forbidden Content. I put a link in my Minds account if you want to listen to the whole interview. I don't know if you can necessarily connect that with a death 5 months later, but I'm bringing it up in context of it being, possibly another one of these stories where somebody predicts their own death and then it happens in some enigmatic way. Cubstar says Coolio was in a Batman movie. I'll take a look. And by the way, I'm no longer using Venmo. I was testing it out to see if it would work. There's a few issues with it. Their chat will not integrate with our Discord chat, and it's $1,000 a year. And the last time I used them, they censored me for a David Icke video, of all things. Like, you can't even study this stuff. It's so toxic. It's like radioactive waste. You got to be an expert to even handle it. Common people, those of us just us commoners, we can't look at this information. You can't even listen to the wrong information. You can't have it in your possession. My newest channel, this just shows you how bad things are. Not a complaint. Like, I don't care. These are burners. But my latest channel got a strike before I even used it because I uploaded but didn't even schedule a premiere yet. I uploaded the video interview with Les Luthor. Just uploading a video with a controversial character like that, who's been walking around Ukraine, exposing how hoaxy the supposed war is, just having that video uploaded was enough to have my channel hit with a strike. Like, we must be over the target. I know it's cliche to say that, if you're catching flack, you're over the target, but yeah, I think there might be something to it. I mean, there are certain callers that call in and we get interference, gremlins chewing on the wire. Oh, okay, I thought you said Vimeo. Yeah, someone said Venmo. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, Venmo. And look, I do like using the text alerts. It's one of the best things that we do here. And if for some reason the present text alert provider decides to pull the plug on us, I'll just find somebody else. Like, we're going to continue to do it. It's worth it. It really is, because we are building a permanent base, permanent ground zero, IPS.monster. All right, let me continue through. We have some very interesting headlines I want to get through as well. Now, let me play this. This is from Stu Peters. Now, Stu Peters is one of these who promotes every iteration of vaxophobia. Black goo. Of course, you have the mark of the beast, snake venom. Whatever it is, he's going to get behind it and promote it. I think he even promoted the idea that masks contain some kind of micro nanobots that would go into your brain. But here he is having a conversation with Ellie Carter, who claims that there are underground tunnels beneath America and that she's been trafficked around to Obama and Biden. And, to be clear, her account here sounds a little fantastical, but she kind of breaks up at the end. Like, she actually sounds traumatized. She's a great actress if this isn't real. She might just be mentally ill and they may be taking advantage of somebody who has delusions. But again, this is StuPeters.tv having a conversation with somebody who claims that there are celebrity demonic sex abuse rings.
So the names that you just mentioned, Barack Obama, Steven Tyler, Joe Biden, Michelle Obama, have you had personal sexual experiences with these people?
Yes.
These people participated in sex abuse firsthand with you?
Yes.
Can you tell that story? Because that's important for people to understand and to know. And to this point,
yes, it's pretty bad. But let me go ahead and skip through. You'll hear she talks about these underground tunnels, and that's what I find most interesting about it. That there's some kind of underground transportation, and she says every mode of transportation. I'm assuming she means train and some kind of cars or something, some kind of underground highways where people are trafficked. Again, this is Stu Peters. I'm actually surprised the video is still up, but for some reason we're getting some interference. Give it just a moment. I think she mentioned Steven Tyler. I was actually just looking for the lyrics to the Steven Tyler song for Armageddon, because they're shooting down the asteroids now with the dart. It's Snoopy says, "Wow, found you again after all these months, thought you retired." We never missed a day. But that's how they break up our signal. But we are past that now. If you ever go to ips.monster, or infiniteplane.radio, but ips.monster is the new hub. You won't miss a thing. You can get free text alerts, get onto Discord, and now we are available on Spotify as video. So if you miss any video, go to Spotify, it's all there. Each one has a warning label, of course, but it's there.
It is covered up by your local police department. It is underground tunnels. There's a whole world. It's a different way of life. There's every source of transportation. When I met Joe Biden, I was rushed through many celebrities. Half of them I did not know. It didn't faze me to see them. It didn't. Some of them were actually very conceited and cocky that I didn't know who they were. Underground, under the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, there are...
Okay, under the Getty Museum in Los Angeles. Now here's where she gets into the underground tunnels and the different modes of transportation they use to transport their victims around, allegedly.
Many tunnels. Again, there's a way of transportation. There's every single way of transportation under the ground. I was sold to Joe Biden.
Sold to Joe Biden. I may not play the rest here. She gets pretty explicit, but the point of it is she's been trafficked in underground tunnels to people like Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Now, it's believable. Here it is on Rumble. Ellie Carter says her biological mother routinely slept with authority figures and initiated her own children. Powerful elites, celebrities, and demonic abuse ring. There's quite a lot on here, Stu Peters. I'm not going to just ignore it. I'm going to follow this story, but I don't necessarily think it's real.
One of 6 girls in a troubled home. Her parents were affiliated with the Black Panthers, the radical black separatist group, and maybe that's to blame for what happened to her. Allie says that her biological mother routinely slept with authority figures and soon initiated her own children into the same practices.
This reminds me of that story, Transformation of America. Similar stories been told before about Dick Cheney and George Bush and others. And David Icke repeated a lot of these. Not new at all. They all involve the same basic narrative of underground tunnels, elites, and celebrities, and somebody waking up to find out they've been trafficked. And they usually find a voice on a right-wing platform. I mean, it's believable that Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris have kuru. The way they spontaneously burst out into cackling, yeah, that's a symptom of eating brains. It really is. Is it believable? Yes. Is it true? I don't have the evidence to say so. By the way, I mentioned the Chief Crow song. I'm going to play about 30 seconds of it here. This is the new song called Bread and Circuses. I would prefer that you go over to his channel, subscribe, share it, comment. I'll put the link below. Again, latest track by Chief Crow. Real amazing work here. Same with the video. I'll be right back. Here's the link. Alright, Bread and Circuses, Chief Crow. Go check it out at the link below. Also, just get on the newsletter. I'll make sure you all get a copy of it. Go to minds.com. Alright, that's again right there in the chat. Please share it. Appreciate it very much. A man who survived Rittenhouse shooting seeks name change. Now, it couldn't be JoJo. He was shot in the head. Consolation prize. He was doing something he loved, chasing a minor. Can't be Grubin, the strangler. He was shot in the lung. Was it the burglar? Grossarm. It must be Grossarm. He's the one that survived. Man who survived Rittenhouse shooting seeks name change. WTOP Kenosha. Excellent. Man who survived Rittenhouse shooting seeks name change. The man who survived is apparently suffering from continued harassment related to the case. The real story here isn't that I'm seeking to change my name, but that a process that is supposed to protect and shield those in danger was undermined and sealed information was released to the right-wing media within hours of my filing. Okay, interesting. Now, I think if it was real, Kyle Rittenhouse would have gone into witness protection. I'm surprised that that wasn't just standard, but no, he's becoming something of a right-wing, kind of like a mini Louder with Crowder, kind of a comedian, provocateur, agitator. Cubstar says Chief Crow is a vibe. Yes, exactly. Las Vegas shooting, 11 minutes docu-series. I'll be watching that later on today. It's a 4-part series. Ginny Thomas tells the January 6th committee she believes the election is stolen. We're waiting on her appearance and her explanation for her messages she sent. She was actually expecting the Clintons and all the bad guys to be rounded up and to be put onto cruise ships, which would be like floating prisons. Of course, her relationship to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas makes it very troubling. The storm has postponed that, but we will follow up. Trevor Noah leaving Daily Show after tanking its ratings. I don't think they need ratings. I think a lot of these are artificially propped up anyway. They use laugh tracks because they're objectively unfunny. And it's just there to make sure that the people are laughing at the right things and not taking certain things seriously. But they set the parameters. Moving on. Again, UK teen dies of negative effects of online content. It's just going to be a matter of time until memes are going to be treated just like ammunition. You know, they want to limit the capacity. How many memes can you post in a day? Democrats blaming climate change for hurricane, but this is at odds with science. Well, never let a good never let a fact, I'd say, get in the way of a good narrative. You have a good story going. Why would you let some inconvenient facts, get in the way of that? All right, continuing. This October may have something of a surprise attached to it. The 1988 Donnie Darko film has a calendar that's prominently displayed, and it happens to correspond with this year, meaning an October beginning on a Saturday. Could this be the October that's been prophesied in the in the Donnie Darko as a ominous, the one where the plane falls from the sky? Is this some kind of a negative omen? I would say likely. The Donnie Darko did predict a lot of things pretty accurately, including the presidency of Trump, among other things. And this is from a Twitter account I follow closely. It's Donnie Darkened, who's noted a lot of interesting and bizarre connections between Donald Trump and this end of the world theme, specifically connecting him with the figure of the Antichrist. And we'll be delving more into this in the very near future. I'm actually writing a long post on it so I can put it all together in one place, and we'll discuss it separately. Here's a journalist carrying a bag that contains a mask. Quote, "Getting ready for a nuclear war. The most important thing is a mask." And she produces one from her handbag. Again, I remember predicting this months and months ago. I said they're going to continue masks, but it won't be for COVID. It'll be for fallout. And fallout masks will be a thing. I considered designing one myself. I don't know if they'll mandate it. Wouldn't surprise me. Helmets, fallout masks, full body PPE. Pretty soon you'll be in a spacesuit. Then they'll start calling this place Mars. That's kind of what they're doing. They're turning Earth into Mars. You'll be living under a domed, enclosed city. Everything else outside of that will be rewilded. I mean, Agenda 2030, World War Zero, it's pretty clear that the idea is a civilization of stasis, as Pope Bezos put it years ago. Long before the COVID lockdowns, long before they set the precedent for climate lockdowns, the space popes were already talking about the need to freeze our society at its present state, to prevent it from growing anymore, to stop it. I was listening to a very interesting podcast last night. It was on Rofkin. It was a conversation between Crow77777 and Eddie Bravo. They talked about a lot of things, mud flood, lunar waves. But Crow was talking about Einstein being fake. And he mentioned that Albert Einstein wore the same ensemble every day. No socks, gray suit, and the jacket. And he never changed it, or he always had the same exact one. And this has been noted on before. People have made note of Einstein never changing his clothes, one of his eccentricities, sort of like Zuckerberg is supposedly also like of the mind that you shouldn't waste your time making all these minor decisions. But Crow was suggesting it's because Einstein's totally fake, and they just had a limited supply of pictures to draw from or costumes. But whatever it is, I looked into it, and it turns out that Einstein invented what they call normcore, wearing the same thing every day, very bland. But Steve Jobs also did it. And he said it was to, quote, reduce decision fatigue. I put the strategy to the test to see if my performance at work improved. A couple examples of supposed geniuses. Steve Jobs, by the way, probably John Lennon, but wearing the same thing every day so they don't have to make decisions. Now, is that genius or is it the opposite? They have all the money in the world. You couldn't hire someone to make these decisions for you and to have your clothes set out for you? No, they couldn't make that one decision that would take care of 365 decisions a year. I think it doesn't make sense. Marcel says, if an A-bomb is dropped, a mask won't help. Well, in a real pandemic, what good would the mask have done? Speaking of Eddie Bravo, he was talking about how in 2020, we have this pandemic rolling across the world, and here he is teaching jiu-jitsu. They're rolling on the ground, they're grappling, no social distancing, covered in each other's sweats. And this is everywhere, every dojo across the country. And he remarked that there wasn't a spike in deaths among these martial artists who are rolling around on the floor all the time. And think about it, of all the places where you would expect there to be a whole lot of people dropping dead, that would be ground zero. Oh, there's no more mixed martial arts, they all died. How does that make sense? Continuing. Again, virtual children to replace real children. Get ready for meta kids. Unbelievable. But that's what they're kind of doing, I think, is they want to get you to put as much time into the meta as possible and take you completely and entirely out of the meatverse. It's one of the reasons why they said when the nuke happens, and they said when, there's a PSA out there in New York, you need to get to the center of your house, gather around your television, and wait for media information. Why do you think that is? They say get a go bag, but you're not going anywhere but straight to the TV. It's to keep you through basically focused on the simulation at all times. I wanted to address a comment here from someone named Vic Vinegar. Vic Vinegar says, some claim it's predictive programming. I would have as well a few years ago. But the more you expose yourself to the underlying nature of reality, it becomes clear that God, the dreamer, or consciousness works through its subjects to reach desired outcomes. It's channeling its messages and ideas through artists. I've listened to interviews with people who've made important films like Donnie Darko, and I've always come away convinced that they don't understand the movie they've made. I'm past the point of thinking all these endless connections are the result of men in suits directing things behind the scenes. The sheer amount of it points to a higher power. I've been getting this quite a lot. In fact, I've been hearing this for the longest time. There's got to be a higher power at work here. There's no way man could be doing all of this. And I've seen people, like a really interesting channel on YouTube, used to be on YouTube, it was Barnabas Nagy, who would say that smartphone is alien technology. It's got demons inside. Now, if you break it open, it's got components. Every component has some owner attached to it, some designer. You're not going to find some area in that device that is alien to man. You're not going to find a God in there at all. But the idea that the news media is so complicated and these stories are so well interconnected, we must therefore conclude that there's something divine at work. This to me is a ruse. It's a ruse. Let's just pretend for a moment that there isn't an alien or a God making the news up for us and creating all these connections. Let's assume that this is being done by man. It would imply a vast infrastructure for a monolithic message to be told through all media across the so-called globe. And it is monolithic. The space program proves it. The fact that every single nation, every government that gets into the space program fakes it the same way, yeah, they have all agreed to tell the same myths. Same with global warming. What I'm saying is the number of people that are in on this may not be the same as the number of people in the media itself. It's got to be stratified. It would be a small percentage would be totally in the know. But when you say that God did it, or that it's magic, when you invoke the divine fallacy, all those people are now exonerated. They're no longer even suspects. You have the perps in a mind war who aren't even believed in. The people studying the mind war, who are understanding it or seeing the patterns at least, are going to just say, no, there's nobody doing this. I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're kind of falling for what I would consider to be the divine fallacy, which is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone assumes that a certain phenomenon must occur as a result of a divine intervention. I can't understand it, so God did it. I can't personally explain it, therefore, higher power. Closely associated with the argument from incredulity. Oh, I'm incredulous that man could do this. No way. No way man could do all this. Well, that's not necessarily a good argument. Any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. This was Arthur C. Clarke, the third law. Any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. I would say that religion is a technology for mind control. Government-controlled media has supplanted religion. The fact that they have very sophisticated stories that are all connected shows you that it has a common author, and they want to hide that common author. They want to hide him behind a smokescreen. Oh, it's God. Or it's this big green face, floating there, the Wizard of Oz. That's who's doing it. No, it's the man behind the curtain. But I think that they use the spectacle, they use stage magic to prevent you from looking at it too closely. Now you could just write it off as, oh, we'll never know the truth. It's unknowable. It's too immense. Meanwhile, behind the screen, the stagehands, the participants, the actors, the meta scripters, they are experiencing duper's delight. They get to laugh at you because their handiwork, their artistry, their artifice is believed to be the work of the gods. It's got to be great for their egos. And we can prove this. We can point fingers at very specific meta scripters, just as you can take apart your phone and find out who made it. No need to point to a higher power to explain bizarre coincidences in the fake news. I fell for that originally. After 9/11, I was noticing so many coincidences, I thought this has got to be some kind of magic, some kind of occult secret society, and they've tapped into something and they're manifesting things in this way. Yeah, that's a nice explanation, but if I had stopped at that, I never would have included or even accounted for the possibility of CGI planes, of fake footage superimposed over real footage. I would not have arrived at the right conclusion about the fakeability of certain things and about how much is actually faked. All right, moving on. Still waiting for a follow-up here. Roger Stone calling for violence against Antifa's, claiming that it was a deep fake voice, not his real voice. We'll see. Still waiting to find out. If I can find the original footage, I'll share it. But the long and short of it is Roger Stone's driving around talking about shooting Antifa, F the voting, let's get right to the violence. Advocating violence. This clip leaks, and he goes on record to say it wasn't him. He says it wasn't me, it was a deep fake. It's like the new devil made me do it. But the thing is, it's kind of plausible. You could deep fake something like that. And also, after he was paid $130 by the QAnon Queen Dadulo from Canada to give her a shout out on a cameo, he claimed he didn't remember that either. I wonder if he remembers where the $131 went. We already talked about this. Alex Jones declares that he is Adolf Hitler and child murderer in unhinged interview. That's a mischaracterization. It was not an unhinged interview. It was sarcasm. But it was meant to be a hit piece against him, and he turned it around, and they're refusing to admit that it was absolutely hilarious, and he made a lot of salient points there. He's almost redeemed himself for the whole thing, honestly. Alex Jones has almost redeemed himself for capitulating to the Sandy Hook thing. Just the way he blew up at all gas, no brakes is Andrew Kelligan, the way he threw it in their face that, yeah, he is literally their devil. They need him. He's part of their industry. Rapper Coolio was reportedly talking about exposing Illuminati and crimes in the music industry. Sadly and coincidentally, he is now dead. Putin says there are 4 new regions of Russia as he denounces the Satanism of the West. You know who doesn't get a lot of airtime are the real Satanists. I mean, we always hear this thrown around. The other guys are Satanists. Everyone else is the devil. Oh, that church down the street from ours? Yeah, that's a cult. You go to that church and they'll say, those guys? Yeah, that's a cult. You know, kettle and pot, how it goes. But the real Satanists are probably the only ones who aren't doing anything. The real Satanists dress up like goths and they throw annual parties and they buy ugly statues. Occasional billboards. That's all I've seen. I haven't seen any significant publications from any Satanists. All the real crimes are happening by regular people. And if you want to find systemic abuse, you're not going to find it with the Satanists. You're going to find it with the Christians and the Southern Baptists and the Mormons and the Catholics and the Boy Scouts. It's just too convenient just to invoke Satan. Now behind him he has an image of, it looks like Saint George stabbing a dragon. Very interesting image here. This image of Saint George with a spear stabbing the dragon, I believe that there's a connection here between this and QAnon, the tip of the spear, the QAnon shaman, among other things. And interestingly enough, the ADL has also attached this to, they've also said this is a hate symbol, that it represents nationalism, and the serpent represents non-white Christian nationalists. Just noteworthy that Putin would have that symbol there. Cubstar says the Satanists are technically really bad Christians. I would say they're mostly a myth. The ones that do exist are kind of larpy. Russian bombers capable of carrying nukes detected near Finland. We're still waiting on that. Now, have you heard of Bolsonaro being called the Trump of the tropics? Why Trump's stop the steal tactics could soon reach Brazil. Yeah, Jair Bolsonaro is going to be an election denier as well. And they're calling him now the Trump of the tropics. Chicago Sun-Times put this out. It's nice to see when they notice finally just how insane things have become. Too many major media outlets have tried to minimize the existence of this hope for John F. Kennedy to return from the dead. This is again from the Chicago Sun-Times. Things were supposed to have come to a head on Inauguration Day 2021, the Great Awakening, when Trump would be reinstated. JFK Jr. would emerge from hiding, and Hillary's allies would be arrested and publicly executed. Needless to say, the failure of this prophecy occasioned a certain amount of recalculating, but true believers have risen to the challenge. True. Where we go one, we go all. This is an article about how, even though the prophecy had not really come true, they think there's a possibility that maybe they will make it come true. Again, this is from Chicago Sun-Times, quote, absent clinical paranoia, it's not clear how Trump's impassioned followers imagine themselves personally threatened. Nevertheless, millions do imagine that. Will they go to war for him? To threaten large-scale civic violence to rescue his orange hide from criminal prosecution. That's the implied threat. They're just speculating. Will Trumpers take to the streets? And I want to point out that in 2019, that new Joker movie came out, and I said, this is going to predict a left-wing masked communist uprising. And that happened. Especially the masks. Not just Antifa's, but if you wore a medical mask, you were a part of the revolution, part of the burn down, so you can build back better. Oh, you didn't shop at those stores because you were complicit. Maybe you didn't totally agree, but You were more or less forced to go along with the revolution, the ongoing revolution. But it was the Joker movie that preceded that. It contained all the symbolism, all the predictive programming. Everything went according to plan. The Batman movie came out on March 4th, 2022, and I said it's going to be the same thing. And we're going to see the radical right, March 4th, I took that as code, March 4th, right-wing terrorists, and they're going to take to the streets. And I believe I've been vindicated, and we've seen the emergence of the Patriot Front. And despite what the Chicago Sun-Times says about they don't believe that Trump's going to be followed into the streets, I think they will. I think they have enough provocateurs and agents. And I want to point out, when it comes to the 1/6 event, I don't believe it was a bunch of feds that instigated it. I don't believe it was stimulated, as in, it was only turned into a riot because a few agitators stimulated it. No, I think it was 100% simulated. I think the people calling out feds were themselves feds, so they could create the illusion that it was stimulated, not simulated. There's a very significant difference there. It's the difference between an all-out psyop and an actual false flag. And if you give them the false flag and you let them have that and say, yeah, okay, it was stimulated, well, then you have to take credit for all the deaths, which weren't even real. Like when Roseanne Boylan was trampled to death while carrying a flag that said, "Don't tread on me." That didn't really happen. Good writing, though. The White House won't concede that Biden misspoke when asked if the recently deceased Representative Walorski was in attendance. They can't even get them to admit that he misspoke when he was calling out for a woman that he knew was dead because he wrote a letter of condolence. But, of course, this is part of the scripted takedown of not just Joe Biden, but I think our entire system of government. I think they're trying to destroy our confidence in the system in every way. And Biden is out there as some kind of ritualistic destruction, like a human effigy. Not burning, like a climate change extremist, but mentally. We're watching this embarrassing display. And I think it's, again, engineered. I think he's acting. Now, this is an interesting connection. I don't think I'm reaching here. We've been looking at this event from NASA where the DART project shot the space rock. I have an image of the screen here of the space rock being hit by the DART as seen from the Hubble and from the Webb, the $10 billion Webb. One in red, one in blue. At the exact time that they're sending a DART to deflect an asteroid, which NASA said, they had a NASA spokesman come out and he said, this could kill us all. It killed the dinosaurs. It's a pretty big deal that we're deflecting it. You can thank us later. They were essentially saying, we are your saviors from the big space rocks. Anyway, I'm thinking there might be a connection here between Bruce Willis's aphasia as he walks off the world stage. And they've made a big point about how he is having cognitive issues that have caused him to retire. Now he's reported to have aphasia, which causes you to, well, he couldn't perform, he couldn't memorize his lines, couldn't even speak. The word aphasia means speechless. It's from an ancient Greek word. Now the connection here is this. In the movie Armageddon, Bruce Willis dies to save the world. He's a savior. He climbs up on their DART and he shoots down the asteroid and he dies to save the world. He transcends. At the end of the movie, they focus on his eye. His life flashes before his eyes. Everybody cries. My point is, just as the DART is destroying this rock, just like in the movie Armageddon, which they all mentioned, including NASA, Bruce Willis makes the news for allowing his digital twin to become a movie star. He has digitally transcended. In other words, there's going to be a new Bruce Willis movie where it's just a digital copy, a deep fake of him. Now the connection, for the most part, the connection here has to do with this reintroduction of transcendence in the modern context. A lot of movies have digital transcendence. Especially on Amazon, there's that one called Upload. Even in the 100, you had the City of Lights where minds were uploaded into a metaverse. And I've described this metaverse as just a replacement for transcendence. They want to get us used to the idea that your mind can be put into hardware. You can put your mind in a junk drive and then have it uploaded somewhere else. Deep fake Bruce Willis may be the next Hollywood star, and he's okay with that. Despite his language disorder diagnosis, he can be a movie star because he sold his, quote, digital twin for commercial use. Digital twin. So he's like transcended. We're going to see him again, but never in person. He's always just going to be out there. You know, in this sim. I don't know if there's a strong correlation, but I'm just pointing it out. It's totally an interesting coincidence to me. Deep fakes are acquired by, they basically train them on the actor, so he's going to be completely convincing. I think it's kind of morbid in a way. You know, it reminds me of Weekend at Bernie's. Like, how soulless can it be? It's soulless, and I don't know. To me, it reminds me of that Black Mirror episode. There's an episode of Black Mirror where Miley Cyrus is in the episode, and her aunt is her producer, her manager. And when Miley no longer wants to play the role, she's replaced with a digital version that doesn't complain, works all hours, and it's a hologram. And then she can just be removed. And that's in Black Mirror. And here we are in reality, where we're actually giving time and thought to the idea of, yeah, we could just, replace somebody with a digital copy. And they always lead with the celebs like this. I'd also point out that it's likely misinformation or a distraction, because in all likelihood, we have already been immersed with this kind of stuff. Deepfakes in plain sight. They like to point out like the deep fakery of Tom Cruise. So you're not really connecting this technology to the mind war and its application in propaganda, likely going back decades. Rocco Calzone says, Altered Carbon on Netflix is all about putting you on a drive that can go into any body. That also happens in the 100. In the 100, they have this chip that they put in the back of your neck. And all the people who are chipped hunt down the people that aren't chipped. And the people that aren't chipped are resisting it. It's very vaxy. But when you get the chip, you are consciously beamed up into the city of light. And your body's just a zombie. And if your body dies, it doesn't matter. Because your consciousness continues up in the sim. And up in the sim, people like it much more because Earth has been destroyed because of climate change. And most people choose to let their bodies die, like good climate change activists, cutting off their carbon footprint, achieving the objectives of World War Zero, and they live in the metaverse. Their programming is not subtle at all. Carbon footprint. Carbon's life. It's just your life. You're breathing. Right-wingers in Florida breathing because they weren't wearing masks. That caused the climate change. I love how partisan it is. The other side of the political aisle is going to anger the God, and we will all be flooded. The other side of the political aisle. And they each have their own explanation. Oh yeah, climate change is caused by them because of their big trucks. No, climate change is caused by them. They're using secret weather modification. It's from Take Two News. Bruce Willis creates deepfake twins to continue appearing in commercials and movies. Salty Siren says, just a mockery of the supernatural. That's been exactly my take. I don't believe it's possible, but they want you to believe it's possible, and they're walking you to it. I mean, Elon Musk wants you to believe that they can Neuralink you and have your brain and your consciousness fused with the cyberspace. Meanwhile, the android called Optimus that they just released, their new android, can't even walk. Optimus will pitch forward on its face if they attempted to have it walk across the room. Are you going to trust the guy that can't make a robot walk with plugging your brain into something and transferring your soul to another device. And he's also a meme thief. I mean, this is deep crime here. This is a major property crime. Elon Musk cropped the credit out of our cartoon and tweeted it. And not only did he do this, but after he stole a meme which has Mario and the princess having a little conversation and says, of course, there's no way to prove we're living in a simulation. Pretty funny meme, but Musk stole it, did not apologize, and he kind of suggested that maybe they should thank him because now they can sell more coffee mugs. I mean, totally condescending. Pope Elon. Wait, we may take calls later on tonight. I'm going to leave the voicemail on 833-311-1984. I'm a little disappointed that the text alerts weren't sent out. That means that Easy Text, or the company that I'm using, proofread my text message, which was an invitation to Infinite Plane Saturday and a single link, and they didn't bother to even blast out the text message. Not a big deal. If they don't make it right, I'm just going to find another text provider and we'll continue to use it. I want to say thanks to Spirit Jordak for the support. Appreciate it very much. We all do. I mean, I'm going to double down on everything. It doesn't matter how many heads they chop off this Hydra. We grow 2 more for each. Yeah, meme thieves. I understand it. I can understand grabbing a meme and retweeting it, but for Musk to actually crop it, that's a big deal. That's a overt act of theft. What would you call that? I mean, that's intellectual property theft, but beyond that, it's just kind of, I guess it's a flex. It's just showing his power. The richest man in the world. Also shows that he appreciates the power of the meme. He who controls the memes controls the universe. Isn't that from Dune? AA says we should Discord after. You know, I do want to record the audio for the documentary we've been working on. And I might want to record that maybe hereafter if anyone wants to go into the Discord. I have to go through all of the notes. So many people have been adding more and more content. And they're inventing Mandela effects all the time. And many of them have obvious explanations. And I want to go through all of them. I was reading through a top 40 list. Like Brussels sprouts and Brussels sprouts. Okay, well, there's a reason why people would confuse the two. But to say that Brussels sprouts and Brussels sprouts somehow constitutes some kind of a shift in reality, yeah, that's a bit of a divine fallacy. And ultimately, I think a lot of what the Mandela effect boils down to is both the divine fallacy and faulty eyewitness testimony, not to mention suggestion, among other things. All right, we'll likely be back later on tonight. Same time as usual, though, for most evenings. It'll be 7 to 9 p.m. Mountain Time. This is The Masquerade featuring Symbia. We'll be in and out of the Discord server all day. And right after this, it's going to go right back to the 24/7.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the Masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
is some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path, and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Out, but no, nobody was blackmailing him. Nobody knew that he was a pederast.
Yeah, this
who
is
was
what needs to be
violating
pointed
young.
out.
Nobody knew that.
That these types of predators, these situations are usually the case. It's usually the case where it's not an individual in a vacuum. It's not a bad apple.
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
institutional.
Hastert is supposed to be. I mean, it's crazy. They choose not to see. They choose not to look.
Do you remember
and
when Brian Williams got in trouble for lying about a bunch of things and they let him go for 6 months and he came back? I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
He's a scapegoat for the fact that they're all liars and he just got caught. And, the point was...
Well, he's just reading a script. He's reading a script somebody else has written. So is he the one making up the lies?
Exactly.
Or is he just repeating them on television? Same thing with Geraldo. Geraldo was another one who got caught lying over and over again. One particularly egregious case during the Afghan War, the early days of the Afghan War. Geraldo did this broadcast claiming to be in one place, and he was showing, and people examined it closely, and it was exposed. They exposed the fact that he was actually about 300 miles away from where he claimed to be, and he was just making it up. And there were other instances, but they bring these people back again and again and again. Brian Williams should have just, in a sane world, right, in a world that made sense, as soon as Brian Williams told the world, hey, I lied to you and I did it over and over again, well, that'd be it, time to retire. He'd be gone. He'd be gone.
They gave it 6
months.
But
they brought him back again. They put him back on the air. I think at MSNBC where he had been originally, right? Then they rehire him in the same position.
They did, and what got me was he didn't really do anything other than wait for people to forget. And nobody in the network took the blame. It was just him. And his stories were all just eminently debunkable, and it made me think, well, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg, and they can limit damage control by letting him take the blame. Oh, like Jussie Smollett, for example. Jussie Smollett is just one example of what is pretty standard practice among the media when it comes to faking things. But just by focusing on him, it gives you the impression that, oh, if there's somebody faking us out, we'll catch them. If one of our guys lies...
Smollett.
Yeah,
Jussie Smollett was not a trivial case because that scheme there, that plot there, was intended to trigger a race riot in the city of Chicago that could then... Jussie Smollett was George Floyd before George Floyd. Jussie Smollett was supposed to be the original George Floyd, right? Oh, we're going to show this video. It's going to trigger race riots. Race riots across the country and then blame it on Trump. That was the whole strategy. And Jussie Smollett was on the phone to Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, a host of Democratic Party politicians who were directing his every move in that first 24 hours that the story was breaking, that people believed it. Before he was completely discredited. He was getting direction from Al Sharpton. All of them were running that. And then as soon as it was exposed and he made it all up and he hired these two Nigerians to, it was really stupid, to play the role of his assailants, I guess. I don't know how that worked. As soon as it was exposed as completely fake and phony, immediately these people all disappeared. You didn't hear anything about it. But Jussie Smollett committed a federal offense. He mailed to himself fake threatening letters. This reminds me a little bit of the anthrax letters of
Wow, he wrote letters himself too. And have you heard recently?
That's a federal crime. That's a federal crime. When you use the U.S. mails to fabricate a phony, and he said these were threatening letters. My life is in danger. I've been threatening these letters.
Filed a false report using that as evidence. Fascinating. This is
oh my God, that's a federal offense to use the U.S. mails to do that, to cause riots, to create a state of insurrection, I guess, against Donald Trump. That was the idea. They were going to create a state of insurrection.
They were going to brand the MAGA hat as the new Klan hood right after that thing. And
they wouldn't have needed George Floyd. They wouldn't have needed George Floyd. They had George Floyd and Jussie Smollett, but it didn't work. It failed.
Have you heard of, lately I've been referring to Gavin McInnes as Gavin McSmollett.
Yeah, McSwat.
McSmollett, yeah.
Gavin McSwat.
To me, I'm like, that's low. We already know the political left fakes hate crimes against itself for sympathy and clout. When I see people on the right doing it, it's very shameful. Especially
to his credit, Owen Benjamin outed Gavin McInnes.
Yes.
Is that right?
Owen Benjamin outed McInnes, and McInnes said
you
it's
should
over
see,
between us.
You should see if you can get. I think it would be appropriate to formally request maybe an interview with Owen Benjamin where he can elaborate and explain his paradigm, his model for the cast of thousands, the cast of millions, using fractal geometry to describe how even the smallest individual in an outfit like NASA or in the 9/11 PSYOP or in Sandy Hook or Parkland, how even one individual, just through their small part in it, manifests this fake narrative, makes it real somehow, makes it have real kinetic force in the world. It's a very interesting explanation of this, and since he's arrived at this now, he's now, as I say, putting out his own paradigm or his own model for how this works. It'd probably be good to interview him on this and have him, explain it in detail, because I think it makes perfect sense. It explains everything. People are in on it. They're in on it. And that means at a certain level they know they're in on a big lie. They know they're in on a big lie, but they feel the necessity to do that because they're so desperate to be part of the narrative. So much that if you actually hand them a DVD and say, "Hey, would you watch us?" they'll push it away. They'll say, "No, I don't want to look at that."
Very interesting book. I think it's Howard Bloom, The Lucifer Principle, a scientific exploration of the forces of nature. And it gets into the idea of groupthink and how when you have a group of people, it essentially becomes what he calls a superorganism, where the individual will now defend the interests of the group because the group is the unit of value, not the individual. And that this type of groupthink is very defensive, and no individual wants to be the one that destroys the integrity of the group. So they're all like T cells. They are the immune system of the cult.
It's organic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's organic. And one of the best explanations of this, or maybe it's limited, maybe it's not good enough, is Matthias Desmet, Desmet, called mass formation. I'm sure you've seen videos, and he's got a book out about it. And this is his explanation for why everybody went along with the COVID PSYOP, even though it was completely fake. He calls it a mass formation. And he explains the difference between traditional autocracies and monarchies and dictatorships and modern, postmodern totalitarian technocracy, where they literally want to control your every thought and your every word, your every particle of discourse. They want to control and regulate. And he calls it a mass formation, and says that it arises out of the alienation and what he calls free-floating anxiety and loneliness and alienation the so-called lonely crowd. Every individual in the crowd. It's a crowd, but everybody individual in it is like plagued by loneliness and free-floating anxiety. And in order to provide an explanation or a target for this free-floating anxiety, you create a myth, a psyop, a COVID plague, and then everybody's able to reintegrate with the collective and able to reassociate themselves and for somehow or other maintain their connection to society in general by embracing this fake narrative, this phony mythological narrative.
Could this explain why there seems to be some kind of a need or a desire for a doomsday? Like today, now in 924, there's this spontaneous conspiracy theory that there's going to be a doomsday today. And it seems like a lot of people want it. And I get the vibe from some people of disappointment when something doesn't happen. Like, oh, we were hoping for the sky to fall, it didn't. Like, it's almost like they want another 9/11. Like they want that sense of belonging, I guess. But
imagine you're in the Right to Life crowd, right? And these are people who they've been campaigning against abortion for like 30 years now, and sort of in the political wilderness, ever since Roe v. Wade. No one would listen to them, and now all of a sudden they're back on the map, and they matter. And imagine that you've been out there picketing abortion clinics for the last 20 years. And, feeling kind of never expecting to get anywhere. And now all of a sudden the Supreme Court reverses itself, and now you're there. This is your world now.
All right, that's Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms Auto Hoax, or GTFO. The chorus, Storm Antarctica. Now imagine if, instead of following the frog, people had followed the penguin. I'm talking about...
Chris, welcome to you. What did you make of that stunning graphic?
Had the far right not been swayed by Trump, had they realized the whole thing was staged, maybe instead of storming the Capitol, they would have stormed Antarctica. Phones are going to be open here shortly. It is September the 26th, 2022. The topic tonight, or today rather, is flat earth and fake nukes. Because right now, people are afraid of nukes. And I've been covering the nuke story. And, I don't even believe they're real. And if you do, that's fine. Some people believe in unicorns. Some people believe in Bigfoot. My question would be, what makes you believe? I want to play a clip here. This is a excerpt from GB News where, as you'll hear, it's a short discussion about the Russian nuclear tsunami threat, and it raises the question, has anybody actually seen this? Have you verified anything like this to actually exist? Because now we're being told that there are nuclear tsunamis that could destroy the West Coast.
Chris, welcome to you. What did you make of that stunning graphic, terrifying graphic? Where's it coming from?
Well, it doesn't terrify me because I haven't seen the weapon working yet, and nobody else has. It's, I'm afraid, something that is a fantasy weapon, very much like the ones that Hitler was threatening us with at the end of the Second World War.
A fantasy weapon. And the nuclear submarine thing, or the nuclear tsunami, is something that's being tested. I don't even think they've made the claim that it's actually real yet, but he's talking about fantasy weapons. And are you afraid of fantasy weapons?
That is a fantasy weapon, very much like the ones that Hitler was threatening us with at the end of the Second World War. I'm afraid this is the rage of an impotent bully that isn't getting its way. Russia desperately wants to be liked by civilized nations like the United Kingdom. It's not getting the...
But it doesn't terrify me because I haven't seen it working yet. Anybody here terrified? Got a commenter says, are you going to gloss over the fact that nothing happened on Friday the 24th? Oh, you're talking about the 924 thing. Yeah, that was based on a German politician who said, you will remember where you were on 924. And I'm sure you remember. You were sitting in front of your TV screen, your phone screen, doom scrolling, doom hoping, waiting for the world to end, and you're mad that it didn't. Well, look, I'm not the one who said it was, and nor did that German politician. That was something taken out of context. He was referring to February 24th, and this was earlier this year. Someone took that clip where he had a gaffe and he said September by accident, and they correlated that with a Simpsons episode in a really poor and sloppy attempt at predictive programming analysis and prediction, and then nothing happened. Meanwhile, QAnon saw this as an opportunity to say, oh yeah, JFK is coming back and Abraham Lincoln's coming back. You know, it's the usual suspects who glom onto any possibility of there being hype around something bad. So they can sell you ivermectin, or I guess it would be iodine for the nuke stuff. My point is, if you're hoping for the world to end, I'm sorry, it doesn't end. There's no global warming either. I mean, are you mad? Let me ask you, the commenter who's a little triggered in here. Are you mad about 34 years of failed climate change predictions? I don't think so. You're probably not even worried about that because you probably believe in it. And if you believe in these things, you make excuses for your leaders, for your prophets. And Al Gore is a failed prophet, but you're madder at me for referring to something that the mainstream media was pointing out than you are at Al Gore, someone you actually trust. And meanwhile, I said from day one that this thing was a gaffe. I didn't really say this was anything other than very interesting and notable in the sense that it would be an easy opportunity for the mass media like Vice and Daily Beast to say, hey, look, these internet people think the world's going to end. They're crazy. Meanwhile, their true believers are setting themselves on fire on tennis courts, in front of courthouses, literal self-immolations, and you don't consider that to be crazy. And they say, see something, say something. If you see something, say something, right? Be paranoid, according to the DHS. The 25th was See Say Day, right? And how many years have they been predicting some kind of nuclear attack, dirty bomb from Islam, from domestic violent extremists? Look, the world's not going to end. I'm very sorry to disappoint you, but you're going to have to live out the rest of your miserable days. Don't blame me. Japan soars to its highest temperature ever recorded, 106 degrees. Doubt it. Again, most people just assume that, yeah, they got nuked 75 years ago, 76 years ago. I saw it on TV. And I'm going to go through a number of bits of, I would say, skeptical memes, like this one. Melted atomic bottles from Nagasaki. I'm pretty sure I've done that in a campfire. Hiroshima Revisited. The evidence that napalm and mustard gas helped to fake the atomic bombings, by Michael Palmer. I actually have that book at archive.org linked on my Minds account. Fused coins from the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. Fused metal washers from the Chicago fire. Interesting. There's plenty to go through. But what I want to start with, because I don't believe nukes exist, but I want to start with a couple of other things here first, a couple of recent news updates. I guess the big news today, of course, is this threat that we're going to get nuked by Putin. And that's one of the reasons why I'm addressing this. Everything seems to be positioned around what he's going to do, and the U.S. has warned him that there would be a, quote, catastrophic consequence. Catastrophic consequences of a nuclear strike. And I'm thinking, well, what is that? Catastrophic consequences. Where have I heard that word before? Last year, when William Shatner went to space, he said that a catastrophic event would be destroying the world. And there's speculation that he wasn't talking about global warming. The catastrophic event would be something having to do with a nuke. There's some speculation there, which we may get into. I also want to talk about Fetterman and his tattoos. I don't know if you've been following, but one of these politicians, former mayor, tattooed the birth dates of a number of people that died while he was mayor. His whole body, he's just a walking tombstone. It's the weirdest thing in the world. But I looked very closely at this guy, and I couldn't help but notice he has a striking resemblance to JFK Jr., if you can just imagine him with one of these rubbery skin hoods on. But we'll get to all of that. First thing, though, this was just posted in Discord. There's a new Pinocchio movie that just came out where Tom Hanks plays Geppetto, and we've been talking about this one. Well, I have a clip here where Geppetto tells Pinocchio essentially that the world's flat. Take a listen.
Father, what's that big shining thing?
That it's the sun, my son. It goes around the earth once a day. It's basic, simple science. You'll learn all about it in school. And here.
The sun goes around, I'll play it one more time. The sun goes around the earth once a day.
The sun, my son. It goes around the earth once a day. It's basic, simple science.
Basic, simple science. Sounds like he was describing a flat world. Also, I had to report a troll to the Department of Homeland Security today. Shout out to Doug, and this is your CSAY Day present. Again, yesterday was CSAY Day. If you see something, say something. Although if you see something in The Simpsons, don't say anything because they'll make fun of you. Well, yesterday, I saw this comment from a user named Doug Ewald, and he said that my channel's likely to incite a mass murder, and that I'll have to take responsibility for it, and that it will be forced on me. I took this as a threat, so I went to the DHS CSAY site, and I said, YouTube user Doug Ewald claims the responsibility will be on me. Here's a link to his channel. Now again, this is, I think, a very suspicious comment. So shout out to Doug. Now here's what Doug actually said. There's a few things. He said, you have repeatedly referred to Elon Musk's satellites as CubeSats. They are not. Do you understand the harm that you do to your credibility when you're wrong about basic things? So he was a little mad about this. Again, I'm not the one that calls them CubeSats. I refer to, well, techtimes.com. He's not correcting them. Aside from sending the advanced Starlink Internet CubeSats, SpaceX is also collaborating with other companies to enhance its broadband service further. So according to Tech Times, they use CubeSats. Again, this is just a phrase that they use. I've heard it from their mouths. I see it on their websites. But this individual is adamant about correcting me. And one of the things he said is that I am likely to have an effect on listeners that Hitler, Jim Jones, and who else? There was someone else. Here it is. This is dangerous. History, and this is from Doug Ewald, history is filled with propagandists like Hitler and Jim Jones who will lead their believers to tragedy. Will you take responsibility when somebody does something terrible because of the things that you say? The responsibility will be forced on you. Should I bring up Alex Jones? Now, I really hope that Doug doesn't shoot up a supermarket, but as I said, I see something here. I'm going to go ahead and say something. And hopefully they can intervene. I hope they don't let due process get in the way. Just send over basically swat them. Isn't that how they do things today? All right, Pete Shea says, I for one am terrified. The nukes, right? Lloyd says, I think the war is either fake and most likely nukes are too. Well, the fakeability question, are they fakeable? Well, considering that it's all basically second-hand, nobody has any first-hand, except the guy that was holding the camera. I was looking at some of the footage, and I'm like, is the same guy that is holding the camera near these little exploding villages, is he alive, or do they have disposable cameramen? Like the guy on the moon who recorded the lander jumping back to the Earth. It's like, I think they left that guy behind. Let me go ahead and play a few clips here. I've got a number of interesting articles. This is from BitChute. I'm just going to play a couple minutes from this one, just going through some of the basic special effects. This is from a video called Nukes Do Not Exist on BitChute.
Another thing that people have taken as a given that seems to be, could possibly be a complete fabrication. It might be another offshoot of this Mason's plan to just siphon off a bunch of money from the space program, but also siphon a bunch of money from the nuclear weapons program, because it seems like And this was only brought to my attention through you and your post about it and the footage that you've shown. It seems like at least the test footage that we've seen of a lot of nuclear weapons from back in the day when they're telling our parents to duck and cover under their school desk to protect them from a nuclear blast, and you got the air raid sirens going off. Obviously, our entire culture was completely paralyzed by the idea of nuclear weapons.
Now, this is interesting to me because I think what they've done is this is how they get you to genuflect before big government. This is how they cow you. This is part of the mind control MK Ultra, where one generation is beneath their desks, cowering because of this possibility that at any minute they could all be nuked. Well, that kind of wore off, and the new spell was the mass shooter. That's I think someone in our Discord even pointed out, we were talking about the iconography here, the symbolism in. What's the symbolism of the bowl cut? And someone said it reminded them of a mushroom, like a mushroom cloud. And I just think it's funny because we're talking about this new threat, this new ubiquitous threat that could wipe you out in your classroom at any time unless you hide beneath your desks. And now it's the school shooter. They've replaced it, but it's all the same mind control. Duck and cover, kneel before the power of the state. Stockholm Syndrome.
But when you're looking at the test footage, given back then it might not have looked fake. You know, back then they actually thought King Kong looked real in the movie or Jaws looked real in the movie.
And good point. They also thought that the Apollo moon mission looked real. Think about it. Everything was cartoony back then. Special effects have really improved over the years, but the foundational traumas were made with basically bad cartoons. And if you look back, you can reverse engineer it. I mean, it is so laughable to me. And I'm speaking as someone who spent 6 months studying this stuff in detail. I was at the Fort McClellan NBC School, Nuclear Chemical Biological Decontamination, and my whole job was about decontaminating from nuclear fallout. Our main objective was making sure the unit was ready in case we had some kind of high altitude blast. My point is, I've studied all these videos. I was made to believe that these things were real and that our unit is charged with keeping everybody safe should something happen. And now I'm looking back at it, and I was basically just a paid crisis actor that didn't know it.
Movie, but now we can see it's clearly fake. When you look back at that footage, it's oftentimes, it looks like the scale of, say, a subdivision where you're in an empty lot across the street aiming a camera at a farmhouse on the other side of the street, a lot over, and then the blast hits and the farmhouse just gets destroyed. The house just gets ripped apart. But what happened to the camera? You know?
Yeah, the camera, the magic camera. So you have the magic cameras from these nuke tests. We have the magic passports from 9/11. We have many magical objects that survive these events. It's very commonplace. It's like, let's find out, what did they make these cameras out of? What did they make the passports out of from 9/11? And let's just use that. Look at this. This is, again, looking at dollhouses being blown up.
You know, who's filming that? The camera is only a couple 100 feet away from that. And in some videos, man, this is the most compelling, is the blast comes from behind the camera. What the hell is...
Okay, let me go to the next clip. I'm mostly just going to be perusing a few examples of what are, I think, models being destroyed. I mean, this is so hoaxy. But this was used to convince an entire generation.
And back to these trees again. And then they show us what looks to be a real forest that's been chopped down or torn down. Now take a look at this. It's footage of the first H-bomb test called Ivy Mike. Watch how it changes.
It looks like a cardboard cutout. There's also another example. There was another test where it looks like they were just time-lapsing the sunrise and using that as a layer. I mean, this is just art. That's all it is. This is just art.
That's a composite.
We're looking at composites, like layers of film spliced together with different special effects.
This. It looks like a completely separate explosion.
There's a lot of these montages. And yesterday we were talking about North Korea, and this is what kind of got me into it. A few years ago, I had a friend who was crying, and her daughter was crying because they just went through some drills in their home. And the drills were based on some threat that her boyfriend at the time saw on the Drudge Report, that North Korea was going to nuke us. So they're hiding under their stairs and crying the night. And I'm just thinking, Um, well, that's what you get when you, um, I don't know what to say. I mean, you can't really fault people for not having the discernment to see some people are just media radicalized, MSM fundamentalists. They're going to believe whatever they see on TV. And think about that before the next pandemic. Do you want to be locked down with somebody who's essentially a hypochondriac? My point is, the North Korean rockets are often exposed as fake. So this isn't like, okay, fakery is the norm, not the exception. Your war is a decoy operation. North Korea faked missile test footage, U.S. experts. Footage released by North Korea purporting to show the firing of a submarine-launched ballistic missile appears to be fake. Now, if these same experts applied the same level of scrutiny to, let's say, NASA or SpaceX or Bezos's blimps, they would say those are fake as well. But they're not going to. But they're happy to call North Korea's things fake. In defiance of a ban, North Korea said it had a ballistic missile technology that would allow them to launch a warhead from a sub. But state media images cast doubt on the claim. There are many videos like this, many videos that show these things where they're just basically composites. Many of these pictures are faked. You can tell they're fake. Sometimes you can tell by the stars in the background that show you it's the wrong time of the year. South Korea's missile set, this is from South Korea's military, they reported on it and they said that it was a modified video from 2014. They had modified some footage. Again, this is the norm. You know, Jussie Smollett got caught very publicly and shamed to help you give the impression that if anybody tries to pull one over in the mass media, they're going to call it out. No. But for some reason, they're not giving this guy a break. Now, he just recently launched another one in the direction of Kamala Harris. I don't know if that one was real. I have to assume it's fake. Every single time I watch one of these North Korean rocket launches, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like one of Bezos's Blue Origins that's been painted olive drab. They always look like that. All right, let me see who is in the comments here. Joined by Copaesthetic, Salty Siren, Angst G. My Third Eye says cube satelloons. Yes, hey Doug, the satellites from Musk are cube satelloons. They're not orbiting, they're dangling. Rocco Calzone says, what's the opposite of hopium? Right, see, the hopium is kind of interesting how they're hoping for the end. And I say hopium because it is based on hope. But just because it's hope doesn't mean they're hoping for something good. And that's the sick part. Like, there are people who want the world to end. The global warmists, they want it to turn into climate chaos. They want it to be visible. They want space junk. People want space junk. They want you to see the effects of what we're doing to the world here in America. They need it to be real. And it definitely is. It definitely is something they hope for, even though it's got a bad ending. Think about the QAnoners. Every Sunday, they sit around praying that JFK is going to resurrect and come save them. I mean, they really hope this to be true. They want to be saved by this dead Democrat, and they make up stories like, oh, he's Trump in a fat suit, or his son's going to save us, and he's wearing this costume that looks like an aged John Denver, Vincent Fuchsia, if you recall. But what are they hoping for? They're hoping for the good guys to reveal themselves so they can murder all the bad guys. And I use the word murder, and they don't like it, because they like to say, oh, these are tribunals. What are they, holy tribunals? No, you want to murder all the Democrats. Just admit it. That is what they want. And that's why I don't take politics so seriously. I don't want to be sided. I don't want to be on the same side as the people who are actually advocating for mass murder and tribunals. Like, I'm not really for that. I think it's a bad idea. Like secret trials, tribunals, that's what the noners are actually about. And you just got to hold them to it. Ask any one of them, do you not want to see everyone on the Democrat side murdered on TV while you eat popcorn? They won't admit it, but that's exactly what they're hoping for. They call it the storm. Auto Hoaxer says doom addicts. Well, somehow they've associated hope with doom. And this is how all religions work too, where the end is actually the beginning of their new version of reality. But before you can start the new one, you've got to destroy the old one. Build back better. Have your great reset, great awakening. If you're on the left wing, you want a great reset. If you are on the right wing, you want a great awakening. It's the same program. Oh, those guys are crazy commies. They want universal basic income. But we want Nasara and Gersara. It's the same thing. Cubstar says tribunals and tribulations. Yep. They have basically adapted, as a template, Revelation and applied it onto politics today. It's an obvious program. General Flynn's a huge part of it. Some of it's New Age. In fact, they've made it very appealing. This is what's fascinating about Q. Because the run-of-the-mill white nationalism is off-putting to people who aren't white nationalists, like what Nick Fuentes and MTG are before. But Q is a little more multicultural, and it's New Agey. So if you're a QAnoner, one, yeah, you believe that these are the end times, and you believe in Jesus, and you want to kill all the bad guys for Jesus, who you may or may not associate with JFK. Not all of them do. But you're basically a Christian nationalist, and you can feel good about it. But if you're if you're a QAnoner, you also believe in aliens, galactic federations, reptoids, blue avians, med beds, Nikola Tesla, time travel, and magic in a sense, New Age magic. So in other words, Q appeals to the Christian nationalists, to the New Agers, and it's a very inclusive religion. But as far as the role of the Kennedys, the idea, of course, is that Christ did come back, but they shot him in the head. But luckily, he had a son. And his son is going to save us. And if you go back into the story of Jesus and Magdalene, there are many, and this is from another Tom Hanks movie, based on Dan Brown, The Da Vinci Code. The idea there is that Jesus had a baby with Magdalene before he was crucified. And there are some who don't even believe that he died. Like the Muslim religion believes that Jesus is that he faked his death. He was a death faker, and that he had a baby. Now, the bloodline of Christ gives us this whole other mythology, and the mythology of QAnon does end up going directly to the bloodline idea, that the Kennedys are the bloodline of Christ, and that they tapped Trump on the shoulder and said, look, we're the bloodline of Christ, the bloodline of Satan is the Democrats, and we need you, Trump, to, since you're a rogue and you're uncontrolled, we need you to fight the deep state. And that's what the QAnoners are basing their new religion off of. They're going to bring about revelation. Kevin Mooring says, like how years ago they said the world had enough nukes to destroy the world 10 times over, so why keep building them? It's like that NASA money dump. I used to see billboards here in New Mexico in particular that would say, like, you know, stop nukes. And I'd always see these pictures, and it's very dramatic. Like, oh, at any minute somebody could push the button and it's all over for all of us. And that idea that there's a reset button or there's an end of the world button is a program. They put it into you so you believe it, that there's this, at any moment it can end. And look, there isn't one. Sorry to disappoint, but nobody has that much power. Not for like there were some, when 5G was rolling out, they said, okay, we're done. Got to get off the grid. Because once 5G's on, they're going to hit the button, and it's going to be a distributed direct energy weapon, human bug zappers. All of us are going to die. I'm like, okay. Got rid of nukes. You cured yourself of the fear of nukes, and now you're afraid of 5Gs. There's a whole army of people who had lost their fear, and then they became vaxophobes. Like, I'm sorry, if you fear anything, if you're a vaxophobe, like, I understand skepticism, but if you're legitimately afraid that they're going to wipe out the human race, I think you need to really question maybe the basic premise there. Because I would say it's not even a possibility that there's any way they could wipe us out, nor would they want to. But people do respond to this fear, and they vote accordingly, and it's midterms, and it's the only reason we're seeing it. And I was asking the question the other day, are they going to simulate it to scare us, or are they just threatening to use it? Like, what's more effective? Well, once they have you cowed, they don't need to do the big spectacle every time. All they need to do is threaten it. And it seems to me that it's the threat that really seems to keep everybody in line. And Putin is just serving the role, but it's all about the threat. And if that ever gets too weak and it doesn't have the influence, all they need to do is they'll have to simulate something. And that's what I've been waiting on. Rocco Calzone says mutually assured destruction. No, it's mutually assured decoys. I mean, I was looking at Ukraine, and they have these wooden surface-to-air missile carrying trucks, like they're just wood made out of plywood. It's like you have wooden trucks, wooden tanks, and they say, oh, this is so the Russians waste their missiles. You think they're going to waste multi-million-dollar munitions on wood? No, it's a decoy to scare the civilians, to fool the newspapers, and both sides do it. Like, how can you believe that these different sides are at war when they're up there in space, floating around together in peace and harmony? Well, that only makes sense, I guess, if you believe the space station's real. But when you take into account that the space station is just a movie set, then you can see there is a conspiracy. It involves all of the governments. And the conspiracy is against the masses. The conspiracy is to keep the masses dumb, dumbed down visually, so they can't tell the difference between real and fake because they trust the television as a source. It's your primary source of information. It's the screen. And if it doesn't come through the screen, it doesn't matter. It can't be true. Mutually assured deception. Angst G. Yeah, there we go. I have a lot of pictures I've been going through. Here's a picture here. Talking to friends and family online about the nuclear hoax and asking them what they would expect to find at Hiroshima if the A-bomb went off 1,000 feet above the area. Most people haven't thought about it. It would have been equal to 15,000 tons of TNT, supposedly enough to destroy everything within a kilometer of ground zero with blast energy and intense heat that would vaporize humans and leave atomic shadows behind. But if you go to 360cities.net and type in Hiroshima, you'll find telephone poles, charred trees, radio antenna right next to the Hiroshima Bomb Memorial Building, less than 300 meters from the alleged blast. There's no evidence of such a blast and million-plus degree heat that we've been told about in history books and war documentaries. All we see is destruction consistent with incendiary bombing, which was carried out in other cities like Tokyo. The highly flammable timber and rice paper traditional homes with their matte flooring burned up, leaving a few damaged concrete structures, but true believers will deny the evidence, but the truly open-minded cannot. And that's right. True believers believe that there was a car sent into space by Elon Musk. Why do they believe that? The evidence contradicts it. Well, they don't want to see the evidence. They don't want to put on the glasses, the they live glasses, the shades that let you see through the thing. It's a big burden. Okay, this is at 10 to, here we go. 1962, Operation Sunrise. I was going through this BitChute video. Well, it wasn't called Operation Sunrise. I think it's called Operation Fireworks. But there was this operation that was supposedly a test, but it's clearly a sunrise. I called it Operation Sunrise because it appeared to me that to simulate a nuke, it's back then, pre-CGI, I mean, this is stuff that you would have to just, I guess, recruit a bunch of artists to do. And they would be up to it. They would absolutely be up to it. But this video is showing how you could easily simulate the effect of a nuke, and it looks just like many of them that we've seen with the sun. And I think that would even make sense symbolically speaking when you get into what the sun means to the sun-worshipping cult and its relevance to the nuke itself, which is, in a way, again, it's a fantasy weapon like global warming. I mean, what's the difference? I've noticed that many of the things that are global are hoaxed. The things that are ubiquitous, those are the things that they hoax. But I'm not a reality denialist. Rocco says, we carpet bombed those areas for days and weeks before the nukes ever fell. Bombs are real. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll turn on phones if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Maybe Doug can call in and explain why he wants to shoot up a supermarket based on things that I've said. I really don't want to be blamed for something, but he said that my words will incite some violence, and it will be pinned on me. And I took it as a threat. I don't know if the DHS is going to take action. Here's a meme. You've been lied to about everything. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot unlearn the many lies they've been taught to believe. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hola.
Good afternoon. Do you believe in nukes, and are you scared that the end is near?
Okay, so I'm Rojo. I'm in your chat.
Awesome. Thanks for calling.
My first sentence was like nothing happened. You're glossing over the fact that was just a joke. But I've been trying to research you all weekend, and I found very limited information about you, Tim. Very, very limited. I mean, I've seen all your books on Amazon, blah blah blah. I've seen a little bit of video of you. Real quickly, how would you categorize yourself? Would you say you're red pilled, black pilled? What are you?
Well, red pill, the term was very much appropriated from its original usage outside of the movie. Because the movie The Matrix, it made the red pill, blue pill verse. It was, are you in the Matrix or out? And the Matrix was meant to be the simulation. But later it got picked up by the alt-right, and red pill meant, are you up to speed with what they believe? And so are you anti-liberal? They took it out of the realm of philosophy and into the political realm. So red pill kind of lost all its meaning. Black pill is, for the most part, an extension of red pill, and it's also presuming that everything you see on TV is more or less real. Like the world is doomed, climate change is real. Like they believe all the bad stuff. So they're true believers. So both the black pill and the red pill are world stagers. And I consider what we do to be off-world stage. We don't really delve into the politics. And what we're doing doesn't really have a pill because we're very apolitical.
When you say we, is there a group or is there multiple personalities? Which one?
Well, there's a large group of people who have seen through the mechanism of mass deception, referring to the mass media, using perception management and psyops. And if you don't take into account the fact that your news uses psyops, you don't have the same worldview as those of us who do. And there are many of us who actually account for this type of thing.
And what is the name of that group that you're a part of? Is there a name? Is there a name?
Yeah, well, Infinite Plane Society. And the whole idea was,
Okay.
again, let's form not an anti or an alternative media, because those are all controlled. Those are the pill poppers, red pill, black pill, blue pill. I was like, let's create something parallel that isn't part of it. It's more philosophical, it's more media criticism, media deconstruction, and analysis, rather than taking sides. And that's where we're at. And the number of us there are many people who aren't fooled, but there's no platform where they can actually network. And what I've done here is I've created a way that we can actually network on this. That way we can eventually maintain, and we have maintained, a big pool of people who are in the know.
And that's the isp.org or whatever it is, or .com?
Yeah, ips.monster. Very easy to remember.
Monster.
ips.monster. I'll get the .com eventually. Someone snagged it from me a couple years ago.
I just find you the most interesting person in a long time that I've come across.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. And yeah, about the end of the day, end of the world, we're always looking at these things because it is a fact. And and I say fact, I don't mean this isn't cherry picking. The mass media isn't just the news, it includes everything that's in the entertainment. And we've been finding stuff within entertainment that corresponds to what's happening in the news, like real time, the same day. Like it's not a coincidence that you watch the new season of Game of Thrones, and it's basically a way to draw your attention to Roe v. Wade. Like they coordinate our entertainment so much that it's all propaganda. And when you look at it from that perspective, it kind of shows you that most people are in a bubble, and we've stepped outside of that.
No. Now, what year did you establish this philosophy and start getting other people to believe, like 2018, 2016?
2017 was when our channel was really established. For me, it was 2016 for the most part, when I really started to realize it was the shooting in, I guess for me it was the Charleston shooting. I watched that one very closely and I realized, hey, this shooter, and I started looking at other shooters as well, fits a certain...
The Black Church, right? That's
Yes.
the one you're talking about, the Black Church?
Okay. The shooter, Dylan Roof, that whole thing. Well, I was like, why does this guy look like every other shooter? And then I look closer, and I'm like, wait, he's wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. Now they're associating him with toxic masculinity. So I realized these are composites. These are bogeymen they're creating for the masses. And the more I started to examine it, the more I realized, hey, all of these various shootings are interconnected in a certain way. And I could see that we're looking at a story being imposed over reality. And people believe the story. And it matters because if the school shootings are fake, if the shooters are fake, why are we traumatizing children? And the school shooting drills are, in fact, demonstrably traumatizing for students.
Now, I've been watching, like I said, all weekend, looking you up. Are you around 35-ish? Would I be right about that?
Maybe. Look, okay, right now I've been countersued. I've sued people. I've had stalkers, and one of my stalkers actually committed felony identity theft against me. And I've had more
Yeah,
than
I read that. Yeah. That to me was what caught my. Whenever I first started listening on Friday night,
Oh yes, I've been
the
targeted for a long time, and so I'm very sparse
the
about.
the
Yes.
Georgia news guy, is that right? Alex, what's his name again? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, George.news. He's the guy. He's a major QAnon influencer, like the top one.
Yeah, he was the stunt double for the Red Power Ranger and all. Well, wait a minute. He's got a last name Goldberg or something.
It's Goldfinch, and he's a real person. Actually, I've been through his family tree. His brother works for Pat Robertson. I know everything about him because eventually we're going to be in court. It's really hard to get some people, and he's someone who's very well practiced in remaining anonymous, and he never got over the fact that I doxed him, and I doxed him through a
And now
very.
he's closer to my age. I'm almost 50, so he would be like 47, 48 years old.
He's 46 right now. He'll be 47 on November the 24th.
Okay.
I always send him a birthday tweet.
Of course you do. So you were going through life. You were doing a normie kind of a job. Is that safe to say? You were a normie kind of person. You saw this shooting in Charleston, and you're like, "Hey, wait a minute. Let me connect the dots." How did you get so? Because I've looked at, like I said, I've listened to your rebroadcast all off and on all weekend, and you're so knowledgeable. You have so many names, so many connections, so many numbers that connect to this and that. And I was trying to get a general idea of your philosophy.
I see.
Okay. That's how. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
I know what you're saying. Okay, but before I even look closely at the news, I was studying what the esoteric aspects of the major religions are, the symbolism, and I was noticing there is a lot of symbolism in plain sight.
That's all it is. Yeah,
And that kind of, and I didn't pay attention to the news because I figured this is just brainwashing for the normies, hardly worth paying attention to. But as soon as I looked closer at it, I realized, okay, I'm missing something here. And then I realized that the television has quite literally supplanted religion as the main worldview shaper. And the more I looked at television as the new Bible, universally for the entire world, because this is what struck me. The entire world is being synchronized in a singular worldview, and the controllers of media are instrumental in this. And what they're doing is what I consider to be Psywar. And it's an extension of what religions did. And I realized that just as religion has an esoteric aspect, so too does media. And like I said, it's just a one-for-one.
And esoteric means a small group that's in the know, right? There's only a small group that really knows what all is going on.
Generally, yes, but esoteric means the initiated interpretation of things. The interpretation, like it might be in plain sight, but unless you're an initiate, you might not know what it actually means. Like, for example, when I started looking closely at NASA's missions, I was realizing, wait, every single one of these missions has a rocket that is based on some old sun god, and all of the old sun gods are based on, or their main symbol is the obelisk. And then I already knew about Jack Parsons, the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, and I started to realize, okay, there's a strong correlation here between the symbolism of NASA, the names, the actual, like the obelisk and the missions, and Mystery Babylon. And it went back to Jack Parsons, who explicitly stated that the New Age was the reassimilation of the Sumerian Babylonian tradition. So to me, I'm looking at the space program is actually just the heaven program. It's Mystery Babylon, and that's the primary focus of it. It's about worldview, and we're worshiping the God of the earth under a new name.
Now, were you primarily raised in a religious family?
Well, I was raised Catholic, but I never believed in religions. But I was so I was familiar with the symbolism. And then when I went into the military, I became very aware of the presence of Freemasonry, and I dug deeper into that. And I joined, and then I got into the Lemic group, and then I started studying various Kabbalistic groups. So I always made it my intention to always find information. I was always researching firsthand. So I studied as much as I could and learned what I could about all these different groups, and I realized this is a hydra. There is a monolithic controller that is universal, and it has many different facets. And you wouldn't know unless you're like me and you look in every single area. Like, for example, most Mormons may not associate their special underwear with Freemasonic rituals and tradition, yet they have Masonic underwear. My point is, it's so compartmentalized, the secret societies that run this place, and I've always made it my business to try to understand how they operate.
I'm listening. I'm getting my little piece of paper out and my pen, because sometimes you come off with words that I'm not really for sure what the meaning is, or how you're meaning it to use it. Excuse me, hold on, I got a call.
Well, okay, that's fine.
I'm not a fan or anything like that. I'm actually really well known on D Live, and I just came across, like I said to you on Friday, you somehow got close to the carousel, or you were on the carousel.
Okay.
But somehow you've managed to have over 977 followers, and I've never seen you before. I've never heard of you. And I watch a lot of, how do I say it, red pill people, left-leaning extremist channels, and I've never seen you in the groups or whatever. I've never heard your name mentioned either. But yet you mentioned a lot of names that they've rattled off too.
Yeah, we've been suppressed pretty heavily. There are times where we've gone from 300 to 11,000 subs, and then we get kicked off. DLive kicked me off before when I had like 4,000. I had to start over, but that's a reoccurring thing.
When did you come back to DLive? When did you come back?
I just recently started using DLive again a couple months ago because we can't stay on YouTube. I just had my latest channel pulled. What's your DLive channel? A few people might want to know.
It's the same as my username.
Oh, okay, that's
everybody.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, right. I'm Roho. Rohomophobia is actually a joke. I'm like the only gay on DLive.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. See,
so
DLive is a great platform in terms of its the chat room. I like the notification features, but yeah, it has. I don't know much about its culture. I know it's mostly gamers. And they tend to defund or demonetize political channels. And I was covering 1.6, and like I said, I consider us to be apolitical, but my commentary on 1.6 got us kicked off. So I'm not too familiar with DLive overall, but yeah, and you said extremist. My view with Red Pill and woke is another thing. Woke is left, Red Pill is right. And they're the extremes on the world stage. And my point is, we are too extreme for even them. And by extreme, I mean we're not even in their arena. But I don't advocate any form of activism. I consider what we do to be inactivism. That it doesn't make sense to line up behind one of these Pied Pipers, one of these provocateurs. But instead, we are objectively analyzing things from a safe distance, journalistic distance. Like we have some measure of objectivity that media doesn't have. And that's what distinguishes what Infinite Plane Society does from what every other alternative media platform does.
And why did you choose Infinite Plane Society? Do you believe in infinity? Do you believe that's a real thing?
Well, the Infinite Plane Society was chosen for a very specific reason, because when the channel started, I was really questioning or explaining the basis for NASA and their various rituals, how it's not about taking you to some distant place. It's about building a utopian vision that you accept, that you'll institute here on Earth, and moreover, it's a cover for an older religious system. But at that time, the flat Earth topic was really blowing up, and unfortunately, it was co-opted by Bible thumpers who were insisting that we were under a dome because of the Bible. And the Flat Earth Society believes in that as well, that the Earth is finite.
The firmament and all that, right?
Yes.
Is that right? Firmament? Is that the correct word? Okay.
That's what they use. And I'm like, well, how do you know? If our basis of knowing is evidence, and all you've been given is cartoons, and you're taking away those cartoons because you no longer believe NASA, then how are you going to just suddenly jump ship and say, oh, now it's flat with the dome? So what I suggested was that instead of Flat Earth Society, it ought to be Infinite Plane, infinite till proven otherwise. And the reason why we start with infinite till proven otherwise is there's no evidence for a curve if you rule out what NASA has presented. So if you don't have a curve, it's objectively flat until you can prove otherwise, but we don't have enough information to assume there to be a dome or a cover or a boundary. So infinite till proven otherwise, and nobody's debunked no one's gone far enough actually to contradict the idea that there's a dome.
Thank you.
But they're still stuck on the dome, and I just, like I said, IPS, Infinite Plane Society, and it could it could expand into a few other areas. This idea of not putting blinders on or accepting false explanations in general. And that's what I think we're looking at here when it comes to our worldview is we're given models, and if you accept the model, you don't have to test it. And I don't think there's been enough testing on the globe thing. And this is why the flat Earth movement was so problematic for the scientists who are, basing their entire worldview on this thing. Is you can't have people rejecting ground zero. You can't have them reject the basic premise. And when they do, they question everything else. And of course, question marks are forbidden today.
Real quickly, somebody just posted a sticker, auto hoax. What is the definition of auto hoax? Because I heard when that lady called on the replay, I enjoyed her. I don't know if you know her or not, but I really did enjoy her information that she gave. What does auto hoax mean?
That would be Lynn. The term auto hoax refers originally as a pejorative. Whenever these shootings would happen, you'd have people jumping online saying it's a hoax. And if you called it a hoax, you could get a ton of hits right away. Meanwhile, you'd be competing with the mainstream media. But the people who believed the shootings are real didn't like this competition from people calling it fake. They didn't like that you got more traction. And so they said, don't be an auto hoaxer. We don't know if it's fake. We have to wait and see. How dare you mock the grieving victims? So therefore, you had a distinction between people who automatically assume what they see on TV to be real until it's debunked. Then the auto hoaxers are the ones who come out and saying, no, it's a hoax until you can prove it real. So what is it? Is it fake until proven real? Or is it real until proven fake? Well, logically speaking, the burden of proof should belong to the media with extraordinary claims. But they've shifted the burden of proof to you, kind of like religions do. It's on you to believe the book. They don't have to provide evidence. They don't have to show you angels. They don't have to show you God. You believe. It's on you. If you don't, you're bad. Well, they've taken that same dynamic and they've applied it to media, where now we're supposed to believe first. And then if we can poke holes, then we can question. And that's how they have managed, I think, to convince most of the public of things like nukes, things like climate change, things like the globe, space travel, because they don't let you have any leeway here to insist that they provide evidence. So like, no, if you question, you're a conspiracy theorist. In fact, some say the term conspiracy theorist was originated for the sole purpose of attacking anybody who questioned the news.
Gotcha. I'm just going through your chat.
But again, yeah, so
and I see that you...
auto hoax, though, is this, though. To automatically assume it's a hoax, it's logically sound. We really should be doing that. Because if you think about it, why would the media have a problem with that? They shouldn't have a problem with that. If it's true, it would be self-evidently true. So why is it problematic if you have people questioning them? And what we do here was picked up on by Mick Media. Mick Media is kind of a Huffington Post offshoot. They interviewed me briefly, and they realized that we're categorizing people into auto hoaxers and auto believers. Which one are you? And most people don't know, because by default, the cultural default is believe the news. And most people believe 100% of the news they don't watch. They just assume it's all just reporting. And what I'm saying is it's less reporting and it's more of like a reality TV show. It's far more curated than people would think. And it's given away in not just the selectivity in what they choose not to cover, but it's given away with actors, with narratives that match political agendas that happen to correlate with what's on the entertainment.
Okay. So the truther movement, they trace their lineage all the way back to the JFK assassination, right? That was the first time that people, ordinary citizens, questioned things that didn't seem like how you felt about Charleston, right? That was the first time they ever questioned, like, hey, and Walter Cronkite, of course, the most trusted man in America, is the one who delivered the news. He wasn't famous before that, but he got famous after reporting that. A lot of people don't know that. He became America's dad and the most trusted man in America, blah, blah, blah. At what point did you say, okay, I'm going to sit down and I'm not going to believe anything that I see on the TV because it's programming, which, we know the definition of programming. At what point did you say, okay, politicians are absolutely 100% fake? And at what point in our society, American society, did we turn from being truthful? Has America ever been truthful? Has the world ever been truthful?
Great questions. Okay, so after we started the channel, we were always there, the first ones to watch a shooting. And we were always there like, okay, let's look at the evidence. After the Vegas event happened, the Vegas shooting of 10/1/2017, my channel was shut down because I was looking at pictures of EMTs carrying people, and I was pointing out how fake it all looked. Within 20 minutes, YouTube pulled my channel, and they said we're going to give preference to authoritative sources like the BBC before we ever give preference to randoms on YouTube. So then at that point, I started realizing that within the truther community, you have most people think that everything is a false flag, that it's real, but the government's lying or they instigated it. And the group of auto hoaxers were those who were saying, nothing even happened, nobody died, nobody cried. So the group of people saying nobody died was shunned by the ones who think somebody died or a lot of people died, and now they're looking for a scapegoat. So that's when I realized that the truther movement has been compromised, that they are guardrailed, is the term I came up with. So in 2018, I did put out a book called Guardrailed, and it basically referred to conspiracy theorists, or free thinkers rather, who are turned into conspiracy theorists, who follow various stories. Like it was the Muslims that did it. It was the government instigated MK Ultra shooter that did it. Those are all alternative versions of the atrocity the media reports. And that's far different from what we're doing, saying we don't even think anybody died. We need evidence first. And that was about 2018. So then we codified this thing. And we have an actual methodology here where we are not accepting extraordinary claims from the media without evidence. And once we implemented that, we realized, we've been right 100% of the time. Everything we've looked at, we've been accurate. We've been preemptively calling things out as faked, and nothing's contradicted us. So we realized, okay, fakery is the rule, not the exception. And that's a paradigm shift. And most people who think you have to investigate first and then poke holes in it, they're still putting a bit of blind faith in media. And that's what I would refer to as media fundamentalism. Like when the news reports a mass shooting in Russia today, 13 people were shot. Some guy named, last name was Artem, like Artemis. He shoots 13 people. Well, 99% of the population is going to say, oh, that's real. It's a tragedy. It's Putin's fault. But what evidence do you have that it's real? And again, if you saw it on the screen, that's not evidence. That's what I would call see-say. And see-say is another term I've come up with to go along with hearsay. It shouldn't be admissible as evidence. And interestingly enough, though, the Department of Homeland Security made yesterday see-say day.
Yes, I've watched. Yeah, during the replay, like I said, I've watched the whole replay, and I've watched it multiple times, and I've learned. I'm not really the smartest person on earth. I don't remember everything, but yeah, I do remember key points that you've made up in the whole see-say thing. See something, say something, which is literally, like you said, an indoctrination of making people compliant and pushing the narrative of whatever the police or whatever agency it is. Hey, see, somebody saw it, so now we've got the right to have our cameras up. We have the right to invade privacy. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yep. A commenter says smart is measured in terms of curiosity. I think so too. Because to me, what we're doing here, especially with the think tank, the open chat room, is we're gathering intel. We're getting more facts, because the difference between someone who questions the news like we do versus those who just believe it is we know more than they do, because we research more and we bring more facts to the table. But ironically, we end up believing less. So we know what we know, and they believe some stories. And there's a huge distinction there. And when you think about it long term, years and years and years of being lied to puts you into a world view. I liken it to a doomsday cult. And this is one of the things that I've studied, is I have made a study of cults. I've joined cults, and I've observed it. I've experienced it. The love bombing, the groupthink, the parasitic nature of big organizations. The nature of the cult is to turn you into a member of the group. Now you're no longer an individual. And this cultiness nature to media is what I'm really honing in on today. Like in Australia, they say, if you don't believe in climate change, you're mentally ill. And yet there was this tennis competition on Saturday where some guy sets himself on fire to protest climate change. And well, who's crazy? Who's the religious indoctrinator? The one who thinks the world's going to end and who's self-immolating? Or those of us who are questioning what's being said on the TV? And again, I'm the enemy. I'm the one who's in the cult. I'm the one with mental issues, not the guy that set himself on fire to make a political point.
So basically, throughout history, even if you read or whatever, media started off with the town crier, the town jester. And of course, they were told what to say. This is what happened. This is the story we're going with. This is a narrative. And then all of a sudden it started getting to writing and newspapers dominated forever and ever and ever until radio, until television. So it's always been the same script, just flipped by different people.
I agree. In fact, the idea of like the movable type press and the Reformation, that was creating an issue for the power elite because now through mass publication, people could get information that wasn't specifically filtered through them. And I think we're having something of a historical analog here with the internet. And right now we're going through a neo-reformation. And I actually think this is one of the main agendas behind the infodemic, rather the pandemic, which I think was a cover for the infodemic. I think the internet represents an infodemic to the elite. Information they don't control that they need to control. They use the pandemic so they could put out the infrastructure for censorship to corral all this random information, what they call dis, mis, and malinformation. So we're going through a new kind of a holy war, and they're trying to purify their doctrines. They're regaining control of media because of the internet. I think this is all a big reaction because they don't want real reporting, real networks of reporters to compete with controlled media. And I think this has always been the case. They've always gatekept. They've always had big gatekeepers, people like Rush Limbaugh. Like, right, you think of him as extreme because they say he's extreme. But when you really think about it, no, they exist in a fictional universe. They exist on the world stage. And yeah, right now I think that we're going through something of a new reformation. And I look at the vax as a political decision. And when you make that decision, it shows, okay, I may not know everything, but I'm going to go ahead and side with the world church and their priesthood. To me, it's just a communion wafer. It's a baptism. It means that I'm with the world church. And I think this is a very intentional schism they've created in society as they purify their doctrines. And they control both sides. But again, I think this is business as usual. We've never had a free media.
I followed somebody or listened to somebody once who said that they broke it down that the world is controlled by 13 houses. Do you agree with that statement that there are 13 houses that literally run the entire world?
Yeah, I've seen these. I've seen the bloodlines of the Illuminati, Fritz Sprigmeyer, and that's an interesting idea. I don't know how you could ever prove something like that, but I would say there is centralized control, and it would have to be a very small number compared to the rest. I don't know if 13 is the number, but you can find a lot about the gang that runs this place by their own signs and symbols. It's all over the place, and one of their main symbols is the black cube, which has a lot of esoteric significance. The black cube, sometimes represented as the monolith, like the iPhone in your hand. Like, I will say this, there is a cult that runs the world, and it is ancient, but it's been dressed up like something modern. Science fiction is a cover for an esoteric religion, and every aspect of the old religion's been replaced. I think we are in a cult. Is it 13 families? I don't know. What are they? I don't know. I don't point to any specific. I mean, some will say it's this group, it's them, it's the Samoans, or it's the Chinese. But I'm sorry, but if you're pointing at a scapegoat, you have to ask yourself: if you remove this person or this group, rather, would everything just suddenly be fixed? And the answer is no. I think what we have is a pyramid structure that's based on masses of ignorance, masses living in darkness, and then an illuminated elite.
Okay, so can we just deduce down to who's the good guys and who's? Then when it all comes down, it comes down to there are good guys and bad guys, right?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so, but the QAnoners, for example, well, they think they're good. They're fighting the deep state, right? But they want to murder a bunch of people. They really do. They want to murder the Democrats. It's political warfare. So the good people are being hijacked and they're being put into the world stage where they are committing, what do you want to call it? Like if you're at war with another group and then you're being controlled by a third party, humanity is kind of in a circular firing squad. And there are no good guys from what I can tell. I just see legions of the deceived and the deceivers. The only good guys are the conscientious objectors from the Psy-War, and there aren't very many of us because most people don't know it's even there.
Well, the reason why I asked is that there's a long-standing theory, two wings, one bird. the Republicans and Democrats left and right, that no matter how much that they pretend to go to war and hate each other, they have to work together. And that was kind of proven in the 92 election when Ross Perot almost got 20% of the vote. And immediately they worked together to change the rules in order to run for president. Because before then, anybody can run for president. When I was a kid in school, we had mock elections, and they went and printed the actual ballot for the presidential election. And there were 15 different people. It wasn't just a Democrat and Republican on there. There were 13 other candidates, and one was for the Communist Party. We don't have that nowadays. After they reformed the rules in order to run for president after the 92 election. Are you familiar with that?
I am. And you brought this up earlier about, when did I figure out, or when did I decide, or just start assuming all politicians to be, more or less, actors and controlled. And this is where Trump comes in, because Trump arrives as an outsider, as a rogue, and he's not part of the system and everything like that. And that was his main selling point. And I gave it the benefit of the doubt, because he said the news is fake. He's going to open up the libel laws. The media is going to be sued. And I thought, wow, this might actually work. If we get some guy in here who doesn't give a damn, and he's willing to call out the fakery, then maybe the whole infrastructure of Psywar as the norm will be taken down. That there'll be some kind of, great awakening, like you said. And it would be. But the instant PSYOP started happening, like Parkland, he's just marching lockstep. Oh, that's real. The virus is real. Nukes are real. Space war is real. And this is the other thing, too. You're not going to have a savior from the political realm because they're all on the world stage. And if you're a world stager, you're required to believe in things like space junk and space wars and nukes. You don't get to opt out. My point is, you don't get to be in politics if you're not a true believer. So there's no hope if you're looking to be, quote, saved. Not that I think there's anything to be saved from, because I don't believe the world's ending. Hey, I got a commenter here. A commenter here, his name is Cookies. He says, channels like yours are confusing kids and turning them into mass shooters. You're reported. You're jail material, spreading lies and misinformation. Okay, well, this is why Cookies is a moron. Whoever is behind that moniker is a moron, because this person has nothing bad to say about Al Gore, who has people setting themselves on fire. And that guy who set himself on fire in the tennis court, yeah, that was funny because just his arm burned. But on Earth Day,
wait a minute, do you actually believe a person set themselves on fire?
Yeah,
you actually believe that person did it?
Yeah, I watched it. It was on TV. This was live.
Oh, where did you watch it on? What did you watch it on?
It was on. I saw it on Twitter, Instagram. I mean, he was dragged off, just his arm burned. I actually put this guy on an eco-friendly tote bag. It's at infiniteplane.media. If you go to the shop, I actually took the image.
I saw you peddling earlier. I didn't mean to use the word peddling, but that's a generic term.
Well, look,
do you not believe that maybe he was an actor also? Do you not believe he's an actor also?
Well, he's an activist, sure, but do I believe?
No, actor.
What difference would it make?
Do you think he's an actor perpetuating the narrative of whatever direction, of whatever, of that climate change is real?
Okay, back in 2017.
Or do you think he was actually crazy enough to set his arm on fire? Which one do you believe?
On Earth Day 2017, I went down to a protest. There was a large group of people, 3,000 people, and it was a march against. It was a march against capitalism. It was a march against freedom, basically. But it's a climate change march. I went over there with my megaphone, and I had a sign that said "Stop Global Warming," but on the back, it said "Earth is flat." And I walked into that mob, and I said, "You're brainwashing your children. The Earth is not warming. This whole thing is just a religious indoctrination." And before I could get much further, I was dragged out. And I had mobs of people screaming at me. Their faces were just hideous. They were raising middle fingers, F you. And my point is, they weren't actors. They are radicals. They've been radicalized by the main religion of the day, the MSM. No, they're not actors. They're religious nutcases. They're mental. And they will set themselves on fire. The guy, Wynn Bruce, who set himself on fire, that potentially could have been a psyop. That could have been faked. There was a guy who set himself on fire in front of the White House in May of 2019. Looked fake to me. Looked like a ritual. But this one here, real or fake, this is actually, I would say, an exemplar of your average climate change believer. They do believe that you need to get rid of jet fuel, you need to stop flying. Greta Thunberg is the voice of the standard environmentalists. They all believe that we pretty much doomed us. This is not. My point is, to the commenter in the chat room who's calling me crazy, who thinks that I'm going to inspire stuff. No, I'm not inspiring self-harm. They are. In fact, they encourage self-harm. They encourage you to disassociate from society, lock yourself in your basement, and just stare at the TV all day, stay 6 feet away. If you think about it, all of the antisocial influences are coming from your priesthood. And they're basically telling you to hate yourself, hate your carbon footprint. There's too many of us, don't have kids. I mean, look, all the hate and radicalism is coming from the mainstream.
Okay, so you don't, how do I say this? You never know what to believe. How do I say this without it sounding condescending? As far as the guy burning his arm on the tennis court, you don't know if that was a psyop or if it was a real believer. I mean, there's no way you could possibly know, right? But yet you have these convictions, such as nuclear arms are fake. There's no such thing as NASA exists only to perpetuate a dream.
No, wait. Well, we have standards of evidence here. Now, I don't know whether or not that particular guy that I singled out is really authentically believing it. How would you know? You'd have to ask him personally. But did a person set himself on fire with a shirt that said ban UK jets? And is this in the context of environmentalist activism today? Absolutely. It's consistent with environmentalist activism today. Activism's real. Like I said, I'm not a reality denialist. I'm not denying anything.
No, the next thing I was going to ask you is, do you remember Greenpeace?
Yes. Look, eco-fascism goes back, and my point on this whole thing is that environmentalism is a cover for Marxism, for communism. They've replaced the poor as the ubiquitous victim with the environment, but it's still the same villain, the rich. It's still rich versus the poor. But since the poor have it...
It's always been that way, right? The top 1% is trying to control the 99% below it.
Well, that's their communist narrative. I don't necessarily believe that to be the case. I think that's very pessimistic, but they want you to believe it. But since the 1% are exploiting the poor, and the poor have increasingly better standards of living, I mean, I see homeless people with better smartphones than I have. I'm saying that it's no longer an easy sell. We must save the poor. They've changed it to let's save the environment. But it's a cover story. Environmentalism is watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside. Always has been. It's always been political. It's never been about saving the planet. They don't care about the planet. They care about controlling people. That's my take on environmentalism. So this activist here, he's a dupe, he's a stooge, and if he actually set himself on fire, he's a fool. Whether or not he believes any of it. But is it believable? Yeah, that's another thing too. I don't call everything fake. You have to apply the fakeability test. There are certain standards of evidence here, and the evidence says that's real. You can dispute it if you choose to. I don't have any way to dispute it, but it seems real, and it's very consistent with environmentalist activism. And it's not even an impossibility. Like, it'd be harder to fake what I saw there. It'd be harder to fake it in front of so many witnesses than to find some moron to do it. And look, we've had people gluing themselves to streets, gluing themselves to signs. Have you been paying attention to the environmentalist wackos?
Oh, my whole life. I'm 50 years old. I was around for the first Earth Day.
Okay. So you have seen them. And the first Earth Day, Ira Einhorn, the unicorn killer, composted his girlfriend after he killed her. How green is that?
That's what you were told.
He did. And moreover, in California right now, they're making it legal as of 2027 to compost your dead loved ones.
Yes. Well, this girl on, and I hate to bring this up, on TikTok said, have you ever seen the opening of a new cemetery? And you know what? It made me think, I've never seen a new cemetery go up. They've always existed. So why don't new cemeteries get open and built is my question. Not my question, but what I question about myself. So it made me think, have cemeteries always just been around and we just extend the length? Because I've never seen a new cemetery open.
I'd have to look into
so
that.
That goes to your thing about composting your loved ones is, hey, eventually you're going to run out of, there's only so much room. It's finite. right? And you have to remember things leach into the ground, they get into the water system, they fuck with this and the environment, blah, blah, blah. So composting people, are you for that or against it?
I'm not necessarily against it. In fact, I've given some thought to this. I worked in the funeral industry. I was a embalmer at a central care facility here for a few years before I got into just transport. And one of the things about embalming and the whole process is that, in my view, it's a little invasive. When I'm dead, I don't want to be messed with at all. I'm just like, fine, clean off the body, but I'm for whatever. But long term, I'm not against composting necessarily. I don't. I think there's got to be rules that govern this and maintain reverence and respect for the dead. But
Why can't you, on your own property, go and bury your dead like you used to before 1937 during the Great Depression? Why can't you bury your own on your own property? Why were there laws passed that said you must have a funeral? There must be a paper trail. There must be money exchanged to pay to bury your dead.
there's reasons for
So the funeral
there's health code reasons. That's one thing. Like you can't display a body and have people come over unless it's been.
But up until 1937, it was fine. After the Great Depression, whenever so many people's bodies were buried into their yards and they found out it ruined water systems for a while, not forever, they said, hey, you can no longer do that. And then the funeral parlor industry got born.
I don't know. I would have to look into it, but the funeral industry does a great service. It really does, if you ask me, because it is a big problem. Not everyone's equipped for it, and one of the purposes, though, of course, it's sanitation, and then of course, I'm sure there's plenty more reasons than that. But a commenter in here, Lloyd Miller, is 75. He's seen cemeteries open. I think they opened one here, and over here they actually have, because this is where Breaking Bad, the Netflix show, was filmed. And they actually had a cemetery.
You're in New Mexico? You're in New Mexico?
Yeah, and Walter White had a tombstone at the same cemetery where
Yeah.
my grandmother's buried. And I think there's a public outcry against it because they didn't want a fictional body
Fictional
buried there.
character.
Yeah, because then you'd have a bunch of fans showing up. I didn't have an issue with it, but yeah. Anyway, my point is, I don't know if there's anything necessarily conspiratorial or bad about the death care profession. People need a
Well,
way to handle
my
that.
mother taught me anytime that you get a new bill, so like we're born, we don't need electricity. We don't need medicine. We survived for hundreds of thousands of years without that. And these are just modern luxuries, right? Like your cell phone, your cable bill, blah, blah, blah. My mother always said, anytime somebody tries to sell you something that's got an attach that you never pay for, you can never pay for it right out or outright. You have to pay for it over time and you never can pay it off. That's a scam. Such as cell phones with data plans and blah, blah, blah. Cable, before it's TV, TV's free. It's in the air. All you need is antenna.
It's a
Do you think that?
it's a trade-off though. What are you getting for it? Are you getting more value? It's about trade-offs and
But
value.
you lived just fine before without it though. It wasn't always around. Is my
I
point.
live better now than I did 10 years ago just because of faster access to information among other things. But there are things that I think are
But that's for
questionable.
your lifestyle.
Like, well, no,
That's for your lifestyle.
standards of living have gone up for a lot of people, especially homeless people, disadvantaged people. I think that technology has been really a boon to mankind, and we need to, really be appreciative of how much better things are and how much happier people can be than if we were all just living, quote, off the land or something. But there are plenty of scams, like carbon taxes. Like right now, I have to get my truck's emissions tested because of some California Clean Air Act based on an ozone hole that doesn't exist. And I got to pay $20. And where's that going? It's tithing, because the world church does have a God, and the God is the God of the earth, the God of recycling, the God of life and death, the cycles of nature. But yeah, they basically rebranded it. So every time you recycle, every time you pay your carbon taxes, you're tithing to the world church based on what? The notion that you have a carbon footprint. And my view is that the carbon footprint is how they reintroduce original sin. And that what happened in the Bible when too many people were being wicked, they flooded the world. In this modern age, we have NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and they say if we don't cut our
Mhm.
carbon footprints, globe's going to flood us. My point is, the angry globe has replaced the angry God as a construct, and everybody's accepted it. they've introduced a flood myth that the most scientifically minded people in the world today not only swear by and believe in, but they will set themselves on fire. That's how much they believe in it.
So at the end of the day, I'm not going to take up much more of your time. I really do appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. I think you're a very interesting person. I really, really do. With an interesting take on the world. At the end of the day, and you sit back and you sit down and you think, hey, this is the state of the world. Our politicians, governments, are they for us, against us, good, evil? Can you trust a politician at all? Any politician?
Great question. Sadly, my answer is going to be no. You can't, because their worldview has a framework. It has certain parameters. It has has a model attached to it that isn't real. Can you trust a pathological liar? No. Can you trust the spouse
You
of
can
a
always trust them to lie to you. You can trust that they're going to lie to you, though. You can always count on that.
Right. Well, I'm just saying they're reality compromised. Like, for example, they're going to say, hey, look, I do want to represent your best interests, but those Republicans won't recycle, and now the globe's getting mad, and there's going to be a flood, so I got to take some of your money and regulate your business, and we're going to go to war. We might have to send you. Like, my point is, you can't trust them because they are compromised. Their reality has been totally compromised by their religion. They're zealots. They're fundamentalists of the MSM religion. And essentially,
at the end of the day, are you also a believer in God? At the end of the day, are you a believer in God?
Not the God that wants to murder the other half. Not the God that votes
so
Republican.
You believe in a higher power then? You do believe in a higher power, something that made the earth, made the universe, blah, blah, blah.
Sure. I don't know how much I can personalize it, though. And there's something else to consider as well. I think that the spiritual side of reality is deliberately obfuscated. And this is why I don't necessarily trust politicians either. I think we're all just part of this big deception, and we don't have enough information to be arriving at a lot of the conclusions that people have just accepted to be real. But I do believe there's a higher power, but I don't think any religions represent it. I really
Okay,
don't.
so the higher power. When you say higher power, I'm trying to get a finger on what you believe in. There is a God that made the heaven, the earth. He made man. Blah blah blah. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I guess I would agree. But when we say
Okay.
God, I don't
Okay.
want to.
So that higher power, is he ultimately good, evil, neutral? What is he?
It seems to me that the world is underneath the control. Yeah, I think that the control of this place has been outsourced or hijacked, because whatever runs this place is not benevolent from my perspective, because the power elite that serve it are just that, the power elite that serve it, and those of us who aren't part of it, I think we're more or less second class. We're chattel, we are sheeple, but I don't think there's anything necessarily benevolent about that. And my own experience with various occult or esoteric societies is that the idea of the Illuminati is real. That there is an elite that do have a light that we don't have, and they describe the rest of us as living in a wilderness of darkness. They bring you into their chambers with a bag over your head, symbolizing the darkness that you brought with you. And until they pull the bag off and they show you the light, you don't know anything. And if that's the type of people who control the world, the people that have everyone else with their heads in the dark, I have to say that's not benevolent. It's the opposite. It's a forces of endarkenment. And I think that the sentient beings out there who are observers of this and call it out are often pointed out as pariahs, exiled. I mean, if you could see it, what happens to you? You get branded a conspiracy theorist for not believing them. So yeah, the world's controlled. Whatever the god of the world is, it's a big liar. You know, the father. And this is not to say it's Satan necessarily, but I mean, what do you make of it? What's your take on it?
Oh, I'm a non-theist, first of all, 100% non-theist. I don't believe in imaginary sky daddies, or I would believe in an alien race that had something to do with us before I would ever believe in an entity, an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-being, created everything entity. I would never believe in that, ever.
Now, what do you think about the idea of co-creation? Like, do you think that the universe is and it's static and you're just on it for a time, Or do you think that you are somehow involved in the creation of it itself just by being a perceiver? Do you find any sort of sense in that? There's some kind of a higher purpose to every person in this place?
I think humans take themselves way too seriously, to be honest. I think humankind takes itself way too serious and thinks that it's so special and so destined to have this and that to happen to it. And we are the most insignificant things in the universe at the end of the day. But we like to think of ourselves as being our own little gods because we can make skyscrapers, we can lay highways, we can go to the moon, air quote, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of people who had that view that we're insignificantly small and that it's just ego that lets us feel important just so we can face up to the fact that nothing means anything. But my take on it has kind of changed a bit. Like, I do get the sense that man is here to be the manifester, that we're here to build and experience on behalf of whatever. But yeah, I think that the purpose to existence might just be building a world, building a better world, and fending off evil and stuff. But maybe there's no purpose. But my own experience with synchronicity tells me that there's got to be something a little bit more beneath the surface. But there's no way I can attach to any of the religions or any of these sky daddies. In fact, you brought up sky daddy, like the judging god that can drop lightning bolts on you. Yeah, that's superstition.
Mm-hmm.
Superstition, and the elite like you to be superstitious. And I think that's why they invented climate change. So the same elite can scare you, tax you, tithe you, and turn you into a fundamentalist.
So who are we know who the bad guys are. Who are the good guys in the world, in your opinion?
Reasonable minds, reasonable people who don't prey on others, non-intraspecies predators, good people. I do believe there are good people and bad people. I've met evil people, and I think, and when I say evil, I mean it's not like, a wolf or a coyote. I had a coyote eat one of my cats once. It wasn't evil, it was hungry, and my roommate was dumb for letting her cat go in and out. But when a human being decides to prey on another human, that's a whole other category that's unique to man, I think. And I think evil is a thing. And I don't know about this good versus evil stuff, and is there a heaven and a hell? I don't believe that. I mean, even hell's not a biblical concept. It's another story to scare people. I don't know how this thing ends, but if I had to guess based on the symbolism, I would almost get the idea that we consistently and constantly reincarnate whether we want to or not. But I don't have any way of really knowing that.
You would like to believe it, though, right? That we're on life is levels, like a video game, and you level up each time, right? Each life.
I like the idea of there being a purpose, and I like the idea of judgment of some kind or some kind of merit attached to it. I don't like the idea that the lowest and the worst and the most criminal consistently dominate. But I like the idea. I think that we should have some value system that holds heroes above criminals, but everything's been so inverted.
Well, don't forget, your definition of a criminal may be my definition of a hero.
It may be. There's a lot of moral relativism out there as well. And I have an issue with that as well. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, there are some who will say that cops are criminals. And how can you say that? They're good guys. I see them on the TV. Well, what if they're enforcing a system that is inherently criminal? And, again, these definitions, like the good guys out there, Christian nationalists think they're good guys. But if you actually look at what they believe, are they any better than radical Islamists? If you can justify murdering people for a higher cause, whether it's Democrats or the Great Satan, it's the same thing. Deep State, Great Satan, same thing. But yeah, interesting questions though. Definitely interesting questions. The media is a liar, the world church of our day, and it's a pathological liar. And the people who believe it may be good, but they're deceived, which makes them instruments of evil or instruments of the big deceivers.
Can I ask you just one more last question? Because I know you're getting a little antsy to get off there. You got a show to do and all that. I get that. But just one more question. I don't know what you do for a living. I don't know if you have a family, kids, or whatever, or a fur baby. But I keep saying at the end of the day, I fucking hate that goddamn expression. Because I'm nervous talking to you a little bit. Because I just really love the information you've been putting out there.
Well, I make my
But
living
when it's
doing
all said
this.
and
I
done,
make my living as a, well, I was making my living as a live streamer. And at one point, when I first started, it was more than enough to cover my bills and keep me doing this full time. But then we got attacked and suppressed, and it became increasingly difficult. But that just made me not want to quit. Seems kind of self-defeating. I've limited my own income, but I do make my living through live streaming. And that's why I peddle things like eco activists on coffee mugs and whatever else it takes to run the channel. But this is beyond just me and my YouTube channel. I really think that what we're doing here constitutes a philosophical movement and a counter media presence that the world just doesn't have and hasn't had. And it's not allowed to have. I mean, Alex Jones is a mainstream media personality from my perspective here. Alex Jones is an asset of the world stage, and he's no different from Anderson Cooper at the end of the day.
well, also, fuck, I forgot to ask this question. You were talking about Alex Stein earlier. I'm sorry, I have a bite in my mouth. Alex Stein, the little conspiracy castle guy, and you said even he is a puppet or whatever the word. What's the story about Alex Stein? Because I know very little about him. I can find very little, but you seem to know a little bit more about him than I did.
Yeah, Alex Stein, 99. Let's see, let's start back. I know his dad's a bail bondsman. His grandmother shot up Parkland High School. But about him, I first came across him.
Hold on. His grandmother?
Well, his grandmother was in the news once because she shot the high school up because some students were, I don't know if they were on her lawn or something. But so I looked into him as well. But no, Alex Stein is a reality TV star. He was in a show called Glass Houses where he played the villain. He got kicked off. It looked like because he was dry humping one of the actresses in front of her boyfriend as a skit that he did, and that was too far. But he's a reality TV star, and he worked with Clark Gable's grandson on a who owned it, and that guy owned the show called Cheaters. So they're doing the show called Cheaters, and he was one of the main hosts. He signed an NDA, so he can't tell us that it's all fake and that everything was staged, although he manages to tell everybody that it's all fake and staged because he had to sign an NDA. And I learned about him through a mutual friend, a producer that was working for Art Bell. This producer reached out to me when my channel first took off, and when Art Bell died, his network kind of, nothing happened with it. It was just kind of, they didn't have a replacement for him. And I knew the person who bought it after the fact. And we hired Art Bell's producer, and he said, hey, we got a great guy who can host. His name's Alex Stein. So I actually learned of Alex Stein in 2020, right when he started his Conspiracy Castle. And what struck me was how little he knew about conspiracies. It was almost like it was just sort of a new reality television character he was going to play. Now I'm a conspiracy theorist. And he got on the big Flat Earth channel. So everyone thinks he's a flat earther. Well, he's not. He used that to gain credibility, I think, but then he dropped it right away. But my point is, he's a reality TV show guy, and he took off through, of course,
Who crashes city councils and records it, and then puts it on his channel, reviews.
And then he got hired by the Blaze. The Blaze hired him, and now he's a permanent fixture. But I guess back in 2020, I actually have this in my Discord server. I was guessing, he's probably going to be the next Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is sort of a histrionic comedian and conspiracy peddler who may or may not believe any of what he's actually saying, but he's selling stuff. And I thought, well, this is probably going to be his replacement. And now Alex Stein is actually standing in for Alex Jones. But you can't say that he's a random person who just went viral and made it. He's been in reality TV for years and years.
Well, that goes back to my next thing is that I was told, like Jim Morrison, for instance, of the lead singer of The Doors. Did you know what his father did for a living?
Admiral Morris, yeah, of course. Why don't you fill us in? You're talking about Jim Morrison's dad and his role in Vietnam.
It's really weird how if you look at all these, hey, I'm a poor kid, like Brad Pitt. I was a poor kid that got picked out of a crowd, and I hit the lottery. That's not true, Brad and Jen Aniston. You all have got family connections to higher ups in different, not so much in the movie industry, but in higher ups in the military, higher ups in pharmaceutical companies. It's almost as if they breed their children. Children are bred by the elite people in order to become actors, musicians, blah, blah, blah. These people aren't picked out of a crowd. Like Billie Eilish is, I mean, I've never seen a more transparent, hey, this is a company plant. We're going to build her up. We don't like her gay brother, Phineas, even though he's a genius. But she's young enough and got a look about her. We can push this and get records out there. And you know her music's horrible. You know goddamn well as I do, her music's horrible.
Well, there's this pretty good body of research on how much of the so-called counterculture and the hippie movement were created by the CIA. And, you know, you talk about Laurel Canyon. But, yeah, I would say that most of the mainstream entertainers are plants. Most of the mainstream
Well, that's what that woman that you talked to earlier, Lynn, she was talking about the cast of Millions. And that resonated with me. I was like, that's kind of how I feel too. I don't believe any of these people, hey, I was a poor kid and I just so happened was in Schwab's fucking pharmacy getting an ice or a drink or whatever and got discovered. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe any of it.
Now, here's things interesting. And this is from just my interaction with Stein through this third party, is that this third party was an AM radio producer who then got very involved with every YouTube Flat Earth channel in a very gatekeepery kind of way. And his friends, who he put me in touch with, were the ones who organized the first conference. And the Flat Earth conferences were all organized by people connected to Jimmy Kimmel. They were, like I'm saying, like, for example, it gets even crazier when you dig into it. But, for example, Robbie Davidson was the guy who organized the last major Flat Earth conference that was ripped on by Jimmy Kimmel. Well, he actually let Jimmy Kimmel's people come in undercover, and the other organizer, his name was Rick Hummer, dated Jimmy Kimmel's sister. So you have this mainstream media connection, and then it gets twisted because Robbie Davidson produced a 6-part documentary with a guy who's now serving 56 years or more for child video production, like child porn. So there's this connection between child trafficking.
Society was started by, the Flat Earth Society supposedly was started by some British kid who came to America. He said that he kind of saw the intelligence level of the people that he was hanging out with. It was very low. And as a joke, he's like, y'all know the earth is flat, right? And they're like, what? Because he sounded British to them at the time. But whenever he gained popularity, he changed over to an American accent, and I forget his name.
Oh, no.
But it was started literally as a joke.
There's some misconceptions. Like Christopher Columbus wasn't scaring people that he was going to go off the edge. Nobody would believe that. That was made up more recently. But the idea of the Flat Earth Society is kind of separate from what we're talking about. Like when I'm talking about the world, I'm talking about cosmography and where we get our worldview from. The so-called Flat Earth Society is a group that may not even believe it. And you have other characters throughout history who wrote books that disputed the globe. But as far as the Flat Earth Society or there being a movement, there really isn't one. There's just a point where people question reality. They question, are we in a simulation? What is this exactly? And when you begin to ask these questions, are there aliens? Is there a secret government? There's a point where if you can't trust the sources for the worldview that you have, why do you even believe it to be that way? Like, do you believe in the blue marble that they showed us? Do you believe in the moon landings? If you do, that's fine. But I would ask you, explain to me why the moon rocks are all petrified wood.
Well, that's another thing. You said that they're all petrified wood, but yet you've only got one example of a moon rock being petrified wood. There are over 300. There are over 300 samples.
Well, let's answer those ones first, though. Like, how would you explain petrified wood given to the government of Holland by astronauts? How would you explain that?
Because somebody was being a motherfucking. Either somebody was doing some trickery, or just said, "Hey, we've lost the moon rocks." Because there's that guy that just came out an article a couple of weeks ago that he was giving moon rocks to some chicks he was fucking on the side. And they were real moon. I mean, they were legit moon rocks that he supposedly had given to other, institutions, but he'd given them fake rocks. They were just rocks from out in the yard.
Well, that
just came out like 2 weeks ago.
I would need to see it. But again, the official explanation that they're petrified wood hasn't been disputed. And that means one of two things. They didn't go, or the moon's made of wood. Unless you want to introduce something else, which you just did, trickery. Well, that's a
which a meteorite could have landed that did have wood on it from another planet. And because don't forget, all those craters on the moon are from asteroids, right? We don't We don't dispute that, do we?
It depends. It really depends. I do. I don't necessarily believe those are impact craters. I don't, for a few reasons, but I don't believe we landed on the moon. And it's not just the moon rocks. To me, that's just one example of many things I could bring up
Mm-hmm.
that you can gloss over or you can make up a story. Oh, some dude did it, but that doesn't answer the question. Because if you had the answer, you would be able to go to the government of Holland and say, I figured out what happened and where those moon rocks went. But no one's been able to do that. But what you've done is you've made an excuse for NASA's lies. And I won't make excuses for their lies.
But why didn't all the other countries come and say, "Hey, test our shit. We've tested it. It's wood." Why haven't the other countries done that?
Well, I would presume that they're all faking it. Are you a believer?
But you're presuming you don't know. See,
well,
that's
no,
what I'm trying to say
no.
is whenever the Holland came out and said, "Hey, we got some petrified wood. You may want to check your shit." And they're like, "Okay, we're going to check our shit." How come nobody said, "Hey, we got petrified wood too. We got instead of a rock, we got a petrified wood." How come none of the other countries?
I'll have to check. I haven't checked. In fact, there was a story recently, a couple years ago, where a woman was trying to sell a piece of a piece of moon rock that Neil Armstrong gave to her husband who died, and she was trying to sell it back to NASA because she needed money to pay for her grandchild's medical bills, and NASA swatted her, and they took it. NASA has a SWAT team. They control access to moon rocks. So it may be that nobody's been able to check, and they don't want you to check because you might find out it's made out of wood. Now, I got a couple questions for you in chat. Rocco Calzone
I'm sorry,
says,
go ahead.
in the chat, some guy asks, how do you explain impact craters being perpendicular to the surface? Yeah, there is sort of a lack of...
That's beyond my realm of understanding. I don't even know how the moon doesn't turn. I don't get that. Every other moon in the fucking system turns, but this one doesn't.
The moon does turn. It has a synchronous orbit, and it's tidally locked, which I think is contradictory. So supposedly every 27 days, the moon makes a full rotation, but because it's in a synchronous orbit with the Earth, you don't see it. But do you experience that?
Then why do we always see the same fucking craters?
That's what I'm asking. That's why I question a lot of this stuff, is we're told one thing, but does it comport with our lived, viewed experience? I don't think the Earth looks like I don't think the moon looks like it's spinning every 27 days. I don't think synchronous orbit and a spinning moon can coexist. I think it's mutually contradictory. So, for example, if it's tidally locked, it means that it's always facing us, right? But then we're in a synchronous orbit when it spins, so it's supposedly spinning, but we always see its face. And this would be akin to holding your phone out in front of you and spinning around, and then having the phone somehow turn. It's not. I think it's a contradiction. But you only see the same face. You've never seen the backside. Yet they tell you it spins every 27 days. You just happen to miss it.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard of it. I've always been told we have the only moon that does not rotate. No. Venus is the only planet that goes backwards around the sun, and our moon is the only moon that does not turn. Or what's the word I'm looking for? Revolution?
Rotate.
Revolt?
The moon orbits the
rotate.
Earth every 27 days, and it takes 27 days for the moon to rotate on its axis. As a result, the moon does not seem to spin, but scientists call it synchronous rotation. So because of the moon's synchronous rotation, you don't see it spinning, but it's spinning.
I'm just telling you what I was taught in school. The moon does not spin.
Well, if you go to space.com, the moon spins every 27 days. So your teacher got it wrong. You were taught
Well, we were also taught, listen, I'm old enough that we were taught that the moon someday was going to crash into the Earth until they started, in 69, whenever Neil Armstrong put that little piece of metal down and they could shoot a laser at it and measure the distance. And it took from 67 to 83 for them to figure out, no, the moon's actually getting further away. It's not getting closer towards, that's how we were taught in 82. Then in 83, we were taught, no, it's actually moving away from us.
Interesting. Well, there's a new movie that just came out. It's on HBO right now. It's called Moonfall. Very interesting.
Yes,
movie.
I've watched it.
Okay. Interesting movie. I mean, I think it stole from Kubrick, a little bit of, it was a mashup movie. It wasn't all that great.
You do like the Kubrick. I've noticed you mentioned, when I was watching a replay, you like to mention the whole Kubrick thing. Do you think he was an insider that they said, hey, you're a master director, cinema photographer, blah, blah, blah. You invented cameras and techniques in cameras. We're going to use you and put you and get you in the know. We're going to let you in on the secret.
In a way, I think Kubrick worked in a department that headed SCIWAR. I don't think Kubrick was just involved in Apollo 11. I think Kubrick is the director, the mastermind behind the execution of 9/11, the Challenger explosion, the JFK assassination, among other things. And it's not just Kubrick. And if you look at the reason why people think Kubrick did Apollo 11, it's the movie The Shining. He has all kinds of hints, but there are more hints. There's more foreshadowing for 9/11 in The Shining than there is for Apollo 11. So I believe that Kubrick is just.
That's what I was. Yeah, I watched your little replay, and that's where I saw the correlations that you were making. The two girls represent the towers. There's a bell there that represents the Bell Tower building.
Yep, exactly.
Or whatever the fucking name of the building is. Blah blah blah.
There's quite a lot.
Now,
even Full Metal Jacket too. Full Metal Jacket contains copious predictive programming for 9/11.
Okay, so here's my question for you. The Twin Towers went up officially in 73, right?
Well, construction started in 68 on the south, and then the 69. Yeah, but basically, yes. I believe that's when they were completed, I think.
So here's my question to you. How do they say, you know what, someday we're going to come up with an idea and have these towers knocked down because they represent the wealth of the world, but mostly in America, because they're in America, kind of like how the United Nations is in America and nowhere else, the building, that is because it's safer here. This is the safest place for the United Nations. And the Twin Towers represented our prosperity, our blah, 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 we're the world's greatest country, blah, 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 right?
Correct.
So back in 60-something, whenever Kubrick was like, you know what, they're building these two towers, I'm going to put it in my movies that they're going to come down someday.
My take
and I'm going to put down specific, I'm going to put specific things in that, how does he know that that's going to happen in 2001? How does that work?
Because the ritual of the towers falling was written before the towers went up because of it's part of a more ancient story. That's what I'm suggesting. That the meaning of the Twin Towers falling and the new tower going up, the height that it is, the date that it opened, that this is a story that's being told over several generations about the fall of the Tower of Babel, the fall of America. I think that this is a long-term psychological operation. I don't think that it was spontaneous. It's not just Kubrick. They were built to be taken down. And incidentally, I don't even think that they were occupied on the day they pulled the towers.
You don't think they were occupied the day that they pulled the towers? Is that what you said?
Oh, yes. In fact, the existence of planes is very much disputed on 9/11. You saw planes on TV, but footage on the ground, no planes. The planes were clearly a CGI insert layer. And this is the big paradigm shock. And most people won't take this leap to recognize that the mainstream media is controlled monolithically. And not only that, but they can use real-time augmentation. They can put pre-recorded segments and superimpose it. And I'm saying that 9/11, that the planes hitting the towers, that was superimposed over footage, that this was not actually real. There were no jumpers. There was nothing at the Pentagon. 0 deaths. And the smoke that you saw, that looked like stuff that we used at Fort McClellan, the smoke generators they used for concealment. Like I'm saying that the whole thing was a movie production from top to bottom, decades in the making. A major league.
So was Pearl Harbor also a psyop?
I would say so. And you know what? I'd recommend johnlebon.com, but he closed it to new members. John LeBon did a pretty good series of videos on this topic where most of the imagery that you have, that you were shown in school of Pearl Harbor, was from dramatic reenactments, and they didn't tell you this. Your very concept of, and originally it was Operation AI. We're talking about Pearl Harbor. Yeah, I would say that Pearl Harbor was a psyop just as much because it's meant to give us the illusion of the world view that they've given us. They have to reinforce the idea of these nations competing when we all agree on certain things. We have the southern border we agree on, Antarctic Treaty, ISS. I mean, what does it say to you that all of the various countries that are supposedly against each other are all part of the space program, which is the deception against all.
So all wars are fake. So World War I and World War II were fake.
Well, they're controlled from above.
They never happened.
I'm not when you say fake.
But,
what I'm saying is the experience we have as observers on the ground is one thing, but how it's actually constructed and instigated from above is completely different. We have controllers, in my view, that are geared towards controlling the masses. For example, just the fact that nobody calls America's moon landing fake. You think Russia would lose the space race if they knew that was fake? How come they don't call it out? It's because they all share the same special effects. The Chinese space station, have you seen that? You can find, there's a video on the Chinese space station where they have a mason jar full of water.
Full of water, yeah.
Okay, that right there is just one of many things I could point out. The fact is, if the Chinese space station is fake, and we're not calling it out, and we're worried about China and space wars, and China and Russia taking over the moon, it's like, okay, at some point we have to ask ourselves, is any of that real? Like, do you believe that China and Russia are going to take over the moon before we are? When, from my point of view, all I see is bad special effects. It's all simulation.
Well, and if we use your ideology, then that means that there's absolutely no animosity between our countries. There was no war because they would have to, I mean, what are they fighting for? What are they fighting for, right? So that means also that nobody died, no soldiers, all the cemeteries are just empty plots. Is that right? Do you agree or disagree with that?
When you say everything, you generalize. We have to go on a case-to-case basis. But generally speaking, I will say that the idea of war and the way that we see it through the movies, the way we imagine it, is very different from the way that it really is. And that
well, like the Cold War, that was all fake, right? That was completely fake. The Cold War never did happen, in your opinion. For instance, you said be specific. I'm being specific. The Cold War, was it real or was it fake?
It's real to the believers. Like, religions are real, but they're based on something
But was it real to the nations? Were the nations seriously stockpiling? You said you don't believe in nuclear armaments. I mean, that was the whole nuclear space or rocket race, or whatever. I mean, that is how Reagan did, we were told, bankrupted the USSR.
I'd say it's mind war more than anything. Like, I was NBC. My job was, again, assuring unit readiness for nuclear, biological, chemical attacks. And as long as you have a large number of people who are trained in NBC and decontamination, you have an army of believers. And I think that's what we have. We have to have enough people who believe something to where they don't even have to do it. It's all in the mind. I think that's where most of this stuff is. I think it's all mental. I mean, 2020 was a big eye-opener for a lot of people who noticed that those tents and testing centers were unoccupied. Hospitals were mostly empty. You could find more videos of nurses twerking in the hospitals, dancing nurses, than anything else. Have you heard of the decoy tanks of World War II? Where you had inflatable tanks, inflatable trucks.
Yes.
They have those right now in Ukraine. Decoys, psyops, this has always been used. And then we have the reports.
So what was the end result for having the Cold War between Russia and America? I mean, I'm sorry, the USSR and America. What was the result? I mean, what were they accomplishing by having that? And I mean, did they both say, hey, look, we can scare a population. We're going to tell our people that America is bad. They're going to nuke us at any moment. And you tell your people the same thing. That way we can do what? What process did they invoke in order to do that?
Good question. Okay, so from my framework, my notion that things like 9/11 are planned before the buildings are built, there's a bigger picture here, and I believe it has to do with a transition into this new age and a singular world government, that you're going to have these divisions that have to be reconciled. And I think these are all steps that move us towards that. The Cold War, of course, I think was mostly just a big ruse. I think this is, like, for example, the 2020 thing, the whole COVID thing. It showed me that the world unites on these things that are, quote, global threats. The world unites on climate change, with the exception of America, and they're trying to fix that. The world will unite against space junk, comets hitting the Earth. And I just think that these global threats, like world wars, it's just that. It's mostly threats. I've been hearing, we're going to have World War III. That's been chanted pretty much by every single conspiracy theorist or right-wing radio since, 2000? World War III? Like, at this point, we've already had it. We should just say we've been in World War III this entire time. It's been the war of the elite against the individual, and it's a non-stop, protracted war.
Okay, so again, what was the purpose of the Cold War for 40-some years?
Worldview formation and manipulation. I think that collectively we're being
saying, hey, look, we're going to pretend that we're mad at each other, but while we're doing this, we're going to shape and form our citizens and condition them to become our slaves.
Yes, left versus right are the most misinformed people in the world. The people on the left fear guns. The people on the right fear needles. The people on the left are open borders. The other side's closed borders. These divisions are not accidental. It's perfect. They've created a perfect system. This is where you get all the Masonic symbolism around this thing, the black and the white, the dialectic, the phoenix. This idea of the red and the blue being somehow opposed. No, they're two wings of the same bird. What I'm saying is, I think that what we're looking at is the monolithic controllers of world media are dividing people for the purpose of some kind of collectivist union in the future, where we're all going to say, hey, look, we got to get away from property ownership and private property because look what America's doing to the environment. Look what individualism's doing. So I think the long-term purpose of all of this stuff is the elite is turning us into collectivists, and they want to disabuse us of the idea that we should own property. I think we're being moved into a world of world feudalism, controlled by technocrats. And I think this is an agenda that would take multiple generations, and that we've been subjected to nonstop propaganda, fake war, fake this, fake that, all to lead us into this new worldview that we think is inevitable. This is why every single science fiction on Netflix begins after we've ruined the world with global warming. That's why we have the post-reset. We're living through the reset. Well, what are we resetting on? This is, to me, this is all part of a big agenda that goes back generations.
In the 90s, there was a VHS tape passed around. It was called Iron Mountain. Are you familiar with that documentary?
Why don't you refresh me on that? I do recall it, but I'll have to look at it again. It's been a long time.
It's 6 motherfucking hours. But basically, let me break it down to you. 500 years ago, you know who the Medici family are of Italy?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that it is proven that they were undercover secret Jewish people who pretended to be Catholics and got into the popehood and all that stuff? Well, they were banking. They were a banking family, right? They were bankers. And supposedly they all come together with your little Freemasons and all your little Illuminati people. I'm not trying to condescend to you. That's just how I talk. And they all got together and said, look, in 500 years, we can get it down to where we rule the world, where it's one world economy, where it's a one world government, but it's going to take 500 years to do, because we know technology is going to come. We're going to have to embrace that technology, but we have to control it. And through controlling tech, because you were saying technophiles earlier, or technocrats. That's the word you had used, right? Technocrat?
Yeah, I use the word technocrats because, I say communist revolution, but it's just communist for the poor. The technocrats are not poor.
Okay. So they come up with this plan it's a 500-year plan. And it's really weird because in the 90s, when I was smoking dope and watching it, I thought, wow, this is some far out shit that I just don't see how anybody can have a 500-year plan. Cut to 2022. And it kind of seems like it's all coming to fruition because, and I hate to use this word, but it does seem like the Jewish people are in control of the world banking system, and that there's military people that control what borders get defined. And if you want to go buy anything, you have to take out a loan with interest.
Well, that's a staple of conspiracy culture that you figured out the bad guys. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but you do bring something up. You can see how it's conceivable that a group of people, a specific group, whether it's a tribe, a race, a religion, an ideology, a group could in fact decide, hey, let's go ahead and take this thing over. Like, you can see how it would be something that would require the work of generations, and you'd have to have loyalty. And where would you get that? Well, when you look into the secret societies, what bonds them? It's the loyalty, it's the oaths, it's the NDAs, the network of individuals who are in the know. And of course, that's one of the reasons why we see the pyramid symbol, that the higher up the pyramid you go, the fewer people are at that level, and the more they know. And I think that we have that pyramid structure. As far as who's at the top or what, I don't know. But the old explanation that it's this group or that group, it's a little simplistic for me to say we know for sure. But you do raise a point, yeah, that you can look back and you can conceive of a multi-generational plan, something that might even take centuries. And when I look at the Great Reset, the Great Reset was a conspiracy until 12/21/2020. And that was the day that Saturn and Jupiter had the alignment, they had a conjunction along with the winter solstice, which hasn't occurred since the year zero. In other words, the reset seems to be, if you ask me, the new age, the reset, the great work of the Masons, the entire process of this cyclical revolution seems to coincide with the astrological age that we're entering into. And if nothing else, you can say about who they worship or what they're about, the elite religion that runs this place is 100% astrotheological. It's all based in the stars. That you can prove.
Oh, well, yeah, the followers of Satanella, which is the Jews. I mean, that's the Kabbalah, the Jewish. How do I don't know how.
I don't know
I don't
if
know how to
I don't know
say
if
it
it's
without
even
being
that.
offensive.
I don't know if it's
I don't
even
want to be
that.
offensive.
Well, it's not that it's
I
offensive.
don't want to be
It's
offensive.
that it's simplistic because when you if you go with that, you might be falling for a red herring, and there are many indications that you would be looking at a red herring, and that is an important thing too. Like if you ran the world, would you want everybody to know, or would you blame somebody else? It's like how clever do you
Well,
think
that's
they
right.
are?
You don't. If you rob a bank, you always want to point the finger at another person. You don't point it at yourself.
Right, exactly. And that's why I don't blame, quote, God or the creator for the evils of the world. I don't know. All we can do are study the effects and the trappings of it, but the symbolism is very telling. And I will say that the
And would you say that symbolism is religious in context? At the end of and when it's all said and done, would you say that there is a religious order that is in control, that is the master puppet pulling all the strings?
I would say religious in a sense, but I don't think it's like Judeo-Christian. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's more about um, beings or people, a group with an understanding of the human soul that's been excluded from our modern understanding of it. Like we don't even have one, but like you have to take into account that at the core of these secret societies is a belief in a literal thing, magic, whether you believe in magic or not. Uh,
Yeah, yes. They believe in magic. Yes, that's why they have their rituals. That's why they do things on certain dates.
and maybe there's something to it. And if there is something to it, then that might be, it could be one of the most suppressed technologies out there. But that to me is something that's outside of religion. It's just sheer power. So I'd say their religion is power, if anything.
Does money really matter to those types of people? Because money is a construct, right? Power is power. Money, you can burn money, you can't burn power.
I think money is magic these days. I think there's something about it. There's something very occult and powerful and spellbinding about it. Look at the all-seeing eye on the back with the 13 leveled pyramid and then the 1776. All of this to me, that to me symbolizes something greater than just a way to make transactions easier. I think there's something to it. And it is parasitic, it is a control mechanism, but there's something else to it as well. And it has to do with, I think, monopolizing everything. Anyway, hey, this has been a really good call. Do you want to let people know what your...
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry I've taken up so much of your time.
Oh, no, I have to go.
I really am sorry.
No, we're always open phones. I'm happy to answer your questions. There are people in the chat who are definitely appreciating the questions that you're asking. And there is a guy in chat named Cookie who says that he's been inspired to commit a supermarket shooting. I mean, I got some crazy people in chat. They want to frame me up for something. But as you can hear...
Why do you always shout out the trolls? You should never feed the trolls.
You know, I
We
have a rule
wanted you
here.
to say that.
My rule here is feed the trolls. We fatten up the trolls. We have the most well-fed trolls because eventually they get lazy and then they're just part of they just kind of join in. I mean, we had a few trolls that, like Machiavelli said, the best way to destroy an enemy is to make him your friend. And so, yes, if you're a troll, yeah, we do feed our trolls here.
Well, I forget. Is it Tim Oxbow? Is that right?
OZMAN,
No.
which is a whole other story, but yeah, if you Google the name Tim Osman, OZMAN. But yeah, Infinite Plane Society, IPS.monster is the easiest way. And if you want to fund what the troll here calls terrorism, IPS.monster, eco-friendly tote bags with a burning environmentalist on the side. Anyway, thanks for the call. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tim. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a 90-minute phone call. And for the most part, I wanted to have a conversation today about worldview, the shape of the earth, whether nukes are real, whether we should be afraid of them or not. A guy named Cookie's in here. Yes, he's totally a troll, but looks like he's having fun. I mean, think about it. How bad can you be if you stay out here for 90 minutes just hanging out? Like, obviously, you're not hating your time here. We'll likely be back this evening. I just wanted to jump in today and because like I've been talking almost nonstop about the nukes and about the significance of the Kraken, the symbolism, the paradigm shift, and the preparation for the big one. And I don't want to lead anybody to think that I'm actually worried about it or that I actually think it's real. Let me play this clip again. This is some dangerous misinformation from the new Pinocchio movie, played by Tom Hanks. He's playing Geppetto. And here he is telling Pinocchio that the world is flat.
You learn all about it in school. And here?
And it starts off with Pinocchio sees the sun.
Father, what's that big shining thing?
That it's the sun, my son. It goes around the Earth once a day. It's basic, simple science. You'll learn all about it in school. And here?
You'll learn all about it in school. I mean, what do you make of that? Trolling? I mean, they're the ones, the people in the mainstream media, they're the ones who are saying, we shouldn't have these ideas floating out there that you can question the nature of the world, the nature of reality. Now you have to believe what you're told by the scientists. And then you have a movie here for kids where Pinocchio is told that the sun goes around the earth every day. Could mean he's a geocentrist. Could be either or. Sun never sets on flat earth, if you really think about it. Anyway, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms auto hoax. We'll be back likely this evening. Go to ips.monster if you want to get on the newsletter, if you want to get this replay, because I'm going to leave the 24-hour stream on. But you will get the archives sent directly to your email, probably within a couple of hours.
I'm on auto hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless
my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996. 96, y'all. Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a dumb little donkey like Eeyore. I'ma be an auto hoax, and it feels so good. Yeah. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless
Go. Alrighty, good evening, everybody. It is Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. It's 8:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. We are doing a simulcast with IPS, Infinite Plane Radio, and Tim Osman is the host. And he is on the broadcast right now with me, and we're going to say hello. Hey, Tim.
Hey, thanks for having me. And yes, this will be a simulcast. And
Yeah.
so I expect people will be trickling in here as soon as everything gets on. And so Yeah, it should be fun, especially when we have our chat audience engaged.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see if we can merge the two audiences. We haven't really done a test run, so let's just see. So if you are here now in my broadcast, you can say hello in the chat, and my main broadcast page is fakeologist.com/live, and that's where you'll find links to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, DLive, and FakeOTube, which is my preferred platform. That's my own platform. And Tim, actually, you were on FakeOTube for a while, trying to get it working and test driving it with me at the beginning. And you you do so much content, you were basically filling my site right up, which is fine. But yeah, we might have to get you back on there just for as a backup as well.
Well, it's an important step, I think, breaking away, and that's definitely very forward thinking, because the mainstream media controlled platforms and all of their minions, their censorship minions all over the place, are running roughshod over free speech, and obviously they're never going to give up. They're never going to say, you know what, we're going to defend what you say even though we don't agree with it. No, they're just going to continue to demonize it. So I'm looking at what we're doing here not as anti-media or competing alternative, but as like a parallel media. Like, I'm even trying to be accepted on their platforms. So I like what you're doing with FakeOTube, and I am sending people over there to fakeotube.com/live.
Yeah, well, that's fakeologist.com/live. Actually, you were a little choppy just there. Did you do anything differently, or just try to figure out what's going on here? Because your audio was a little choppy. Am I sounding nice and clear?
Okay, it's clear on your side. I think we should be fine now. You know what happened was I tried to add all the channels, and it has a block on it once you turn it
Okay.
live. So it wouldn't let me
Oh,
toggle them on. So I just had to turn it on manually with my OBS. So it's the same people showing up. So the best I can do, though, is filter them over to the main chat. So I have the fakeologist.com/live link out there. So I'm trying to get
yeah.
more people to migrate over to.
I still have you as kind of choppy though. I hate to say it, but maybe you should, because you're using OBS. I'm wondering if it's just putting too much pressure on your processor because it's
Yeah, you know,
choppy.
it may be. It may be. You know what? Let me go ahead and terminate the OBS for now, and we'll just focus on what we have going on.
Okay. If you let me know when you terminated it.
Okay, done. So it should, if that was the solution, then it should be clear now.
Yeah, I think you're okay now. I think it was too much for your processor there, whatever was happening.
Right. Okay. Well,
So,
yeah, I see Dirty Benny has said I was choppy for a minute. I see Jackal, Epic Souls. Okay, we have a few people coming into the chat now, and hopefully we have a lot of people who've jumped
okay.
ship from Infinite Plane Radio.
I'm just so where okay, so they were on your live. I was watching your live broadcast, obviously. So they've moved from yours over to this one. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's what's going to have to happen, and that's fine. It's just like we said, it was too much of a stress to
Okay.
the machine to have the OBS running with this thing. But again, it looks like it looks like Restream has some kind of a block over the screen that appeared when he went
Interesting.
live, so I wasn't able to actually add these channels.
That's interesting. Yeah, we should do an off off the air test to try and get them to go together, because I think that should work quite well, I think.
Yeah, agreed. But you know, I'm also thinking too that as long as we have continued interactions, our networks will kind of merge together, and more people will join Fakeologist, which is what I already have. But I'm
No, I appreciate that. That's great. So the minute you cut your YouTube channel, does it go to replay mode? Do you have that all set up automatically?
Yeah, well, here's what I do is I have a backup YouTube channel that
Mhm.
nobody watches, and that one I toggle it on and off, and that segments off the live stream that I'm going to put into my archive. Meanwhile, the 24/7 stream, I just return it to my SoundCloud or my Odyssey or wherever I'm sourcing the replays from.
Okay.
I
Okay.
never turn it off. So like the video that people are just watching, the one that was on was at hour 193 since the last time I refreshed it. We're like, so my video is like a week long, And that actually prevents, I think, a lot of the censorship because it's very hard to censor a video that's too
Right. Someone would
explicit.
have to come in manually to turn your channel off. So any kind of bot or algorithm would not be able to break in, I suppose, to start sniffing around and doing whatever it has to do. Is
Exactly.
that
I
what?
think it's cumbersome for them. But to me, again, I'm kind of past all these platforms. I see them as very much on their way out. Like I had a really disappointing experience with D Live where suddenly they stopped being able to pay their live streamers. I like their platform, but I think they made a bad business decision after the 1/6 insurrection thing, where they basically demonetized any channel that covered the event, including mine. I think they made this political decision that was costly. So if they can't afford to operate, I think they deserve it. But again,
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that often. Yeah, I just find it frustrating that you just have all these troubles on all these bloody channels, basically. So that's why I have FacoTube. FacoTube is working quite well. Hopefully you can get enough subscriptions to get your own copy of FacoTube going. You have enough people that could pony up and help you purchase FacoTube, a FacoTube video platform. You should definitely have your own platform. Let's put it that way. So you should have your own infinite plane tube. That way you're not dependent on me or anybody else. Just have your own platform, and I'm copying a lot of the things you're doing with the text alerts. Even though it costs a bit of money, I still think it's super smart.
yeah, there's a cost benefit ratio there. And with the text alerts, if you can get consistently, 100 plus people and
Mm.
you gain one or two subscriptions or whatever every couple of days, it kind of pays for itself. But and then of course it allows you to direct them anywhere, so you're not reliant on any of these platforms that are. And it's their own interest to be self-promoting. But I'm like you on this. I'm thinking we need to kind of focus our energies on our own things. And
Yeah.
even BitChute turned out to be unreliable. They deleted all of uh,
Oh wow.
not all of our videos, but they got rid of my videos on the Christchurch shooting.
All
And
right.
I'm
Right.
like,
Right.
okay, even that's not protected. But
And BitChute doesn't even have advertisers, do they? Because I can understand how the advertisers call the shots at YouTube. I can understand that if the big brands that are all woke are saying, "Listen, we don't want this kind of material. We're not sponsoring it, so just take it off." But who sponsors BitChute? I thought that was where who or where are they from?
you know what? That's a good question. And to me, I'm like thinking that they're being coerced or something. Perhaps it has to do with uh, I don't know. I remember at the time they were censoring all kinds of platforms, but could be social pressure as well. I'm not quite sure. I mean, how could they be held liable? The person who uploads ought to be, but it's very questionable to me anyway that they wouldn't fight it. Because if I owned a platform like that, I would say, I'm not going to let you shut me down for what looks to be a psychological operation. Prove to me it's real, and then we'll
Yeah.
talk.
Now, just to talk a little bit more shop, because I'm really interested in your text. Your text. You sent me the platform you're using, Easy Text. I just started it yesterday. And then Marcus Allen of Escape the New Normal, he's in marketing, and he told me about superphone.io. And I'm just curious, have you figured out how much in real money you're spending on texting? Because I want to get the best value for value on
Right.
texting before I sign up.
Well, I only use the texts when obviously people opt in, and I usually only get the people who are on Patreon, so they've already are participating. But
Oh,
I
okay.
and then two, um, I only use them if it's going to be a live stream where we take calls, so it's not for
Oh,
replay.
okay.
So I try to minimize the use, but yeah, it probably costs depending on the size, and of course, the more you spend, presumably, the more your channel's making. So it could
Mhm.
be anywhere $50 a week or more easily.
Oh, okay. Because this plan, I'm just looking at the thing now. I know this might be boring to the audience, but we're trying to conspire here to do better. So this one here is $20 a month, 10 cents a subscriber, and 1 cent a message. I'm just curious. So that says if you have 100 subscribers or send 100 or 1,000 messages. Does that sound like are you sending more than that? Do you figure in a month?
Well, I know the first time I got set up with this, it was close to Black Friday, and I got a significant discount.
Oh,
And
okay.
so, yeah, you pay for a monthly plan, and then you pay less per thing. But if
Right.
you can figure out what it's going to be per week to send notifications, and then you
Mhm.
account for it, it's like, yeah, it can definitely pay for itself, but it could add up quick if you were just blasting product ads or something. Like it's an
Right.
expensive
No,
mode of advertising, but it's the most targeted and direct thing that you can get.
and I've heard it's the most successful as well because people always open their texts. That's what Marcus the marketer was telling me today.
Oh, sometimes people text me back, and it relays it. So I get text message tips. They say, "Hey, you got to check out this YouTube video." So there
Oh.
is kind of a two-way interaction there. So I think it's a worthwhile investment as far as for you for streaming. And even if you only use it a couple times a month, it's
Mhm.
definitely worth it because you will get all of your most engaged people for the first few minutes. They'll all pop in, and of course, that's the idea here is trying to get all these scattered minds on different time zones to synchronize with your radio program. That's the new model.
Well, yeah, for sure.
And one more
For
thing,
sure.
compare it to the price of an app, because the app requires that you sell the app that you've paid for and invested in.
Right.
You get them to download it and then use it. And I don't even use as many. I try not to. I hate apps. I just like everything simple. So I
Yeah,
think
I'm sort of the
text
same way.
alerts. If you compare the two, if you're debating between text alerts and apps, I'd go text alerts.
Well, the FacoTube app is not even approved on Apple because they said, "We'll approve it if you remove all the content from FacoTube." So I said, "Well, what's the point of that?" So they are previewing the content that that app delivers, and if they don't like it, they won't approve it. So I can't get my FacoTube app. And then I've sort of like you, I thought, "Why do I need an app? Why do I have apps anyway?" Because the plain old website formats fine in the phone browser. It looks actually just as good or better. So you don't really need an app, but the app does one thing, and that's it often has a notification built in. But like you said, someone has to install the app, and they
Yeah,
might not want to do that.
I had an app for Infinite Plane Society for a time, but I was constantly alerting people to psyops. That was the whole point. And
Mhm.
I quickly ran afoul of Google Play, so I realized you
Oh,
got to play by their rules as well.
so see, okay, so that's the problem with even Google. So they didn't like what you're doing, so they just canceled you out of the app. I can't even find the FacoTube app in the app Google store anymore. I actually looked for it one day and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, they
Like,
use the whole CV-19 as an excuse to censor everything from
okay,
crowdfunding to apps. So everything is just even like even Patreon. You can send links and you can get all your subscribers on the same sheet, but if you send something in there that contains harmful misinformation, they could take action. So
okay.
that's so again, I'm in favor of text alerts. Of course, mailing lists are important, but
Mhm.
the immediacy of text alerts, if you want to get callers.
So you're okay on Patreon. Patreon isn't harassing you at this point?
I keep everything vague and I keep
Okay.
everything very simple. I never really put my newsletters that are too opinionated in there because, yeah, they basically scrape the web for offensive opinions. It's ongoing. This infodemic, as they see it, is an ongoing war, and they're constantly looking for other places to censor. Like I see them looking, I mean, memes are the main weapon in their war. It's all about propaganda, and they don't want competition. And I see that it's like I was saying earlier today, it's like they don't want you to have a distinction between right and wrong answers. They just want you to have the answers they serve you.
And I didn't. I'm sort of trying to figure this out. I think the memes, a meme, and I've been told there's different definition of memes. But my idea of a meme is a graphic with words on it. Is that what you say a meme is?
Visually, yes, but you could say it's a unit of cultural info because it could be a jingle. But anything that's
Mhm.
memorable, the root word of meme. So if it's memorable, like a soundbite, um, a catchphrase, or then a visual image with usually, yeah, generally it's a meme though, is generally a word with some ironic statement. But it has to be something that can be easily transmitted. So it's like the simplest,
Okay.
most concise way of packaging something. And that's why they want control over things. And yeah, meme control is huge, as we've been seeing. And one of the things that their algorithms can't do is they can't really determine if it's somebody's being sarcastic or even critical. So you can be censored for discussing a topic that they've banned, even if you're not in support of it. So even being open to hearing out the other side gets you censored, as we've experienced.
Well, my point was that I was trying to make with the meme, with the graphic, with words on it. I figured the algorithms can't really figure out what's being said, so they can't censor it if it's a graphic. Now, I guess they could have some kind of scan the graphic for words and then use that algorithm to figure out if the words are offensive or the phrase is offensive. But I thought maybe that was one strategy that people were using to get around censorship.
Yeah, I think that really is the most effective way, and that's probably
Mm.
why there's a war on memes. And it's hard to overtly censor art because it
Mm.
crosses the line.
Right.
When I first spoke to Jim Fetzer, he had put out a book called "Nobody Died at Sandy Hook," and it was censored by court order from Amazon. And I hit him up and I said at the time, because I was in publishing, I said, "Why don't we publish this as short fiction? I have people I hired to write, and we'll repackage it as fiction and call it the Capstone Event. And we'll even put Adam Lanza on the cover, but mix his face with David Hogg." And it worked. So even though his main book on Sandy Hook got censored, he has a fictional alternative version of it called the Capstone Event that tells the same exact story, uncensored, still selling even as an audiobook. And
Is that on Amazon?
it is the Capstone Event. And the premise was, let's use fiction as us as code to get past all the censors, and there's nothing they can do.
I'm going to look that up right now. I have the original book in PDF from the beginning. I just downloaded. He was giving it away for free. So if I search on Amazon for Capstone Event, you're saying it should come up. That's a really great idea.
It's funny
And
too, because the cover art of the Capstone Event by Jim Fetzer is a mashup of David Hogg and Adam Lanza. And so it's just like it's the best. It's as close as we could get to saying what needed to be said without them throwing it out.
I'm looking at it right now. Now, what's your take on Fetzer? Because did he really court? I'm really leery that that the court part of the whole thing, like Alex Jones, was a LARP event. Like, what's your take on that?
No, I actually think Fetzer's legit, and here's why.
Okay.
Okay, one, he called out one of the crisis. He called out the person in court as not the same actor. So like they
Mhm.
don't even want to deal with him. His his partner from Moonrock Books kind of abandoned him. So he was abandoned, and he actually
Oh, he
said
got
he had
abandoned?
yeah.
Okay.
So he lost. I mean, yeah, he basically though he's legitimate, I believe. I don't have many criticisms. I understand why some people don't care about space being fake. It's not their priority, but his assessment of things on the ground
Mhm.
is generally spot on and cutting edge. But there was
But
something.
it's the court thing that I'm bothered by. Did he really go to court? Is did
I believe so. Let me.
Mm.
Here's one other thing. He said to me that he had a folder, and this is when we were
Mhm.
communicating about the fiction book. He said he had a folder. He had some material set aside that if Alex Jones took it in, it would completely exonerate him from any sort of damages for supposedly defaming victims. And
Mhm.
Jones didn't want it. So it kind of looked to me at that time that maybe one person's taking a fall because he has to, and maybe the other guy is just being marginalized and ignored. Because again, I mean, it's hard to say though, because Fetzer's also someone who I believe he trusted the plan with Q. So it's hard for me to tell when somebody's being legitimately duped and when they're pushing some misinformation.
Right. I interviewed another author who named John Manley. I'll give him a plug. I think his website is blazingpinecones.com, and he wrote a book called Much Ado About Corona, which I think I've got on the screen here. It had a lot to do with describing the situation today, but just like you said, it's fiction. And that's how he maybe gets it through. So maybe he's using the same strategy.
Smart. And I'm interested in doing that here in the future because I did a book called Deep Faked about hyper realistic masks used in government and entertainment. And this book was banned off Amazon just a month ago. So I
Oh, man.
decided that I'm going to go back into publishing like this month. So what I'm doing is I'm going to be publishing everything locally. I'll just order it in bulk, get it all done here, and ship out from here. So I'm going to be my own publisher here very soon. And I'm very open to taking any of these topics and working with ghostwriters and having things produced that can be censorship proof and still convey the fundamental truths.
But if you're shipping it yourself, can't you just put the truth in, or are you making it so you can put it on Amazon again?
Well, both. I mean, I don't
Okay.
want to. I don't want to cede any territory. I still want my author name up there. I still want to build the publisher's account up there. But yeah, anything they censor, I refuse to let them, push me off their platform. We'll just kind of mutate it. That's one of the reasons why I was like, there's no way that they can just yank his book off the shelf just like that, and they did. And again, to me, this is just gaslighting, just to let them get away with it, like to let them their charade to trump reality itself. Like their charade is just that, it's fiction. Yet somehow we have to treat it like it's sacrosanct and it's real. And again, it's debatable, but this is private companies. So
Yeah.
the best thing to do is just do your own thing, and it's easy today. It's possible today to be your own publisher, and I found a lot of good options.
We got to go back to the way the internet was meant to be set up. That's completely decentralized, and the software is out there. The only thing we don't have, we can't flood the zone with publicity to get everyone to come to our sites for free and have the government, state-sponsored media keep it going, or bring in just the big corporations to sponsor it. So we need user sponsorship. So we need direct financing. And one of the shows I'm doing every week, starting this week, and I already did one yesterday, was with cryptocurrency, because I think that I think that the next thing that will be controlled is the currency, and we need a decentralized way to be funded. And the next thing they're going to stop and screw with is the currency. We already know that they mess with Patreon, PayPal. I guess you've been okay so far, but we've heard so many stories of people being knocked out of those systems. And a lot of people are just relying on the mail with tinfoil and cash. It's crazy. And we know people are too lazy to mail stuff, including cash. So
Now, were
I think
you affected on July 8th by the not cyber polygon exercise gone live?
absolutely, absolutely, and yes, and I'm glad you picked it up. And it did get some attention in the U.S. You covered it. The No Agenda show, which is another show I like to listen to a lot, which they're really good on podcasting and decentralization. If you don't listen to them, I really think you might benefit from just listening, because they do talk about some technical stuff.
Oh,
They're
No Agenda? No Agenda's good, and he's a
yeah,
guy who he breaks. Yeah, if you want to keep up with psyops, like I used to watch auto hoaxers, but they're not allowed anymore. But if you want to keep up with someone who's breaking down news real time, giving you
yep.
the body counts as they're tallied, it's him. It's agenda
No,
free. I mean, No Agenda.
yeah, he's not completely all the way into auto hoaxing, and he'll
If at
never
all.
cross.
Look,
No,
yeah,
no,
a
he's
lot of
not at
people.
all.
I don't
No.
even hold that against people if they are coming.
Okay.
I have to know where they're coming from, and if
Yeah.
I want to know what's being reported,
Right.
it's up to me to decide whether I believe it or
I
not. But I'm
agree. I agree. He pussies around all these things, and it actually makes for uncomfortable radio, because the only way to explain these events is the way you explain them. So if you don't know what you know and explain it your way, then they just get stuck on, like you said, MSM plus. And I know one of the things that makes you unique amongst all truthers is you are constantly creating definitions, because we don't have words for a lot of these topics and these ideas. So you create phrases and words and concepts that I really appreciate. And one of them, and I do a lot of clipping of your shows. Like I've told you before, and I reached out to you saying every now and then you just have one of these shows where you just bang, bang, bang. You have all these really great concepts, and I do clip them and put them on FacoTube. So they're like little clips. So I have one here, which is on my. Let's make sure it's on the screen. Yeah, on FacoTube, I clipped one of your shows where you talk about MSM minus MSM plus. I thought that was brilliant. So I clipped that, and so I put all kinds of little clips and with links to your podcast, because as you said earlier, I heard you on your show. You've definitely embraced podcasting, which is so important for us people that drive around all day. We can't see the screen, so we actually rely on you describing the screen as well.
Yes, and these clips are really good as well because we're dealing with TikTokification of media where these clips could go into TikTok and actually reach people who want to hear the long format. And how did you arrive at this? So I've also made an effort to join in with TikTok and start using short form video clips. So I appreciate you doing that because, again,
Yeah.
somebody might hear an idea and then come in for the long conversation. And it's
Yeah,
important to take that.
that's the point. That's the point. I always try and put links when I remember. Sometimes I forget. But yeah, I want that's the only that this is what YouTube is supposed to do. They're supposed to give us little clips or suggestions, and that's how almost everyone finds new creators, with the YouTube suggestion box on the side. But if they won't do it, then we have to do it in our own way. And yeah, Salty says she'll take a couple of my clips. All my videos are downloadable. You just click on them and there's a download box. Now, all my videos are low quality. I might have to bump them up a notch so you can see them, but for the most part, I have to pay for space. So I've kept them low quality only, just so I have more quantity and not so much quality of the video. But the audio is still perfect.
Well, the clips are important, and I've been like, as you alluded to, the words, the terms we have to come up with. They don't give us terminology that helps us at all. They keep us, I would say, kind of ignorant about how media works. Even the term crisis actor is relatively new, but I realize that you have people who accept it at face value, then you have those who see it as way worse, and they haven't even done the basic fact checking. So if you're looking at the news media and you're extrapolating from it, not only did all these people die, but it was a black op by the deep state, and it was done to take our guns. Like, well, if you didn't investigate it, you're building on the premise that a bunch of people died. And so to me, I call that MSM plus. And I think it's important to point that out. Are you adding on to their story without having vetted the basics? So what we do here is we critique the story and take away what can't be verified. So I call what we do MSM minus. But making these distinctions is important because it lets me know where people are coming from and what they assume to be true. And that tells me, what side of the screen are they on? Are they in the TV, or have they actually stepped outside of it? Have they actually stepped outside of the box?
Yeah. And like I said, no agenda show. They won't go there. They pussyfoot around the moon landing. They won't go there either. And with these active shooter drills, these ice events, integrated capstone events, I think the person that did the best videos and full documentaries on it is Sophia Smallstorm. Even though I don't agree perfectly, she's the only one that's really, literally gone to the DHS, Department of Homeland Security site, and found all these events and the operation manual, the SO standard operation manual on them, and talked about them. But the No Agenda show, they'll go and they'll get into the MSM plus, where they'll say, okay, it's a shooter, but they'll go the mental illness psychotropic drug route. That seems to be their off ramp to figuring out these events. So they'll always say, oh, well, it's a patsy and they found a guy on drugs. So they never ever talk about integrated capstone events, which of course is what they are.
Yeah, it's always like this. It's a template, the way they respond to stories. If they're on the left, it's caused by guns and racism. If
Right.
it's on the right, they're going to say it's SSRI,
Mhm.
antidepressants, or 420. But if they're very far into conspiracy, they'll say MK Ultra, mind controlled assassin.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
neither left nor right says maybe this is just a drill. And that's so predictable a structure. And both of those points are, one is just MSM and the other is MSM plus. But
Right.
they're both just adding on their own interpretation. And again, they haven't done their basic fact checking. And Sophia Smallstorm definitely did a lot of that. Wolfgang
Right.
Helbig and many of the people who really broke apart Sandy Hook and Boston bombing laid a lot of the groundwork for the level of media critique that we engage in here. And you have to be irreverent because at the time it was like, if you question this event, you've made a whole bunch of people cry. You're supposed to believe that every time you read a conspiracy theory, somebody cries somewhere. You're offending somebody. And if you can't proceed because it's offensive, then you don't have free speech.
And I think it's good news that people don't die. Why are people so offended by the idea that maybe they're simulating death to create a drill so we can get some real measurable what they call real world reaction. And you asked me about Rogers in Canada, which is the largest internet, mobile data, cell phone, networking cable company in Canada. I think they probably have close to 50% of the Canadian market, which is quite a bit. Even though Canada, for your American audience, is only the size of California in terms of population, it was still a big outage. And yeah, not too many people have mentioned, I think it was you that mentioned, that Cyber Polygon, Klaus Schwab's Cyber Polygon, was scheduled for that day, but they canceled it in May. And my message is maybe Rogers didn't get the memo, or they just decided to do it anyway, because Canada is going to be the first post-nation state. So they have to, we have to do all the things that take us out of countryhood and into United Nations protectorate.
Well,
It was definitely a big problem, and I'm a Rogers customer.
they're
But
so obvious too. They're like, we're canceling Cyber Polygon, and
right,
there was like a PSA that was out in the UK that said cyber attacks are imminent. So
right,
you knew it's in the air, but they actually use that date, the actual exercise scheduled date for
yep,
the
they did.
outage.
And it was 4:54 in the morning, which is just before I get up. So when I grabbed my phone, it was dead. Now, luckily, they did the same event in April 2021, and that's the day. And in a way, I'm a little grateful, and I praise anyone like Klaus Schwab, but in a way, I'm grateful because I realized that it shut down most of my operation. So what I did is I created a redundant set of networks, one for my internet service and one for my cell phone service. And so obviously it costs extra money. So I've doubled all the connections, and my systems just did a fallback. So my cell phone, I just went to my backup cell phone, and I had to make sure it was recharged. It was a little out of date, so I had to quickly update it and maybe bump up the plan because I'm out mobile. I need the mobile data. And my land internet was fine. It just fell over to the other wire. It wasn't a complete cyber polygon in Canada. We did have other companies that do have wires going into your house. So it worked for me. It was a good test for me because the one before, like I said, last year, it got me prepared. But the thing is, any norm, any, and I'm just a small guy that does a small time talk show. So the idea that a big corporation has no redundancy, it if it's impossible to believe, so it can't happen. It just would never happen in the real world. So they clearly just turned off the system and wanted to see, and everyone is busy measuring the reaction. So they're probably measuring all the phone calls they got. And by the way, they didn't answer the phone, which is hilarious. And they just probably spent the whole day measuring reaction. I'm sure that's what they did.
Yes, absolutely. They were measuring
Absolutely.
the reaction and probably noticed that only a couple people were talking about the cyber polygon connection.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
but this is exactly what we expect. Whenever you see conspicuous drills, they're going to test it for real, and then it's going to happen for real. And they're going to give you an explanation. They're going to say it was terrorists or something. But and also they made sure that people knew about it because the weekend had a concert, and they waited
Right.
until people were there, and 30
Oh my
minutes out,
God.
they pulled the plug.
Yes. And again, that's another example of what a ridiculous situation we're in. So apparently the weekend, I know you say it's Justin Bieber. I've asked my children, they say it's not possible. And because I don't look at Justin Bieber, and I don't even know what the weekend is supposed to look like, and I won't look at it. So I rely on them and you to go back and forth on that. But the idea that you can't get in a concert, which costs millions of dollars to set up. So I hope they had a good insurance policy, and I'm guessing the insurance is going to pay for that concert because that's part of the fraud in all these events is insurance fraud. But the idea that you can't get in a concert because everything is electronic, maybe the tickets on your phone and the verification process back end is also at the door is ridiculous. It's not possible. So there is absolutely no way that they waited to 30 minutes before the concert to cancel it when they were all in there ready to go. And again, I think it's just to destroy people's morale because they could have gone ahead with a concert and just 99% of the people that show up for a concert are probably there because they're supposed to be there because they did pay. So they could have let all those people in on just goodwill, but instead, no, they just
Manufactured outrage. And this is
yes.
a tactic. I see it all the time. Like, for example, you had the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and they released the video from the shooting. And my first take on the video was, one, you don't see the police running in. You see them looking
No.
at their phones and using hand sanitizer. So I put that in my notes and I said, watch, you're going to see headlines tomorrow about hand sanitizer and cell phones. And sure enough, people are focusing on the cowardly cops using hand
Right.
sanitizer. And I'm like, look, it's predictable. You can see the talking points in their videos before they even speak them.
Mhm. And by the way, if anyone wants to know, find your notes, I go through your notes when you reference them because I'm listening to the audio. You go to minds.com and Infinite Plane, what is it? Infinite Plane Society. So minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. And I make show notes of my shows. So this will be in my show notes for tonight's show. This will be note number something or other. Note number 3, if I can find it. Yeah, that's note number 2. So I am creating notes as
And
well.
look, for anybody who is late tonight, I'm going to be re-streaming this on all my platforms after the fact later on tonight, and I'll re-text everybody. So anybody who's late or whatever, I tend to replay it after. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and I just noticed that's a function. You can set that in Restream as well. I just
that's what
noticed
I'm
that the
testing
other
out
day.
today. They just emailed
Yeah.
me and they said they opened it up for people who aren't full premium or something. So
Yeah, I saw that myself. How did you do it before? How do you restream before that? What mechanism did you use?
well, I think before they you had to have the full version or something to be
Mhm.
able to upload and have things scheduled, but they've made a lot of their features open for anybody now. So I
Hmm.
can stream on like as many Facebook and YouTube channels as I have. It's like it's unlimited. I don't know why
Right.
they did it, but I'm
But
taking
how did
advantage.
you do before Restream offered it? How did you restream? How did you restream
Oh,
before?
I have a specific YouTube channel set aside, and just one channel, and I just
Oh,
restream it on that one, and that's been my way of
so you
kind of.
do it directly from your machine in your location there?
Yes. Although now,
Okay.
though, I'm probably more inclined to start using their system of
Right.
directly from the cloud.
Right. I gotcha. Yeah, that's why another reason I follow you is you have a lot of tech tips that I like to try and listen to and maybe adopt for my own platform. So you've got
Yeah,
a
I have a concept for moving
Mhm.
forward as a network, and 'cause for a while I was with Dark Matter Network, and they're fighting with some other people, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with them. But I've been developing this idea of getting all the content creators who are in our circle, who are at
Yeah.
least on this level of media analysis, to all put in just an hour or so into a 24-hour stream and just have this constant network going. I have a concept for it, but my whole thing is a parallel media with a 24-hour think tank. And so we have our Discord servers and these various areas that are behind the scenes, but I like the idea of having a public chat, like a public forum or commons. And that's kind of what our think tank has become, more or less. And Restream has made it very easy, though, to reach out across all these different platforms.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I know your Discord channel is very active and you get just reading your Discord channel takes up a whole show.
oh yes, we have. I describe this big picture as a million piece puzzle, and we have all these people bringing pieces to it, and between the 500 plus people on our Discord server, there's nothing on Netflix or HBO or Amazon we haven't seen, and we are picking up trends. Like, and sometimes it's so nuanced, but I remember back in February, I said, "Hey, look, new Batman movie comes out March 4th. The subtext is March 4th right-wing terrorists." And I've been vindicated. But even more, they were saying that the Buffalo shooter, for example, was inspired by Tucker Carlson, which is ludicrous, but this is their story. And it turns out that the Riddler, who's been compared to Tucker and Q, but the Riddler character who sends out his extremists, he's got this online persona. His weapon of choice is a Tucker. So I'm seeing props connecting these psyops in very clever ways. And that's just one example of how, with the amount of people we have watching, we're able to see that, yeah, there is an element here that I call concurrent programming, where the real time entertainment and movies reinforces what's happening in the news. And that's a huge part of what makes their fake news believable. They tell you these stories all the time.
Right. Well, people's reality is based in movies now, especially young people. They'll say, "Oh, I just saw that. It's just like the movies." So anytime they put that in the so-called reality, you know that it's been pre-programmed. So that's it. The young people are conditioned to the everything through movies. So their whole paradigm, their whole way of looking at the world is through movies. That's their reality first. They're brought up in movies, so when they see things on the so-called real screen, they're fine with it. They identify with it.
And have you seen all these climate change activists laying down in the streets, taping themselves to paintings because they believe the world's going to end in a few years?
Yeah, I like watching the big truck drivers pick them up and drag them off the road. That's
Yeah.
yeah,
They only do that like in the UK. They don't do that here. Here they treat
yeah.
them like they're precious. But I'm like,
Oh,
well,
really?
throw them in jail. That's the greenest life they could live. If they want to
Right.
be green, they don't want to be set free. They don't want to be wild in nature. They want to be confined and locked down. And they see this as a model for the world. But I'm like, yeah, please lead by example. Go sit in a cage and reduce your carbon footprint.
Dirty Benny in my chat. I guess we're all in my chat tonight. I'm not sure if you have a chat going anywhere where I can't see it. But Dirty Benny says, "What is your take on crypto? Are you interested in crypto at all? Do you see it as a payment model for the future? Are you guys concerned about the government central bank digital currency, which they'll use for extreme control? Is there a need for an alternative payment system or financial system? What's your take? I don't know if you talk about this at all."
Yeah, I do. My take on currency is the same as it is with media. The more centralization, the more control, and the more power that the centralizers have. And, I see it as liberating, to be able to be online and to be able to engage in business without a third party getting in the middle, without having to, have oversight by basically faceless entities that are just parasiting off of things. I think what they're trying to do, though, what they will want to do is destroy any way that we might gain any kind of freedom. So, yeah, I'm in favor of the idea. I'm not in favor of any kind of big government, obviously any kind of big government oversight on the stuff. And I think what we're also seeing with a lot of the recent crypto crashing, a lot of that could be intentional sabotage just to sour public opinion to make it look like it's all just Ponzi schemes. But I think that's an
I agree.
oversimplification.
I agree. I agree. And they are not all created equal. I heard there's 20,000 crypto projects, and they can't all possibly be the same. That just doesn't make any sense. My take is that crypto is where the internet was in 1990. It's in the same position. It's a very blank canvas right now, and no one is dominating. I know Bitcoin is sort of the granddaddy, so it has an upper hand, but I think it can be very powerful for the future, and I think it will wreck a lot of the central bankers' control over things. I think it could really get out of hand for them and be good for us. I just think it's a huge problem, and all the propaganda against it is just based on ignorance. I think because the internet, as you are making use of, unlike most people that are centralizing themselves in all these central controlled social media sites like YouTube and all the others, is very similar. They're trying to corral everyone into a certain area of the internet when it's still wide open. It really is wide open still. It's not censored in the sense that you can't get online like you're doing and propagate with just a little thought and a little creativity on all these different platforms. I mean, look, you're on YouTube, you're on Minds, you have a text system going, you're all over the place. You have financing through Patreon and PayPal, and I'm sure in the future you'll look at crypto and other methods to fund the operation.
Yeah, I open up everything at this point.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I'm certainly just open to the idea, though, that it's if it's anything's a viable threat to the thing, to the big monolithic system, they're just gonna try to co-opt and destroy it. I mean, look how small channels like mine are treated as public enemies, and they have to come up with new terms. They used to talk about weapons of mass destruction. Now the DHS is worried about malinformation.
Right.
They say spreaders of mal, dis, and misinformation. I'm like, wow, we went from being afraid of things that could blow up the world to words and so it's all about control over media, and obviously yeah, currency is just as contested. But the thing I find annoying about cryptocurrency is that you get people like Elon Musk who agrees with the premise that crypto is bad for the environment. It's not green. It uses too much power. That cryptocurrency is going to make the ocean levels rise. So the way they framed it, and then also, I think it's notable that Alex Jones gets hit with like a $6 million suit or whatever from the Sandy Hookers, and somebody anonymously gives him $6 million in Bitcoin. And to me, this is just more negative branding. The subtext being,
Oh,
"Hey,
yes,
hey,
yes.
look, all
I
this
like that.
unregulated money is going to finance terrorists and
Oh, right.
insurrectionists.
Right. I like that. That's good. Yeah.
Plus, it's bad
Yeah.
for the environment."
Man, they think of everything, don't they? They're so one step ahead with all their devious planning. And I guess because we know that really it's the banking system, the banksters, those that control the banks that are, I hate to say Alex Jones was right in a lot of ways in that sense, but they are definitely the ones that are really orchestrating most of everything that's going on in society.
Well, follow the money. I mean, it's hard to argue with that logic, but I'm amazed at how 2020 put everything out in the open, and some people are still uh, blindly thinking that voting is going to get them out of this. To me, voting is like a bad addiction, almost like a codependent thing, where it's it's almost sad at this point. But again, I'm not really. I've never been in favor of big government, but there's no voices out there in favor of small government or conservative government. And anybody in politics, it seems like to even get in, you got to be brainwashed. You got to be complicit with the mainstream narratives. You got to believe in, maybe you don't believe in the MSM, but you believe MSM plus. So you have nobody on the world stage in any position of leadership knows, or rather treats the world stage as it is. They all exist in this fantasy. So to me, it's just become a big spectacle. But the main reason I watch it so closely too is that I realize that all the bread and circuses is there for crowd management. But as 2020 showed us, if the system decides to, it can turn the hive mind on. And now suddenly you're not so free anymore because you got to deal with mobs of people who want to suddenly boss you around. So I'm paying careful attention to what the mob is being fed a steady diet of. And it seems like right now, more than anything, a lot of it has to do with climate change and the idea of course, space junk has now become sort of prominent again, to where even some mainstream science websites are talking about the possibility of space junk landing on us. So, and then of course, one other thing I've been noticing too is there's a PSA out for nuclear fallout. So
Right. Wow.
they're conditioning the public. So they're telling you if there's a nuke that goes off, go to your basements, lock down.
Amazing. Hey, I heard on one of your shows that you said you had a black eye. Did I hear correctly on that? Did something happen?
Oh, I had a household accident. And I joined the Black Eye Club, but
Oh, okay.
I,
Wow.
I didn't post any pictures of it.
All right, you're like me. You're incognito for the most part, so that's fine. I respect privacy on that for sure. Okay, so it wasn't something that you were trying to join. You weren't trying to join the Black Eye Club on purpose.
No, actually, it had to do with an unruly person in a situation, uh, whatever it was. But you de-escalate things, and sometimes you get hit by a stray fist or something.
Oh, is that
Nothing,
right? Wow.
nothing majorly huge, but it was just like, yeah, it was just my take on it was, yeah, I'm in the Black Eye Club now.
Oh,
So
wow.
people
Yeah.
do get black eyes. I can't say if Brad Pitt or Travolta or any of these movie stars, any of these guys who get the black eyes, the Pope, I can't say if these are legitimate accidents, but um, mine was.
Yeah, well, I think it's definitely a club for those guys. There's something going on there. Pepper wants to know, does anyone auto hoax the Sri Lanka videos? Where I actually have a friend who came back from Sri Lanka, and he wasn't at the presidential palace or burning anyone down, but he definitely said there was no gas there. He was able to fill 2 barrels of gas up, put them in the back of his large 9-seater van, and drive around the island because he's from that area. So there's definitely shortages, and there definitely things are melting down in Sri Lanka. So, but what's your take on the videos? Do you have a take on auto hoaxing them?
Yeah, well, I don't. It's like for example, 1-6. I don't believe that it's 100% organic. I think these are instigated, but most of the people there have perceived or real legitimate grievances. And so
Mm-hmm.
I think what the media's job is to steer people. And, I don't take it for granted that uh, it's always going to be fake. I think the idea is, of course, they use Psywar because it's more effective
Right.
and it's just not
Cheaper,
possible
yeah.
to always use force. But
Yeah.
yeah, we are kind of at the mercy of the mob in certain situations, and I'm always interested to see how far the mob will go, and how when it becomes aware of itself. Like 2020 was eye-opening for me because the MSM ignores what we were seeing, and you can find videos, people on their own phones, just experiencing what it's like when you have a mob of people on your car trying to pull you out of your car. This stuff really happens, and of course, the media is the big instigator. So I had to look more into Sri Lanka, but to me, this is, I think, the big story. It's the rousing of what I call the Kraken or Leviathan, one of the big memes that's been pushed out for the last 2 years. I think that there's a worldwide effort to awaken destructive collectivism and use it as a weapon against any last vestiges of individual liberty and freedom. And I think that's really what the objective is here with all these mass outrages.
Oh yeah, they want to bring us into what I guess it's called communitarian society, which I guess is maybe a couched word for communism for sure. A form of no individualism, everything is for the collective, and that might also mean wiping out the middle class, which has been talked about since after the war, World War II. I was listening to a video from 1961 by I think Benjamin Freeman at some hotel in 1961. So this is a long-term plan that's going on right now. Absolutely.
In fact,
Uh,
yeah, this is
yeah.
absolutely the case. I saw something the other day. It was a book that says climate change is racist and that white colonialism is making the air unbreathable. So what they've done is they've taken Marxist class warfare, the rich against the poor, and they've replaced it and they've masked it with environmentalism. But I do think the objective here is to get rid of we say the middle class. I would say, yeah, anybody owning property, and they want to
Right.
get you got to get rid of your individuality. And this was conditioned in 2020. Until you put on your mask, you're being selfish. You still have a unique face. You got to cover it up and be like everybody else. And I think that was a big message. Don't be selfish. Sacrifice for the community. Take the jab as your gang initiation is how I saw it. And again, I think that whole year was a war on individuals, forcing you to choose to be selfish or to choose the right way and to be a collectivist and join the hive. And again, I think it was a very successful operation in that regard. It pretty
Right.
much made us see where everyone stands. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to tip the balance in favor of a collectivist hive mind over individuals who think and perceive for themselves.
All right. That video was called Benjamin Friedman's 1961 speech at the Willard Hotel. It's on FacoTube. It's show note number 3. Speaking of vaccines, can you clarify your position on what you think the vaccines are? Because I am of the opinion that they are dangerous. They are killing people. They are injuring people, just like every other vaccine has ever done. And I know your position has been that they were to create a schism, which they absolutely have done. They have created a fault line through families, through dinner tables, through cities, through countries. They have created a brand new fault line that had never existed in the world before. Forget black and white, rich and poor. Now we have those that believe in the masks, the vaccines, and those that absolutely do not. So what's your take on it? Do you think they're doing any kind of damage at all? Like it's being slowly, I think it's slowly coming out worldwide. People may not acknowledge it, but I think it's really happening.
One, my take on it has been, yeah, that this is a political prop to create a schism and to force people to choose between big government injected immune system and their own immune system. And to me, this is a choice that one makes that reveals what their relationship is to the government. Kind of like, should you defend yourself, or do you have the police come and defend you, when it comes to Second Amendment? And I think that the self-defense is a critical issue here, whether it's border security, home security, or your immune system, and your skin is a primary border. So the question of whether you want your borders to be porous, whether you want to be able to defend your borders, that choice you make, it puts you on one or other side of the political schism here. So to me, to be pro-vax is to be pro-open borders. It's to be in favor of gun control because you want the injected governmental immune system. And the other side represents, of course, the opposite position. Defend yourself first, and that's your primary responsibility. So for one, I think it's a schism. But when it comes to the idea of it being a weapon, one of my first MOS in the military, my military occupational specialty was NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical. And most of that was learning about the different ways that you could disperse biological or chemical agents across a population to destroy them. And the idea of this as a bioweapon, in my view, is kind of worthless compared to other things. So I just don't think it's the most effective thing. So if it is going to be used in that way, it's not going to do a Vaxageddon. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and the Democrats are all dead. It's not going to happen like that, if at all. So if anything, it's a wait and see. But to me, the mission was accomplished when they set out the premise and when they created the quote anti-vaxxer. I don't believe in anti-vaxxers. Just because you're against something doesn't mean you should take that designation. Maybe you're a conscientious objector to something you don't fully understand or can't yet. And I think that what they were trying to do again was force you to make a choice that has significant political and social ramifications. But again, if it's killing anybody, I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen anything to substantiate that with the virus or with the solution to the virus.
Right. Well, I just know people that are definitely getting poisoned, and cancers are accelerating that where they shouldn't even appear at all. So I think I definitely think something is happening.
Now let me ask you this then. Let's say it is happening. Is it done in such a way that there's complete plausible deniability and it's never going to be surfaced?
Oh yes. I think so, and I think it's done in such a way that it's a slow burn, and most people will not acknowledge that their government is hurting them, so they're not going to see it. They're not going to acknowledge it, and it's going to take. It's just going to take. I don't know if what it'll take to get people to figure it out. I'm convinced of it in so many ways, and I go right back to childhood vaccination. I've really done a lot of research into that. I think a lot of the autoimmune disease, the autistic explosion, I think it's all real, and I think it all goes back to what it can never be. And they say it can never be the vaccine because the vaccine is always there to help you. So how can it be something that's being offered as a solution? So I definitely don't. I don't think it's anything engineered any more than it's just the adjuvants, the things that they say cause a response in your body that are accumulating and causing all kinds of debilitating diseases. And if you are already vulnerable and or older, then it's going to just push you over the edge. And a lot of people are over prescribed on all kinds.
All right, happy Infinite Plane Sunday, September the 5th, 2021. We want to make this a regular thing. Here we go. Oh, Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms bringing us in. Just sent out notification. So if you get the text message alerts, you'll be getting it about now. Sorry if I woke you up. We started later than usual. Notifications have gone out via email and in every other possible way. I have a quote here from David Lynch, filmmaker. What a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. So let's start with this. Alex Jones claims that he and his family have been taking horse medicine in order to cure themselves of COVID preemptively or something. But anyway, he goes on TV and he takes these drugs live. And he talks about how, no, Dr. Fauci's not going to take him out, implying that Joe Rogan was hit with COVID sent by Fauci as some kind of an assassination attempt to take out a truther or something. That's Jones's conspiracy theory.
Care people.
So here you have Alex Jones angrily staring into the camera as he takes the horse pills.
Overhead shot, please. You know what this is? This is ivermectin for humans that won a Nobel Prize as an antiviral. And this is inhalable, or these are the tablets, steroids.
Now, he doesn't inhale it or snort it or anything. I think he tries to eat it, and you can see him on camera, and he seems to wash it down with, of all things, a Corona. Oh, no, that's a Dos Equis. It would have been better if it was a Corona. Now, here's the thing. If you're watching it, or if you've seen it on TV, it's kind of hard to tell, but someone has actually done their due diligence. They did a frame-by-frame, treating this like a Zapruder, and as actually Sandy Bacon found out, his left hand dumps it behind him. He actually throws the medicine on the floor behind him.
Oh, I don't usually deal with my enemies right away. I get them later. Yeah, you creep up on with a poison injection, dressed up in a lab coat, you little Joseph Mengele, Nuremberg Code violating monster.
So there he is. He's excoriating Dr. Fauci, accusing him of trying to kill us all, specifically Rogan and now him, and so he takes the medicine. Now he's immune. He's inoculated or something. But again, he drops the pill behind him.
Damn monster. See our little cancer proteins like that.
Yep. All right, well, somebody knows how not to take his meds, apparently. But again, that's... Just want to bring that up. David Lynch, what a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. Lots of things to talk about tonight. Little Nas having a baby or something. I mean, things keep getting weirder. And that's not even the most shocking thing right now. Let me see what we have in the chat. All right, AJ206 confirms IPR text message notifications received. User offline says Joe Rogan cured. Well, did you see what CNN did? CNN actually made Joe Rogan look gray, like he was dying. They actually discolored him. They did it on purpose, obviously. Somebody says that's the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, on the screen I made a meme of Little Nas, and the baby's actually the alien from the Alien series ripping out of his belly. And then on its head, I superimposed President Kamala. Just a little meme work I was occupied with earlier. Working on an episode of South Pole. All right, so I want to talk about a lot of things. A lot of things have been repeating as of late, as is usual with the meta-scripted reality. For example, August 29th, 2021, in both and August 29th, 2005, again, these are anniversaries, hurricane hits Louisiana. Kanye drops a new album. White Sox in the first place. Afghanistan in the news. Just some repeating history. And also, the new Kanye album has a song called Hurricane. Sure, that's just a coincidence as well. And he reportedly didn't want the album released on that day. So apparently the meta-scripters have total creative control, and if they decide it has to be released on this day to meet up with our Illuminati ritual, that's what it's going to be. Or something. I mentioned this the other day. The gun maker that's being sued for the Sandy Hook shooter is trying to obtain records for the children who were supposedly shot. So that should be interesting. If you followed the story, you know that Dr. Carver, the coroner, Dr. Carver, was behind something that made it possible for them to actually prohibit anybody from seeing any kind of autopsy reports. I mean, why would you? That's horrible, right? But if you wanted to investigate this thing, well, they blocked it in advance. So it's kind of interesting, too, that finally somebody else is following up on this. And I think this might actually be an attempt to get at the truth. Now, the coverage doesn't mention this. They seem to think it's just an egregious violation of privacy. But I think it might be an attempt to find out what really happened. And if you don't know, it's a little too late. I mean, you should already know by now. A lot of people haven't been able to internalize the fact that so much of our media is just pure theater and propaganda. Now, I want to play something from the Conan O'Brien show. It's from a couple of years ago. And this is Buzz Aldrin. And he's explaining to Colin how Colin's memories, his recollections, are wrong. He could not possibly have remembered having witnessed the moon landing as he believes he did. And now take a listen. I've played this before, but it's worth hearing again how Buzz Aldrin corrects him on his memories.
I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you didn't.
was
No, you didn't.
What?
Because
no, you didn't. You didn't watch us land on the moon.
On the moon,
no,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
You watched animation, he says, having to explain it to him. And this is a great opportunity to explain how the Mandela effect works. People associate reports of things with actual memories, and eventually they just kind of recall it as a memory. And then when challenged by the question, do you remember it this way or that way? Like with the Mandela effect, do you recall Ed McMahon dropping off big checks? Well, if you reach back to all the memories you have from that period, you probably saw the overlapping commercials with American Family Publishing and Publishers Clearinghouse. So it wouldn't be that shocking for someone to arrive at the answer that, yeah, I recall Ed McMahon passing out big checks. The Mandela effect is basically faulty eyewitness testimony coupled with the interrogator's bias. Well, in this case, we have Buzz Aldrin explaining how, no, you don't have this memory, Conan.
You guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So that's
Right. Well, we collectively have hazy memories. I mean, that's, and this is what the media relies upon. The mass media gaslights anybody who knows what's really going on. I'm surprised Buzz even corrected him there. I really am. All right, let me see who's in the chat. Again, we have confirmation that people have been receiving the text message notifications. We're also mirrored on the Dark Matter digital network, so if you're listening at darkmatter.radio, you're welcome to join us in chat. Just go to the website and click the button. Strawberry Blind says, I saw penguins at the aquarium in Connecticut last week. You know, there are some people on the internet who believe that penguins are animatronics, that they don't exist. And that kind of irked me for some reason. So I went to the penguin exhibit here. I took a lot of videos, took a lot of pictures, and I can confirm, I mean, I won't expect you to take my word for it, but if they are animatronic, they're far more sophisticated than any I've ever seen. And they can swim underwater the way birds fly in the air. You know, it's really quite incredible. User Offline says Sandy Hook victims were all quickly cremated like Babbitt. Well, if you go into that story, and we did bring this up the other day because some of the families involved are wearing hyper-realistic synthetic masks, prosthetics, Hollywood-style makeup, because they're afraid of conspiracy theorists, or so they say. But yeah, you would think they had something to hide. And Ashley Babbitt, I think that's a hint, maybe not, but they sure did cremate her right away. And that case, in my opinion, is obviously just a psyop. There's a documentary you can find at fakeworld.news, pinned at the top. It's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes. And it's a must watch because it shows you that Ashley Babbitt is not dead. So you should resist any kind of temptation to accept this martyr narrative. Now, I have a list of things I wanted to discuss. Let me go ahead and go through the topics, and if anything piques your interest, you can call in. It's been a couple of days, so things have piled up, but we'll catch up. The MAGA ban. So they used to call them maggots, M-A-G-A-T-S, Make America Great Again. Maggots was a pejorative term used by the Antifa fascists. Well, now they call them the MAGA ban, and I believe that comes from someone at CNN, Jim Acosta, like Taliban, MAGA ban. The vanilla ISIS narrative is building up, and I've been talking about this since before the media started overtly making these comparisons, recycled scripts. Also, there was an incident yesterday where one of the Proud Boys named Tiny Toes shot himself in the foot. Seems fake. Someone who was there or watched it live thinks that it's fake and told me so on Twitter, so I'll get to that. Trump somehow reverses his age. There's a picture floating around of Donald Trump looking about 10 years younger, and it doesn't make any sense. Some suspect that he's taken some kind of Regeneron or some kind of age reversing, I don't know, adrenochrome? No, something else. Something that we're all going to get when Trump comes back, according to Q. I mean, that's what the QAnons actually believe. They think Trump's coming back with a bunch of suppressed technology, including life extension and free Wi-Fi for everybody, Tartarian technology, all kinds of stuff. We just got to wait until the deep state is thoroughly routed. I'm not sure what we're waiting on. Something on Hunter's laptop, probably. But anyway, yeah, there is conjecture about whether or not Trump has somehow found a way to reduce or reverse his age. And he does look younger in this picture, I guess. It could be Photoshop. I mean, what's more likely? Occam's razor. What's more likely? Age-defying technology, age-reversing technology, time travel, or Photoshop? COVID continues to kill conservatives. We've been talking about this. It seems like a lot of the doubters are being taken out, and the liberal media is loving it. They like it when the mask refuseniks and the vaxophobes die. They can point at it and say, see, you didn't believe in our God. And that's kind of how they treat it. You can tell when they're really happy about a specific pile of bodies or casualties. I even said that. I said, I was listing off the names of conservative pundits dying of COVID, and I was like, the media hasn't been this happy and elated about a pile of bodies since probably Sandy Hook. All right, so we are about a week away from, 6 days away from the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And we know how they love their anniversaries. Every year they do something to kind of rub it in your face that it's all just a ritual and you're an outsider. Remember last year they had Derek Chauvin in court on that date. Why would they do that? Because he 9/11'd America. And we talk about this quite a lot. There's a subtext to all these stories. There really is. The media has an esoteric side. There are some kind of wizards in control, but there is a subtext. Good writing. The name Derek is actually from a historically significant hangman who hanged 3,000 people. The name Chauvin, obviously Western chauvinism. So you have the hangman, Western chauvinist, lynching somebody for 846. And by the way, the first tower was hit at 846. The sun set in the Twin Cities that day at 846. I mean, these are the signs. These are the indicators that we're looking at theater. And I've been finding some interesting correlations again between 1969 and 2021. This is something we've been discussing this entire year. And I found something interesting, a connection between Neuralink, this digital monolith concept, and ARPANET. So these are all some of the topics we're going to cover, plus many more. Also, those of you who are listening on the archives or listening through any of the podcast platforms, we now take on sponsorships. So you may hear not ads, but I do give shout outs to the different sponsors, so you'll hear that, which is great news. We're that much more, I think, protected against censorship, because it's always about demonetization. If they can cut your funding, they can kill your channel, but we're finding other ways to keep this going. So we have no interest in ever making money for Google ads on YouTube. All right, let me go through the other list here. I mentioned last week that a couple of assassins are on the loose. John Hinckley and Saran. John Hinckley released after 35 years, and the shooter of RFK, Saran, after 53. Unusual timing, but yeah, it seems like both of them are about to be let out. Going through comments. Has anybody found out if Chet Hanks has died of COVID yet? He went against his family, his parents, Tom Hanks and his mom, very public with their COVID. First visible celebrities, first celebrity couple to come down with COVID, big deal. You probably didn't know anybody who had it, but you knew them. And then Chet comes out, and he went totally against the grain. He claims his own immune system is good enough. Let me go ahead and play this rant for those of you who missed it.
Hey guys, so just checking in. Look, I've been kind of on the fence about this for a while. That's why I've never spoke on it. But with the amount of people that I know recently that have gotten COVID, and with like the numbers rising, I think it's important for me to say, like, I got the vaccine. I think everybody should. I think it's really important, like, that we all do this just as like citizens, as Americans. We have to look out for each other and get this shit under control, guys. So like, I suggest to all my followers, you guys set an appointment and get the vaccine first thing. Psych! Bitch! If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I never had COVID. You ain't sticking me with that motherfucking needle. It's the motherfucking flu. Get over it, okay? If you're sick, stay inside. I'm tired of having, okay? Why are we working around y'all? If you're in danger, stay your ass inside. I'm tired of wearing the mouth.
All right. So, I sense Duper's delight. I think he's laughing while he's doing this. It appears that he's driving, which you shouldn't be driving and ranting. It could be an act. He is an actor. What is he portraying? And so I'm wondering, are they doing this to make an example out of him? Like, who's going to complain? And it would be a great example. Hey, look, even his parents had it, and here he is denying it. So, and also keep in mind, this guy has these tattoos that kind of say it all. He has Illuminati tattoos, tarot card tattoos. He's even got the medical symbol and COVID tattoos. They look like COVID balls. And we know this because he Instagrams his tats. Although some people question whether the tats are real, others question whether he's wearing a bodysuit and he's 120 pounds. But whatever the case, are they going to make an example out of him? And maybe not even just for going against the vax and mask narrative, but maybe for using the word psych. Like, when was the last time that was ever used in any context? Salty Siren says he looks like a man-pig hybrid. AJ206 says he's going to get the boogeyman inside him now. Well, I haven't seen him in a little while, so it could be some kind of an act. That's my suspicion. Do you remember last summer when... And look, this guy's not somebody to take serious. I mean, in my opinion, he's definitely very erratic. The last time I saw him, he was on Instagram, and he was bleeding. And he said, my girlfriend did this. And apparently his girlfriend hit him with a frying pan. So you can find a video of Chet Hanks with his bloody head. I mean, I don't care to go too deep into it, but I'm saying could be something. Could be staged. That's all. All right, again, we're approaching the anniversary of 9/11, so we'll be talking about this more as we go along. And there's still some people who get triggered when you suggest that the entire thing was a theatrical production, that it wasn't an actual attack, false flag or otherwise. And my contention is that false flag theory is in fact a hoax. I don't think that they use false flags. I lean towards hoaxes. The difference being a hoax is propaganda. A false flag is an actual attack where people die or just whether it's collateral damage or whatever. But you wouldn't have crisis actors at an event which is real. And so the appearance of crisis actors to me kind of suggests that we're looking at a whole lot of theater. Speaking of theater, there's murder hornets are back, if you want to believe it. And I was watching this BBC, here we go, story on the murder hornets. There's 113 of them. They found 113 worker hornets in a nest out there in Washington. Anyway, they're out there in these suits. They look like stormtroopers. So murder hornets are back. They're all from China. And that always struck me as fishy. And again, everything that seems like stories, to me, I just have to question. Like, how convenient. You have murder hornets from China. We have the bat virus from China. I'm surprised they haven't had COVID-infected murder hornets yet. But I think there's an element here of, I don't know, it's like tabloid. I haven't even seen one. Has anybody been taken out by any murder hornets? Not yet. Audrey Hepburn in the chat says, "White boy summer, let's go," referring to Chet Hanks. Well, there's not much time left. Summer's almost over. Has anything even happened? Here's a quote by Bertrand Russell. "Collective fear stimulates herd instinct and tends to produce ferocity towards those who are not regarded as members of the herd." And then obviously we all know what that's about right now. And this hostility is encouraged by the media. I mean, it's getting pretty dark when you look at the headlines. Let's go and just start with a few things. CNN's Acosta, Jim Acosta is the one who said that it's the Magaban on the right. It's the American Taliban, a combination of theocracy and thugocracy. And where were they last summer when Antifa was literally burning everything down? It's just strange how people forget that. Remember, last year, we were counting down to the White House siege. Now, it didn't actually happen, but they were planning, Antifa was planning on storming the White House, but they had put up fences, they had the National Guard and everything else. So, but somehow that got lost in the mix. And then on 1/6, we have this guided tour through the Capitol, which they then called an attempted insurrection. Here's an article from MSNBC, "Why the American Far Right is Openly Admiring the Taliban." And this is kind of a continuation of a topic I've been covering, how the mass media has been creating this character for some time, the white Al-Qaeda threat. And the suicide bomber extremist, the frontline cannon fodder of the American Taliban, or the Magaban, would be the incels. That would be the shooters, the ones who want a reset because they don't like the way the Western world elevates women, etc. Islamic State and QAnon rioters came from the same roots. Failed governance, foreignpolicy.com. It's all over the media, this painting up of the American right as a group of terrorists. And I noticed this before, how it seems like the QAnon is designed to help underscore these comparisons that the media is making. Because if you think about it, the radical Islamic terrorist, radicalized by the Quran, is going up against the great Satan. The radicalized American counterpart is radicalized by QAnon. So it goes from Quran to the QAnon verses. And he's radicalized against what? The great Satan, the deep state, who are Satanists in charge. You can kind of see how that works. It's a template, if you ask me. I think they've manufactured a bad guy in order to intimidate the political left. And they've added on to this with a whole new element here. The psychopathy of Matthew Coleman, the individual who supposedly speared his children to death on the anniversary date of the Manson killings. All very interesting timing. And that was also during the Mike Lindell symposium which is all about stirring up resentment about the election. All these things are coming together, I think, on purpose, intentionally. I think they're conflating certain ideas so that the public thinks that you can catch ideas just through contact, like you can catch memes through, it's like catching a virus through the screen. You look at a meme, the idea gets in your mind, now you have a mind virus. And that's what they're getting the public acclimated to. And this isn't new. I happen to think this is the real agenda behind the pandemic. Cutting, or rather, curating the internet and cutting off, quarantining sections of the internet until they can purify it. It's a holy war. This is definitely a holy war. Not just being fought with sanitizer and injections, but it's in cyberspace as well. I brought this up last year, how when the Kardashians were freezing their social media account because of, quote, online hate and conspiracy theories, I saw it then. I said, okay, this is probably the real agenda. And I fully expect there to be calls to shut down the internet at some point. I think they're trying to build up this fear. I mean, this is pretty much an extension, a repeat. Everything is repeating. This is recycled from post 9/11. We just have a different bad guy this time. So instead of monitoring radical mosques, you got to monitor radical websites. And they've done pretty well at this. First they marginalized certain ideas and pushed them off onto other platforms, and then they shut down those platforms. And then attempted platforms like Parler, attempting to compete with Twitter, quickly shot down. And remember, when Parler was under attack by the mass media, there was a right-wing racist MAGA or MAGA band shooter shooting up parlors, as in massage parlors. He was an incel. So you have one of these incel, suicide bomber, radical MAGA band terrorists shooting up parlors while the media is trying to shut down Parler, which radicalized him. Not a coincidence. That's the nature of this theater, and most of those listening know. I mean, we tend to analyze the subtext of the stories of the day. Going through some comments. Let me go ahead and play my voicemails. Again, appreciate everyone who leaves voicemails. 833-311-1984. The phone number, again, 833-311-1984, is a pleasant reminder about where we are and when. We're in 1984, always have been, always will be, but the recent iteration kicked off on 3/11. So they didn't make a lot of effort to brand this particular psyop as they did with 9/11, as they could have, because 3/11 was the date they declared a pandemic. But for all intents and purposes, it makes the most sense to me to refer to that as 3/11. In fact, the 9/11 memorials started on 3/11. You know, the light memorials with the 88 spotlights. Portal Complex says we had Coleman burning the lodges in Vancouver. Oh yeah, let's bring that up really quick. So someone had pointed this out, the names, because the killer in California, the guy who did the killings on the anniversary of the Manson killings with the spear, all very significant if you ask me. Supposedly killing his kids because he believed they had serpent DNA. Unbelievable story. I don't believe it. I don't have enough information to conclude it's true. The story, it's full of holes, no pun intended. But basically, I mean, he stabbed the kid 17 times. I mean, it sounds gruesome, but 17 is Q. You see how corny this is? But his name was Coleman, which, in his own words, according to his Instagram account, Coleman means dove, which has a lot of significance when we get into the symbolism. And I've talked about the dove and how in the New Age it's basically the phoenix. And even in the context of the dove with the olive branch in the story of Noah, it's not really a symbol of peace necessarily, because it's the peace of the grave after God has wiped out the world, except for whatever was in the ark. But the name Coleman means dove. And a few months before, there was an individual named Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman who burned 3 Masonic lodges in Canada. Kind of interesting. And then you had Trump's Patriot rally in Cullman, Alabama. And when we look at the bigger picture, you'll see why these names matter. Portal Complex says the Coleman stove or lantern. Yeah, there's some kind of, exactly, there's some kind of symbolism. X-Ray 76 says, is there any message in the songs of the group 311? Yes. The group 311 has some symbolism pointing to Seattle quite a lot. And ground zero for the pandemic was in fact Seattle. Patient zero first came down with symptoms on 1/19. But not only that, their 2001 release called Chaos looks like the sun, but it also looks like a big COVID. A song called, anyway, there's quite a lot there I think you could find. Quite a lot of symbolism in all of these mainstream events, and that's one of the things we've been breaking down for quite some time here. And let's go ahead and look at this one here too. So right now, this is from ZeroHedge.com. Quote, "This is bad. Russian cosmonauts discover tiny cracks in the space station." So there's a crack in the space station. Now, ever since last year, November the 3rd has been associated with the Kraken. The Kraken was something that lawyer Sidney Powell was going to release, which would break the dam of information that was being held from the public that would expose some kind of massive fraud within the election. That was the story. So release the Kraken had been a meme for some time associated with that date, November the 3rd. So moving down the line, leading up to that date, memes, like I say, memes matter in the big story. You had, at the same time, crack was suddenly in the news. You had Hunter Biden and his crack pipe. Release the Kraken. Maybe nothing at first. Well, then fast forward to 2021, Mike Lindell is now in charge of what Sidney Powell was doing, trying to break the dam. So now you have Mike Lindell, an admitted crackhead, crack addict, taking on the job of the original Kraken, trying to, I don't know, with this election, really hit at this fissure between the left and the right with this allegations that the election was, fraudulent. So crack smoker, Kraken, all these things kind of keep piling up. The Prime Minister of New Zealand with a crack pipe, maybe that's not such a big deal. But now we have this, the Russian cosmonauts discovering cracks in the space station. And my contention is that the Kraken, this meme that's been forced out there, is some kind of code for the breakdown of international peace and solidarity, specifically with the space station. I think the Tower of Babel has to fall. I see the space program as the modern counterpart. It is the Tower of Babel. It takes all men, one language, the internet, from Earth to the heavens. And I think that when Jeff Bezos went up there, I think the whole thing was officially complete. He's in the capsule which represents, of course, blue origin, blue blood. I think the capsule represents the golden cap of the obelisk, because rockets are obelisks, and they've never made it more obvious with Bezos' rocket. So there he is in the capsule, going past the Kármán line into space. So space is heaven in the modern context. It's the universal heaven. And the trip from Earth to space by the king of Amazon, who stepped down, but they described it as passing on his crown. Again, crown and the capsule of the rocket. These are symbols. So the fact is, before he steps down, he takes this trip and he actually he reaches the heavens. So the Tower of Babel has been built. And now I see more and more stories like this about cracks. And I don't think it's literally a crack in the space station, because I don't believe there is one. I think this is a story, and we're waiting to see what happens when that crack, whatever it happens to be, actually breaks. You've probably seen this before. I want to read this. I mean, we all know about how phony these characters are. So the QAnon shaman, who no longer wants to be identified as a QAnon shaman for some reason. He used to be known as Yellowstone Wolf. Jake Angeli, and that's not even his real name. His real name is Jake, it has a C, was it Chansley, and his father's a Democrat judge. But anyway, he's a, quote, self-initiated shamanic practitioner. I mean, talk about cultural appropriation. Energetic healer, and he's an ordained minister from Phoenix. Again, he's 33 years old. It says he's worked in behavioral health for 6 years. Now he's claiming to be mentally ill, and that as a mental patient, he had no ability to resist Trump or Q. It says he's walked the shamanic path for 20 years, and he's had numerous paranormal and UFO experiences. Now, he's recently said that he's an alien. He's written several books, and he's influenced the lives of hundreds, well, many more now, and spent endless hours in deep trance states and meditation, and he defeated dark demonic forces. He's cleansed ecosystems, and he's liberated minds. You can find him at starseedacademy.space. That's the QAnon shaman. I've never heard him describe the values of limited government conservatism or fiscal conservatism. I've never heard him describe why he stands for Trump at all, because it's really strange that he could be considered the face of this political movement when he's clearly just some kind of an actor playing a role. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the list here. I have, again, fakeworld.news. I have all the links that I've been covering posted over there. So earlier today I talked about the story. There's a Proud Boy leader. So remember, you have the Proud Boys on the right, and you got the Soy Boys on the left. Proud Boys versus Soy Boys, fighting for favor of Father Government, I suppose. Well, Proud Boy leader Tiny Toes, that's his name. Tiny Toes. You remember at the Capitol riot, there was somebody with a flag that said, "Don't tread on me," and she got trampled on to death. We have a list of names that just fit the outcome of the person, fits the disposition of that character. I think it's just scripted theater. I don't think this is real. So I see this story about a guy named Tiny Toes who shoots himself in the foot. Anyway, commenter here says, fake story, I watched it live. He shot by Antifa and escaped on a bus. So what it could be, if you ask me, it could be a fake shooting staged to make the Proud Boys look dumb. An appeal to ridicule, a very successful one at that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's some kind of a, would you call that a false flag? I'd call that just a hoax. Jordan says, defeated dark demonic forces. I've done that too. Oh yeah, Jake and Jelly, the QAnon shaman. I think about the story here. The QAnon shaman. You know, the Q sent me. So he's claiming that he was sent by this mysterious guru or leader behind the scenes to do this thing. And he went into the Capitol with a spear and nobody shot him. Like, take your spear and go into a building and see how far you get. No, they held him by the hand and they walked him to Pelosi's chair. I mean, again, if you haven't seen it, the insurrection was a guided tour. Nobody got killed. It was totally staged. And for every insurrectionist, there were probably 7 MSM photographers. It was a CNN production through and through. I'm very curious to see what happens with Owen Schroyer, the guy from InfoWars, who has been lumped in with the rioters. And he was inciting a riot. So was Alex Jones. It's surprising that Alex Jones wasn't pulled in. But does he not know that Ashley Babbitt's alive? And this is what I find problematic about many of these mainstream, I'll say mainstream because they're mainstream, they're fringe, but these mainstreamers is, if he's really going to jail for this, well, he ought to bring up in his own defense that Ashley Babbitt is not dead. We can prove it by this documentary. Now, if you haven't seen the documentary, again, it's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes or Less. This would exonerate him. In fact, he might as well call Ashley Babbitt as a witness. There's no reason to think she's dead.
Read me.
I'm going to play a clip.
There's some protests happening down outside the Capitol.
The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for a disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place. We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here on the track.
I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today.
Lady, I'm going to break this fucking phone if you don't stop.
They hit me with bullets.
They hit me with bullets, says the crisis actor. And he's holding a water bottle. Crisis actors, they're usually holding water bottles. I think it might be a way that they can identify each other, some kind of sign. And oftentimes they wear flannel because they're usually from the left coast and they're representing rednecks, and so they wear flannels. Just stereotyping. That's how they do it. Crisis actors, you can tell just by their wardrobe most of the time, lack of tears, conspicuously bland, lack of emotion, just very, very empty performances. I've never really seen a very moving crisis actor. And this event, the thing at the Capitol, I think it needs to be looked at because it's changing everything. It's setting the narrative, sets the political narratives, and people believe it's real. But there are a few things in here that are quite damning. In particular, there's an activist who actually dips his hand in the blood. You can see him do it. He just kind of leans over and he taps the blood, and then he goes outside and he waves his bloody hand around, and he says, you did this. You killed somebody with your right-wing hatred and bigotry. He gives this little speech or whatever, and he claims that he caught her, that he literally caught her as she fell. His name is Benjamin Barani. He says they shot her with a gun through the neck and he caught her, and he shows off his bloody hand. Looks like ketchup on his fingernail. Like barely anything there, like he went to Wendy's for French fries. And he doesn't look like he just saw a dead body. He ran out there to give his lines to the camera. Totally phony. So Ashley Babbitt's not dead, so if Owen Schroyer goes to jail, it's because somebody didn't tell him that the whole thing was staged. Let's go ahead and talk about this for a moment. The story about Donald Trump and how he somehow reversed his age. Is it Photoshop? Is it Tartarian technology? Lefty Invests tweets, "It's real." And they're discussing it. It looks like him. Again, people are just discussing whether or not, and they found the actual original photo. It says maybe it's less stress, more sleep, exercise, weight loss, sunshine. So people are just trying to figure out, well, why is it? I'm not convinced it's the same man. Some think it's somebody in a mask. Weight loss, Botox, less stress, groomed eyebrows. Nose is different, not the same man, says Petra. So if you go to fakeworld.news, you can see the pictures we're talking about. And I'm doing a side-by-side, and I don't think it's the same guy. It looks like a Halloween costume, and the hair's wrong. So Trump might have been replaced. Hopefully they have a better actor than the guy who's playing Biden. Vel Hall says Jake and Jelly was a plant. Agreed. Oh, no doubt. They all were. There was another actor who said some very bad words on TV, threatened Nancy Pelosi. He had a neck beard. And then you see him on the news later when he's charged. He's clean cut, 33, lives in Burbank, California. Probably doesn't really own any flannel and never has a neck beard. But he did for that performance. Another instigator happens to be 33 years old. Bunch of wag the dog, no doubt. All right, let's continue. Zin Velas says those eyes are deep. Yeah, that's one indicator that you're looking at a mask. The eyes are much deeper because it's another layer. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think he looks thinner, for sure. But that wouldn't explain it all. Really, really interesting. I mean, he could have been replaced. We've already talked about this before. I've done side-by-sides of Joe Biden and Joe Biden, and they don't look alike. They really don't. Joe Biden today looks more like Beau Biden, his son, supposedly deceased. He looks more like Joe Biden in terms of his skull structure than he does Joe Biden, leaving some to speculate that Beau Biden just changed his identity and that he is playing the role of his father and his father's retired or something. This is being shared around Twitter. Rolling Stones has images of gunshot victims left waiting outside as dewormer overdoses overwhelm hospitals. Just absurd. They're just trying to make the case that Joe Rogan caused a lot of people to take this drug and they're overdosing. Well, the picture that Rolling Stones shared was actually from January, and it was people waiting to get the vaccine at a church somewhere. It wasn't even at a hospital. The media does this all the time, but it's possible now to call them out on it, and that's, I think, why the media is so defensive these days. Oh, you don't agree with us? You're basically a terrorist or tantamount to a terrorist. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I've been looking at these college football games, Fox College Football, and there are stadiums full of people not socially distanced, not masked. I don't know what the vax rate is here, but just take a listen. Those cheering mouths are not covered.
It's been 600.
So again, it's been 651 days, I think, since they've been able to do this. And I've been seeing these videos all day, and I see people in the chat saying, you know, you can tell where they stand politically. It's kind of interesting. Those on the political left are just expecting half the stadium to die by tomorrow. And on the other side, they seem not to care. But I wonder, where were those concerned about these unmasked gatherings last year when the rioters were violating social distancing mandates and everything else? And there weren't any COVID deaths among BLM or Antifa, because if there were, they would have made martyrs out of them. Didn't happen. Why is that? My theory at the time was that tear gas acts as a purging agent and clears COVID out of the air, because there's no other explanation. You had 3 months of sustained riots and not one COVID martyr. Let's see what's going on here. September the 3rd, BLM rioters storming into the NYPD station in the Bronx, assaulting police and dousing a police vehicle with gasoline. This is very common, but you won't hear anything about this. No, you'll see Jake and Jelly being walked through the Capitol, and they'll call that an insurrection. You didn't have any fire. I mean, you didn't have any attempts at burning the thing down. Just shows you how the media works. They can frame things anyway. Again, CNN's Acosta said, the MAGA ban right has become the American Taliban, a thugocracy. All right, let's go and get the voicemails. First one.
Hey Tim, just stumbled across the video of you at the city council. Wow, dude, that was very impressive way to go, to stand up and say that in front of those guys. That was just great. Hey, I wanted to give a really brief, concise as possible.
Okay, with reference to that, yeah, a few years ago, I told the city council that the space station is underwater, like literally, that they're training in swimming pools and that it's fake and it's a huge fraud and that they ought to look into it. And they didn't take it too seriously. So, but anyway, this person has seen that video apparently. All right, let us continue.
Just in super simplified numerology overview. Just a real quick, what the numbers mean, basically, very basically, and the repeating digits, blah blah. There's a bunch of stuff. You can go a long way with it. But 1, new beginning. 2, duality. 3, catalyst. 4, earth, stability. 5, change. It's a big one. 6, balance. 7, spirit.
Okay, so the message continues on to the next message, and this is some numerology, very interesting. Whether or not you believe in it, it is part of our worldview. It's kind of in your face, but it's esoteric, and if you're not really keen to it, if it hasn't been pointed out, you might not see it. It's occulted on purpose, and it's one of the things that we've been unpacking on this channel for some time. Okay, let's go ahead and hear the second part of this voicemail.
Hey man, sorry, extended my voicemail. Thanks a lot, Tim. Thanks for everything you do. Really appreciate you.
All right, appreciate it very much again. And any time you want to leave a message, 833-311-1984, and we will 100% play them live and discuss anything brought up. Misinformation pandemic will endure longer than Delta. This is from RNZ News. 2 deadly viruses exist concurrently. One is COVID-19, the other is misinformation. Unfortunately, there's only a vaccine for one of them. Kind of ominous, right? What's the vaccine for the misinformation virus? A bullet? I mean, really? I mean, what's the expression? First you burn books and you burn people. I mean, this is kind of what they're doing. They have created thought crimes. They have. They have conflated memes, satirical memes, memes that just don't agree with the establishment science and media, with deadly viruses. And this has been a long time. They've developed this. It's been a long time coming. They've had to develop this narrative over time. So listen to this. This week's escape from quarantine by a COVID patient, probably staged. I haven't looked into it, but fake until proven real when it comes to the mendacious media. This week's escape is a prime example of what can happen when misinformation infects someone. The man's social media is filled with dodgy theories about vaccines, and he live streamed his arrest. Like a lot of people, I'm angry at this bloke. Now, this is absurd because we all know that you're all super spreaders. You're just like you're all sinners. Even if you take your communion, you're still a sinner, and you can still sin because we all fall short of the glory of God, or the glory of total purity in the sense, because we're all considered to be infected until proven uninfected, but you're still a super spreader because I guess that's just the nature of the world. You know, the flesh is sinful. The flesh is covered in viruses or prone to be infected. There's no perfect cure until everybody gets cured or something. I mean, it's the double messages here. It's very 1984. I mean, we have, for example, Gene Simmons takes this moral high ground telling people that, you know, you're bad because you disagree. And yet, at the same time, he's planning to go on tour. Then he cancels his tour because he catches COVID, even though he's double vaxxed and jabbed. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. He's double masked, double vaxxed, probably triple jabbed. He's got it all, and he still catches it. So how can he justify going on tour? Because it's doubtful that every single person who attends will take that level of, will be that protected, have the privilege to go through all that. Not everyone has time for this. So I just think that he should cancel his tour. I think anybody who goes along with this fascist takeover disguised as something else ought to be canceled, and they shouldn't be allowed to use the free market because they're taking an unfair advantage here, if you ask me. So these hypocrites shouldn't be rewarded for selling out. All right, let us continue here. I'm reading the story from RNZ. Misinformation pandemic will endure longer than Delta. It says New Zealand hasn't been quite as swamped by the second pandemic as badly as other countries like the U.S. Several prominent conspiracy theorists have been arrested in New Zealand after breaking lockdown restrictions. So this idea of arresting conspiracy theorists is kind of new in a way that it's now a new class of criminal, thought criminal. Just replace conspiracy theorist with thought criminal. And that's fascinating in itself, you know, that they have to point this out. I'm sure there are other people breaking lockdown restrictions for other reasons, maybe even people with vaccines. Anyway, it says, we all want a villain to blame, and the truth has become a flexible commodity in finding one. This is, again, an article suggesting that information itself has become a threat to public health, and they need to sanitize the internet. And this started, I think, even before, even with Pizzagate, where they were suggesting that just having conspiracy theories is a threat. And again, this is just a repeat of the radical Islamic terrorist and the idea that you have to listen in everywhere because people might hear ideas that turn them against the status quo, turn them against the authorities. And this is, again, a manufactured threat. But now it's just so vague. The conspiracy theorist has become a terrorist in 2021. I think they really started this last year with the 5G towers. Someone was supposedly going around burning 5G towers. If you ask me, these were psychological operations, probably fake. But anyway, this was when they started to conflate conspiracy theorists with people who are doing damage to the infrastructure, essentially terrorist attacks. Now listen to this. Misinformation is actually killing people. Oh, really? Misinformation is killing people. Like, that's quite a leap. That's not even hyperbole here. They're suggesting that it does. It says, it's a lot more urgent than people claiming that the moon landing was faked. Well, so far. Wait until they start blaming the flooding in New York, or uncharacteristically bad and severe weather on misinformation. Oh, we would have solved climate change if it wasn't for the misinformation saying there isn't climate change. Soaring rates of COVID-19 are being driven by the unvaccinated. Maybe not. Maybe it's being driven by the vaccinated who have a false sense of security and they think they're pure. But as we know, like admitted super spreader Gene Simmons, you can be vaxxed and you can still spread it. You should just consider yourself to be a super spreader. And I've been making this point too, that if you believe the science of lockdowns and shutting down the economy to stop this, then you're trusting the same authorities and the same priesthood that tells us we ought to lock down to save the planet. And it makes me think that, well, if you're going to go with one set of lockdowns, then you should go with the other one too. You ought to lock yourself down and sell your car to save the planet. It's not enough to fight COVID. I'm also wondering when they're going to roll the TSA out, like everywhere. Because, we have to be protected, obviously, and that was the point of the TSA. But I think there needs to be pat-downs outside of Walmarts, Sam's Clubs, really anywhere where people are gathering. If that's the standard, total safety. And that seems like where we're headed. It says people are dying because they don't trust anything the authority has to tell them. Several prominent anti-vaccine radio hosts and online pundits have died of coronavirus. Their deaths get mocked on the internet. I understand that impulse. Right, they love it. It's called grave dancing. They love grave dancing whenever they see somebody who mocked their doctrines die. Their God, COVID, struck them down. It reminds me of the Westboro Baptist Church. They've become that way. And it kind of goes, really, it's on both sides. You do see, on the other side, you have the unvaxxed saying, oh, I don't want anything to do with the vaxxed because they're going to shed their spike proteins all over my carpet, or whatever they say. So you have the vaxxed versus the unvaxxed. And paradoxically, or ironically, they're each pure. Oh, my blood's pure because I've been vaxxed, and you're impure because you've been exposed to COVID. Well, your blood is impure because you've taken the mark of the beast. My blood is pure because I'm natural. So, who's pure? The one who's taken the communion, or the one who's saved by, it's about salvation. Are you saved by sacrament or just by, are you naturally saved? Do you really need to be saved by a priesthood? And that's what this is about in many ways. It's a religious war. All right, so let us continue. One more line here. The misinformation pandemic is going to be with us a lot longer than Delta, and no jab will easily cure it. No jab will cure it. Again, thought crimes. They have brought, they've created thought crimes. They're here. Let me see if I can find it. I have a document here. Seems like there's a few different groups out there that are really trying to crack down on memes in particular. Like there's a war on memes, which, we'll get into. Listen to this. California Governor Gavin Newsom shares his closing message, quote, "You will die of COVID if I'm recalled." Right. All right. Aliens in the news, who cares? Kind of past that. Now, this is an interesting piece of, I guess, predictive programming here. I think that we're getting acclimated. I mean, when I say we, I mean the public. We're being inundated with images of things falling from the sky. I don't know why. I suspect they're setting our expectations. But there's a new movie coming out called Moonfall. And it's about the moon falling to Earth. So first we go to the moon, and now the moon comes to us. And it's from the director of Independence Day. Very interesting film in this context, Independence Day. Independence Day recalls when, after 9/11, people were saying it was like Independence Day, ID4, where the buildings are collapsing. Independence Day is about an alien invasion. And the cover art of that movie, we pointed this out last year, has a mothership descending upon the Empire State Building and lighting it up. And we compared this to the Empire State Building last year when it was lit up in red and white. And they did it because, well, the pandemic. They did this to shout out the nurses. It was some kind of message to them or something. But people said it looked like the Eye of Sauron, which it did. It looked like the Eye of Sauron. Or it looked like Independence Day. And it's just the way it was glowing. It looked like a big needle in the background. But it was another one of these examples of alien invasion being subtly conflated with the image of with the idea of the virus. And then, of course, the way that the building looks here on the cover of Independence Day and when it was lit up last year, it looks like a big needle. No, not a coincidence. Inner space and outer space have often been, are often conflated. And that's something we talk about in the symbolism and the way they represent these. No way it's a coincidence that the vax race, remember the Russians won the space race with Sputnik. They sent something first. Well, they won the vax race with their vaccine called Sputnik 5. So this conflating of the symbolism of outer space and the space race and inner space, very significant. Not a coincidence that just a couple months ago, the space station was vaxxed. A piece of space junk hit the arm and poked a hole in it on a mission called Celestial Immunity. We have a caller. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's going on?
Just going over the kind of big picture news here. Great time to be alive in the theater of the absurd, as David Lynch said. What are your thoughts on anything today? Where do you think it's headed?
Well, I actually wanted to call because I've had some pretty interesting run-ins. And it's with two types of people. One that believes that the virus is going to kill everyone. And then another person that believes that anyone who's taken, the roll up your sleever, that they're all going to die. And so it's just been real interesting to have these conversations because they're mirror images of each other.
Yeah, aren't they? They are. And I've been describing this for some time as a schism that was purposefully created. That I think the only thing in the vax is the schism, and it's perfectly separated people.
It's unbelievable. Even to the fact where the person that believes the news they think that the people that aren't going along with it, meaning the people that aren't wearing the masks and going, to Walgreens or whatnot and getting their shot, they think that we need to be quarantined. And then the girl that believes that everyone's going to die who's gone to Walgreens, she believes that they all need to be quarantined. And there's no reasoning with either side, honestly.
Now, what do you think about this? Isn't it strange that the people who are pro-mandatory mask and pro-mandatory lockdown aren't themselves locking down or wearing it until they're told to? Like, why do they have to wait for the mandate? They want everyone to do it before they do it. Isn't that strange? Wouldn't they lead by example if they believed in it?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like one of the guys that is a believer of all this. He sells produce to a restaurant that I'm really good friends with the family, and he's braving the pandemic so much that he goes to a restaurant to sell us produce. So he knows it's all BS, but it's like a mass. I don't know. It's like a mass mind control that he's under. And to the fact where this is what happened. He said that he had four neighbors that have the virus or whatever, the Delta variant. And he said they're all going to die. He said all of his neighbors are going to die that have it, which is totally insane. This is what he believes it, but yet he's out, selling produce and living life kind of normal, except he wears a mask.
Right. It's almost, actually it's identical, I think, to the way that fundamentalist religious people are convinced that, oh well, they're going to hell, they're reprobates, but I'm saved. And I think I think we're witnessing a new religion that's been imposed, and that's why it doesn't confound me all that much. I understand the hypocrisy. I know where it's coming from. It's saved versus the unsaved. And the manifesto had the planks about abolishing religion, but how communism itself is replacing religion. The state becomes the religion. Well, I think that this might be the way that they've created a religion out of government. And it has basically all the cloaking of science, but it's clearly a religious cult.
Yeah, and I don't know if you have seen these, but I've seen these bumper stickers that say "God bless science," like around town, that I've never seen before, and I've noticed them in the last couple months. And science it is a religion, and it's been that way for a while. With NASA and everything that they push onto the, on TV and education, but it is now really they become the front runners of saving everyone, honestly.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I've been talking a lot about the supposed overview effect, because the astronauts claim that they have this view of the Earth that has allowed them to understand the need to create a one world system and to save the planet from man. And they want to recreate this with virtual reality. Well, anyway, that to me says that these are the high priesthood, and they know better because they've seen the world from God's point of view. And people accept it. They see these astronauts as actually having transcended. They transcended the world.
Right, and none of them have seen what they said they saw. But they came back and they told everyone. I heard you talk about is it Kelly, and he has a twin brother that's a representative or congressman or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you look at Wikipedia,
Yeah.
Scott Kelly got the overview effect, but Mark Kelly didn't. And funnily enough, Mark Kelly becomes a Democrat senator. And they say that when you've had this effect, you no longer see politics and political struggles as worthy. So, yeah, one of them transcended, the other still very worldly.
So what I would want to bring up is that with the two individuals that I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks, and both are really extreme. I kind of tend to lean to the side of the girl that is, she's anti-medicine in regards to what they're pushing right now. I tend to like side with her because with all the stories that are going around and just the stuff that's happened in the town that I live in, I know people that have gotten the GMI or whatever, and it's caused them some negative reactions. Like, for instance, one gentleman, the day after, he couldn't walk. Like, he literally had paralysis and couldn't walk. And then there are people that have taken it that have passed away. Of course, we don't know if they passed away from taking it or not. You know, it's kind of like a mystery. But I think,
let me ask you this though:
probably a year.
When they tell you about the side effects, are they like, "Darn, I wish I hadn't done that. I wish I listened to Alex Jones more," or are they more like, "It was worth it," or "I went through it for"? Like, are they proud of these effects? Is it, how do they phrase it?
Well, one individual, he's a politician in the town that I live in, and he was pressured into taking it because he actually went on an interview on the radio, and they straight up asked him if he had taken it yet, and he said no, and I think he got pressured to take it, and he finally told his family that he was, having some adverse side effects a couple days after he took it. He hasn't said anything to me about it because I haven't, had the conversation with him. But I know he told his son, that he took it on a Thursday, and then Friday, he got sick, but Friday he couldn't walk. So I don't think he's happy that he had this adverse side effect, but I still think he believes in taking it. I think he wants probably everyone to take it, I would say.
Right. Well,
I don't know.
I see, because I've witnessed this thing with the people I'd consider to be actors, like Andrew Cuomo, and the other guy was Oscar De La Hoya, the boxer. Both of them go on and they brag about the side effects. With Cuomo, he's like, "I fought the beast at night. It was very hard, and I survived." Oscar De La Hoya, he's laying in his hospital bed, terrible actor, and he says, "The virus kicked my ass." And so I see these celebrities will flaunt the side effects. They'll embellish it because it gives them clout. And so I'm just wondering, if that's what you're hearing, because it's very Machiavellian. It really is with these politicians, because I think that for them it's a political choice. Are you going to, go to church? Are you going to be seen in a church, or are you going to get vaxxed? It's a political choice for them.
Yeah. It's really all about, are you going to go along with the agenda, is what I really think it is. I think the mayor, de Blasio, he's got to be the worst actor on the world stage. He is the worst, man. I have seen some, he did this thing where he was, they're trying to get these kids now to go get the jab or whatever before school. So he was reading this comic book right before this press conference, and it was just the worst. It was the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, this guy will stoop to any level to try to manipulate the masses, and it's really sickening, honestly.
Oh yeah, they all are, and sickening, and because they're manipulative. I was actually talking to a friend today about this, how the original CEO and co-founder of Netflix is the great nephew of Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays is one who made it cool to smoke. Like, these are people who are masters of public relations, propaganda, mass mind influencers, who's also related to Sigmund Freud, who basically learned how to hack our minds. So, yeah, we're dealing, I think, with high-tech propaganda, just wizardry, persuasion techniques. And on September the 10th, there's a movie coming out called Fauci, where, this guy's like being presented as some kind of a controversial hero. You look at the picture, and they idolize the guy. They really do. But I think these are all world stage characters. I don't find them at all believable, but they've made these bad guys. And I don't know. Like, for example, Alex Jones is ranting about Fauci like he does about George Soros. We have all these villains. And like you said, the friends who are anti-vax think that the vax will kill them, and the ones who are pro-vax think the virus will kill the anti-vaxxers. To me, it's just too good versus evil to be believable, and I refuse to really take sides. It's a clown show.
It is, and I really believe, like, and I know that you talked about this for, since we've been going through this, but this is a mind virus, in my opinion. It affects the mind, and then therefore the mind, affects the body, and it is a mind virus.
Now, check this
'Cause,
out.
I mean,
This is a bizarre thing, too, because we have the propaganda, we have the coercion that comes from the public, and then you have all the entertainment media. Like I mentioned, Netflix, how he's related to Edward Bernays. Well, Netflix
Right.
had all kinds of movies telling us what was going to happen in 2020 leading up to it. And so it's just kind of funny with these names. Like Dr. Fauci, the name Fauci backwards is ICUAF, like Dr. Eichhoff.
I call.
Well, someone brought this up to me today.
Yeah.
Spell Pfizer backwards, and it's REZIFP. In Hebrew, it's Reshef, which is a deity associated with plague and war and pestilence.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like these rabbit holes and these conspiracies, they never end. And the people that come up with this stuff and figure it out, I mean, they've got I guess they know how to look at the stuff and figure out what this stuff means in reverse. But it's like out in front of you. If you can see what's going on, then you can detect the BS. I think it's becoming easier now to detect it. It's just, there are so many people that are plugged into the system, and I guess, I don't know if it's money that they're going along with it. It seems like that what they're doing to the kids, like the teachers, man, dude, these kids are going to be so conditioned to stay 6 feet away from each other and wear their mask and have their identification, whether they've, gotten all the medicine they need. It's just crazy the direction that they're taking society.
Yeah, in a way, I look at this as like the new universal religion, and it's like Catholic school. You have a new set of rules, a new set of doctrines, and whether you believe or not, you just have to go along with it. So I think you're still going to have, critical thinkers, free thinkers, but yeah, the ability to disagree is going to be constricted by the lack of access to information. I think that they're putting people in such a huge echo chamber, and they have successfully turned YouTube into an echo chamber. Anything that doesn't fit with establishment media and science and fake history is eliminated.
It's gone.
Yep.
And the crazy thing was, is I was talking to one of my friends that he listens to you as well. And I'm like, dude, I can't find IPS on YouTube right now. I hadn't heard you in like 2 weeks. And I just started going through, I was looking up Tim Osmond and Infinite Plane Radio, Infinite Plane Society, and make sure I was subbed to all these different channels before I found your stream. And I don't know, maybe you had a caller like me who was saying things that you can't say on YouTube. That's why I'm trying to, censor myself a little bit. But I don't think that you said anything, that was, promoting violence or anything like that. I mean, you just having a conversation, and they take it down. So it's crazy. But it's exactly what we're living through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have been dealing with it. We have been dealing with this for some time. We've become immune to it. But what I have to do, because no video channel out there owned by any of these climate change, COVID, fake news compliant platforms will keep us for long. So now we're streaming on Odyssey, we're streaming on Rumble, on Float.app. So we have a lot of different places. But what I suggest is every day or once a day at least, check infiniteplanesociety.com. And at the very top, I will always link to the most recent video, because it might not always be in the same place, because that's just the nature of this. But we keep it going regardless, and that's all because listeners want it to happen, and the patron supporters keep this thing going. So, I appreciate you sharing this content with your friend, or however that happened. And anytime you can't find us, it's because they do try to purge us. It's an ongoing thing. We're like, go to work. It's been 3 years of this, so to us it's just normal.
Right. I got a question for you. I don't know if you watch any like college sports or like NFL or any like primetime sports. But I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he was talking about how full the stadiums are right now. And he was saying if they're going to try to, really pull this off, they got to shut everything down again. If they're going to try to make the next variant or whatever the worst thing ever, they're going to have to shut everything down again. And what I've as I've been going out and talking to people, it seems like a lot of the college kids are getting all the medicine that they are not really required to get or mandated to get, but really pressured into getting. And so I think a lot of the people that are in the fans or in the stadium, all the fans, I would say my guess is about 70% of them, have gotten all the medicine that they need in order to get into the games. I don't know if you watch football or whatnot, but it is very different than last year.
I watched some of the coverage, and these stadiums were packed, and I didn't see any masks. And I was looking at this as, these huge events will pretty much, I think, deepen the cognitive dissonance to anyone who still insists on believing that we're going through some type of a plague right now. But 70% wouldn't shock me. There's very little incentive not to do it for most people because it's just go along to get along. And so I don't think it's a big choice for most people. But, interestingly, Kanye West had his event last week, and they had 1,500 free jabs available, and only 13 partook.
Okay, so that either says that a lot of them had already gotten it, or like where I live, I'm in the Midwest, and a lot of people are really skeptical about going and getting it. I'll just say that, but I'm still saying it's probably 50% of the town that I live in have already done it. You know what I mean? I don't trust it. So that's kind of where I'm at. But the difference between someone that they think that because I'm not doing it that I am gonna harm someone, and I look at it like if they do it, I just hope they don't get harmed, right? But I'm not afraid of getting a cold or a sniffle. Like the Joe Rogan deal was pathetic to listen to him come on and talk about how he got a cold and tell, I don't know how many people listened to that, his YouTube live or whatever he did. But how ridiculous is it that this is how weak our society is, where Joe Rogan comes on and tells all of his followers that he got a cold and that he's okay. It's just crazy to me.
It is. And I think it's funny how they frame him as a bad guy, or he's anti-establishment, he's free thinking. And no, Joe Rogan's a fall guy. And I think what he's doing is he's setting a bad example on purpose so they can justify censoring people who don't have millions of listeners. I think it's definitely that. I don't believe he's actually got anything. And what he's promoting, these alternative things, they completely and entirely avoid the question of, is there even a thing? Is there a there? And my contention is that no, there's just a schism there. But here they are fighting over which concoction is going to heal or cure something that doesn't exist. So yeah, they're just players on the world stage. Very entertaining, and you can see why they get all the attention, though, because this is how they keep people split down the sides.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of reminds me of how maybe Alex Jones spoke out about a deal that happened in Connecticut, right? And then he does that, he gets attacked, he draws back, and it just allows anyone else that is voicing their opinion about a certain issue to be shut down.
Yes. He turned his back on the truth, and he said that his listeners have a psychosis.
Or schizophrenic.
Yep. Schizophrenic for not believing
That's what
CNN.
He said.
For not believing CNN. Yep. That's what he said, and that's why I think that he's an agent provocateur. On January 6th, he screamed, "We will take Joe Biden out one way or the other." And I'm thinking, who does he represent? Well, anyway, hey, great call. Nice talking to you. I have another caller, so call back anytime.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Bye.
Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up? I wanted to talking, I guess, on the Joe Rogan, like, topic y'all are talking about?
Yes, Joe Rogan and his bout with COVID.
Yeah, for sure. Have you all seen, like, the recent pictures of him?
I have, and I was describing them. You're talking about how it seems like CNN purposefully made Joe Rogan look like he was dead already.
Yeah, no, exactly. But what I'm more talking about, you've heard of, like, the cloning conspiracies, right? Like,
Yes.
you see, like, famous celebrities, for instance, Kodak Black, Tom Hanks, people like that. They go into they're in the hospital or something happens to them. They go to jail, and they come back. They're different people. Have you seen that, like, conspiracy?
I've heard that, but my Occam's razor leads me to suggest that before I would go with clone, I would go with A, body doubles, or B, hyper-realistic masks, because those are known to exist. Body doubles are commonplace. Kamala Harris was caught using one by Laura Loomer, of all people. Clones are pure speculation at this moment, but I mean, what are your thoughts on it? What have you come across? Because it's kind of new to me.
I think they're gonna have Joe Rogan come back as Black.
Okay.
He's gonna be darker. And, like,
elaborate.
I have serious info on this. Like, I think he's gonna come back way darker.
Well, I mean, CNN, what they did was they made him look like he was half dead because of what he took, when he actually had a very healthy glow when he looked at his actual video. But you're suggesting Joe's going to be replaced by somebody with a better tan? Okay.
No. African American.
All right. Well, we'll run with that. Appreciate the call. I want to play some really bad crisis acting by Oscar De La Hoya. And he shouldn't have his phone with him in the hospital room, because your phone can carry the thing for 28 days.
I mean, what are the chances of me getting COVID? I've been taking care of myself, and this really, really kicked my ass.
That's Oscar De La Hoya on his hospital bed. He said, what are the chances that I would catch this? It's really... So he's not going to be able to fight. So now, commenter here says the oxygen monitor shows 98. Give Oscar an Oscar for a shitty performance. That's from Nemoji12. Agree. He gets a golden hoggy. We're going to have to do a Crisis Actor Award show for 2021, 2020. God, we got to catch up. Let's do it. Let's do our Crisis Actor Awards. We've been doing this since Parkland, keeping up with the crisis actors, and Fox News actually stole it. Laura Ingraham. They did it to make fun of the police at the Capitol event. I mean, it was a good segment. CNBC says QAnon and anti-vaxxers are brainwashing their children stuck at home, and now teachers have to deprogram them. The children of QAnon conspiracy followers are using digital tools to help the detox process. Some 15% detox. Again, ideas are literally toxic. 15% of Americans believe in QAnon conspiracies, according to a May report from the Public Religion Research Institute and Interfaith Youth Corps. Checkology is designed to teach people how to sift through misinformation and conspiracy theories found on social media apps. A comment here says it's never been isolated. It's a fraud. Finbar says, can these people F themselves? Are you referring to the caller? Yeah, I couldn't tell if the caller was skits or trying to be funny. I'm not sure. Could have been an agent. Sometimes they'll have these government agents call in and throw out dog whistles or say racist things so they can flag your channels. And it works. Sometimes it actually works. We don't have a mute button. I cut it out of the archives if it's bad. But what they don't know, and this always surprises me, is that they don't have any way of blocking their numbers. Like I actually called one of them back. A couple weeks ago I had a caller, said some pretty strange, bad things, I'll say. And I called him back, and he didn't know who I was at first. And I was like, anyway, it was fun. All right, let us continue. few things we've covered. Donald Trump appears to have reversed the aging process by about 15 years. A lot of speculation on what happened there. Proud Boy leader Tiny Toes shoots himself in the foot. Eyewitness says it was probably a hoax. Misinformation pandemic is going to outlast the Delta variant. Alex Jones was faking like he was taking the ivermectin. He faked it. Like all these people on TV faking like they're taking the vaccine. You've seen a lot of politicians with the theatrical jabs. And maybe they have their reasons, but whatever it is, Jones faked it. He didn't actually take it. So, crisis actor. I was going through a trailer here called Moonfall. It's a movie that comes out in February, and it gives you an idea of what it would look like if all of the infrastructure above started to fall. And there have been a lot of movies putting these images out there. And I'm pointing this out because whenever you're inundated with a set of images like this, it means that you're going to see it in the news very soon. And it will be real, quote unquote. It might not be real to you, but it's going to be real to 99% of the population, which means it's real. Now, here's something that's not believed by 99%, but it's believed to be real by a good number of QAnoners. This is Fringe. So the Fringe believes that JFK Jr. is behind the QAnon operation to take back not just the government, but the world from the New World Order. So it's a pretty big story, but they believe that JFK Jr. is coming back any day now. Here's a quote from a believer. What do you think the Great Awakening is about? Remember what we talked about the other night. When JFK Jr. and the others come out, that will be the Great Awakening. So what's being referenced here is they believe that JFK Jr. is going to come out with receipts. They're going to show who killed Kennedy. They're going to show who did all the bad things that QAnon's talked about. And when this comes out, it will also be attended by others who were believed to be dead, like Princess Diana and Michael Jackson. So it's going to be something of a reunion, psychologically jarring, and they're going to release the Kraken or whatever. Well, I've been following this story, and there's an individual who goes by the name Negative 48. And Negative 48 has made appearances on various podcasts, and he is believed to be JFK Jr. And I would say that the voice matches. So if there is some type of a revelation of sorts involving would-be politicians and supposedly dead celebrities, it's going to happen. It's going to happen soon. Trust the plan. Earlier I mentioned crack on the ISS. Well, I have something for you here. This is a meme showing how they actually practice and rehearse spacewalks underwater. And many people believe that the underwater spacewalks are where they film spacewalks. In other words, the simulation is all that we have, and they pretend they're in space. That's what some believe. Well, look here. Nicholas Anthony found this. Besides showing you NASA's Photoshop skills, please take notice of the rust on the so-called ISS, which is supposed to be in outer space, made out of aluminum, not iron and steel. Rust needs oxygen and water to exist. This stage prop is not in outer space. It's in the National Buoyancy Lab, which is a giant swimming pool in Houston. So what's up? Houston, we have a problem. You got rust on the outside of your cracked space station. You might want to Building 7 that thing soon before truth gets out. And I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to pull it. I have a number of great movie recommendations. I watched a movie yesterday called 2149, The Aftermath. The world as he knew it is over. And it's deep post-reset. And this is exactly the nightmare scenario I've been describing. You know how I've been talking about how the space program is just a cover for hyperlooping you to some Siberian-like outpost where you will be a slave for Emperor Musk or Imperator Musk? Well, basically, that's what I think the future holds for us. But you won't know because you'll be comfortable, stoned, in a subterranean dome, terraforming the surface of Mars. Well, you'll think it's Mars. Remote controlled cars and vehicles. So I think that's kind of my vision here, that these Martian gulags will be used for the workers to terraform remotely. So it's going to be remote work. You won't even have to leave. Like, it'll be like you're in your basement. I kind of think that the gaming lifestyle, the basement dweller, is all Mars prep. Well, anyway, this movie 2149, The Aftermath, starts out where the main character and others are feeble and weak in these very comfortable chairs, and they're busily terraforming the world above, or monitoring drones remotely. And the story is about how one of them kind of escapes his post and he climbs to the surface of the earth. And it's a very fascinating movie, though, because it suggests that in the future AI takes over and mankind just becomes an extension of it as it takes over all of the work that we used to do. And no one's actually in control. Fascinating movie. Very likely the future for your great-grandchildren. The final episode of Lucifer is on September the 10th. All bad things must come to an end, says the tagline. I only watched one episode. I think it's terrible, but for any of you out there who are watching this, last episode is on September the 10th. It might mean something. All bad things must come to an end. September 11th, for example, 20th anniversary, is believed by many to be the birthday of Jesus. So there might be something there. It is interesting how the QAnoners have kind of repurposed Christianity to suit their own narratives, where they actually do believe that the Kennedys are the blood of Christ. So it's kind of interesting. You have the Great Awakening led by the blood of Christ, the Kennedys. And then you have the Great Reset led by the Mark of the Beast crew. You know, Darth Klaus, Darth Schwab up there at the WEF 666. Great Reset, the Gaia Initiative. I mean, clearly you do have a split here. Great Awakening, Great Reset. And it does seem like one side, if you believe the subtext and the stories here, is led by evil, and the other side is led by the good guys. It's too simplistic to be real. I think it's just, again, a repurposed religious narrative. I don't believe, and I haven't accepted JFK Jr. as my Lord and Savior. It sounds so crazy to even hear this stuff. Believe me. But I'm doing deep research so you don't have to. Again, I want to quote David Lynch. What a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. And it's going to get weirder. I can practically guarantee it. I'll be going through your chats here in just a moment. For some reason, Twitter had a trend the other day. It was Acne Positivity Day. And we had repurposed it for Maskne Positivity Day because I think that they're trying to normalize this. As they're normalizing the masks, we're going to have to get used to this. So Acne Pride, okay. Seems legit. It's just lowering the standards is all. Another caller. Commenter here, though, says, Tim is right. Netflix is a form of news. It is. It's pre-news. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, man. I was trying to call into your show to talk more about, like, the Black Saturn, like, cult. Are you familiar with it? The Black Cube?
Why don't you explain it? Because I don't quite know, but go ahead and explain it really quick.
Yeah, so I mean, you look at Mecca, right? What do they walk circles around? Like the pilgrimage to Mecca, it's a black cube, right? So now you look at like Saturn, right? You know, there's a hexagon storm on Saturn at this moment that's been there for thousands of years. Have you seen anything about that?
Okay, yes, I have. And yeah, if you believe NASA's pictures, they do in fact show a hexagon on the cover of Saturn. And it is true that the hexagram and the six-pointed star has been associated with Saturn forever.
And exactly, you see the Star of David, right? It's nowhere in the Torah, anything else. Like, that Star of David is made up. You can't find any historical background older than about 1,000 years ago. So I have an uncle that has been to Antarctica. He's a scientist, right? And so you know, there's pyramids there in Antarctica. I'm sure you've heard about Admiral Beard, right? His expedition that he did.
Yes, Admiral Byrd expeditions, North Pole, South Pole. Definitely a well-known Mason. He founded a Masonic lodge at the South Pole. But pyramids in Antarctica, I've heard of such things. But what you're talking about with this cube thing, it reminded me of something. I was going through movies yesterday, and I watched the first 5 minutes of the very first Transformers, which I've never seen. And it opens up with a cube coming down to Earth. And the cube is the basis of how they create these artificial worlds or something. A lot of Saturnian symbolism, and I think that the Transformers might even represent Nephilim or something.
Yeah, so the craziest thing I found out, especially from my uncle, in Antarctica, that related back to, like, again, there's all kinds of Saturn worship. You find it, you know what I mean? Especially in the Cabal. He found, or not found, but he researched, and he found a portal that allowed black people to come through.
Wait a second here. Look, you know your number is here. What is your intention? Just for people who are questioning, like, do you work for YouTube? Do you work for the government? Like, what is your intention here? Are you literally a racist, or are you just playing one on the internet?
I can't speak any more about that.
Okay. Well, cool enough. He's in Arkansas. I don't know if that explains anything. But he did seem to have some kind of passing knowledge or information, but whatever. Let's move on. Nothing to see here. That's Greta with Maskne. Artists rendition. Joe Biden with Maskne. Just setting a positive example. Maskne positivity. This is a pillar from the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York, the biggest cathedral in the world. And it quite literally predicted 9/11. And it has a lot of interesting tsunami-like symbolism. Just pointing this out because it's a modern take on Revelations, where New York is playing the role of Babylon falling. So you have Babylon falling, the towers falling, all part of this meta-scripted narrative. All right, let's continue. We talked about history repeating. August 29th, 2005 and 2021. Hurricanes hit Louisiana. Kanye West drops an album. White Sox in the first place. And Afghanistan in the news. The simulation seems to be on repeat. Let's see. I see a few people in the comments about the last caller said, nice job, what a dweeb. Someone else says, wow. I'm just trying to figure out what the intention, what's the purpose there. Prank calls or trolls are supposed to, it depends on, I guess I shouldn't be offering pointers, but there's an art to trolling, and it's more subtle than that, I would have to say. Oh, here's a little opportunity here. If anybody here uses Fiverr, I'm going to put a link in the chat. I have a interview-based program at Dark Matter, and I need guests contacted, something I don't have a lot of time for, and I've been outsourcing it to Fiverr. So I have a link there if you want to book guests.
It's just by email, simple referral marketing, consistent source of income. I'm trying to get between 3 to 8 guests per week. Most of the topics will be things that you're already familiar with here. I have a list of individuals that I would like to reach out to. Just don't have the time. So it'd be very helpful. And of course, if you use Fiverr, it's a consistent gig. So I put the instructions over at infiniteplane.media. If you want to see any of the artwork that I've been passing up, just go to my Twitter account or my Instagram. Follow there. Pippi Langstruff says, Carolyn Bassett was 33. Oh, really? A 33-year-old death faker. Okay, good call. Absolutely true. JFK Jr., 38, and his wife, 33. The story's fascinating when you get into what we call the meta script here, because the Kennedys figure very prominently into it. And I would not have cared or paid attention to the Kennedys if not for the fact that it's a big part of the QAnon story, but the mass media doesn't know it yet. The Daily Beast has made fun of it. Vice has mentioned it, but they haven't taken it seriously. They don't realize that the core ideology of the group is about an American royalty, King Kennedy, and his son, and his divinely appointed mission to destroy the deep state. Like, this is a religious thing. It's like Revelations, but it's quite literally the second coming superimposed onto a political dynasty. It's a fascinating story, but what's more, there are indications that Stanley Kubrick had a lot to do with the thinking or the scripting that went into many of the transformative and major psyops of our time, specifically 9/11, even the whole COVID thing. But his final movie, which was released on the day that JFK Jr. died, a movie where in the movie it's actually hinted that Kubrick's not dead. It's revealed in a scene. But my point is, the movie is believed to be, by some analysts who have looked at this closely, and I tend to agree with them, actually about JFK Jr. And I think this storyline actually follows through to the other movie played by Tom Cruise, Vanilla Sky, came out a couple years later. Both of these movies actually synchronize quite well with this story of a death faker returning to win back his father's kingdom. Somebody going deep into the deep state. It's an interesting story, but it's at the core of QAnon, and believe me, they believe he's coming back. As unbelievable as that sounds, the idea that there are people waiting for this would-be politician to come back and save them, as Trump's running mate, no less. And that's not the weirdest. It gets much weirder, but I think we've gone far enough, for now anyway. We'll have a different night to go through in detail this particular thread. Maxwell Cooper says there's an FBI file that shows JFK Jr. calling out Joe Biden as a traitor. I've seen that. There's that. Joe Biden, by the way, ran for office 33 years ago, or 33 years prior to 2020. I think he got caught, plagiarism? But yeah, there is that story. I've seen that letter. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's consistent. And what's more, JFK Jr.'s magazine is called George, and it is believed that that is a way of referencing the person who shot Kennedy, which would be George H.W. Bush, the Skull and Bonesman. If you want to support the channel, go to infiniteplane.store. And I'm posting a lot of new items we have listed on Twitter. I got a great shirt that says Thirsty, and it's got Jim Jones. I want to kind of redo this one. I want to put Trump's face, and I want to have Q laid. But you can't sell anything with Q. You know, whatever you think about Q, it is being censored. And I said last year, I said, look, the Chinese troops are going to be sent in. They're going to go door to door. And they're going to take the Q's off your keyboard. And they're going to remove your question marks. I said that more than a year ago. And it's happening. One other thing I wanted to mention, there are so many connections between 1969 and 2021 with regards to certain events repeating, like Apollo 11. The anniversary date was Jeff Bezos opening the floodgates for space tourism and that whole thing. But it's the anniversary dates. The Charles Manson, CM, the killings were repeated on the anniversary date by MC Matthew Coleman. Interesting patterns here. Well, another thing, 1969 was ARPANET. And so I want to show you what could be a connection here. So ARPANET was designed, it says 1969, it's when it was established. It was the first wide area packet switched network with distributed control and one of the first networks to implement the TCP IP protocol suite. So this was in 1969. And so we're talking about computers that are being connected. This is when they start networking. So 1969, 2021, here we are, Wall Street Journal. The Internet of Bodies is here. Are courts and regulators ready? A network of smart devices attached to or implanted in bodies raises a host of legal and policy questions. So an interesting correlation there. I've also found a correlation, a very strong one, between the Savior Machine, a reference in a 1969 David Bowie song about a President Joe handing over control of the world to a Savior Machine, and our President Joe going to NATO and paying homage to the digital monolith. And coupled with that, you have Gaia with the World Economic Forum. Gaia is their global AI initiative. Of course, this is all about the, I believe, the idea that there's going to be a new authority that they're introducing. Maybe something like what Grimes was describing. We're talking about Elon Musk's wife, who said that AI could be better managed by artificial intelligence, and it would get rid of systemic corruption, and it would get rid of the need for enforced farming because, quote, "'cause let's be real, enforced farming is not a vibe." Let's all bask in the opinions of the girlfriend of the richest man in the world.
I have a proposition for the communists. So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is actually the fastest path to communism. So if implemented correctly, AI could actually theoretically solve for abundance. Like, we could totally get to a situation where nobody has to work, everybody is provided for with a comfortable state of being, comfortable living. AI could automate all the farming, weed out systematic corruption, thereby bringing us to as close as possible to genuine equality. So basically, everything that everybody loves about communism, but without the collective farm. Because let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe. It's about communism, but without the collective farm. Because let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe.
No, it's not a vibe. I don't like the idea of going to the rice fields with a gun to my head or any of that. Not a vibe. Not a vibe with me either. So I can actually relate. I want to say thanks to all of the callers and chatters. Like I said to the first caller, if you don't want to miss anything, go to infiniteplainsociety.com once a day or go to darkmatter.radio, which is carrying all of our live streams. And you can get the latest content. If you go to infiniteplane.store, not only does it take you to the store, but I've also embedded the Spotify there. So if you don't want to miss anything, once per day, go there. So no matter what platform kicks us off, we've been 86th off of everything. You can always hear us. We're also live on Rumble, Float, and pretty much every other platform they can name. Zinvala says the Grimes video would be better if she threw a psych in there. Brian Williamson says she's hot. You know, I actually think that that might be Elon Musk wearing one of those Gollum outfits. You know, for Lord of the Rings, you had the actor, he put these dots on his face, and then he crept around creepy, and on the computer screen you saw Gollum. Well, I think that you just called Elon Musk hot. All right, this is The Masquerade, JT33, featuring Symbia. Same time tomorrow, same place.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow it to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the Masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Space is fake AF. It's not what you think, homeboy. Space is fake AF. It's all just start doing it. Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. Research Marcus Goldfinch. That would be Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworm. Space is fake AF, stating the obvious. Great video. I put a link in the chat if you want to go ahead and join our Discord server there. All of the music we play can be found. Just scroll, get your scroll on. It's a permanent record. Our think tank does not get deleted every week like it used to. Now we have an actual permanent record. If we can just get some stones, we might get it all carved into stones. Replace the Georgia Guide stones. Lots of things are happening today. It's 9/24/2022. The world is supposed to end today, according to an ad hoc Simpsons prophecy based on a gaffe. People are misinterpreting a speech they couldn't even understand because it was in a foreign language. But part of it, taken out of context, made it seem like 9/24 would be ominous, and this was correlated with some Simpsons episodes. Very weak. in terms of predictive programming value, but I will say this. I think that the entire 924 hype was an operation, a psyop, by the media in order to make it look like those of us who actually analyze predictive programming don't have a clue, or that we're just grasping at straws, or that we're cherry picking, which is the opposite of what we're doing. It was a really bad attempt. I think it's an attempt to discredit. Not that it matters. The facts speak for themselves, and the media is self-discrediting. The world stage media is all fiction. Okay, tomorrow rather, 925 is going to be See-Say Day. If you see something, say something. And I have a list of things that I've seen that I want to say something about. Mainly green screen glitches on the ISS and moon rocks, well, what are purported to be moon rocks, but what are actually chunks of petrified wood. We have to say something about that. Someone called the government. Let's see, something else? Oh, yes. World Gorilla Day, Rip Harambe. There's something else. Oh, yeah, big story. The teacher, the shop teacher, Lynn was on the phone with me last night. We were talking for a couple of hours, and we discussed the shop teacher. And everyone should know, I think if you were just to search right now on the internet, shop teacher, I think this will come up. And the story is, there's a shop teacher with these really large, I even feel kind of strange searching it. I don't want to, there's certain memes, like Ontario. And I think the person is, here it is. Canadian school defense teacher who wore giant breasts to class, prompting a protest. Now, we've all heard about this story. This has gone viral. And basically, you have this shop teacher with very long hair and gigantic, well, these are not real. They're wearing some kind of a rubber suit. She might as well have, this is fake. And my point is, she's wearing massive fake breasts. And this is a parody. It's some kind of attempt, I think, I figured yesterday, this has got to be an attempt to make it look like people are, I don't know, bigots for calling into question things that are obviously questionable. So you just don't even say anything, just everything's normal now. Anyway, I did not accept this as real. I don't think this is authentic. I think this person is being dishonest. And the reason why I think so is that no shop teacher would have a wig on and work on equipment like this, a lathe or a saw, without their hair tied back. That's basic. Same with the thing that he's wearing on his chest. My point is, this is obviously some kind of a ruse. Well, I have a little more information on this story, and it came from a very, very credible source. I believe it came from 4chan, but I think there's something to it. There's a history to this person. And this might actually be something of a psyop wrapped within a psyop, in an already psyop-saturated media environment where nobody knows what's real and what's fake. In this case, what it seems to be is that this is a teacher who was dispensing red pills in class, protesting wokeness, nearly lost his job over his toxic masculinity, and this is his revenge. He's demonstrating absurdity by being absurd, and he's deliberately provoking the school to fire him so he can sue for discrimination. Again, here's the posting. This is from Anonymous. The dude is gaming the system. An anon here yesterday was in this dude's class. The teacher was almost fired for, quote, toxic masculinity last year, as well as not embracing woke culture. He had dropped red pills to his class, such as how silly gender-neutral bathrooms are, and the school board hates him. He's now upping the ante to exploit the very clown world the school and society itself created. His long game is most likely to get fired, and then sue for discrimination. There is no other explanation. No better way to troll the clown world than to become an over-the-top caricature. And to me, this is the most likely explanation that I've come across yet. This is some kind of troll, a very deliberate troll, done by someone who is perhaps, this is some kind of a protest, in other words. Nico Troma says, this guy is my new hero. Yeah, same. She's my hero too. I just don't want, like, I was worried about the long hair and the equipment. It's a bad example to set. Somebody could get hurt. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. We can also talk about the CERN portal. Apparently they're talking to demons on the other side. As if we didn't already know. The ritual that they performed at the opening was clearly to summon Cernunnos, their horned god of the wild forces of nature. Not surprised at all that they're openly talking to demons now. Let me go ahead and play that. Let's talk about the CERN entities. We'll wait a few more people to show up. I send out text notifications, live stream notifications on... Oh, you know what? I forgot to send it on Telegram. I should probably make that happen. All right, here we go. This is CERN now admits they're communicating with entities from the other side.
Lighter and these beings that they're in communication with. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension, and that's the purpose of the collider. I mean, people need to understand this is not science fiction. This is fact.
That's correct. What I write about in my novels,
right?
I place a storyline that is embedded with science fact. Everything that I present publicly in the books, public speaking, is all drawn from their own scientific journals and white papers. And then I'm able to see what they're doing. Not just extrapolate, but...
This is, again, CERN talking about... Again, you can believe this if you want. Obviously, this is Anthony Patch, and he has written books about this. Let me go ahead and play a few more seconds.
See in the real time what it is they're doing. Not a future agenda, but what they're doing right now today. The imminency of what they intend to do, which is opening this gateway. And understand that the world of science in terms of particle physics also overlaps into DNA, into biology.
Yes.
There's a multifaceted, multi-level agenda at play, not just with CERN, but it's proof of concept feeder labs around the world that feed into CERN. So we are talking about changing humans, changing the planet. We're talking about not only bringing in information through a portal.
Now, the portal phrase here, this is something I've seen in a lot of the movies these days, the predictive programming, get ready for nuclear winter, and portals play some kind of a role. And there are a number of shows that have to do with portals and time travel. Was it Man in the High Castle, Philip K. Dick? Very interesting. But recently, Joe Rogan spoke with Mark Zuckerberg, and he had referred to his iPhone as a, quote, portal. What Lynn referred to as the slab, the monolith. Yeah, it's the portal, and I believe, what is it, the new Portal Plus? Like, what is with that? Mark Zuckerberg sat down with Joe Rogan, we took notes, and through this tiny portal we carry around on a phone. And I'm just bringing this up in the context of there being some kind of a darker agenda behind a lot of these seemingly benign technologies that are only there to monitor everything, every thought. But and look, this is something else too I came across today. We've been talking about the idea of implantables, and I did find there's a story out today about people who are actually implanting themselves with magnets so they can wear their iPhones. It's actually happening. Like, it's not mainstream yet. It's just you're kind of having to get it done. Some dark alley, you can find someone who can insert a magnet in your arm so you can wear your device. All right, continuing, joined by Echo Charlie, Wonka World 737, Inks G, Maskless, Faceless, 820, R Cook. Yeah, R Cook says, the shop teacher Oakville close to me, I heard she's a troll. Exactly. That's the rumor. It's a troll. Yes, happy Saturn Day, says T-Dog135. This is Infinite Plane Saturn Day. I would have started sooner, but we had a 5-hour live stream last night. We had a long phone call. We covered a lot of topics. We may go over some of what we discussed last night. One of the things that stood out from last night's conversations is that we are witnessing the emperor's new clothes. Like, we are the kid pointing out that the emperor has no clothes, that the president is seemingly senile and blurting out stories about some bad things he did in the past, and everyone just pretends like it's nothing. It's surreal. And the Emperor's New Clothes story is a perfect example of self-deception, gaslighting, conformity. And again, what we're referring to is yesterday there was this bizarre statement that Joe Biden made, and nothing can explain it away. His little statement about the woman in the room that he recognized, and he said, I remember you from when I was 12, or you were 12 and I was 30. It's just something strange. Very strange. Let me go ahead and play that clip. This was at a teachers union thing, and he singled her out, and everybody laughed. Obviously, it's a
But guess what? We got a lot to do. Gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
There you have it. Why are they laughing? Nothing. Nothing can explain that. I've been waiting for some kind of story to say you're crazy or you're a hater or you're a bigot if you don't think that's funny. I don't know what to make of it. A few more video clips I want to go through here. This is the Chinese space station. It's so hilariously bad that this didn't get any coverage in America. You're not seeing the footage of the space station that China put up there. You can tell. I mean, I titled this one Space Station Made in China. It is terrible. It is the worst that I've seen, the worst version of a space station that I've seen. My point is, the public doesn't know the difference anyway. They should have just shared it. But it's comical. And if you didn't know, on the Chinese space station, they have magic mason jars where you can pour your water into one of these mason jars and it won't float out. Even though you're floating around the room, it's got its own little gravity inside. It's amazing. It's either that or the whole thing is staged and fake and it's being done on the ground and they're very sloppy. I mean, Occam's razor would say that's the case. Now, I don't want to play this necessarily, but there's this video of a Catholic priest baptizing a baby, and the baby's very slippery and jumpy, and it pretty much jumps out of his hands. And, I mean, it looks really bad, like he's dashing the kid's head against the bathtub. But how many of these baptism videos have you seen that are just like the baby's crying, the priest looks like Nosferatu. Here you have him dropping it, looking like he dropped his iPhone. The look on his face is what really stands out to me. It's like I'll play it. Oh, my bad. Unbelievable. Okay, let's see who else is here. Look, we have phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. If you disagree with anything we say here, if you believe in magic sky cathedrals, space stations, please feel free to call in. All right, let's see. We said, would you rather have a portal or a vortex in your phone? Right. Well, it's a Black Mirror, which is already ominous. And I heard that there's another one, another show that's worth watching. I think it's on Amazon. Similar to Black Mirror. It's called Black Box, and I may check it out. One of the themes that I've seen, in addition to portals and nuclear winter, is the digital transcendence. The idea that your consciousness itself can be uploaded into a computer. Now, this is very similar to what we've been discussing with regard to non-biological entities residing within sophisticated computers, like in the Transformers show. And this is interesting. We were watching the news because at the end of Westworld Season 4, you have this scene on a dam, and there's discussion about dams all over the place, from this Watergate-like January 6th Commission through all the TV shows, the Batman movie, the flooding of the poles, and here we are watching Westworld, and it starts off on Hoover Dam. Well, a couple of days later, there's an explosion at Hoover Dam in real life. One of the Transformers exploded. So we delve into this. It turns out that there's a Transformers movie that takes place at the Hoover Dam. And this is where the non-biological entities have their consciousness stored, uploaded into these machines, these Transformers. So there's some kind of thing that has been a recurring theme. Then you have a show called, I think it's just called Upload, where instead of going to heaven when you die, you can have your mind put into this metaverse-like place where you can still interact with your family members. You can still communicate with them through a sort of an internet. This is also the theme in the 100. They had this place called the City of Light where Ellie would upload your consciousness Ellie was the AI that took over all the world governments and decided that for the world's own good, it would be best to exterminate the human race and digitize them. Get rid of their carbon footprint altogether. Infinite Plane Radio. Okay, very interesting. They have to let the NSA patch in. Go ahead and redial that number. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I just had to look up who Nosferatu is. Oh my God, that was great.
Oh yeah, Nosferatu.
The face.
Okay, there was a priest who looked. I'll look it up. Priest baptism. I'm just gonna put in Nosferatu because he looked like Nosferatu.
Oh, the face. Yeah, that was like, oh my God, that's what the priest looked like.
Yeah, unbelievable. Do you saw that priest dashing the baby's head against the
No,
the
I
bath?
was listening. I don't want to see it. No, but I was listening, but no, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I think
I
it was
heard the
fine.
crowd. I heard gasping of the crowd.
Yes. Then you have the French priest who slapped the baby during the baptism. Then you have the one that used the holy water in a water gun at 6 feet social distancing. That was during COVID. So,
That's hilarious.
someone needs to do a video of baptisms gone wrong. And this isn't the worst kind of stuff you'll find at the hands of these various priests. I found it. This is the Nosferatu guy. Relatives shocked as priest slaps crying baby. And it was pretty bad. And here they are handing it over to the priest because he's a man of God. And I'm like, do these people not read the news? He slaps it because it won't stop crying. And it's like, and then he holds it up to his ear like he's listening to it, like he's hearing its heartbeat. I mean, the way he responds to the baby, the way he moves around it, he reminds me of Nosferatu. There's no other way to describe it. He's not a babysitter. This is not the babysitting type. I think he was preparing. Like, I don't know. He looked at it like it was something to eat.
So this is Catholics, right? The baptism.
Yes. It's definitely not only Catholic. Catholics, I think they do it in the church. I've seen other places they do it in rivers. That's like Baptists, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it's a much more varied tradition, and I don't think they have like a monopoly on it.
Okay, so something's coming to me here. So I think number one, the churches are starting to, just like the Mason lodges, they're starting to die out because they don't have enough people that want to be celibate for their whole life. And I think that there's like some kind of maybe internal crumbling happening here where, I don't know, maybe we're just seeing a few of tens of thousands, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more. And then, does it correspond with CERN opening a portal?
Well, the CERN cranked it up on 7/6, which was that, or the day after that. It was like right a couple of days after the Georgia Guidestones blew up. CERN was cranked up, and now I have that video I played of someone talking about something. I'm trying to figure out what this all is. I don't think that they're actually there performing the experiments that they say they are. I think it's all just simulation. But I do think there is quite a lot of, I would say, activities around CERN that lead me to think that it has more to do with the worship of the Earth God. You got the occult statues. You got the obvious 666 in the logo. I mean, what's your general take on this CERN and the portal thing?
It totally makes sense that is what they're doing, something there. We really don't know what. And it's a gigantic black budget, just like NASA. So, yeah. And the whole portal thing, I don't know. I think that kind of stuff is possible. So.
Well, there's a show called Dark that I was watching, and it is about a portal beneath a nuclear silo, and it's something like you can travel back and forward in 33-year increments. Very interesting kind of plot twist there. But again, man in a high castle, portals. Like many movies I'm watching are portals. So in The Dark, it has an opening in 2019, 1986, and 1953. And this is all very interesting to me in general, just because they choose the number 33 for some specific reason. And it has this golden time travel sphere. But fascinating stuff, and time travel didn't really interest me all that much until it came up in the Donald Trump story. And I was talking about how he was in the Quantum Leap episode It's a Wonderful Leap, where it's a young Donald Trump in 1958.
On a time travel show, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then in those stories, he's a time traveler, right?
Yep, exactly.
Is it? Weird. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. I'm just going to bring up Art Bell here because I've listened to a lot of the old shows. And when he has like his line where he only takes calls from time travelers, every once in a while, there's somebody who's very believable. I'm not saying it's real, but man, they sure are believable. And they've got like answers right away, and it's like something out of the ordinary, but totally makes sense in a way that it would be like that. It's very interesting.
Well, I'm interested
he had
in
Eternal call in. He had an Eternal line, and one woman out of all the ones I heard, there was one woman that was very credible.
Well, I've taken this topic of time travel, not so much literally at this time, but mostly I like to think about how they bend the news and how they manipulate or conform events to fit a predetermined program. And when they insert fake people into the news that didn't exist before, just like spies, you give them a fake backstory. It's analogous to a time traveler, and they are the controllers of time and space. And I think that this is a cult that is basically worshiping the god of time, and that's what Saturn would be, death, time.
Right. It's very interesting. Okay, so why time? Because what, you control things over like periods? I don't know.
My best guess, based on their symbolism, I think that there's some kind of science to the migration or transmigration of souls, something they know about, something about recycling of souls. And we talk about the reset a lot. And one of the ideas implicit in these resets, if they're cyclical, is that whoever's behind it, whoever hits the reset button, they don't get thrown back a couple centuries. It's just the masses. And it got me thinking, maybe that's one of their big secrets. Maybe there's some kind of science behind a person undergoing serial reincarnation. That's kind of one of the things that has crossed my desk recently.
Serial reincarnation. What's that?
As in having yourself born again and having your without a loss of consciousness, without an amnesic break between lives, like a continuity of consciousness across several lifetimes. In other words, everyone else has to reset when they die, but you don't. That's the only kind of immortality I can envision that would be achievable.
All right, so I would explain that by, you had mentioned, you said something once about people having to climb the pyramid and be backstabbing and anything it takes to get higher up on the line. But I think that actually the top is the blue bloods. They're born into it. I don't think they have to. There might be some people that fight their way up into that. I think it's probably pretty rare. And so that would be, all right, so, and that all kind of ties into cycles in time. You said cycles, and I think that's the key to time, is the cyclic nature of it, somehow,
Okay, let me bring this up. You said blue bloods. I want to talk about what the blue bloods might be from your perspective, because if you look at the blue origin, and think about that phrase, blue origin, the rocket company that Bezos has, and its logo is like a blue feather. And I'm thinking, what is that blue feather, blue blood? And I think it means blue blood because the capsule is analogous to the capstone on the pyramid. So I'm thinking blue blood, blue origin, and then he's the guy who spent $42 million on a clock, a shrine, a clock in this mountain that has a, quote, capstone. The only part that's above ground is the capstone, and it's a lens that brings light in to power the thing.
Yeah, he's a blue blood. He's in the group. Yeah. It's these, David Wilcock did a lot of deep dives into blue bloods. He gave a list of names once that was like 22 names of these families that are the blue bloods, and they're in every ethnic group. There's a Chinese bunch, there's a Russian bunch, English, British, Europe, America. They all have their little blue blood lines that are the great rulers and controllers. That's how I see it. I think that's how it is.
You said 22?
I think so, but I'm not sure. He gave a list once on one of the lectures he gave a long time ago. A lot of the stuff I watched from him was from 2011 and 2012, like back then.
Well, I bring this up because are you familiar with the Paramount Pictures, the mountain? It's like it says Paramount Pictures, and it has the 22 stars around it. And
Dude, I can't believe it. I just counted those last night on a movie. I freeze framed it and counted the stars.
Okay, well, the number
Yes, I'm sorry,
22,
go ahead.
well, someone somewhere had said that when the Watchers fell, the ones that rebelled, the ones that chose to fall down or whatever, it's not the same story as Lucifer falling, but the Watchers that fell landed on Mount Hermon. And there are some that say that Paramount Pictures is presenting you Mount Hermon, and those 22 stars refers to the fallen angels that plotted together and descended. And I don't know the precise numbers, if it was 22 or 220, but somehow I've seen that correlated.
Wow, that's really good. That totally makes sense. Yeah, because that shows that's where the stars come down, and then they go into a circle around the top of that mountain.
Yep.
Which, yeah. And, I'll tell you from another perspective, too, is if you think about what you were talking about, serial reincarnation, but they're reincarnating into these families, so they get taught everything right from the beginning. They're, like, indoctrinated completely.
Right.
Something I was going to say.
Well, this thing with the mountain, this Mount Hermon is interesting to me because I found a way to take a day off work when I was in the Army. I was at Fort Bliss, and they said you could take a day off. It's called a day with God. And I did it to be ironic because I was pretty much atheistic at the time. And I was like, yeah, I'll go. And I went with a group of others with the chaplain. It was very informal. We were taken out. They had Subway cater to the place where we went. And we took a long walk up a mountain. And they didn't even talk about anything. It was just hanging out with the chaplain. He was there to answer questions. But I brought with me a book by Elizabeth Clare Prophet from the Church Universal Triumphant. And it was Fallen Angels and the Origin of Evil. And so I actually spent that day up on a mountain reading about Mount Hermon and these fallen angels. So the story's been really interesting to me because the idea is that this represents some kind of intervention where interference happened, where man was in some way empowered or corrupted, I guess you could say.
I'll tell you what I think about that, how I see it. When we come into physical form on this planet, catalyst makes us grow. We all know that some of our most challenging times in our lives have been our greatest lessons, and we learned a lot from it, and we were better for it. There are people on the planet, probably these blue bloods, these 22 families, that come to be the catalyst that helps the humans grow by being horrible. They're gurus with sticks. And that's how I see it. They are here to create a catalyst, and they're doing it. They're doing a great job. That's how I see it, man. Yeah. And that ties into everything what we talked about this serial reincarnation actually being indoctrinated into these families. God.
Well, I got a little more information. I just posted it in the chat. There's a link. Paramount Pictures Subliminal Message Truth in Plain Sight. It says, the logo of Paramount Pictures starts off with 22 stars falling and coming down to a mountain. These represent the Watcher angels falling from heaven. Why 22? 22 of the angels are named in the book of Enoch as the conspirators of the pact they made to corrupt humanity and to create abominations. And this is the thing. I remember thinking the story was really interesting, how you had a group of angels who swore an oath to one another to betray God and go down and have a good time. And I thought, okay, this is very interesting. But there were names, and they named, like, this one taught men cosmetics, this taught gambling, this taught weapons of war, this taught, and each one had a specialty. Anyway, the 22 named angels seem to be associated with the 22 stars of Paramount, which would make that Mount Hermon.
That it all makes sense. It all really makes sense. Yeah, these are our elite. Yeah.
Very interesting, too, considering the name. Okay, because it's Book of Enoch, which is what I was reading up there. And Enoch was this biblical patriarch who was able to be an intermediary because God wouldn't talk to them since they fell. So they were cut off. But God would
Oh,
talk.
so this is all right. So, but this isn't in the Old Testament. Is this
No,
one of the Apocrypha?
this is Apocrypha. And it's one of the apocryphal stories about the dynamics
Because
between
I've heard.
the angels that are
Yeah.
condemned to earth forever until the end of time. And their only way to.
So that's what the book of Enoch is about.
Yeah. And
I've
Enoch is
never read
the.
it. I've only heard about it.
Okay. Well, it's worth a read because what happens is Enoch is able to communicate with God directly. And he's relaying the messages saying, hey, they're sorry that they did this. Can you let them back up? Can you take off the chains? And God's message to them is no, not until the end of time. So they're bound to the earth. And according to Elizabeth Clare Prophet's idea, they were destroyed in the flood. All their abominations were destroyed, but the spirits became non-biological entities, disincarnate, I guess, non-corporeal beings, and they still lurk around the world and require human vessels to operate. But this is the theory that evil has its origin with this specific group of fallen angels, and Enoch was the intermediary. And then one more thing about Enoch is the most of the Western occult tradition is based on the magic of John Dee, and he used something called Enochian magic, and it was magic that was all about communicating with angels, presumably the same ones. I mean, it's all about conjuring these things or communicating with entities that are non-biological entities that can communicate to him through supposedly a black scrying mirror.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same as the entities that inhabited the blue bloods and then here are on the planet for like millennia or however long they are.
That's what I'm wondering.
Interesting
Okay,
that
the blue blood thing. Are we talking about? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, are these what you would consider to be? I mean, they're not Nephilim. Nephilim would be something completely different. What would the blue bloods be?
the blue bloods are all right. So the blue bloods are just like us. When we're non-physical, we're all kind of the same. Before we come into bodies, into physical existence, we're eternal. That's where I'm coming from. So, whatever your belief system is, whatever. But to me, we are eternal beings, and we come into physical existence. These people in the blue bloodlines are just like us on the other side. When you're on the other side, there's no good and bad. There's only love, how I see it. So you come into physical, they come in, they agree to be catalysts. They agree on the other side. We're all God on the other side, whatever that all-knowing vibrational eternity is. And so some of the players on the stage that agree to be the bad guy. And they're having fun, but I don't know if they are really. I think it's a really animalistic, sordid life. Yeah, and they're bound to the planet just like we are, but they have kept secrets over time.
Well, I agree with this. Like, I don't have any evidence that consciousness exterminates at death. I mean, maybe the body ceases to be a vehicle, but every indication that I've had is that there is some kind of a continual connection, but it's more intuitive and perhaps manifests through synchronicity or through other means. But yeah, I don't think that consciousness ends in death. I don't think you immediately vacate. And there's enough, I think, that you could consider to say, there's enough. I mean, is it evidence? I don't know. Does it require a leap of faith? Not really. I think direct experience can kind of counteract the idea that consciousness is merely a byproduct of the brain.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous at this point, from my perspective.
But back to the thing with the non-biological entities, because the story, according to this theory, the origin of evil, is that these entities come down, they corrupt man, and they create a bunch of things that the creator, God, or whatever doesn't like, and he wipes them all out with the flood, but that their spirits remain, and that these are the source of demonic or possession or evil. But this was one explanation for evil, was that it's just like residual from the flood story.
From my perspective and how I see that is human beings welcome these things in, they're here because they've been allowed and invited. And so, yeah, they do wreak havoc, and the ones that are inviting are probably mostly the blue bloods. I'm guessing there are other people that messed around with that shit. I don't know if Jack Parsons was a blue blood, but they played with witchcraft. You know, they messed around with spells and stuff, like John Dee. I mean, who was he pulling in? And a lot of it has to do with, I guess all of it has to do with the intention of the human doing it. You know, were they conjuring the Antichrist, or were they just conjuring some whatever contact they've had with some kind of being? I don't know. It gets sketchy when people start playing like that. I don't think it usually ends up very well.
With the Jack Parson thing,
For them.
it was obviously, for them, it was bringing about the spirit of the Antichrist, but they saw Christianity as the enemy of progress, that the old traditions needed to be burned down and replaced. They see it as sort of a revolutionary thing, and that the new age is a revolution that's encoded into the stars, that this is coming from higher. It's not a man-instigated revolution, and these old structures have to go away. So to say it's Antichrist, it doesn't necessarily mean, like the Hollywood version, Damien or Omen, not necessarily. But, we'll see.
The Bible has the original version.
And also, this is something what I got to point out too. The term Antichrist is mostly a Hollywood construct. In its original form, it was never some bad guy. This was some kind of tampering by some Jesuit a few centuries ago.
Well, I wonder what the original language is. I wonder if we have somebody that knows whatever Hebrew or whatever they were speaking at the time, Aramaic, and know what that word is that we've all seen in English. Well, I'd like to know.
Joseph Atwill, who wrote Caesar's Messiah, and it was the Roman conspiracy to invent Jesus or something. Very interesting story, but his contention is, and again, this book, Caesar's Messiah, is kind of a must-read because it suggests that psyops have always been used to get the public to worship government or need the government or worship the leaders. But anyway, it's
a civilization, yeah.
Right, but
rather than hunter-gatherer groups, don't need it there.
Right, but anyway, in his book, the idea of the Antichrist wasn't referring to anything other than the subsequent or the replacement, the succession, the follow-up Christ, and that the idea was that, of course, there's a lineage or the apostolic succession. It was never about some nefarious character from the future that was going to wreck everything.
Okay.
Kind of like global warming. I think there's just maybe even with the CERN thing, it just seems like the power elite like to keep us with a great number of options to choose from for various doomsday scenarios. I think the most popular one today. Like, did you see that guy at the tennis match who set himself on fire a couple days ago?
Oh, gee. What the hell? Yeah.
He's wearing a shirt that said, ban UK jets, or ban private jets in the UK. Now, he didn't burn. I mean, his arm burned and they put it out. He probably was opposed to using jet fuel, which would have totally torched him.
Yeah. All right, so entities are something different than the blue blood, as far as I'm concerned. And whether they take physical form or not, I don't know about that. Maybe they could jump into bodies. I'm not sure about any of that.
That's the basis for some religious or spiritual practices. The very basis of it is that there's
welcome.
Possession.
If you did a lot of ritual and work to welcome them into your body, you probably could get them to inhabit you. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's some traditions like Santeria, etc., where the candidate chooses a path and follows a certain saint, which represents some deity, and there's some kind of period of time when they bond with the thing, and it's supposed to possess them, is the word that we would use. Again, the word possession, what we're talking about is really non-biological or non-corporeal beings finding a vehicle through which to express their sentience. And this is really very much analogous to the idea of AI, which is why I find the topic interesting, because it seems like we're being introduced to an archaic concept with modern trappings using, it just seems like, is it the same thing?
I wouldn't say so, no. It depends on a lot dude, you cannot underestimate intention and people making intentions to create certain things. And how much it would affect other people, how far that would go. I don't know. Look at Mark Zuckerberg. But that's all. I like Zuckerberg, by the way. That was good. But that's all choice. People choose to partake of that shit. So that's what you're choosing. That's what you go for. Do it.
Well, here's what I've been thinking. I've been considering, just based on where the public's mind is being steered, I think we're being steered to accept the inevitability of sentient beings finding expression through our sophisticated technology, like we're creating life, man is God. And I think this is idol worship. I think it's all fakeable, obviously, but I'm open to the possibility simply that it's far more likely that if there is anything to demonic possession or anything at all, then it's more likely that would be the source than something man actually created. Like, I don't think we're creating life, but like the story of Shelley's Frankenstein. It's an inanimate, it's dead matter, but it's animated with lightning, symbolizes life being injected into it. But the idea is that if you have a fine enough vehicle, then consciousness can reside in it. And again, I'm just kind of bringing this up because this is a reoccurring theme I'm seeing in so many movies, where if they can get us to accept the idea of AI, it'll be very easy for people to accept the idea that their own consciousness, through neural linking or otherwise, can be transferred.
Right. Yeah, this is all just part of the narrative of limiting people and keeping them from looking inside themselves for what we have, which is far beyond what anything can. Technology is the mirror. So we're being shown mirrors everywhere, and that's part of the lesson. That's part of what people are waking up to if they wake up. But it's always choice. And yeah, it reminded me of, there's a quote in the Bible, something like, the blind leading the blind. They'll come in my name saying I'm the Christ and will deceive the many. And that kind of fits in with your whole really clear parallel of media as our new God, and the television and the black screen and all of that. They're deceiving the many. But there's always these color outside the line people. They're always going to be. So they can't get us all, but they will get the many. And, it's all part of the game. We in my world, they come back.
Interesting.
Turn right around and come back. Yep. And then you try it again.
Fascinating. Well, this idea of catalyst makes sense. The idea that there's a purpose to it all. I might not agree with everything Ike says, David Icke, but I do like his book Tales from the Time Loop, because he suggests that the purpose to quote evil is it's about in his way, it's about recognizing and separating from the worst elements of ourselves, and it's all just an expression of us manifested in the world, which sounds new agey, but the idea that he's put forth here is that until we are able to overcome our own nature and recognize that we are more divine than meat suit, we're going to be dominated by the lowest aspects of the meat suit, which makes sense. It's like the devil in the tarot card, who has the man and the woman chained to the black cube, and he's holding a torch upside down, and that symbolizes the inversion of spirituality, putting the flesh over the spirit.
I totally agree with all of that. Yes, we need to be mirrored of our own dark sides, and when we don't need that anymore, it's not there. When you don't need catalyst goes away. So obviously we still need it. I think we need a lot.
It's fascinating though how the extent to which people have been lied to. Like we're making jokes about this stuff all the time, about wooden moon rocks and just questioning stuff, but just the fact that we have whether or not you believe in the moon landing, there's plenty of stuff that's emanating from NASA that's very questionable. And obviously, there are questions that are never going to be answered because they're not telling us. And I think that when we can see deception, but we can't call it out, I think it leaves us in a state of being gaslit, which leads long-term to apathy, where people don't even bother.
Traumatized.
Yeah, you don't even bother asking for the truth because you're like, well, we're just going to get lies.
Yeah, so they turn into kind of zombies, but there's always going to be more zombies than outside the line color people or pushing the envelope folks.
Well, isn't there some desperation here? Like last night I was speaking to Lynn, and on Facebook, they banned carrot emojis because people are using the carrot as a stand-in for the vax needle. I'm just seeing desperation on behalf of the media to silence any kind of dissenting opinions. Look what they're doing to Alex Jones. They're trying to make an example of him.
Yeah. Well, Jones is a player. He's playing the game, and so he takes the risk when he plays the game. And as far as banning carrots go, yeah, it's stupid and outrageous. But it reminds me of look at the pandemic. Now, I'm sure they would have loved to create stampedes where the grocery stores were empty, but look at what people did, Tim. They took the toilet paper, something that you actually can live without very easily. Think about that. This is a mass action of human beings, completely unpredictable. They didn't take food and water. They took toilet paper. So there we are.
Yeah, wasn't that a sad chapter, for humanity? That whole event, that situation. You know what it told me? That the elite were running some kind of psyop, and they're making fun of us because they're destroying the economy. And meanwhile, people are fighting over what? Worthless paper. You see the analog,
Right,
worthless
right.
paper, the money being flushed as they
Oh
throw it
my
all
God.
away. I think it was all just code to watch us fight over worthless paper for their amusement.
I wouldn't doubt it. Although I think that, don't you think that they would have liked it more though if people had hoarded food?
Well,
I mean, a really crisis, or maybe they don't want that. Maybe that's too far. I don't know.
it might be too far. I mean, look, there was some predictive programming in Judge Dredd? No, in Demolition Man, where in the future they were socially distanced, they had no toilet paper. It was pretty much making a joke. And what's funny was in that movie, in that it's Sandra Bullock and Sylvester Stallone. The only restaurant in the future is Taco Bell. And funnily enough, the only restaurants here that were already set up for Uber and for people to pick it up just by calling it in was the Taco Bell. And it's like they
Imagine
knew in
that.
advance. They knew the apocalypse was coming.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's some things that I'll just wonder at without trying to think too hard about it.
No, but you're right that people they didn't fight over essentials. But here's what I wonder: do you think that 'cause as unpredictable as that was, and as unstoppable as it was, once it started, there was no stopping it. Do you think they could create the same kind of panic for food or anything just as easily as they did that? Because I think so. I think that's their main power, the stampede button.
They're going to keep trying. And so it all has to do with the reaction of the human beings and how many people buy into it. Like you said, we're watching this shit, like what Biden said. And I'm glad it's so funny to hear another sync. I just started to type in, I was going to ask you to play the clip because I thought maybe he was more innocent or maybe it was out of context or the tone of his voice, but you're right. I mean, it's just like, no, I don't know what to make of that. And the fact that maybe there's an inside, I'd like to know the context, but I don't know. I mean, does that matter? I don't know.
It wouldn't to me because focusing on the age like that shows that even if there was nothing, at a minimum, he has no insight into how bad it sounded.
Well, that's, I mean, there is a very outside chance that the guy really is that innocent, but he's a dupe, of course. He might even be being drugged. I don't know what else. I'm not saying he's innocent, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
Right.
He's obviously extremely feeble-minded and feeble, and so probably easily directed and kind of brainwashed in whatever way.
I actually think this is kind of a psyop too. I wonder how much of it's authentic, how much is acting. He certainly presents the idea that he's enfeebled, but I thought when they put him up there, it was a hideous joke. Like, let's put this ghoul up there after a massively popular man loses to gaslight the people who voted for Trump, and they put him up there so we can watch like the death of an old white Democrat. It's supposed to represent something, maybe the death of the old age, and they're going to replace him with Kamala. Like, I think there might be some presentation here that we're witnessing that he symbolizes something. I'm trying to figure out how it all works, but there's definitely, I think it's strategic, the use of an older, enfeebled, non-threatening man like this who needs to be
Maybe
replaced.
so. Yeah. Yeah, totally possible. I was thinking of something. No, I forgot.
Well, we've been covering
Sorry.
a lot of things. The blue blood topic, though, I find very interesting. You brought up David Wilcox, and I'll look into that. The I have a book about archons that I have to dig into. I found it at a thrift store, but I've been really interested in this idea overall of what explains evil, what explains a lot of what people would lump under paranormal possession, etc. Because I do think there is something tangible, that there is a counter human or a counter uh, I guess I think there is an oppositional force to human beings existing in peace and harmony, and I don't think it's solely a byproduct of our needs to survive, terrestrially.
Uh, well, I will harken back to something you said once, Tim. When we talk about evil, you said all you see is human agency. And so even if there are these dark entities, which there are, I mean, people contact them all the time. It has to do with the human being actually being allowing and having intention to welcome them in. I don't think they come in otherwise, really. So, but then once they're in, who knows? I mean, I don't know how that works. It always seemed to me, I've seen people that do that, and it seemed like it only affected them. I was actually present with somebody that started freaking out and kind of like basically conjured these spirits of her parent-in-laws, her mother and father-in-law, that she was freaked out and afraid of these people, and she started like panicking and freaking out, and then she's like, and then she goes, "Oh my God, they're here," and I'm like, and I felt something come in, and I sat there, and my first response was I was pissed off that she got him to come when I was there.
Well,
But then,
interesting. So the invitation thing is interesting to me because the talk about the phone is the portal, and we've been talking about
she
this.
allowed him in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, think about this too.
And
We used to have privacy, and now your phone has become a portal through which people are eliminating the privacy and putting everything out there. And I think, are we paving the way to being totally open to beyond just marketing, other influences?
well, people aren't being very smart about what they're doing. And, I don't mess around with Facebook. It's nothing but a giant drama with people attacking each other. I mean, there's some good things too, but most of it seems like just these big laundry airing things going on most of the time with people fighting each other. And so, I don't know.
Trump's going to be back on next year, by the way, on Facebook, from what I heard. I follow him on Truth Social, and on the take on the left is he's retweeting Q stuff because it's like a tantrum. He's mad. Others say it's because he's waking up his shock troops and his terrorist cells. But he was at an event today or yesterday, and he had some guy with like an olive drab shirt going around saying, "Put your hands down, put your hands down," not letting people do the one finger salute. So I'm getting mixed messages.
I'll bet you anything that people doing that were agent provocateurs put into the crowd, and they started something, and they got everybody to do it, because that does hearken to like a Heil Hitler kind of thing.
Well, Hillary came
and they're
out.
trying to get him. They're trying to do that to him. And so that would be very easy to start something like that. And I could see why they'd want to shut it down.
I think you might be right. This is classic, right out of the Democrat playbook, because they used to have it where you're a Republican, you're running, and a Klansman will show up and photobomb you. And this would be typical because Hillary Clinton was in the news today. She said it reminded her of Hitler.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's easy, actually, to see it, because they're after him. They're trying to get him. And of course he's gonna. I saw that thing about Jesus. He's like second only to Jesus or something like that.
Yes.
The guy, and this is the last time I talked to you. I'm just like, he's such an egomaniac. He's being ridiculed in front of everybody, and so all he wants is to feel better about himself and to get his troops back behind him. and his crowds. And that just, he felt better about that. He felt good about that, being compared to Jesus.
Well, I looked at Truth Social, and he did tweet this. He tweeted this image proclaiming that he's second only to Jesus, and many, if not all of the commenters are like, yeah, we agree, 100%, you're Jesus. Like, they're totally...
It was a retweet, right? Wasn't it a retweet? I mean, he didn't originate it.
No, he doesn't originate anything, so he has a wall of plausible deniability. But look, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he made this meme. Like, Melania Trump was actually bid shielding. I think she was buying her own NFTs to inflate the price through a fake account that they traced to her. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump has two phones.
These are blue bloods, bruh.
Yep.
They can do anything.
All right, well, hey, I appreciate the call, very much. Thanks for calling, and call back anytime. And by the way, I did catch that video you posted of David Lynch and his weather report.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting because somebody sent it to me today. It's like, oh, we've been talking about it. And then I watched it, and it was just like, he's just happy. He's so sweet.
Yeah, I was actually going to play part of it. I was going to play part of his weather report. I have it queued because we were waiting for nuclear winter to start today, and then here he is on the West Coast being like, no, weather's great. I'll play that clip.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks a lot, Tim. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. You too. Have a great night.
Good night.
All right, let's see. Covering lots of topics. Yeah, here you have Donald Trump compared to Jesus. And you wonder why some people think he's the Antichrist, making these very flippant comparisons. Okay, now today's 9/24/2022. Many of us were expecting nuclear winter, Cthulhu, space station falling on Seattle, nuclear annihilation, mutually assured destruction, all kinds. Oh, solar flares, moonfall. What wasn't supposed to happen? I was waiting for space junk to fall in the Philippines, Chinese space junk, but none of it happened. Here we have a bit of a weather report. I'm just going to play a short clip. This is David Lynch.
Soon it'll be going up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's around 32 Celsius. And it looks like beautiful blue skies and golden sunshine all along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
All right, so the world didn't end today. And that would be David Lynch. I only recently learned that he was the director of Dune, which is why I never took an interest in it because I wasn't into science fiction. But I have it on rental right now. I watched it very late and I fell asleep halfway through, but I'm going to watch it again. I was actually pleasantly surprised by some of the special effects. There's this alien character, looks like a giant walrus-like being in a big tank. Massive brain, obviously, but great special effects. This is pre-CGI. A lot of the great David Lynch stuff where they use props, they use animatronics, they use whatever it took to make it look real. And these days it doesn't matter because the public doesn't have any sort of standards when it comes to how realistic something is. They don't. In fact, their standards are so low and they've been rendered so visually illiterate that when NASA prepares a simulation like they did for the Artemis mission to the moon, on their video which simulated what it was going to do, they had to put a label on there, like a sticker. This is an animation, so no one would think this was the actual mission. Like, why would they have to label something animation if the public wasn't so, if we weren't so just impaired? I have a comment here from Chris Corley says, with regard to Alex Jones and his trial, capstone event, make-believe trial, actors all around, the world is a stage. Yeah, what are the odds? I mean, the fact is, what are the odds that he's not an actor and that the judge isn't playing into a scripted role? I mean, just the fact that we're looking at a psyop that's been exposed, and now he's treating it like it wasn't a psyop. I'm sorry, but his best defense would be prove it actually happened. Call the bluff. Doesn't happen. He will not call the bluff on the rubber-nosed Sandy Hookers. And I say that because many of them are wearing prosthetic faces because they say that conspiracy theorists are so scary. Here's the article. This is from Wired. It's called Do It Yourself Biohacking. Magnet implanting Do-it-yourself biohackers are paving the way for mainstream adoption. This is one of these areas where I'm going to be a laggard. I'm not going to be an early adopter. This is one of these things you want to let the others work out the bugs first. But what we're looking at here are bits of metal under the skin. We're talking about implantable magnets. It says do-it-yourself biohackers or garage body mods. That's what you call them, body augmentation. It's part of transhumanism. It says the principles of the practice lie in transhumanism. And speaking of transhumanism, the singularity, the term singularity, the technological singularity, the point where technology becomes so advanced that it becomes our evolutionary agent, we can't control what happens next. That was coined by John von Neumann. Think about the name, Neumann, new man. Transhumanism. They are under no illusion that what they're doing is groundbreaking stuff. Kevin Warwick of Reading University put RFID transmitters under his skin in 1998, and the practice of slicing up your flesh has become so commonplace that one tattoo artist recently stuck 4 magnets under his skin to hold his iPod Nano in place. We're still talking about transhumanism kind of being mainstreamed. Not surprising here. But calling it transhumanism, I'm sorry, this is fashion. This is not transhumanism. This is so phony. I mean, sure, it's just body modification. I don't think it's all that impressive, to be quite honest. We were talking about the teacher, the shop teacher. Obviously, that is a troll. So if you missed that, basically it's been exposed, more or less, that this famous Canadian shop teacher with the giant fake chest piece and the wig is a troll who was almost fired for being too red-pilled. And this is some kind of performance art piece, likely so he can get fired and sue for discrimination. Yesterday we were asking the question, will 92422 live up to the misguided hype? I would say yes. It kind of has. It showed something. It demonstrated the willingness of millions to not only believe but openly hope for the end. Even the QAnoners were jumping onto this thing, saying, hey look, this might be the time. Vengeance Day. Vengeance for what? Finbar says, I've seen all of Lynch's work several times over. He's truly a madman Jesus. Blame it on transcendental meditation. Right, I agree. I think many of his movies are just masterful, and I think the soundtracks are always good. Really, most of his work is, I think a lot of his experimental work is worth watching, especially if you're into animation. Again, just a reminder, ips.monster. That's the new domain. That is our ground zero. It takes you where you need to be on the Infinite Plane Society website. We're no longer promoting any of these world stage platforms. There's no reason to. But you can find us on every single platform out there. And we're going to be encroaching even deeper into every platform. And I'm working on a few things, like, for example, clips. I'm going to be taking clips, phone calls, and contextually putting them in a different context. So instead of it being on a channel with live streams, maybe I'll just put all the calls on a channel and I'll call it Infinite Plane Radio Clips. Something like that will be very censorship resistant. Australia to treat climate change denial as a mental disorder from News Punch. Meanwhile, you have a climate change believer setting himself on fire. Nobody notices there's some kind of a contradiction or a discrepancy there. I mean, what are we supposed to take out of that? I'm waiting to see if he's lauded as a hero. I do think that is the case. I think they're going to see him as a hero. It was a noble act, sacrificing himself, his own carbon footprint. Honestly, I think he should be charged with terrorism. How is that not terrorism? You put on a bomb belt and you scream, Gaia Akbar. Blow yourself up. Is that any different than setting yourself on fire to save the earth? No. It's the exact same thing. Now, speaking of Gaia, Gaia is the god of the earth. Mother Earth, although I believe that the earth has been mis or transgendered because I think it's the Father Earth God. That's why it has the obelisk in their cult. And their goddess is the goddess of the night sky, Isis, goddess with the stars. And in the New Age version, you have Nuit, and she's arched over the world, and she's covered in stars. My point is, Gaia was the great god of the earth, mother of all life. And then you look at, again, this is another example of how the elite like to mirror everything, as the previous caller said. The World Economic Forum, 666, launches a new global initiative. It's called Gaia. The Global Initiative to Advance Artificial Intelligence. Global AI Action Alliance. Gaia. There's your AI. Again, the fact that this is coming from the World Economic Forum makes it notable. This is the whole Great Reset, and part of the program is introducing artificial intelligence as a way to perhaps, I don't know, perfect human government. Nothing megalomaniacal about that or the guy who wears the Darth Vader costume while he talks about the inevitable implants that will be in everyone. I have this meme on the screen. Props to everyone out there that knows what's really going on and still manages to stay sane and get up and handle their business every day. And then you have Darth Schwab, and behind Darth Schwab you have the Greys, and behind the Greys you have the Reptoid. Thanks, Thirst for Truth. Appreciate the support. Again, we have text messages going out every day now, and the reason why is that this will allow us to rebuild at our own new ground zero, and we're not going to lose ground this time. I mean, we have been on this roller coaster of subs. Sometimes it's a few hundred, sometimes it's a few thousand, but it's been difficult because we've been targeted. And now that we're no longer promoting these, I'm not going to say opposition platforms, I think that we're going to have steady and consistent growth day after day. And what we are doing here is this is a media insurrection in a sense, figuratively speaking. There's no actual violence or activism entailed here. What we're doing here is we're creating a large enough body of people who know how media works, just the hyper-mediated environment, the monolithic nature of it, the multifaceted nature of it, and how it is not even asking your permission. It's just simply brute force. They lay down the program. If you don't agree, they kick you out. They use perception management. They use psyops. It is psywar. Taking that into account gives you a different perspective. You're less certain about a lot of BS, but you know what you know. And it's an important philosophical distinction. We're all in this Plato's cave. They don't let you out. That's what the world stage is. It's Plato's cave. But instead of believing or being obsessed with the shadows on the wall, we're throwing popcorn. We're looking back at the projectors, and it's inconvenient to them that we know that there are projectors. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I'm going to continue through a few topics. We're talking about Gaia, artificial intelligence, non-biological entities. This is all prompted off of this conversation. CERN now admits they're communicating with entities from the other side. Anthony Patch. Now, I'm not very familiar with Anthony Patch beyond these ominous proclamations here, but if you want to look into it, I'll probably put some of my notes in minds.com about this. Again, I think CERN is more hype than not, but it definitely serves a purpose. Disconnected entities. This is going to be, again, a short clip. I'm going to play it again. This is Anthony Patch.
Beings that they're in communication with. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension. And that's the purpose of the the collider. I mean, people need to understand this is not.
All right, he says it's not science fiction. Right. Right. It's bad science fiction is what it is. Same with NASA. And I'm not inclined to believe it. I'm not inclined to believe it because they know how easy it is to fool people when you have a big budget and some machine they don't understand. Look how easily people fell for the space meat, the sausage in space, the slice of bologna or whatever. They said, "Oh, this is a star. You can trust me. I work around this $10 billion satellite." But no, it's a piece of bologna in the sky that this scientist passed off as a real star. And who fell for it? I'll tell you who didn't fall for it. The flat earthers. Or the people who were skeptics about the globe. Let me go ahead and play a clip here. This is Rudy Giuliani explaining how the people who want to censor are basically fascists. They're not semi-fascists. They're full-on, full-blown fascists. And I agree with him here. Let me play this clip.
They want us ignored. They want us put in prison. They want all our property taken from us. They don't want us to be allowed to be employed. And they don't want any television station to put us on. And they say so. And the television stations comply. That's not fascism.
Restless Bear says, remember when Rudy leaked the black goo? Yeah, that's right, didn't he? Rudy did. Rudy Giuliani, black goo. So we know he's been taken over. That's how you know. That's how you know when the NBE is hijacked a human being. Oh yeah, the NBE's got him. Non-biological entities. You got the black goo coming out of his head. President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, addressed the dark goo running from his hairline down to his jaw during a recent press conference, and he said, quote, "They were brains, and he used a rag to stuff it back in his skull." This is from Newsweek. As Giuliani pushed unverified claims of rigged elections, members of the press began to notice that his sweat started to drop in color. A stream of dark liquid on Giuliani's face became hard to ignore. Towards the end of his statement, and the media outlets began sharing articles on what the substance could have been. And here's a picture on the screen where he's talking about the election, and his hairline is dripping with black goo. He said, "I was thinking so hard, God, it was like a really rough press conference. I got to think really hard. It was some of my brains." Giuliani went on to say that when he put a rag to his head to put the brain back in, it, quote, rejuvenated my brain power. You know, I wish this was a tabloid. I do, but this is not a tabloid. This isn't The Onion. This is not the Babylon Bee. This is mainstream world stage news. This is a Twitter account, Gimme Shelter 67. Intel has it that the green light is about to be given by a certain president. Think in historical personalities. So I have some intel from Q Street. JFK, I believe, is the one they're talking about. It's either him or Lincoln. What do you think? Is it going to be Lincoln? Who are the QAnoners waiting for now? It says historical personalities. I mean, JFK is 105. How old would Abraham Lincoln be right now? 205? George Washington, maybe? Fascinating. But this again, this is the state of Q. They're still waiting on their dead presidents to come back and save them. Dead Kennedys. We says, concerning CERN, D. Wilcox talked about a machine that could create a time travel portal. Forget the project name. It took massive amounts of energy. Yeah. Could be. When I think CERN, I think Cernunnos, the horned god, the god of the wild forces of nature. And when I watched their opening ritual, they had a portal, and they had a bunch of people dressed up as, goats. The horned one, Cernunnos, in Celtic religion, an archaic and powerful deity worshipped as the lord of wild things. If you look at the image, it's sort of a Baphomet-like character. You'll find many of these gods that represent the forces of nature have horns, which represents a number of things. It's not difficult to put it all together, but for the most part, the Cernunnos character is very similar in many ways to the Baphomet, because the Baphomet is not the devil. It's an amalgamation. It's a collection of symbols that it represents. It's a personification of all the wild forces of nature. That's why you have him as part man, part beast, part angel. You know, the angel wings, the goat face, the man's body, male, female. It's meant to encompass everything, all. Pan means all. Cernunnos is very much like Pan or Baphomet. And here you're looking at the image, and it looks just like Baphomet, and there he is. And at his feet, right below his hoof feet, he has the serpent. Like the Baphomet has the snake wrapping around the staff that he's carrying. It's the same symbol, same meaning, if you ask me. But this is who I believe they are worshiping at CERN. All right, let us move on, going through some of the recent news. Let me see if I can get some more insight into the entities that they're communicating with at CERN. I just had the audio clip here. I'm going to go through some of the comments. Some believe they're communicating with fallen angels and demons. They are called demons. Cheryl says, I'm pretty sure whoever's running CERN can't be trusted to tell us the truth. Interview with 2016 Anthony Patch. I have the full interview here. If anyone wants to find it, I'll retweet it. You can follow me at Real Tim Osman, and I also have my tweets embedded over at infiniteplane.media. Anything we talk about, you can pretty much find over there. The underworld where demonic beings exist, says Lou5369. Fascinating. Well, I'm not sure exactly, but someone else has made this connection. Love and Justice has retweeted an image. Cernunnos. Your Grace says, the amount of high-level rituals they will need to be able to perform the so-called science on a global scale is crazy. If you do not discern the times that we are in, what are you doing with your life? Was that a pun or a joke? He said, if you do not discern the times that we're in. I don't think he meant that. Kyle Unlearning says, entities. Sounds kind of bad. Let's call them AI and put them in children's hands. Again, you can't really ignore the fact that they have a 666 logo, and look, I have a real life lived synchronicity that ties into this. You have the statue of, is that Lord Shiva, and then you have the 666. You have the Cernunnos connection, but I think there's something more there. But I had a kind of a synchronicity having to do with CERN, weirdly enough, this year. And basically, I'll find a picture of it. In fact, I posted this on my blog back in July. So if you follow my blog, you'll be able to find it there. I'll probably bring it up tomorrow. But basically, I had a synchronicity that had to do with CERN. And I was looking at some of their iconography. And they definitely have something there suggesting that, yeah, there's kind of an occult undertone. Plus, they love to troll the Mandela affected. Some of their website images, they use Alice in Wonderland. They reference a few things that are definitely part of the, what I would call, Mandela effect lore. All right, and going through your comments. Finbar says, why can't life be more like an ABBA song? You know, I don't think they're innocent. You're talking about ABBA, ABBA. I saw something, 1221. Someone had decoded it and connected it to the reset. I mean, I don't trust any of these mainstream entertainers. I think they're all singing for Satan, more or less. I mean, how could they not? That's the thing that they're plugged into. I think that might actually be the meaning of the rock star in the modern context, the introduction of Elvis. I think they're, when I say they, the church of the world, which is the mainstream media, they give us gods and idols to worship. It's always It's always a person that's just an embodiment of something, and you may not even know it at the time. But I think that there's really something here. This is the idea behind the Pope being the Son, the incarnated Son. This is the idea behind the Scarlet Witch, which is a very prominent character in a lot of movies today. Doctor Strange had the Scarlet Witch. Game of Thrones has the Red Witch. And this is a reference to the Scarlet Woman, who is the physical embodiment or the incarnation of Babylon or Isis. Babylon is what the New Agers call her. We've been talking about the Queen's funeral, the timing of her death. It was 1776 days from the first Q drop to the Queen dropping. Again, that's another reason why the QAnoners aren't going to let it go, because they keep on finding meaning between these things. It's also very significant that it was exactly to the day 911 days from novel corona that her death occurred. I have a video here from an animal denialist. This is someone who doesn't believe that platypuses exist. And I only point out animal denialism to draw a distinction between what they're doing and what we do.
Exist.
Yes, they're a real animal.
They're really made up.
No, platypuses are real.
They really exist in some dude's mind that was like, yo, let's like make this cartoon, like there's a beaver, there's a dog, like boom, platypus, like there's one named Perry, but they don't exist.
They're a real animal.
No, he's right. I just made it up. Here's actual video of me getting the idea.
What would it look like if a beaver and a duck got mashed together?
And there he is at the zoo with a platypus behind him. I had to do this. I had to go down and visit the penguins. I got a season pass at the zoo because people were denying penguins, and I wasn't going to have it. I let them have their fake toucans. I let them have their gorillas or people in suits, and koalas or animatronics. Pandas are fake, but when they went after the penguins, I kind of took it personally. My thinking here, though, is you're seeing a byproduct of the metaversers being completely disconnected from the meatverse. And what you heard was an argument from incredulity, which is not a good argument. It looks unbelievable. I can't believe it. I can't conceptualize it. It can't be. Right, but you believe that man landed on the moon? To me, it shows that people are so subjective, and they don't need to reality test claims because belief is a matter of conformity. And in this case, with the animal fakery, they don't have an understanding for some reason of, I guess, the weakness of the claim. Arguing from ignorance in the age, in the information age, in the too much information age, you should not be making arguments from ignorance in the too much information age. There's too many ways to verify. You can find time lapses of pelicans, or of toucans rather, of toucans being hatched, their life cycle from birth to death. You can find it all. Or you can go to your zoo. And even if you were to posit that, okay, I watched the images, but I still believe that pandas and gorillas are fake. Okay, if you still believe that, and you're not willing to go to the zoo, then your argument is null and void. It's solely based on ignorance, and that's not an argument. It's not a case. Hitchens' razor, that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And it wasn't really on, the burden of proof wasn't on this individual to go verify that the platypus existed. It wouldn't be. The proof is on the person making the claim. So this individual who's telling his wife that he doesn't believe in platypuses, yeah, he needs to get to the zoo.
They're a real animal.
They're really made up.
All right, let's go through some comments. Salty Siren says, my dog looks like an animatronic puppet to me 99% of the time because he's so damn cute. He doesn't look real, but he's really real. Miguel 2010 says, pick up a penguin. Over here, you can high five penguins. You can get a pass and you can pet the penguins or something. But again, when it comes to gorillas or any of these things, there's a very easy test that you could apply. You just go down and check it. But what's more, if you're going to say that gorillas are fake, who's doing the faking? How widespread? Are zoos then a big conspiracy? And how deep does this go? This is where it gets into the realm of is it even fakeable? Like many things are fakeable on a small scale. They're fakeable on the screen, but fakeable in real life on a wide scale, I don't think you could make the case for gorillas being fake. And I found a few videos just in my own research because I was trying to debunk people's claims about panda bears of people who had stumbled into panda bear habitats. And you know what happens to them? They get shredded. It's like a wood chipper. The panda bear will chew your feet off. They will drain so much blood from you that you will require an entire blood transfusion. That's not some guy in a costume. And that's the price you would pay for being so reality impaired. And maybe this is why people can get away with it. As long as we're all locked down and metaversed, we never have to confront the reality that we're vicariously experiencing through CGI avatars. There's no reality testing. Okay, let's continue. I'm going through my Twitter feed. It's Real Tim Osman. I earmark a lot of things if you follow the liked. I'm going to make everything very easy to be involved in our chats to get our live stream notifications. Go to ips.monster. Our Telegram account is Infinite Plane. Very easy to find. So in addition to text alerts, I am making it possible for people to get alerts just by going to Telegram. Like it's t.co/infinite plane. Let me take a quick look and see how many people are there. I'll put a link. That's not the precise address, but it's Infinite Plane is the username or the channel name. I linked it on ips.monster. Again, that's the hub. That is the new ground zero. It's important that we just go through there first. All right, going through some comments. Tominoid says, Penguin Parade, Phillip Island, remote-controlled maybe. Again, you could make animatronic penguins. You can make CGI penguins. You could have augmented virtual reality anythings. I saw this really good, realistic-looking video of an airplane taking off in downtown Los Angeles, and Vegas, and it was fake. I think it was a augmented virtual reality plane, but it looked so real on the news that if the person on the news didn't say, hey, look, this is a fake plane taking off, nobody would have known. And the irony of it, of course, was that it was a fake CGI plane on the news, and they were just awestruck about, hey, wow, it's a fake CGI plane on the news. Right. Ever heard of 9/11? They've been doing this for 20 years. Miguel 2010 says, I've seen penguins before. They're real, of course. Well, that's just hearsay. And there's something else to consider, too. It's the status quo. The idea that penguins don't exist goes against the status quo, and you can't just refute that and say, no, everybody's wrong, if you're not going to provide something. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just something. You can't just say everything's fake. I would never say everything's fake. I'll say many things are fakeable, and the news media is committed to its agenda and its narratives over facts. But I would never say everything's fake. I would never say that because I'm not confused. I am the least confused person that you will probably ever hear from. Not an exaggeration. Like, I'm very clear on what's real and what's fake. My contention is that the consumers of mass media are mistaken and really ignorant about how mistaken they are about what they actually know versus what they merely believe that they know. And they may not even know that is a meaningful distinction to make. And it's one of the first distinctions that we make in the IPS Institute's course, Autohoaxology 101. One of the very first distinctions I make is, are you a media knower or believer? Like, do you know? Or do you just accept what you're told to believe? And you'll find most people are true believers, fundamentalist even. Donald Trump here in Ohio making cues and pointing out the Q signs. there's Donald Trump running around giving cues to people, tracing an O and then a dash and then pointing. It's like dog whistles. Let me play a short clip here. The U.S. filed a patent for luciferase proteins.
Something that's largely flown under the radar, a patent filed by the U.S. government for a new product containing luciferase. That's a bioluminescent material often used in COVID-19 research. There are now reportedly proposals to use this product to start tracking people's vaccination status with an injectable that would sit under the skin. Now, you've been digging into this issue. Can you tell us what you've learned so far?
Now, this is NTD News. I don't think they're credible. I actually think this is almost so bad it's parody. And what's sad about it is I can't even talk about this or criticize their take on things without being lumped in as a misinformationist. My point is, these guys are LARPing. It's like fake. This is literal fake news. It's almost comical. It's like this is a scene from a bad movie. And these are actors playing the role of newscasters. And these are the same ones who spread the story that dead bodies are suddenly full of clots when bodies clot. Their blood congeals. That's normal. But again, they're always making stuff up. But this is, again, this is parody.
Well, I think people get hung up on the freaky name of it because it, of course, it sounds like they're talking about Lucifer from the Bible being like the devil. And,
anyway, I'm going to move on. But this is not new. I listened to this today and I thought these people are phoning it in. They don't sound like they really believe it. So much fear of the weak. Now, here's a clip. This is a little controversial, I guess. I don't know why. I don't think it's even all that interesting. I mean, most of you here who've been on the internet long enough know that everybody has their scapegoat. But now here's an interesting bit here. Alex Stein, 99, prime time on the grind. You know him, Alex Stein. I mean, he's never going to go away. He's a permanent fixture now. He's the new Andy Kaufman. He's Borat. And I didn't like Borat, but, honestly, I would rather have a Stein than a Borat. They're both cringe, but I think, whatever. My point is, Alex Stein is now being called out for gatekeeping. And I don't know if this is fair. So here he is, hosting InfoWars, as I predicted he would be a couple of years ago. And I have witnesses to this. I said in 2020, Alex Stein was going to be on the Dark Matter Network. He was with his Conspiracy Castle for a couple of days. And back then I said, I'm pretty sure this guy's being groomed to be the next Alex Jones. And now here he is, filling in for Alex Jones while Alex Jones is in court. Well, now, Stein is here in studio at InfoWars, and he's talking to a guest. And the guest brings up some pretty wild stuff about who controls Warner Brothers. And Stein is like, quote, "Be careful what you say on InfoWars." Now, you may not agree with what this guy has to say. I don't have an opinion on it. I think it's ludicrous and absurd. But I almost feel like this is a troll in itself. This has got to be a provocateur. But I'm going to play the clip in its entirety just so you can hear Alex Stein gatekeeping, quote, "Be careful what you say on InfoWars." I don't know who this individual is. And again, I'm not all that interested in learning who he is. But I'm just taking this clip because it's getting a lot of traction.
The day I arrived in Hollywood, they told me when I was offered the job at Warner Brothers that you need to know this town is run by a homosexual and Jewish mafia. And I believe
oh, my gosh. Don't say that. We got to wrap it up. No. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. Even here, we don't want.
Wow. Well, full stop. Full stop. He stopped that meme. He bounced it right back. That meme went right back into that guy's face. He wouldn't let it get past. Nope. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. I mean, wow. That sounded like somebody begging for their life. Like there's a gun to his face, finger on the trigger, and like, please don't, I'll say anything. What was that? Anyway, InfoWars is being called out by some as gatekeeping. I think he's just being polite. It's his friend's station. It's his friend's thing. Maybe he doesn't want to let this stuff get out there. But what is he really saying anyway? Is there any substance to the claim? I mean, come on. It's obviously, patently, this is absurd, but true or not, what's funny is, in my view, what's funny, and I think it is funny, is Alex Stein's way of handling it. Like, don't they have a mute button? I guess, or a delay? Maybe not. But I want to play it one more time. Just the second half.
What you say on InfoWars, even here. Don't say that. We got to wrap it up. No. Be careful what you say on InfoWars.
Be careful what you say on InfoWars. I never thought I would hear that. I don't think it means he's over the target. I think it means that, I don't know what it means, actually. What a strange... I think someone just posted a picture. Yes, Alex Stein has basically taken many of the shticks of Alex Jones. Here he is in studio ripping off his shirt just like Alex did before. Again, it's a replacement. Get used to it. Like I said, this is Stein, Alex Stein, it's forever. Alex Jones is being phased out. I'm not sure what's next for him, but they're phasing in Stein. And it's the same thing. It's kind of a template thing. You got these comedian entertainers who fill in a niche in the MSM ecosystem. And make no mistake, they're not off-world stage. They're part of the mainstream media ecosystem. They're no different than, really, is there a difference? Tell me that if you can actually make the case that there is a meaningful distinction to be made between Anderson Cooper and Alex Jones. Alex Cooper, Anderson Jones, there's no difference. These things are interchangeable. Okay, let us continue. Salty says, remember when Dearth wouldn't let him be free reign? That's right, he was on the Baby Truther show. And Dearth did kind of shut him up a few times. I remember he was under control. Dearth was acting like a handler, interestingly enough. And Dearth, we're talking about Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole podcast. Interesting character. He was behind the perv, sadly, which is why we kind of cut ties with him. Yes, Dearth was the guy who was protecting a person who abused 14-year-old. I shouldn't even say that, but it's true. Anyway, Lean Dion says, cops, controlled opposition performers. I like that. Okay, moving on. Peter W. says, tip of the spear. Tip of the spear is the QAnon shaman running into the Capitol with a spear. And the whole operation, if you ask me, was to demonize the far right. And there isn't even a far right. The right wing is not even limited government conservatism whatsoever. I mean, everything's so lost anyway. All right, this has been fun. Phones are still open. I want to run through some headlines here before we go anywhere. But one thing I'm working on, one of the things we're working on, is the documentary on the Mandela effect. And we put a lot of work into it. There's a lot of research, and every single link, every idea that people have posted in the server is going to be included. I want it to be inclusive. There's no constraint on time. If it takes 3 hours to tell the story, it takes 3 hours. The point of it is it needs to be complete. We want to have every angle covered. The Mandela effect is one of the most fascinating conspiracy theories out there. And the CERN angle, the food labels, that's really just scraping the surface. It goes much deeper. And I think it does open the door to other conversations that are far more interesting. I don't just entirely dismiss it. And I think the people who gravitate towards the Mandela effect are the people who are looking to explain glitches in their own matrix. You know, they're just looking for answers. But the documentary is going to express every view, including my view, which I think is a debunk, more or less, but it's not specifically a debunk. And you're welcome to disagree with my conclusions on the matter anyway. UN food chief warns of hell on earth over food shortage crisis. Watch NASA mission that could potentially save all humankind. You've been wondering where your money's going, right? The $58 million a day that goes to NASA. I mean, we have an exploding, booming homeless population here, and it's getting pretty bad, and it's pretty sad that they can't be taken care of, that we don't have enough shelters, and here we are putting $58 million a day into bad science fiction. And now they're saying, oh, but we're going to save all mankind by deflecting this space rock. That's what they're actually saying. This is from CNN, so you know it's credible. A NASA spacecraft will slam into an asteroid called Dimorphos. The DART, or Double Asteroid Redirection Test Mission, will see if this kinetic impact can deflect asteroids that pose a threat to Earth. So yeah, they'll save us on Earth from way out there. And they'll spend $10 billion to bring you a picture of a fake star that's actually just a joke, just a piece of baloney. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing for the people here on the ground. And that's been a long time criticism of NASA, and I used to make fun of that criticism. I'm just like, it's just a communists attacking progress. They're attacking market-driven technologies. Look at all the good NASA has done. NASA's done this for us. I remember making these arguments, and now it's definitely a big waste of money. The graphics are terrible. And I did hold out hope that the Chinese space station would be an improvement, but it's not. It's clearly a step down. And the limiting factor for deep space travel is actually special effects. Update: NASA continues to prepare for Artemis launch despite deteriorating weather. Again, this is the Artemis rocket, which I believe is very much tied in to the meta-scripted stories of Gabby Petito, Eliza Fletcher, Anne Hesh, Girl in Room 13, Princess Diana. Artemis is another lunar goddess, and this is a lunar mission, but the rocket is cracked. And I believe that this Huntress, Artemis, the rocket being cracked, I've connected this to the idea of Broken Arrow. And Broken Arrow is specifically a reference to a nuclear threat. And here we are at a time where Russia is reportedly flailing and losing, and they're cornered, and now we're looking at the threat of nuclear attacks by Putin. Express.co.uk: Putin likely to be killed by own generals if he uses nuclear weapons. Nuclear war is possible, U.S. commander. Then you have Elon Musk bringing in his Starlinks to bring internet service to Iran during a government crackdown. Internet service in Iran tumbled to 0% after the protests began, according to data from NetBlocks. So here you have your savior, Tony Stark, Iron Man, Elon Musk, and of course this has incurred the ire of the Russians, who said that it's fair game, that commercial satellites being used to interfere in these types of things could be shot down. So we have the specter of space wars kind of dangling above, waiting for that. White House privately warned Russia against using nuclear weapons. Experts and the international community are divided about how seriously to take Putin's nuclear war threats. Now, I'm not worried about nukes at all. I'm not losing any sleep over it. But I'm very aware of the fakeability of nukes, and even the fakeability of a protracted lockdown period based on the idea of nuclear winter and fallout. It's all fakeable, and it's all very believable. That's one of the things that I could say concerns me, in a sense that if we get locked down again, it's going to be because the overwhelming number of people fell under a spell. I mean, they're spellbound, and we have to play along. And this time the mask is going to be a little more cumbersome than just a piece of cloth over your mouth. Nuclear war, the myth of atomic weapons. This was just posted in the Discord server. A-bombs were invented by science fiction writer H.G. Wells. The top secret Manhattan Project was a work of fantasy and scaremongering propaganda. The nuclear war hoax was used to siphon money and end World War II. Evidence proves that the U.S. dropped napalm carpet firebombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nukes don't exist. They are a technological impossibility. Compressing uranium metal to double density with a neutron in between to ignite an uncontrollable explosion is fiction. I agree. It's fiction. It's some kind of, I would say, cover for a more esoteric concept, likely alchemy. It has to do with the destruction of primordial matter, or some kind of, um, I guess, ritualistic expression of something that may have to do with a spiritual transformation. I don't think that this is a literal thing. I think most of what we're saying is really just repurposed mysticism. Like I was talking about the digital transcendence, I don't think it's a remote possibility. But I think they've taken the concept of transcendence and the concept of heaven and they've rebranded it with science. Heaven has been replaced by outer space. And every single religion believes in outer space. Every religionist, and even the atheist. The atheist believes in outer space. Well, they believe in heaven. The atheist believes in, well, they believe in flood myths. They believe in angry flood gods. Here's the excerpt from Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, Michael Hoffman II. Now, Michael Hoffman II. Michael Hoffman II wrote Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. He took a lot of the work from James Shelby Downard, who did some of the really original ritual deconstruction of the Kennedy assassination. Anyway, Michael Hoffman wrote about the nuclear bomb and the alchemical significance of it, the ritual significance of it. Here's an excerpt from his Wikipedia. And by the way, he's been attacked and maligned by the ADL. He's been called a Holocaust denier, etc. Par for the course. But you can ignore a lot of the ad hominem attacks against him and just look to his writings. He has spent, quote, his life reaching the subterranean workings of the occult the cryptocrats and their orchestration of American history. Yeah, we do have a hidden group of rulers behind the scenes that show themselves and reveal themselves through these psychological operations which have these occult connotations. Hoffman claims to have operated from an organic farm and lived among the Amish for several years. In 1995, he moved to Idaho. Now here's where it gets into his writings. I'll see if I can find a PDF copy or maybe even a paperback copy of Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, but what he outlines is the theory of a shadow government that gains power through, quote, the manipulation of symbols and twilight language. Examples of such psychodramas in Hoffman's view include the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, in which he sees ritualistic elements. The theory of Masonic symbolism in the assassination of President Kennedy was first articulated by James Downard, who co-authored with Hoffman King Kill 33, which became the inspiration for a song by Marilyn Manson. Now there is an interesting point here, a tie-in. The King Kill 33 Marilyn Manson thing, because Marilyn Manson, in his video Coma White, he reenacts the death of JFK. And in the video he's dying as Kennedy, but the song is about how Kennedy was Christ and how he was killed by the powers that be, and that the world's waiting to be saved by the third Christ, who would be JFK Jr. This was from a 1998 Marilyn Manson song. 1999 it was the video being released, and I'm saying it was based on a script called Hollywood. And this script is what the QAnoners actually believe, thus their obsession with John F. Kennedy Jr. And funnily enough, the Marilyn Manson song Coma White's video was delayed because it was about the time that JFK Jr. crashed and died. MTV delayed the video being released because it inferred JFK Jr. as a person, part of the music video. Goes on to say, in a 2002 lecture in Sandpoint, Idaho, Hoffman analyzed the 9/11 terror attack in terms of alchemy and psychological warfare. And that's what he said about the atomic bomb and the whole Manhattan Project, that we're looking at alchemy and psychological warfare. And what does this mean? Alchemy is lead into gold. It's the transformation of humanity, transhumanism. And the alchemy, the term alchemy, it's really about alchemical or chemical reactions. You mix things up and you get something out of it. And in this case, he's suggesting that the human race is being alchemically processed, that we're being transformed, that we're being converted from lead, spiritual lead, into spiritual gold. Moving on, Trump is a messianic figure in QAnon calls. Yes, I've been listening. There are a number of QAnon live streams, and he is definitely Jesus to them. Nothing new here. South Korea on alert after detecting signs of a submarine missile launch. North Korea may be preparing to test submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Now, one thing to point out here is whenever you look at these missiles being tested, it's worth noting here, put on your flat earth glasses. If you've ever watched with a critical eye rockets taken off from NASA or SpaceX or Blue Origin, you'll note that as fake as those look, these so-called rocket tests by North Korea look even faker. It's like it's the same production studio or a knockoff. It really does look that bad. In fact, I was looking at North Korea's missiles, and they remind me of the ones that Bezos launches, but they look a little cheaper. Like maybe he bought, like North Korea's dictator orders them from Amazon. Like, give me a couple of these Blue Origins. I'm going to paint it olive drab and call it a nuclear warhead. But they use just as much CGI and fakery as NASA. In fact, there have been many news stories, like mainstream news stories, pointing out that the North Korean missile launches are faked, that sometimes the rockets are faked. ICBM launch May 31st, 2022 may have been fake. August 11th, 2022, North Korea faked massive missile launch. They used footage to fake a, quote, monster missile. March 30th, 2022, why did North Korea fake a monster missile test? You mean they did it for real at some time? Fact check, did they fake it? Yes. And how did they figure this out? In one instance, they were able to look at the stars and show that it wasn't the right time of year. January 2016, footage released last week by North Korea purporting to show the firing of a submarine-launched ballistic missile appears to be fake. Now, if you took the same eyes and the same level of scrutiny to anything launched by NASA, Bezos, or Musk, you would arrive at the same conclusion. Fake, fake, fake. North Korean propagandists use rudimentary editing techniques to crop and flip old video footage of tests and Scud missile launches. The media used several different camera angles and editing to make it appear that the launch was several continuous launches when it was in fact a single event. Goes on to say there was an analysis of 38 North monitoring website. An aerospace engineer who specializes in satellite and launch vehicle propulsion systems said that looking at the video, it was fake. They failed to launch, combined the testing. Anyway, it goes on to say about how they faked it. And this is not new. It's just clever editing. But why can we talk about North Korea faking rocket launches and we can't talk about NASA faking rocket launches? And they all look the same. Angst G says, the funny video of North Korean soldiers crying over the missile launch. Oh yes, what they did is they had a Top Gun-like unveiling of one of their rockets, and then out comes, striding, you have the North Korean dictator. His hair slicked back, he's got glasses, and he takes off his glasses in slow motion. Very Top Gun. Combination of Top Gun and Elon Musk. That's kind of where he's modeling himself. And then the rocket takes off, and they do a countdown like it's going to the moon, like it's taking people to another world. But no, it's just a missile. And the soldiers cry at the end of the video. I might pull that video up here soon. Might be worth watching. Red alert, China, Iran, Russia teaming up for massive show of naval force. Or they'll be simulating it and presenting it as real to the public. The caller had suggested that maybe the people who did the finger wagging at the Trump rally were agent provocateurs. I think the caller was correct. Hillary Clinton compares Trump's Ohio rally to Hitler speeches. In Austin, Texas, Hillary Clinton likened the salutes at the Adolf Hitler speeches to the finger salutes at the Donald Trump rally. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole event was infiltrated by a bunch of Clintonistas and they dress up like Trumpers and they go do the one finger salute. Again, this is the type of thing that Democrats do. It's the photo bombing, it's the guilt by association. And it's not just them, this is actually standard practice all over the place, just dirty tricks in general. Look how many neo-Nazis were planted among the flat earthers. People are convinced the world's going to end September 24th. Again, according to David Lynch, the weather's fine out there on the West Coast, where I would have expected one of these nuclear tsunamis that Putin's been advertising. I don't believe Hillary Clinton's alive. I'm pretty sure the Kuru killed her. Isn't that what they call it? Is it Kuru? It's that thing they get when they... Yeah, Kuru. It's from eating human brains. It's a transmissible spongiform prion disease, but there's something about it. I'm pretty sure. The main risk factor for Kuru is eating human brain tissue, which can contain the infectious particles. Yeah, it's a rare, incurable, fatal neurodegenerative disorder. Kuru itself means trembling, and it's also known as the laughing sickness due to the pathological bursts of laughter, which are a symptom of the disease. Now, I didn't know this. This is new to me. But think about it. Look at all the Democrats that you suspect of having Kuru. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and what are they known for? Spontaneous bursts of mad laughter. Do you remember when Hillary Clinton, she said, we came, we saw, he died, and then she starts laughing? I'm starting to think that she might have eaten Gaddafi's brain. I mean, let me play this clip here. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Tell me this isn't a Kuru laugh. But yeah, they resurrected her to rip on Trump for being, quote, like Hitler.
It's all too familiar. Been down this road before. I believe it was in Germany just before.
This isn't the one I was looking for, but you can hear her squawking in the background. There are so many remixes of this one. Okay, here's another one. I'm trying to get the cackle. You know what I'm talking about? Hillary's cackle. One of her first cackles that you can hear on record is the one where she was laughing about how she got a child abuser freed off of a lie detector test that she knew was not reliable. And she laughed. And if you recall, that's pretty much the same story or theme of Devil's Advocate, where in order to sell his soul to the devil, he has to betray a 12-year-old and get the abuser freed. It's a really sick story, but she did exactly that, and it's on record. Let me play this clip, Hillary Clinton and her Kuru laugh. And I get the sense they can't control it, and I do see a lot of the trembling, which would also be symptomatic of the neurodegenerative disease caused by eating brains.
Look, we came.
This is really sick and morbid, but yeah, here she is, literally grave dancing.
We came. We saw. He died.
All right, that's enough nightmare fuel for one night. Latest QAnon conspiracy. Tomorrow will either be a day of vengeance or maybe something else. It turned out it was something else. Blue skies, 90 degrees on the west coast. Very nice weather. No nuclear winter in sight. We learned that the large-breasted Canadian shop teacher is the greatest troll of the 21st century. We'll follow that story. I think I figured out why Grimes is getting her ears cropped. Elon Musk's animatronic 3D printed baby's mother is having her ears cropped. I don't know if you saw the news on this. As in, she's going to have elf ears. Grimes is having a no, this is the one, not the face tattoo. Here it is. Grimes posted a post-plastic surgery picture, and fans are convinced she has elf ears. 6 days ago, Ola.com, did Grimes get surgically implanted elf ears? Grimes shares a pic of bandaged face after wanting elf ears. TheCut.com, why am I not surprised that Grimes wants elf ears? So she's having her ears cropped. And I'm thinking, what is this? I mean, Lord of the Rings, who watches that? The new Lord of the Rings was not all that great. What is this? Why can't you just wear a costume? But no, this is a surgical augmentation. She's actually having them cropped. And here's why, I think. There's a new Netflix original series out called The Legend of Zelda, and it's coming soon. And I recall back when, before they printed out their little ones, she was in his mansion playing with swords, and I thought, okay, she's all into cosplay. So now we have Legend of Zelda coming out. So I think cropped ears are going to be a thing, along with eating bugs. Just something to look forward to. All right, this has been a very interesting few days. But, if anything, this individual who set himself on fire at the tennis match really, I think, exemplifies where we're at. Like, we're all ready for the end of the world. And as soon as things get a little hot, people just jump away from it and back off. It's all been a bluff. Nobody really means it. They're all just trolling. Putin is trolling. Trump is trolling. Is anybody even serious here? Today did not live up to the hype of the ad hoc prophecy. But I'm very much open to the possibility that the only reason why we had this conspiracy theory jump out of nowhere that there's going to be the end of the world today is I think that the MSM may in fact be trying to discredit people analyzing predictive programming and extrapolating predictions from it. I think they're trying to stop it, but it's a little too late. Lean Dion says truther ears versus commie elf ears. Oh yeah, truther ears. If you don't know what those are, you have to watch South Pole. Ears that are cauliflowered, not from hitting the mats, but from hearing so many truths. Very common among the mixed martial arts truthers. Now, if you believe that the guy who set himself on fire was a martyr, that he set a good example for his cause, and that he's not a hypocrite like all of the other eco-hypocrites and climate criminals, which they are. I mean, if you really get down to it, Al Gore is a climate change accelerationist based on his lifestyle. But anyway, if you want to commemorate the near martyrdom of that actor or activist, I have a mug here. The end is near. Eco-activist on fire glossy mug. You can get these at infiniteplane.media. Thanks everyone for joining. Tomorrow will likely be live, same time, same place. If you want to leave voicemails, go ahead. We listen to them all live. Nothing but good things ahead for this channel. I think that losing our big channels on YouTube probably did more for us than against us. It definitely helped to, I think, hasten our move into our own ground zero. No more YouTube centricity. It's like Charlie Brown in the comic, he's always trying to kick the football, and then Lucy pulls the football and he falls on his back and he never learns. Like, I started to feel like that with YouTube. It's like they're just waiting. I get the notification, oh, your channel just got monetized, you made it 1,000 subs, and then sorry, you committed hate crime, and then we're down. But no more, we don't care about their ridiculous standards. We don't have to bend over backwards because we have our own breakaway off-world stage platform. This is Gaia's Revenge, JT33. Have a great night.
To extreme concern, as scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing its deadly rampage.
Scientists have predicted this for the last 70 years, but it's actually happening more quickly and it's more intense than we realized.
Shows no signs of slowing. Scientists now say it would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. Conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive.
And it feels so good, yeah. You just ought to believe everything like I knew that you would, like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby. Crisis actor with soulless eyes. No heart, ain't got no soul. Food, water, weather, works, TV, bones, books, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc.
Thank you for joining. It's September the 13th, 2022. Happy hoaxiversary, Tupac Shakur, wherever you are. I don't believe he's in Cuba. I think, if anything, Tupac rebranded himself as some other rapper, and I think many of the people who died around him also were repurposed. Look into Jurassic 5 and see if you can spot him from that lineup. We're joined here by Pete Shea, Zin Vallis, Portal Complex, HIGGIH, Maddie33, 737 says my buddy and me. That's a reference to the Harvest Festival shooting. One of the crisis actors was saying, my buddy and me were at the concert, and he was showing how he got shot. I mean, some of these actors, they don't even have bullet holes. They're pointing to their head. I got shot in the head, and it's like, your hair's perfect. I got stabbed with scissors and it screwed up my hair for like 2 weeks. Erica Creech says 9/11 has got me in the feels this year. Yeah, 21st anniversary of 9/11, but everything I said has come true with regard to how they have repurposed the Taliban into the MAGA ban. I've been saying this for some time. They've completed it. The Quran radicals going after the great Satan have been replaced by the QAnon radicals going after the deep state, which is also essentially the great Satan. And take a listen to this. This is from your Department of Homeland Security explaining how now, and this is your DHS Secretary Mayorkas, says that 21 years after 9/11, the new threat isn't radical Islam, it's radical QAnon. Right on schedule. Take a listen.
Jonathan, the threat landscape has evolved considerably over the last 20 years. You know, back when 9/11 occurred, in those years, we were very focused on the foreign terrorist, the individual who sought to do us severe harm, to enter the United States and do us harm. It then evolved. We began to be more and more concerned about the individual already resident in the United States.
So now they're worried about DVEs. The threat has changed, and it's all encoded. We'd have predicted this. You should be able to predict this stuff by just watching the news, watching the entertainment, and following their stories. And I think I have more information on this as well. I'm starting to suspect that the QAnon movement and General Flynn was set up specifically to create the American counterpart to the Al Qaeda. Not a coincidence that the white nationalists are called the base. Al Qaeda means the base. So here you have some DHS individual. This guy looks related to Klaus Schwab. They all look like they're from the same vat. They were all hatched at the same place. But listen to these descriptions of how the real threat is now the person spreading narratives. So words, memes kill. Don't worry about the dirty bombs. Don't worry about the nukes. Don't worry about the Allah Akbar with the bomb vest. No, it's the memes that are going to get you.
Radicalized by a foreign terrorist ideology. Now we are seeing an emerging threat, of course, over the last several years of the domestic violent extremist, the individual here in the United States.
The individual, very scary word there. And that's what World War III is actually against, the individual. The smallest minority. And the liberal Democrats love to get the political identity groups and say, oh, we're backing this minority, we're backing that minority. But they use these as battering rams to really break down any final defenses that individuals have. And they've made it seem like the individual is the real threat, the individual is the hater. Again, the individual is the smallest minority and he gets no protection. And as you're hearing here from the DHS, the individuals are actually the biggest threats. Let's go ahead and play this again. We are concerned about individuals. They're giving you the story because they're going to run a psyop that follows along this script.
Domestic violent extremist, the individual here in the United States, radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, but also an ideology of hate, anti-government sentiment, false narratives propagated on online platforms.
False narratives propagated on online platforms. What does that even mean? And obviously he's reading a script. He's having a difficult time here, I can tell. But what you're seeing again is this setup. I believe this is a setup for the next 9/11ing, which will come from the right. It's going to be some kind of McVeigh. And even that's encoded in the numerology. 9/11 you associate with Osama bin Laden. Well, McVeigh died on 6/11, 90 days prior. He's the domestic violent extremist counterpart to Osama bin Laden. Not a coincidence he was motivated by the Turner Diaries, written by an author born on 9/11, 1933. McVeigh executed at the age of 33. It's ridiculous when you get into the symbols and the various indicators that this is some kind of a story, a scripted event. But this is story time, so just a heads up. DHS is letting us know where the next PSYOP is going to be coming from. Again, this is the hoax anniversary date of Tupac Shakur. I don't believe there's any evidence he actually died. Has anybody found anything contrary to that? Here's an image of the Queen who recently died, meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. There's so much guilt by association, but really, how many pedivores should one person know? One, okay, fine, maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5. You fly on a plane with them to some island somewhere. There's a point where we just have to recognize that you're looking at a den of vipers. The other big news today, of course, is a QAnoner. A big story having to do with a QAnoner, radicalized, like the DHS guy said, so radicalized that in a fit of election denial rage, this is how they're describing it, in a fit of election denial rage, he kills his family. And he runs out to shoot the cops. Here we go. QAnon dad guns down family in election denialist rage. The election was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. You think that this guy is so mad that Trump lost, that he's going to gun everybody down? This is from Crooks and Liars, quote, by untethering people from reality. Conspiracy theories poison relationships on every level, from the national to the local to the family itself. So my comment on this, regarding the untethering of people from reality, please explain to me how the climate change believers are tethered to this reality. The ones who believe we're in the end times, the ones who glue themselves to paintings, to the road, the ones who block traffic, they are completely untethered from reality, if you ask me. They're basing their entire response on agitprop, propaganda, 24/7, nonstop, in the entertainment, in the news. They're saying the sky is going to fall. They are poisoning relationships. I'm saying the environmentalists out there who are saying, breathers, you're a useless breather, you're a carbon super spreader. It's misanthropic. And I'm all for climate activists doing whatever they want to do because I like the idea that they get locked up. I mean, lock them up. Peaceful protesters got a pass for some reason, but I'm noticing more of these greenies are actually getting arrested, which they ought to be. It's the only way they're not going to be hypocrites. If you're a greenie, you're a green fascist, an eco-fascist, a green world order, Greta reset, end times, doomsday cultist. If that's where you're at, I would have to say that you are dividing people among the lines of sustainable and non-sustainable. Freedom's not sustainable. And another reason why I think it's totally justifiable to lock them down is that the whole purpose to the green agenda is to lock everybody down. Climate change lockdowns. So let them get a head start. And if you're still walking around with a face diaper, you're not trusting the science. You're actually contradicting the science. You ought to stay home. If the threat is so great that you have to wear a face diaper, you shouldn't be leaving. Okay, let's go ahead and see. We're joined here by Oswaldo Akbar. And look, notice too, if you just jumped in, on the top right of the screen we have a meme stream. Anytime somebody posts an image link in chat or they post an image in the Discord, it's going to show up on the top right. Joined by X322. Thinks he's a penguin 101. Linda Curtis says, people are given lots of reasons to dislike their overlords. We're supposed to believe in benevolent dictatorship, is what I think. Okay, daughter says, now this is how I found out about the shooter who killed his family. The daughter says QAnon radicalized the father before he killed their dog and the mother and the sister. So he even shot the dog. I haven't seen any evidence. No pictures, no blood. Before the event was identified as a QAnon-related event, I was on Reddit, and the QAnon casualty threads were blowing up because, supposedly, the 21-year-old who was not home at the time, she was at a birthday party, was writing about how Q killed her family, and she's really mad about Q. And I thought, that's interesting. Then I find the corresponding news stories. Q sent him, conspiracist dad kills wife, shoots daughter, gets shot by cops. What is the connection between killing one's family and this belief system? I don't believe there is one. In the early hours of Sunday morning, a young woman called 911 in Walled Lake, Michigan. Now, let's say hypothetically this is all just a psyop. We would expect to find some kind of indicators. Is Walled Lake any kind of indicator, anything significant about that? Much of what we've seen in the, quote, Metascript view has been references to a kraken, to a dam. And a walled lake sounds like a dam. Much like the QAnoner who was on top of the dam threatening to blow it up. It's a recurring theme because in the Batman movie, the QAnon character, the Riddler, sends his armies out to blow up a dam and flood the polls. It floods the election. Just like 2022, the Republicans are going to flood the polls. We've had Watergate repeating. We've had many, many references to some kind of like a leak, a crack. The Roe v. Wade, again, leak, Roe, Wade, a lot of water stuff. Now I'm looking at Walled Lake, Michigan. I'm inclined to think it's a hoax, but it's not unbelievable. However, I would say it's I don't know. I mean, really, the media is running with this, but they have a witness who's calling and blaming this on Q. It just sounds too perfect. Rachel, the 25-year-old daughter who called 911, tried to call out of the home having been shot in her back and legs and was rushed to the emergency where she's in stable condition. Later on Sunday, the following was posted on QAnon casualties. My Q dad snapped and killed my family this morning. Yup, the internet ruined him. Growing up, my parents were extremely loving and happy, but after Trump lost in 2020, my dad went down the Q rabbit hole. He kept reading about the stolen election, Trump, and vaccines, and said he wanted to keep us safe and healthy. Now here's a contradiction. Donald Trump is not anti-vax. He's the vax father. He takes credit for Operation Warp Speed. There was a big split in Q. I believe a lot of them were shocked when the vax was suddenly a thing that Trump was getting behind, when all of the conspiracy theory lore going back, all of the various theories about what these things were, would suggest that Trump would want to prevent that. But this shows he's part of the system, if anything. My point being pro-Q doesn't necessarily make you an anti-vaxxer. It's all contradictory, though. Not all QAnoners worship JFK or JFK Jr. Let's continue. We're looking at the daughter's post on Reddit. Said, at 4 a.m. on September 11th, there was an argument, and he decided to take our guns and shoot her, my dog, and my sister. I'm shocked, and I don't know what to say. F you, QAnon. I hope the FBI tightens its grip on you and your lackeys rot in prison and in hell for poisoning so many people. Now, this was posted on, again, Reddit. Many people were able to corroborate that this was real in terms of this does correspond to an actual news story. The poster has been confirmed to be Lannis's daughter, who had been staying at a friend's house at the time of the shooting. She told Detroit News that her father had always had mental health issues. Again, always had these issues, but had become increasingly agitated in the last year, having fallen down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories since Donald Trump lost in 2020. What do you all make of this? The idea that there's some kind of correlation between mental illness, conspiracies, and violence is something they want you to really believe. Now, I'm saying hypothetically it's a psyop. We don't have to give them the benefit of the doubt. The timing of it, the substance of it, the context of it suggests it's all probably a psyop, and we haven't seen any evidence. If you believe this story to be true, you believe it. Do you know it? I don't think you do, unless you have information we don't. Jay Digg says this reads like fanfic. Exactly. That was my take on it. It's too perfect, and Reddit is too curated. It's part of the controlled opposition, if you ask me. Reddit pretends to be there, exposing I think it's all part of a containment operation, you could say. They want to maintain the idea that the QAnoners are crazy and violent, when I don't think that's really the case. Just like with the radical Islam, they would have you think that this ideology turns you into a suicide bomber. Not really. I also want to point something else out that I've seen. General Flynn, the more I look at General Flynn, I've seen some reports about his expertise in running PSYOPs and PSYWAR, and he was very much involved after 9/11 in the Middle East. I think General Flynn might actually be behind Q as far as the operation itself, and the purpose of Q, in my opinion, is to turn the American right into the radical Islamic threat counterpart, like a domestic violent extremist threat. They want to associate them with that, and it's working quite well. I don't see a lot of pushback. People just seem to think this is definitely consistent with what they believe. But then, when you get down to it, the QAnon thing isn't all that innocent. You have to remember, their end goal, their end game, is murdering the Democrats, pretty much. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but is not the QAnon conspiracy theory ultimately about murdering the other political party? We could use the word tribunal, and we could say they deserve it because they're a bunch of baby eaters, but we still need due process, and many of them are drooling. They're waiting for tribunals. They're waiting to see their enemies die on TV. So I don't think it's all that nice. I don't think it's all that benevolent. If anything, it is the counterpart to radical Islam. It really is. And most of it is invented in the exact same way. There's a reason why we don't have any Islamic terrorists blowing up delis anymore with bomb vests. It's because they phased them out. No more terror cells. Now you got to worry about the incels. No more Quran radicals. It's all QAnon radicals. They've phased it out, just as I pointed out. The DHS is even saying as much. QAnon people want to know how Tom Hanks can be Geppetto if he's been dead for 2 years. quote, he's probably a CGI double. I remember pointing this out, wondering, whose idea was it to cast Tom Hanks as Geppetto, given all of the QAnon conjecture about him being a pedo? And then here he is with Pinocchio, a story about making a boy out of wood, some kind. It looks like MK Ultra to me, if anything. And then he goes off to Pleasure Island. All kinds of creepy stuff about Pinocchio. Yes, QAnon people want to know how Tom Hanks could be Geppetto if he's been dead for 2 years. A few people are believed to be dead by the QAnoners. There's actually a long list. The Queen amongst them. I have something on the Queen's death that some QAnoners posted you might find interesting. And we'll get to that in a moment. The new live-action version of Disney's Pinocchio is available on Disney+. The new version stars Tom Hanks as Geppetto, a fact which has come to a surprise to many of the very normal and well-adjusted human beings at the QAnon-related Great Awakening message board. As you may or may not recall, Hanks became a major figure after a woman named Sarah Ashcroft had, quote, recovered memories of being sold to him as a mind-controlled doll at the age of 13 by her father, who was part of an ancient satanic bloodline cult called the Hivites, whom she says consists of, quote, all the terrorists, including ISIS and Antifa, and the Deep State, and an ancient Babylonian cult family who have dominated and ruled every civilization on Earth for the last 6,000 years. Okay? I still don't see anything off about that. That's all factual, or it's believable. Since then, QAnon people have come up with a variety of absurd conspiracies about Hanks. Look, it's not like it's absurd. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Chet Hanks came out on a video once, and he looked like he was high. And he replied to people who were accusing his father of being part of some kind of satanic cult. He comes out with he shows off his tattoos. He comes out shirtless in this video, but he's got an Illuminati tattoo right in the middle of his chest. He's got a COVID tattooed on his chest. He has a hanged man, all kinds of weird stuff on his chest. But he said he's not in the Illuminati, and he would prefer that we not say that his parents are. And he kind of joked, but I don't remember thinking it was very jokey about how those who are saying this stuff are going to be the first ones to be sacrificed. This is Tom Hanks' son, Chet, claiming that he's not in the Illuminati. Again, what kind of person gets an Illuminati tattoo if they're not, in the club?
You motherfuckers are going to believe what you want because you're already so fucking committed to your weird internet conspiracies. But I'm not actually in the fucking Illuminati, dude. I got this fucking tattoo because I'm extremely spiritual. I believe in God. I believe that God oversees everything, has a plan for everything. But you motherfuckers are on some other shit. Okay? I was trolling in that last video, obviously, because I'm pissed off.
His last video is the one where he said he was going to chase you down in the FEMA camp and sacrifice you. And that went viral, and now he's trying to undo the damage of that video. But you can't erase the fact that his tattoos are clearly damning. But again, I've looked closely at his tattoos, and there's a consistency there. I think there's some kind of messaging. It did seem to have these COVID-like shapes, which just stood out to me. But beyond that, it also looks kind of fake. A number of people have actually suspected that maybe Chet Hanks' tattoos are one of these, chest suits. And they are such things. Imagine like a tight rubber sweater that looks like flesh and feels like flesh. That's kind of what they put on. You don't even have to work out if you're in Hollywood. You just put on a skin suit. More deep fakery, but take a look at that. Chet Hanks would like you to know that he's not in the Illuminati, but he's got the tattoos. He said he got the tattoo because he's extremely spiritual. Does that even work? Zinvella says, Chet Psych Hanks. Right, he did use the word psych. Chet was kind of being a rebel for a moment there. He was actually anti-mask, calling out people as being hypocrites and, etc. But this is Tom Hanks' son. It's the only reason why I'm bringing this up. He had a cameo in one of our episodes of South Pole. where he rapped a song about the pain of being Tom Hanks' son, having to grow up in the shadow of Forrest Gump, and how he'd prefer to be called a bastard. That was a pretty good song. It was done by Allergic to Bullshit if you haven't heard it. Anyway, we're going to move on from the Hanks. Again, he's going to be Geppetto in the new Pinocchio. We just had the 21st anniversary of, or hoax-iversary of 9/11. So we may go through some of that predictive programming. September 13th, 1996. Hip-hop star Tupac Shakur died of gunshot wounds suffered in a Las Vegas drive-by shooting. Decades after his death, he's one of the most recognizable faces and voices in hip-hop. It's a great way to sell records. In 2020, I believe Dead Rappers had the highest sales of all. And recently, Salman Rushdie tried this out. He didn't die, but he had the stabbing 33 years after the fatwa for $3.3 million. That was the amount of money on the contract he was stabbed. And that boosted his book sales to #1. Trump goes full QAnon over at Truth Social, sporting a Q lapel pin and blasting out QAnon slogans. The storm is coming. There's a lot of speculation among believers the storm is coming, and the storm is going to be what happens when the deep state comes to arrest Trump. And there's fear that this will trigger some kind of response. In fact, I follow an anti-Q person very closely on Substack, and this person believes that there is a plan for the storming of not just the Capitol in D.C., but every state capital. Just a rumor, just a heads up. Look at this. This is from Ground Zero, or close by. This is a structure it's called the Oculus. It is in alignment with the sun's solar angles. So on each September 11th, at 8:46 a.m., when the first plane struck, until 10:28, when the second tower collapsed. Because of its alignment, the central skylight fits that, and the sun will wash over the floor during that window of time. Just a bit of architecture that... Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hijack this replay, and I'm going to be joining the fakeologist here in just a moment. And I don't know if that means I have to cancel or change anything. It should just go on smoothly. It should just transition right into that phone call. But I don't want to summon people via text alert and then not have something happening. Last time I summoned everybody and then we had audio issues. So this time I'm not going to leave it up to chance. If you're here, you're lucky. And if you're not here, you'll be getting the replay. Alright, here we go. Although, now that I think about it, if it doesn't let me join because I'm like double logged into Restream, I do have one other option, which I'm willing to test out here, which would be I could probably live stream from within my Discord server. We'll know in just a moment. Alright, join stream. I think we might be good. Yes, it looks like I'm joining in, and if the audio is good on your end, then we won't have to change anything. And maybe I can send some people over here.
Oh, Tim has a bad connection. Your connection is red. There it is. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
How is my... Are you going to stream it? Yeah, you're good.
Am I good? Okay, look. Okay, that's great, because if I'm clear right now...
You're a little glitchy. Or you're a little poppy.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was gonna bring over a mob, but I wanted to make sure first that my audio was fine, because I know last time we had audio issues. And if my... Let me go ahead and see if I can shut some windows down.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Okay. You know, what is it...
You got to crowdfund yourself a bigger computer.
Yeah, yeah, that would help actually. I'm using a uh, refurbished thing that's a couple years old that's never been turned off. But my work here is basically just audio anyway. But yeah, I would like to improve. That is one thing I would like to do is improve the
Mm-hmm.
hardware.
Yeah, you're a little poppy. You're a little poppy on your audio. Means it's getting interrupted. The interrupts are interrupting you.
Okay, what can I do to fix that? Maybe there's a.
Well, you're actually the.
I'm
Okay, you
turn.
sound okay now.
Okay, I'm closing off as many windows as I can. I'm minimizing anything that's not relevant to what we're doing, and I think that should do it.
You're closing Discord. Discord uses resources too.
Discourse is a resource hog, no doubt. All right, so if we're good, if this
Mm-hmm.
is if this audio is good, then I can
Yeah, we're
summon.
okay now.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
summon a lot of listeners over. What's the best link to send them to?
All
Your
right.
your YouTube or
Fakotube.com.
okay,
Fakotube.
okay, fine, sounds good to me.
Are you gonna restream to your thing, or you're just here?
No, I'm already restreaming. The replay, the 24/7 is already on, and we already have a lot of people who are listening, and then the audio 24/7 is also already on. So we have a built-in
Mm-hmm.
audience,
But
and
are you gonna connect to your restream with my link? I think you did that last time.
well, that's the thing. I wasn't sure what would happen, and I didn't turn off my open broadcast software, and then I
Mm-hmm.
clicked the link you gave me, and it opened up in a new window. So now I'm logged into Restream,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm simultaneously still multicasting on Restream.
Oh,
So
because it doesn't usually when you're restreaming with my link, then I'll see a link to your channels because I don't see that now.
okay, let me. But the thing is, right now we are indeed streaming across all these
Mm-hmm.
different platforms. It is actually going on right
Okay.
now, so that's good.
So you are streaming now?
Yeah, yeah. I just
Oh,
ta-
okay.
I just tapped into the already playing live stream.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Well, if you're streaming, it's fine. Okay, I'll start my broadcast then. That's cool.
But what
I'm
I
gonna
was,
do it.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. And just to give you an idea, right now, I'm going to get my exact numbers, and then I can send out notifications.
All
And
right.
and
That's
just
good.
so as we speak right now, we have 10 people listening on the audio player, and another 20 people on these different platforms. And I'll just turn them all on,
Okay.
and I'll send out a mass text alert and an email to members. So if you want to just bear with me, I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I want to go use the other computer for this.
Yeah. Go for it. I'll wait. I won't start until you're ready.
Yeah, because I also want to send people over from my Telegram, which I'm also using for live stream notifications now. All right, so I'll be back in less than 2 minutes.
Yep. Okay. Hello to all the people listening on the live stream. Redding, California. Hello. Who is in Redding, California? You're a regular listener. I appreciate that. Just waiting for Tim to come back. Tim Osman.
I chose a life of crime in a town where there's none. I studied criminal law on the mainland, came to Fortitude, and married a policeman. Our honeymoon was a night of thrills and magic. We saw the most spectacular aurora borealis I'd ever seen. The fireworks of the gods, as we call it, the heavens singing. You can actually hear them, you know, the northern lights outside the city. And now we're building a hotel hewn into the glacier itself, where lovers of the wilderness, lovers of the northern lights, or just lovers, can witness the wildest things they'll ever see from the safest place on earth.
In Fortitude, there's two fundamental rules. You have to have a roof over your head and you have to be able to provide for yourself. So it follows. Everyone's got a job, no one's poor, so there's no stealing, there's no crime. Everybody's always happy.
The river did come to me, straight into my arms. I tried to hold it, but it just ran through my fingers.
We have a very serious problem here. Something terrible has happened.
Peeling off the layers, peeling it off.
Okay, I'm back.
Just watching a movie trailer, Fortitude.
Okay, you know, it's kind of funny. I was actually in the other room, and I was saying to someone there, I was like, you know, I kind of left the controls of this in the hands of Fakeologist, and he could be playing anything. Not that I was worried. And I come in here and I hear some exotic music. I'm like, cool.
No, I was watching a movie trailer. I didn't know I was... Okay, so we're ready to go?
Yeah, I actually blasted out a text alert. And,
Okay.
And I also have a direct chat link to the Discord server and all of our chats. Therefore, any link you want me to promote, like fakeotube.com or something, I can just send directly. And we'll try to get people over.
Okay. So the only thing is we're not linked in the restream, so I don't see the link icon, but I guess that doesn't matter.
Right,
but,
right. Well, we do have a lot of people who I'll send them to FakeOTube so that they can actually chat with you directly.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, let me start my end.
All right, I see Polecat, Naya Silv, Rocco Calzone. A lot of people are piling in. Okay, yeah.
Oh, nice. I'll start my music quickly. And I'll announce, hello everybody, it's Thursday, October 27th, 2022. This is the Fakeologist Show. We do this show Sunday through Thursday around 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. And tonight is normally Died Suddenly, where we talk with Tiago, who has that massive Facebook group called Died Suddenly, which may have 300,000 members on it. And one of these days, we're going to stream directly to Facebook using his name, because apparently he has the cachet to get people on. Because I want to see if we can get 1,000 people viewing. But he canceled tonight, which is too bad, because Died Suddenly is actually trending on Twitter, in Canada at least right now. Because I think there's a Stu or Stupid Peters movie called Died Suddenly coming out in a couple days. And so that's too bad. So maybe next Thursday he'll show up. He had something personal to do. So I went to my Rolodex, and at the top of the Rolodex was Tim Osmond of IPS, who I listen to regularly. So I just hit him up at the last minute and asked if he was available, and luckily he is. So Tim Osmond, hello.
Hey, Fakeologist, thanks for inviting me on. I was... I had an opening, and I'm trying to keep my schedule open for these types of calls. I was trying to reach out to you anyway.
Oh, nice.
Just to do a follow-up.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, if we could do this weekly or whatever, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I could do it weekly because I listen to all your stuff. I'm usually right up to date unless I have some issues. And so I could probably talk to you for endless hours just talking about your material that you put up. And as you know, as we talked about last time on FacoTube, I do a lot of clipping of your shows. And from the clips, I put links to your audio or video broadcasts.
Awesome. Very much appreciated. And I see all of your tweets. Fakeologist has retweeted from Podcast Addict. And that's how I know you're up to date, because the latest ones are being
Yeah, that's
regularly shared.
automatic.
Oh, it is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's an automatic feature of Podcast Addict if you set it up correctly.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I just checked 25 different podcast platforms right now. You know, as they were killing my YouTube channels and stuff, I was always looking for other avenues. And now in the aggregate, we have more subscribers than we can get on YouTube at this time, and there's nothing they can do. But these podcasting platforms have really been helpful as far as maintaining a chronological order of uploads, you know, an archive.
Right. And let me just say that I am streaming on YouTube right now. What I do is I stream the first 2 minutes of my show on YouTube, where we say absolutely nothing that can be construed as against the content guidelines of the big advertisers on YouTube that control it. But this is the time when I sign off of YouTube and just say, if you want to watch the rest of the show, then you can go to fakotube.com, my platform, and look for episode FAK 638, Tim Osmond of IPS, and you can listen to the rest of it, because I get tired of deleting all my content off YouTube right away, and especially since a couple times they've deleted the content as I was live streaming. So that's even more crazy, and I know that's happened to you. So goodbye, YouTube. Okay, so I just shut off YouTube now. Yeah, that's happened to you, hasn't it?
Oh,
When
yeah.
you're
Yes.
streaming on YouTube and they just knock you down?
Oh, yeah. In fact, we've actually had Google moderators pluck comments out of our live stream chats. They don't play fair, as you know. And, you know, to me, they're sacrificing their integrity. You know, to me, the platform has destroyed its brand. And, you know, I may not be the most extremist on these views, but I do give a platform to views I don't always agree with. And lately, I've decided I'm getting back into publishing, specifically in-house self-publishing, but I want to publish banned or bannable content. Conversations I've had for hours, like with Lynn, that get banned because of what she talks about. Like, I'd like to have these transcribed and made available not only in print, but my plan is to integrate print with a QR code link so people can download the content digitally. It's just kind of a reciprocal print to digital format that is impervious to censorship.
Interesting. Yeah, you're always innovating. You're always trying to figure out a way to get around it. Yeah, I think I have 2 or 3 YouTube channels that were struck down, and I just it's too much work to validate an account to get back up on YouTube. And of course, the whole point is of being on YouTube is to be served up as a suggestion, because otherwise people are definitely not going to find me anyway on YouTube. So
Well, that's
therefore, if
smart.
it's not serving me up as a suggestion, yeah.
That's really smart, though, what you do here with the 2 minute thing. Don't say anything, don't hit any
Yeah.
hot buttons, and in 2 minutes, you'll get the
Yeah.
people who are looking for you. That's a really good idea. And I could probably do that with one of my channels and just switch it off and use that, because I find people that hit me up and like, I thought you went offline a year ago or 6 months ago. And like, I've never stopped talking. It's just that we're always
Yeah, yeah.
whack-a-mole.
Well, now you have a one URL that's easy to remember, ips.monster. So if anyone's looking for you, they can just easily find you now, and they only have to remember one URL, which is really the only way to go.
It really is. From a branding perspective and marketing perspective, rather, it has to be something that's easy to transmit in a soundbite, or you know, just put on a sign or a note. And ips.monster is my go-to, and it's been working well, because even though I've had all these channels truncated, on a regular night we can have 130 people hanging out for an hour plus, which doesn't sound like a lot. However,